Welcome everyone to the very first TCG Grand Slam, where it is our mission to prove which TCG player is the best of them all. We've invited the finest players from all over the world to prove how well they can adapt and transfer their skills from their main game, like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, Magic or One Piece, into a new environment. And to see who of them is the best out of all of them, we will have them conquer the stage of Riftbound. Riftbound is very new to many of us, and it has only been around for roughly a year, but it has already proven to be extremely competitive at the highest of levels. With its unique dynamic of bringing a battlefield to the game, you will see intense showdowns between the best TCG players out of all of those games, and we will find out who of them is going to be the best of them all. With all of that being said, who of them can conquer the stage of Riftbound and can crown themselves the best TCG player of them all? Let's introduce our challengers. First of all, Arne Huschenbeet.
I'm excited to be playing against some of the best in the world at what they are doing, and I'm ready to show that I can learn a game on the quick and hang in with them. Let's do this.
From Germany, mastering the game of Magic the Gathering for many years, 6th place at the Magic the Gathering World Championship in 2025, winning the Magic Challenger Gauntlet in 2021, and also coming in 1st place at the Call Time Championship in 2021. Give it up for Arne Huschenbeet! Time for our next challenger. Let's introduce Grzegorz Kowalski.
I'm super excited to be here, play against several other great TCG players. Let's see who's the best in the new game, Riftbound.
Coming in from the big trading card game nation, Poland, using his years of experience in Magic the Gathering to storm onto the Flesh and Blood scene. World Champion of Flesh and Blood in 2024, 2nd place at the Magic the Gathering World Championship in 2018, and also winning a Magic Grand Prix in Lyon in 2018 as well. Grzegorz Kowalski! Time for our next challenger, Joshua Schmidt.
I'm very excited to be part of the TCG Grand Slam. I can't wait to compete with all these legends from all these other card games and see who's the best.
Dueling his way through the Yu-Gi-Oh! World for many years, proving himself to be one of, if not the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh! Player of all time. From Germany, winning the Master Duel World Championship in 2023, collecting Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series titles like they are trading cards themselves, with wins in Madrid, Prague, Utrecht and Bologna, Joshua Schmidt! Time for our next participant, Alexander Friedrichsen.
I'm happy to be here, playing in the TCG Grand Slam. Trust your intuition and take down the competition.
Our next participant certainly had the longest trip, representing the USA, another world champion in the house, winning the 2025 Wonders of the First Dragon Cup and the Constructed and Limited SCG in Atlanta, after already proving himself plenty of times in the Magic the Gathering world, Alexander Friedrichsen! Time for our next participant, Mateusz Jarzyński.
Hey, I am Alan. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm here to show them how it's done.
Another powerhouse from Poland is joining the competition. Many know him under his nickname Alan ZQ, winning the Legend of Runeterra World Championship in 2021, and since the release of Riftbound, traveling the world for that new game, already winning 2 regional qualifiers in Vancouver and Bologna, making multiple top 8 runs along the process. Ladies and gentlemen, Mateusz Jasenski! Time for our next challenger. Let's introduce Enrico Maria Rustico.
I'm ready to face all the great players in the TCG Grand Slam, and I'm gonna prove that I am the best.
Our next participant proudly traveled here on a ship searching for the One Piece from Italy, coming in first place at the Bandai Card Fest in Utrecht in 2024. A top 8 finish at the One Piece World Championship in 2025. Winning a One Piece regional washout just a couple months back, Enrico Maria Rustico! Next up, we have Filip Skudlarek.
I'm so happy to be here. I will have 7 amazing opponents, and I just hope I will be the last one standing.
Flying into the arena on a spaceship straight from Poland. First place at the Star Wars Galactic Championship in Las Vegas in 2025. The top player of the Star Wars Unleashed trading card game, with plenty of Top Guns finishes since the game's release. Will the force be with Filip Skudlarek? And last, but certainly not least, Todd Ratcliffe.
I'm so excited to play today. I think I have a lot in me. I can't wait to see what the others got, and I'm excited to show them what a Pokemon player is capable of.
Trying to catch all of them Pokemon titles for many years. From Norway, winning the EUIC in London in 2024. Coming in second place in the Pokemon World Championship in 2023. Also winning Latin American and North American international championships in his career. Give it up for Todd Ratcliffe! Now that we've introduced all 8 of our challengers, it is time to introduce someone else to you. The chairman of the TCG Grand Slam, already broadcasting multiple TCG World Championships as a head of the Card Sports League. Let's give it up for Norman Wilder, officially opening the TCG Grand Slam.
Welcome everybody. My dream has always been to push TCGs into mainstream entertainment. I'm a very competitive person at heart, yet I was too shy to tell my friends back in school that I won my very first Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. Fast forward to today, we're gonna tell the whole world a story, and we're gonna answer one question as ancient as Yu-Gi-Oh!'s pyramids. Who is the king of games, the best TCG player in the world? And I want to thank our casters hosting the show, our crew making this show a reality, the players battling out in the heat of the battlefields of Riftbound today, and our partners who trusted us in making this a reality. And with that, I want to open this tournament officially. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Norman, for getting this show started. Now that we have met all 8 of our challengers, it's time to get into the rule set for the very first TCG Grand Slam.
The TCG Grand Slam brings together 8 trading card game champions from all kind of different trading card games, playing against each other here this weekend on the stage in only one game. That game is going to be Riftbound, and I will explain to you now how the format and the rules are going to be for that. First of all, we will be playing in constructed format, meaning all 3 sets so far released in Riftbound, Origins, Spiritforged and Unleashed will be legal to play. Additionally to that, we will be playing in the best of 3 match mode, meaning you will have to win 2 out of 3 games to win the overall match, and all of that will have to be done in 60 minutes, as that is our round limit for the group stages. Please note, in Top Cut, there is going to be no time limit overall anymore on any of the matches. In case you're not familiar with Riftbound yet, we will use a 40-card main deck, 3 battlefields, and then an 8-card sideboard to go alongside that. Let's also take a closer look at the tournament structure of the TCG Grand Slam. Before the tournament even begins, our 8 players will be randomly divided into 2 groups of 4. Each group will then be playing in a round-robin format, meaning every player faces each other player in their group once, making it a total of 3 rounds. The top 2 players from each group then will be advancing to a single elimination Top Cut. First place there will be playing against second place from the other group and vice versa, followed by the ultimate Top Cut. But that's not all. There's a special entity causing some trouble at the TCG Grand Slam, the TCG Overseer. Before every round, they're announcing one out of 3 special rules to the players, which they then have to follow for the entire matchup they're about to play. First rule, Mulligan Mania. As you know from Riftbound, when seeing your starting hand, you're allowed to recycle up to 2 cards from that starting hand, putting them on the bottom of your deck to draw an even amount of fresh cards from your deck. But what if you can repeat that process up to a total of 4 times? That is Mulligan Mania, adding a lot of consistency to all of the decks. Second rule, forced redraw. At the start of the game, and after the mulligan, in that case a regular mulligan, each player chooses 2 random cards from the opponent's hand, and they have to recycle them, drawing 2 fresh cards after. That is going to cause some troubles, I can only imagine. And the third special rule is open secrets. After the mulligan, and before drawing the first card, both players always have to reveal 2 cards from their hand, keeping them face up on the field. So all time, for the entire match, both players will be playing with 2 of their cards in the hand completely face up. Riftbound is a game of information, so having that additional information will be crucial. That's all the rules for now. Make sure to catch the TCG Overseer announcing their first special rule in the first match.
Welcome to the TCG Grand Slam. We have 8 players raring and ready to go. My name is Amy, and alongside me, Leo and Blevins, to help you understand the story of the day. And we're going to knock it out of the park indeed. How are we feeling about this unique format?
So excited about this. Obviously, Riftbound, my big game, but we get to see players from all sorts of games at the highest level. We're going to see non-stop high-level play from all these players and see how it translates into this game of Riftbound.
Yeah, and I mean, we are all Riftbound casters, but we all have different backgrounds in TCG as well, since Riftbound is fairly new. We have Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh! For myself. So it's going to always be like a little bit of a rivalry as well. We have our players that we, of course, cheer on, perhaps a little bit harder, all caster neutrality aside.
And honestly, I'm just so enthused to see everyone raring ready to go. All the players have been excited to see one another as well, meet one another if they haven't before. And a lot of them will have played against one another at previous events. TCG players, although we have rather separate communities, most of the time, we're actually going to try and circumvent that at this very event and change things up to bring everyone together for one Grand Slam event.
This event is the definition of game, recognizes game, and we're going to see that in full force in this event.
Absolutely. Let's see how those groups are going to turn out, as we have Group A and Group B already randomly decided.
In Group A, we have from Wonders of the First, Alexander Friedrichsen, Thor Dracliff, Pokemon legend, probably the most decorated player in the game, Grzegorz Kowalski, one of the most decorated TCG players of all time, and of course, the Yu-Gi-Oh! GOAT, at least in Europe, Joshua Schmidt.
Yeah, and I know some of these players previously from my own experience, but also meeting a lot of them this weekend has been amazing. Of course, Enrico Maria has been talking about the accolades in One Piece, Philip in Star Wars, Arna in Magic, and of course, Mateus, my boy, Alan, is from Legends of Runeterra, which is my OG game as well, but also, of course, in Riftbound here too.
Absolutely phenomenal lineup of players with many accolades, as we saw on those ginormous banners in the opening ceremony. Just accolade after accolade, but this is going to be the one that puts them on top of the rest.
There's so many beautiful stories in there, especially we have said they are from different games, so they have played some different tournaments. They have not all faced each other, but some of these players have competed in other games as well. Of course, we have Mateusz and Joshua Schmidt, who both played in Legends of Runeterra and Game Breaker. Joshua Schmidt was pretty successful at that as well. And of course, Alexander Friedrichsen and Arne Huschenbeet, they are teammates in Magic the Gathering.
Indeed. But I tell you what, Leo, and Blevins, there's a twist, and it's not just having any ordinary TCG Grand Slam. No, the Grand Slam has a special set of rules set by the TCG Overseer. Now, these are our 3 rules. It's going to be randomly selected, so let's roll that tape and see which is going to be our first new rule that the players must abide by.
All right, here we go.
Oh.
Ooh, Oh.
Mulligan Mania. If you miss your 2-drop in this when you have 3 extra mulligans, I think you're just bad. And none of these players can be bad, right?
No, these players are all good, which is the greatest thing. And this is
that's the fun thing about the tournament.
Exactly.
Now I get it.
Listen, wait. Oh, that's why my invite got lost in the mail. It's because all the players needed to be good. That's why I'm up here on the caster desk rather than playing. But this is amazing because this is what a lot of these players will do in testing is actually test out, okay, how do I test if I'm going to put a 2-drop in my hand and go and play first, right? I'm going to see how that matchup goes. Well, we get to see that in actual practice here in play at the highest level here at the TCG Grand Slam.
I think the thing that really speaks to me with Mulligan Mania is that you're always going to have a strong start, in theory. So every game should start explosively, and then it's whether you can link those combos up and really push towards the end game.
I find it very funny how mulligan is handled differently in every single game. In Pokemon, you don't really want a mulligan sometimes, but you kind of have to, and then you get punished for it. In Magic, it's a similar scenario, but it's optional for you. In Yu-Gi-Oh, every player would go crazy for a mulligan. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how the players handle it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this because it's going to also test their knowledge of the game, right? We're all starting at this very consistent start, but how do you take that consistent start and turn it into a victory?
Give me a quick hot take, guys. I'm ready to hear some good, clean hot takes here.
Okay, I've got a hot take, and he's going to kill me for this, but I am not picking Mateus, a.k.a. Alan, to win this event. That is my hot take. That some other player, who I will reveal later, is going to win this event.
Yeah, okay, that would have been my hot take.
That's why I'm sitting here and I get to answer.
You got first. Yeah, that's fair.
No, pick me first. I haven't got my hot take.
I think I have a little bit of a softer hot take, so it's a medium warm take. It's kettle warm.
Not that
it's a warm take. I think that actually we are going to see, like, even though the players had very little time to practice top-end gameplay, at least as of day 2, because the learning curve of these players is incredible. They played probably, because they are preparing for their World Championship, their European Championships, or Continental Qualifiers, whatever, they're all different names in different games. They have not had the most time to prepare Riftbound, but with every single game, they learn so much more than the average player.
Oh, we saw in the hotel, in the green room, these players are dedicated to the game. They are dedicated to competition. It was, hey, who wants to go get drinks? And they're like, no, I got to jam more. I got to jam more mirrors here. I need to figure out this. I won't say who, but multiple players asked me for my personal deck to study the cards because maybe a player is playing a similar deck in this event. So it is not just a for-fun event. It is not just, hey, we're going to go and show up and play. These players absolutely have the skill and the drive to win.
Let's take a look at that schedule and see exactly who's going to be playing who.
So if you enjoy mirror matches,
I do.
You're in for a treat in the first
Love it.
2 rounds. We have Alexander Friedrichsen versus Thor Dracliff and Enrico Maria Rustico versus Filip Skudlarek. And then, of course, we have Gregos versus Joshua Schmidt. That's a matchup I'm crazy excited for.
Yes.
And then we're getting into the next match. So we've seen every player in the first 4 matches.
That's the beauty, is that, you know, in a large event like an RQ or regionals, you know, you may get to see your favorite player in top 8. You may get to see them during the day if the production picks them out. We get to see every single player play every single match in this event, which is really the benefit of having an event like this. We don't miss any action whatsoever.
No, exactly. And there's no easy mode. There's not any breathing room. Now, what can we expect from this first matchup with these two TCG Titans?
Well, this matchup is going to be, like we said, a Master Yi Mir. And we have talked to both of these players throughout the weekend already and their preparation and seeing, like you said, Leo, seeing the players go from, oh, how does this card in my deck work to, oh, they're already playing better than I would. I can know You've gone further than I can assist you, my friend. You now need to consult the masters.
It's very funny because some of these players, they came in here saying, oh yeah, I've never really competed in Riftbound. This is going to be a fun event. But as soon as they realized, okay, I'm going to compete here actually, they started taking it really, really seriously. And from the picture of Todd, I think he should have played Lucian there. That looked like one of the Lucian cards, the red one, the Fury one.
It did look a bit like the Fury Lucian. I mean, I would have loved to see a player play Lucian because that's my personal deck. But, I mean, we're seeing Master Yi here. A lot of players were consulting their friends, their co-workers, their co-players, their teammates who play Riftbound and say, hey, I don't have a lot of time to test for this event. What should I play? Many of them picked Master Yi, and I think that is a really good spot to be. You can get to a competent level very quickly, but also there is that ceiling that you can exceed with Master Yi. If you know the Master Yi mirror, you're already in a very good spot for this match.
That is true. That's at least going to give you, we have 2 Master Yis in each group, I think, so that is going to give you at least one advantage in one of the games. So we are only going to see 2 Master Yi mirrors today, of course. We're going to get them out of the way in the first 2 rounds. If you enjoy those, please stay focused for those 2 matches. But after then, we will have unique matches at every single point in time.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of mirror matches because it shows different styles of play, because it's not just, oh, who drew better and then that's it. It's not a who won the die roll and that's over. It is very much a stylistic choice. You can see, oh, am I going to go for holding? Am I going to be aggressive? Am I going to make this push early and try to win this early advantage based on my hand, which is going to be much more consistent due to Mulligan Mania now. You're going to be able to sculpt your hand at the beginning and really take that game plan from the very first turn and see which direction you're going to go.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've got brilliant decks. Although it's the same deck, I'm sure both players will be ready to rumble and know their mirror match. But let's learn a little bit more about our first competitor, Tord.
My name is Tord Reckliffe, and I'm a Pokemon trading card game player from Norway, and probably most known for winning 5 international championships in the Pokemon trading card game. I have a couple great memories over the years from playing. From relatively recently. Didn't look like a big moment, but it was a really big moment for me. And I was playing the semifinals of the World Championships, and I lost. But I had so many friends in the audience waiting for me to finish, the game, cheering me on, and they were all like starving, but they were still there for me, waiting for me, so we could all go out for dinner afterwards. And after I was out, I felt like I was still like celebrated as if I had won that game. So it meant a lot to me, and it was definitely one of the moments I say treasure the most out of my journey. Trading card games, they're different for sure, but they have a lot of similarities, and I think this event is a really cool way to see some of the top players of the different genres of TCG again. And you're kind of bound to end up with someone having an advantage no matter how you go about it. But I think Riftbound is a pretty cool, relatively neutral ground for most of us, as the game isn't that old. No one really has 20 years of experience in the game yet, like we have in smaller games, right? Like I have in Pokemon, for example. But it seems like a good neutral ground for everyone to play in. I know how much time and effort and sacrifices it requires to be at the top in like anything, and it means that these people are also willing to go to those lengths to get there, and it means that no matter what they compete in, they want to do their best, at the very least in the moment, right? The additional rules of this event looks pretty fun. It's something the regular tournament players want to get to experience, make this event a little bit extra unique, I guess. So it will probably also be something that could throw off the more experienced players of Riftbound again. So maybe it can help equalize the playing field a little bit, hopefully. So I started learning the rules properly on the Wednesday this week. I've been relatively efficient over the past few days, and I just crammed as much as I could. But there's a lot of interactions in this game, and I feel like I learn a new interaction or how something works every game I play. And it seems like I'm not the only one that is, learning something. But that's also kind of cool in the sense that, there are a lot of, say, options in the game again. So you can choose to do one action in, a lot of different ways again. So it does give you a lot more room to play if you are fully on top of things and you're experienced with, all the minor details that are in the rules again. I think the whole idea again is really cool, and I look at it as a celebration of the trading cards, essentially, where you get to see a lot of high profiles in all the different games come together, play a game that most of them don't really know how to play, so they kind of have to learn on the fly, and can bond and figure things out together over that again, and be a good way to kind of showcase the different communities to each other again, and trying to create some sort of bridge between all of us. And I think that is really cool because each community is relatively separate at the moment, and we don't really know much about what's going on in the other games. So I feel like, again, this can be a great way to shed some light on just what's going on in the different games again, and the different mindsets people have coming from different places again. And I'm very excited for how things will pan out this weekend.
Wise words from a wise TCG player. Thank you, Tord, for shining some light on the differences between games as well as Pokemon specifically. Obviously, I know Tord very well, being in the Pokemon space, but I love his words about the TCG space being quite separate, but there's no reason that we can't band together like this more often.
Yeah, and it was really great seeing his progression. I mean, he properly learned the rules on Wednesday, and we all went through this phase of learning the game and how many foibles we went through with that, and seeing his progression from then to where I've seen him now literally playing this morning is absolutely incredible.
Absolutely. Now, Alex, on the other hand, is in a slightly lesser well-known game across the world, but very popular in certain territories, Wonders of the First. And we're going to learn a little bit more about Alex very soon.
We're gonna see him perform here versus one of the most decorated players in the Pokemon space, Alexander Friedrichsen, also a world champion in Wonders of the First. And of course, a top 8 in a Magic the Gathering Pro Tour is nothing to scoff at. I think most of the players would kill for a placement like this.
Oh yeah. MTG Pro Tour is my sort of gold standard. Being the old man in the room.
It's okay, Grandpa.
That's my gold standard, is if you have top 8 at a Pro Tour, that is elite level, to say the least.
And if you would like a little say at home on who you think is going to win, we're going to have multiple ways of finding out who we think is going to win. We're going to leave a little bit up to fate, but a little bit up to you guys. And so if you can go over to Joshua's channel, which I'm sure we will link below as well, you will be able to vote over there on who you think is going to be the winner. So please head on over to Joshua's channel over on Twitch to vote on who you think is going to win in our very first TCG Grand Slam match.
I'm quite curious to see who wins this. I think I'm going to put my money on Tord because, I've talked to him a little bit and the progression of him was quite crazy, actually. So I think he has a horse in this race.
Yeah. Well, the thing is I've seen that same progression and very impressed with it. However, MTG Pro Tour, I mean, it's the gold standard for me, so I got to go with Alexander here.
And I alluded to it a minute ago, but we're also going to leave it up to the cards as to who we think is going to be our winner. We're going to use the Oracle method, if you can talk us through that.
Yes, the Booster Oracle. So who knows better than the sealed booster packs here? So we're going to open a couple of booster packs from each of these players' respective games and let the value of the cards determine who the Booster Oracles believe is going to win this match.
Yeah, with Wonders of the First, we are in a little bit of a different situation because we do not have a secondary market in Europe for that quite yet. So we're going to check if the Pokemon pack actually is going to beat its own value at MSRP.
Yes. So we're gonna crack some packs.
Just rip some packs.
Let's do it. So let's start with the Wonders of the First here. Collector booster.
And I think you're going to have to give Amy the Pokemon pack. I know you
Oh,
want to rip it.
I know. I want to rip it, but no, absolutely have to give Amy the pack here. So let's take a look, get a nice zoomed in. I just want to see shiny things. I want to see cool looking things. Let's take a look here. Ooh, owl.
Oh, that one was really cool. I like that.
Who? Oh.
I think it's
an
eagle, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, I'm trying here. The cards are facing the other direction for me. Here we go. There. Ooh.
Oh, that's Ruin Runner.
That's Ruin Runner. We found him. There's me with my
That's a lot of luggage.
Yeah, that's my backpack at every RQ. There we go. Ooh. And there's me in about a year and a half. There we go. Nice.
That's abs, man.
Very fun. Okay. Do we have
Amy?
Okay, go on then. Go on then. I'll join in.
All right. So we need to see what.
Leo, you
if we're gonna be.
Do that one.
I'm a Pokemon Go caster, so I have my phone on me naturally.
Yes, of course.
Get a load of that. We got a Phantump. That's a good one. Have we got a?
Yeah.
I can't see what they are.
Can we get a zoom?
There we go. There we go.
Oh, it's so cute.
That's trash.
Leo. It's little Leo.
Oh yeah.
Wimpod. The Ninetales. I love that art.
Ferrothorn.
Deoxys is a legendary Pokemon.
Ooh.
Foil Golisopod.
Hey.
A bubbly energy.
Oh! I know nothing about that card, but it looks amazing.
It looks incredible. It's a mean poison Pokemon. I know a couple of my friends are actually building decks with it. It's an off-meta card, but a very fun play for locals.
What is the Oracle saying?
We are seeing quite a bunch of offers here, but there's some that you can just buy at $250, so I don't think it beats the MSRP of the Pokemon pack. So the Booster Oracle has spoken.
Yes.
The Booster Oracle has spoken indeed, and although Mega Dragalge looks very beautiful, it is not quite it. So it looks like from the casters, Alex is the choice. The community believes in Tord, but the Booster Oracle brings us back to Alex.
There's also something really, really cool. Over the next couple of days on the eBay live streams, you can actually get your hands on all of the cards that we are pulling from the Booster Oracle.
Yeah, so if you see something that you like, you can head over to the official eBay Live and pick it up yourself, which is really cool to be able to say, hey, I want that card. And you go, okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We got you covered.
Steals. You get some steals. Yeah. So you've got to keep your eye on the eBay Live as well, because we're going to be opening more Oracle packs for all of the different games that we have represented. But for now, our players are ready. The Titans of TCG are set, and we are ready to get into our very first game ever of TCG Grand Slam. Let's head down to the floor.
All right, here we go. We've got Tord coming up here in all the pomp and circumstance with the banners are just one of the coolest things I've ever seen for this event. I mean, it's one thing to be a champion and a multi-time champion, but to have your banner there the whole time and to have to see your opponent's banner as you're playing, just looking over, shuffling your hand and seeing, that's kind of crazy.
And Alexander Friedrichsen coming in hard as well. There's just so much aura on that stage. the cards that these players have been slamming in the last couple of years have been lucky to be played by such titans.
Absolutely, but we are sitting down here, both of the players ready and set up to play this Master Yi mirror match, which, again, a lot of people say, they have their opinions on a mirror match. I am a huge fan of a mirror match because it not only showcases the deck building, but the skill and execution of what you get versus your opponent in the game.
It feels like the time you put in, you get out in wins most of the time. In very skillful mirror matches, for example, there's always most certainly a moment in a game where you see your opponent make a tiny bit of a mistake that you have calculated months ago, and you're going to be like, okay, I know how to capitalize on that.
We can take a look at Alex's deck here. Of course, a relatively standard Master Yi deck having the full playset of Rengars, two Ruin Runners, which, go between 2 and 3. And then the relatively new tech, that is the Orange Fiora, who just gets to ridiculous levels as a 3-drop in Master Yi.
Peerless is the name. This card is so strong, very overlooked when it came out.
Yes.
But
I did not peer.
in a meta where there's multiple Yis, you are gonna want to have a card that is already immediately at 10 might.
Oh, I get it. She has no peers, so that when she fights alone,
that actually does make quite a lot of sense.
Wow. My mind was just blown there. I did not realize.
Now, that card was getting a little bit more popular, and then I think in hard-fought Factor, one with double Fiora Peerless even in this list.
This is the classic, the meme with the beginning player, the grinder, and then the master player, where it's like, oh, this Orange Fiora is really cool. Then the TCG grinder's like, no, this card is trash. It's 3 and a power. And then the master's like, yeah, this card is cool. And we've come back around. It's funny how that meme works out more often than not in TCG.
Honestly, yeah, the cards do have some potential most of the time, and those masterful players are gonna get the most out of it.
Rule, we're not shuffling
the
in between,
beauty of this event is you don't only have to hear us yapping. We're going to actually have the players mic'd up the entire time, so we're going to be able to hear their insights into these games. So that's another thing that I'm really paying attention to here is not only how the game is getting played. We've both cast a lot of Riftbound. We've seen Riftbound, but seeing and hearing the inner workings, the machinations in the minds of these top TCG players is very, very interesting to me.
Yeah, and there's always different styles of plays. That's always fun to see. Some people are more chatty.
Yes.
Some people are less chatty. Usually on the top end of plays.
Yeah.
Less chatty.
You have another two already?
I was interested to see the vibe of these players going in because we've been seeing them behind the scenes, right? We've been seeing them at the hotel. We've been seeing them in the green room playing, grinding competitive games. But I was curious: are we going to be chatty, or are we going to be in competitive mode? And it looks like we may be setting the tone here in round number 1 of this is for keeps here. We are playing here TCG Grand Slam, the highest possible competition that we have seen in terms of accolades from the players.
And Riftbound is such a game of skill. Every single decision you make matters. If you decide to play your 2-drop on 2 and your 4-drop on 4, you're already putting a lot of impact on how the game is going to turn out, because maybe you want to have some runes up. Maybe you want to develop another 2-drop. There is immediately in your second turn of play so many interactions you will have to take care of, you will have to be aware of. Maybe if you're playing versus Diana, my opponent is going to Moonfall in the Yi and take everything away from me. Do I have a Rengar to back that up? There's so many decisions from the beginning, and we're actually seeing a Star Spring, which is a card that has rotated out of plenty of Master Yi decks.
I was going to say, we're already seeing the difference in the mirror. The mirror is already flipping in on itself. We're seeing different leading battlefields, which you may think is not a big deal, but it absolutely is, because if you have not played a lot of Riftbound, it is the battlefields are very, very important. And not only the battlefields that you bring to and put into your deck, but the battlefields that you choose to use when you know you're going first or you know you are going second. That is one of the main level ups of Riftbound, I have found, is knowing that.
Did you also think in the beginning when you played Riftbound for the first time that the battlefields are not that important?
Yes, because I am merely a mortal and a fool.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, these battlefields, they're kind of cool or whatever. Like, I'll conquer them, I'll get a point, and sometimes I discard a card and draw a card, whatever. Sometimes we start the game with an extra point. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. And it's like, no, they are absolutely game warping in the best way.
Yeah, it was my first local game, my first Nexus night where I was like, huh.
Yeah.
I'm getting cooked here.
That like, oh, that I call those a level up moment for me.
Yeah.
And one was I don't need to conquer every single point that I see. I want to go 2, 4, 6, 8 most games. Another one was, my 3 battlefields are opening battlefield, go first battlefield, go second battlefield. And just that mindset has leveled up my game to the point of the mediocre player I am now. But I was way worse before.
There's so many more things. Like, in some games you want to be super efficient with your runes, your energy, your mana, whatever you want to call it. In Riftbound, that is not always the case.
Yep, and we are jumping in, starting off with the Scuttle Crab.
I go.
Yeah.
Very exciting Scuttle Crab.
Does Alexander find an early drop? Does he maybe mulligan for the 1 Fiora Peerless?
It's possible. I don't know how much you want to necessarily deramp yourself early because, like you said, you want to go that 2-drop into Master Yi and sometimes leave up a combat trick, which is going to be very powerful in this matchup.
Now, with the Star Spring open, there is a possibility for a crazy first mate play immediately on the second turn of the game. Push the Scuttle Crab into Star Spring, play a first mate into the Star Spring, trigger first mate and the Star Spring, push the Scuttle Crab out, make it ready again, conquer Seat of Power, not only gain 2 points, but draw a card.
Ooh. Hold on, I missed that. Can you just say that in exactly that way again one more time?
No. Draw a card.
Draw a card, there we go.
Pesca carta in Italian.
Ah, of course, yes, I knew that. I was waiting for you to say it before I said it in Italian, of course. But we are seeing, of course, Tord looking at all of the options. We have the option to make that play. I think that's what Tord is probably thinking about right now. Do you want to make that fancy play, or do you want to just go bread and butter, play Master Yi on turn 2? Looks like we may be seeing it.
Now we're gonna conquer a little bit at least. Sure. And of course, on the defense, Master Yi's Scuttle Crab is a lot more useful than the other Scuttle Crab of Alexander. And I think that's why the play could be actually a wise choice here.
Yeah, I mean, having the battlefield set up, having that point tempo, point tempo is very important. But, you know, you don't necessarily have to get fancy. The Scuttle Crab on its own is going to be good. And First Mate does not lose a lot of value. It's still very, very valuable in the late game as well.
And also, while these players are incredibly good at card games, there's always the scenario in which you think, in which you see a battlefield for the first time.
Yes.
And you don't necessarily know all the interactions. Oh, are we going in heavily here?
Yeah, we may be seeing our first Rengar, which of course, I don't know, did you tell the players that they have to meow when they play the Rengar? Because I think that was one of the hidden rules of the Grand Slam.
Meow.
Meow.
Yeah, did not happen. It's not catching on. I think I have to accept it at this point.
No, we'll...
Can see your hand?
Things. Oh yeah, okay. Tord is going to give up the Scuttle Crab here.
Yep.
Of course, he doesn't have any runes open, and now he's going to take a good look-see and get an XP.
Yeah, you get an XP, which is potentially relevant with Master Yi, of course, getting ganking and deflect when you get to level 6. We are now at level 1 of 6. Master Yi going to give you 2 XP per conquer and hold. And this is very, very interesting now because the Scuttle Crab not only got that point, drew you a card, but now you're going to see I now have to play around double discipline and punch first, which is horrifying on one hand, and on the other hand, saying, "Oh boy, this is terrifying." All right. And this is an interesting question. Maybe if you're a Riftbound player saying, "Well, of course you can write your opponent's hand down," but different rules apply to different card games. We were talking. I've been talking to players throughout the weekend about their respective card games, and the mulligan rules are different. The deck shuffling rules are different. Just the etiquette is quite different. You know, asking, you know, do I have to cut my opponent's deck, or can they? Those types of things are not a given in every card game, right? If you've played, Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't really know the nuances of that, and it's a very different game than a lot of these other ones.
In Yu-Gi-Oh, you can only note down things that are essential to keep the game state legal.
Okay, so that's very different.
that is completely different to all the other games. Now, interesting scenario for Tortia. He knows his opponent is completely tapped out.
Yes.
Maybe a Rengar play plus something like a punch first could be strong for him now. However, he knows his opponent has a lot of combat tricks. So while Arne is completely tapped out or exhausted on his runes, that could be the moment to capitalize. However, he also has another Rengar in hand.
Yes, he does have another Rengar in hand. You do know that with the Discipline and the Punch first, but you also have that. I mean, the best you can really hope for is your opponent to tap out, which is what has happened here.
I think, especially with 6 runes open, Rengar into the Seat of Power and then going for a Charm over, so you become the defender.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, could be rather strong. However, then you are fully exhausted.
That is true. I mean, this may just be the battle of the haymaker, saying, hey, I'm going to exhaust. I'm going to take out your board. Oh, you're going to exhaust, take out my board, and see where the dust settles after it all.
And we got some...
I also got the 1 XP, I guess.
both players clarifying they get XP.
Do you want to play it with the hand open instead of anyone else writing stuff down?
I prefer to write. I like holding my cards.
Okay.
Yeah, I am the same.
Feels unnatural to play.
I will only... I'll keep my hand revealed at locals because I'm too lazy, and I want to have my local players getting in better habits. But at an RQ, you need to write it down.
But isn't the better habit to write stuff down?
Yes, but it depends on what level the player is at, right? It's definitely correct to have them write stuff down. However, if I'm going from 0 to eventually getting there, I just want them to know the cards that are there. Or I will be like, they'll be like, I can tell that they're thinking, I'm like, yeah, you know that these cards are in my hand. Yeah. Or I'll be like, are you sure? Because you know that there's a punch first. And they're like, yeah.
6, I'm missing 1.
One that you don't know.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Let's talk about the difficulties in which Torts finds himself now. You can go for the charm play, become the better Rengar because you're defending. But then, do you conquer the Star Spring knowing that there is another Rengar?
Where did my...
Well,
where did my
potential?
hand go?
Yeah, where in the world did my hand go? Is a question that was just asked and was answered. And I've asked that same question many times where it's like, where are the cards? Like, you are currently shuffling them in your hand. Oh, right. Looks like we are going to see the charm here. And yes, like you asked, we now are in this situation of, do we conquer the Star Spring? We are currently at 2 points. I would generally tend to not want to take the 3rd point here. As a rule of thumb. However, this does effectively say that you're going to get one of these holds, right? You are either forcing your opponent to use a punch first to kill the Rengar, or a Discipline would trade.
He's at 6.
And
he's at 6. So yeah, it would have to be a punch first.
And it can't be Rengar punch first. See, that is the punish for Tort for pushing in the Mastery D. Because Alexander would have to hit 1 body rune. Right now, if you want to go for punch first Rengar, you need 3 body runes. This is one of the rare instances, not that rare, but doesn't come up every single game, where the domains of your runes actually do matter.
Yeah, a lot of times these decks will be running 8-4. They'll be running 8 body, 4 calm, which may be the case. I did not catch the rune count for Alex here, but if that is the case, then all of the rest of their rune deck is body here.
I forgot something.
Okay.
I forgot the Mastery passive ability. Mastery Tempered is also at 6, so that is not even a punish for Tort. He's going to get the double hold, while a Ruin Runner, which is a card that is not the most useful in this matchup, gets developed. And now you can just either chill in those battlefields when you go up to 5, or you can retreat both of those.
Yep, goes up to 5. Now this is another one that took me a little bit to realize, but you also get the XP on the hold, which would put him at level 5, very close to getting ganking.
Oh, that is true.
Deflect.
I just gasped for a second because I thought the Charm was going to be a crazy top deck. However, that is still a Ruin Runner. That is like the one card.
I was going to say, Ruin Runner not usually relevant, however, is excessively relevant right here.
So now, usually in Riftbound, when you're in a situation like this, your opponent is way behind on points. They are trying to build up a little bit, and perhaps with a Rengar in hand also force a positive trade. You would think that going out of those battlefields is the ideal play. However, if you go out of the battlefields, you are going to lose the defensive buff that Master Yi provides you with. So, Blevins, what's the right call?
That is a very good question that we are going to see played out one way or the other. My gut instinct is that, my line of thought here, my train of thought is that you don't want to give your opponent necessarily the favorable trades here. So you would generally want to move out, right? However, like you said, you're giving up that defensive buff, and you're going to reconquer, you're going to have to then go over your opponent's defensive buff.
First mate.
However, you know that your opponent has a bunch of pump spells, so they're going to be able to go over, but playing around them by not playing into them does not actually get them out of the hand.
Yeah, but I think also if you retreat both of those here, Rengar is going to be borderline useless. So you're going to give your opponent one conquer next turn.
Yes.
And then you can conquer the other battlefield, go up to 6, and then fight the Rengar when your opponent is almost tapped out after playing the Rengar.
Right.
And you are fully tapped in. You are fully ready with all of your runes.
Yeah.
Out.
I do feel like you, interestingly enough, want to almost give up the defensive bonus because of that. Because if you can choose, even though you get the +2 on defense, right now, to me, my gut says I would rather choose when I engage in combat rather than, okay, I'm getting the +2 for free, but my opponent is choosing when they want that to activate, which is effectively a tool for your opponent.
That is true.
Long story short, I probably would have moved both out there. Is my general inclination. However, I am not a Master Yi.
You're a disciple, Master Yi.
Not even.
Disciple Yi.
So, at best, I'm a disciple Yi. I'm Mr. Yi at best.
That's fine. Mr. Yi is cool. Now, Alexander is standing in front of a big turn because you don't have the time anymore to just wait around, build up a little bit. He's actually forced to play. However, luckily for him, Todd is sitting on one ready rune. So the worst thing that's going to happen to you is a punch first.
Right.
Text on
Which
actions
we do know.
You can only play them during your turn or in showdowns.
Okay, we're getting a little bit of clarification here
They
again.
have to be played when you have
high-level card game players, but the
when the
nuances,
stack
the
is clear.
specific nuances of Riftbound are not the forefront of these players, of course. But again, like it's been such an interesting experience watching these players grow over this weekend because they'll be asking very basic questions and then also making excessively high-level plays. It's a weird dichotomy that is unique to this type of event specifically.
It's like, I need to exhaust my runes to play cards, right? And then a 5-card sequence that is going to blow
like, oh,
your
okay,
mind.
I will now combo off and win. It's like, wait, you understood that, but weren't sure how the resource system worked. Okay. When you think about it, that actually does make sense, but the sticker shock of that happening in real time has been quite satisfying, actually.
Okay.
Okay, going to open up with the discipline, see what we draw, get as much information as you can. You know you're going to want to play that buff anyway. It's also not even a mystery because Tord did see it with the Scuttle Crab early.
It's going to dig a little bit. And now the question is, he has a challenge in hand. That could be a way to clear off this Rengar very easily. However, one rune open could also mean Defy.
Could mean Defy, could mean On Guard as well, would be a nice potential counter there. Actually, even better than a counter, in fact. But yes, Challenge is another great way to circumvent the Master Yi bonus. Of course, Challenge does make them fight, kind of, but technically it does not start a combat.
Challenge here to here.
Okay.
And that is something rather dangerous to do, because if you do this from the neutral game state, yes, Rengar is at 6, he's not a defender yet, but you are going to stick with the damage on your Ruin Runner before you get into the next combat.
Oh, very true. So that if this does go as Alex wants, they're not going to be able to go in and conquer the other battlefield without trading the Ruin Runner.
Yeah, and if you had gone into the Pit Rookie battlefield already, combat is cleared, damage is taken off the Ruin Runner because it would have very likely survived, given the hand that Alexander has there. You could have challenged over the other battlefield, and Todd is now considering something that is not quite legal.
Can't do that. This is, of course, a...
I don't think you can play that right now.
Cannot?
We're not in a showdown.
Yep, this is a classic foible because it's not a reaction. Punch first is an action, which means it cannot be played in response to another card.
But I do understand the thought that I had that same thing when the cards came out.
Oh, we all have.
That challenge would start a combat.
You would think so.
Because that's kind of what the card does.
Yeah, it is two guys punching each other in the face.
And now that is the moment where this Ruin Runner still has 6 damage on it.
Yes, it does.
Go here.
Yep, it looks like Alex may have realized that the damage is still on, even though the Ruin Runner won the combat, or the non-combat rather, it does still have that 6 damage on it, and it won't go away until a showdown happens or the turn ends. A cleanup, if you will.
Now the big question, what is he going to do? He's eyeing the Discipline in his hand. However, the Discipline wouldn't help the Ruin Runner. I feel like...
Oh yeah, because of the Master Yi buff, of course.
I feel like we should also mark the 6 damage on that Ruin Runner somehow. Just to clarify.
3.
Look, do I look like I made a dice? Okay, I only have what I can fit in my pocket.
Crab.
I'm going to crab.
There's a crab build-up, and now Alexander is only going to be left with 2 runes open, and that is already, again, dangerous territory.
Yep. Let me see here.
Ooh. Oh.
This is the tug of war, the internal tug of war that the Master Yi player has to go through. How much do I want to develop on my turn versus how many runes do I want to leave up to either represent or actually use buffs on my opponent's turn?
That Sabotage is also quite interesting. There's nothing for Todd to react with, of course, because he doesn't have any reaction spells in hand. However, Alexander is very much behind on points. So he is going to be the player who has to push into battlefields because he's just not going to win the holding game. Recycling runes in a turn where you don't push is going to hurt your pushes for the next few turns because recycling a rune takes away a rune from the next turn. And I think the Rengar at this point in time needs every support it can get.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is the protect the camel at this point in time.
Now there's also a very, very cool thing for Todd that he can do because the Scuttle Crab was developed, and that is charm the Scuttle Crab into the battlefield of the Ruin Runner, and then the Ruin Runner is sitting at 5 might and the Scuttle Crab is sitting at 0 might.
Oh, so effectively giving it -2. Interesting.
It would trade even with the Master Yi. However, there's a good chance that Todd, if he's written down the cards from Alexander's hand, knows that there is a punch first in hand that he cannot even play.
We have been choked off of body runes, and we see there is no on guard. So really, it's just a defy here for defense.
That Sabotage really hurt the grind game and starts off with a charm. The question is it gonna...
Oh, we recycled the charm. We see the play happen. Yep, we've all done that. It's so refreshing seeing these absolutely high-level elite players do the same things that we all did when we were first playing the game. It's really refreshing, actually. So now, because that charm resolved, there's still one.
Is there a way to turn down the white noise?
There's still one resource on the side of Alexander. However, we know there's nothing in hand that will.
I see.
That can actually interact here. So this is actually open season.
There is still a defy, given that Tord has only 5 might offensively on the Master Yi. He kind of needs that to resolve, or else he's not going to win the combat.
Discipline.
He can trade off the Rune Runner with the Yi, but then the...
I'm going to defy that.
Okay, yeah, there's the defy.
It's a very good defy. It also cuts Tord off of multiple more resources. And very important thing to note, like Tord really doesn't have that much right now. So he can trade in, conquer with the first mate, and then he's going to be very much open to Rengar plays unless he first mates out. He has another first mate in hand.
He does.
I'm going to push in here.
Yep.
That works.
Yeah, we go to the next game.
Okay.
Okay, we are going to call it there. Tord taking game number 1, and this was absolutely a matter of taking an early advantage and parlaying that into a
going first also seems very good.
Yeah, but I think there were several things I did wrong.
I think that's just the natural way of Riftbound, right? You will make several mistakes. There were plenty of interviews of Mateusz already beforehand about his Riftbound wins in Vancouver and Bologna, and he said, well, I think on average I do like 2 misplays a game.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be on the
Which is crazy, because when you watch him play, you're like, that was the greatest game I've ever seen played.
Yeah.
I will never get to this level. And he's like, yeah, I played 3 times that game, and I actually played horribly, and I somehow won. It's like, how is that bad?
Yeah, but I do say, I think that Alexander, with a double Rengar in his hand, was in an okay spot. He might have not gotten the... He probably can't beat the hold. Actually, he can. He has challenge and Rengar. If he finds one more body rune, he can push Rengar, challenge the other unit in the battlefield.
Yeah. It certainly, I think, it wasn't a 0%, right?
No.
I think we can all agree that. However, sometimes it's just better to say, hey, I'm frustrated with this game. You heard it right there.
Yeah.
I misplayed a bunch. Like, let's just go next game. Let's reset the mental and go in and win 2-0 here.
That's also, I think, that great players do. They understand, hey, I cannot get anything more out of this game other than being in a bad mood.
Right.
And I need to get rid of that.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, we are going to see here Mulligan Mania, because the TCG Overseer has come in and swapped up some rules. So we're going to get not 1, not 2, but 3 additional, so 4 total mulligans here for the players. We're going to be seeing those Scuttle Crabs. We're going to be seeing those Lonely Porous, maybe even those Punch Pursts, yes. We're going to funch some Pursts here and get those Rengars as well to sculpt that perfect hand to start. And we're once again seeing 2
too late now.
Fuck it. We'll do it for the next one, I guess.
I think Rengar has really got that you're mulliganing for in the Yi deck. That is the bread and butter, as you said.
That's one.
Off the deck.
There they are. I jumped the gun here, but we are seeing 2 different battlefields. That is the Emperor's Dais and Grove of the God Willow on the side of Alexander.
Hot take, I think this art of the Thousand-Tailed Watcher is cooler than the real card.
Hot take, that's not a hot take. That's just fact.
All right, okay. But honestly, Grove of the God Willow, it's in the last few tournaments, we've basically only seen Colin play this card in the set strategy, maybe because of the lack of a going first field that suits the deck a little bit more, maybe because of set Kingpin that is incredible to beat on the rune. But I think the card is severely underused going first. It's so incredibly oppressive.
It is one of the battlefields that we saw quite a bit in set 1 and then went out of favor in the era of Draven, where you did not ever want to be on a battlefield and give your opponent a combat. However, we've sort of gone back from that world where, you can actually legitimately have some hold decks. You can have some decks that want to not even necessarily play the hold game. You're not playing an Ahri go all in, hold every single turn game. You are holding for a turn, getting a card, and then contesting your opponent's hold. And that is certainly a decent battlefield for a lot of these decks.
That's not how I play Ahri. There's one strategy, there's one battlefield to focus on, and everything goes in there.
Oh yeah, that's generally what Ahri is doing. At least the Ahris that I've seen play. When I played against one in Bologna, I then played my Trinity Force and became my own hold deck. And I scored 2 points a turn, and they didn't.
Hell yeah.
There we go. Jumping into game number 2 on the play. is Alexander. Found it.
I'm impressed if you didn't.
All right, the big question, do you develop Scuttle Crab or do you develop the Lonely Power? I think that is the right choice. Even though it is very, very tempting to go into an Emperor's Day with a Scuttle Crab.
The Emperor's Day of Scuttle Crab makes me want to. It makes me want to on the rune, as they say in popular parlance. Of course, starting with that extra rune, you have that extra resource to develop that Sand Soldier potentially, whereas you don't necessarily want to spend that on your second turn when you could be developing a Master Yi.
But you can also not give your opponent a free hold on the Grove of the God Willow.
Very true.
I don't think in any world ever you could afford that.
That is certainly an uphill battle, to say the least, if you are giving your opponent the Grove of the God Willow for free.
Yep.
I remember looking at the Master Yi Legend and I thought, oh, this is okay. And then my friend played the Shield Poro into me, 2-drop that was immediately at 5 might, and I was like, what the heck is happening?
Why is that Poro 5? Why in the world would my 2-drop ever be 5 might?
And I was playing Victor, like that was as big as my top end.
Yeah. It's bigger than your Chosen Champion, your epic card. This small, tiny little Poro is better.
Let's do this.
All right.
I think when you want to guarantee a hold in the Grove of the God Willow, there is a good argument to be made to just go Scuttle Crab and leave 2 runes open to keep that discipline in your hand alive.
Yep.
But Alexander decides that he wants to back it up with some more offensive pressure, like the Master Yi Tempered. Because now, if Todd overcommits into the Grove of the God Willow, he has the 4 might units standing in there. See, there's immediately 2 separate, very impactful ways on how to play the game. Of course, turn 5, we slam a Rengar. No need to think about that.
We have 5 runes. We slam Rengar.
And we need to recycle one of the body runes.
Should recycle 1 here. I'm sure we'll catch that in a second, of course. Then we're going to be getting that second turn, of course, keeping that point tempo up, getting to 2 points, going 2, 4, 6, 8 is the generally accepted best method to go, and that is exactly what Tord is doing here. It's Alexander trying to see how they are going to come back here. What are they going to do to combat this? We, of course, have our own Rengar. We've got some pump spells, but just to trade, you're going to, with the other Rengar, you're going to have to commit a pump spell, and that's not where we want to go. We, of course, want to contest the other battlefield instead.
So I'm trying to communicate right now that someone needs to get rid of this body rune.
Yes, and there it is. We're now saying we don't need to use a pump spell to trade. We're going to make your Rengar fight my Rengar, and my Rengar's the president. My Rengar is bigger than your Rengar because I'm defending. We're going to see.
It's the same exact thing that happened last game.
Kinda is, right?
Yes.
That is pretty good, pretty good.
The players realizing that is exactly what happened the other game.
Has that
All right, we have Amy now who's going to our backstage room and she's going to communicate. We're going to get it fixed soon. Don't worry, everyone.
Like point-wise?
3.
3 to 2 Tord. Now, Tord, it looks like going to be a development turn.
For that Rengar?
We caught it. Did not. There we go.
My bad. Sorry.
There we go. Okay, we caught it. We got there. All right, looks like might just have to start with a Scuttle Crab here and see where we go. Are going to be able to play the Scuttle Crab plus the Master Yi at worst, but if you're going to play the Scuttle Crab anyway, you might as well draw and see what you get, see if that changes your plan up at all.
Yeah, the thing is, if you play the Scuttle Crab, you have no Defy open, you have no Discipline open, and then if you get Charmed, your opponent is running away with the game. I mean, it's already looking a little bit hectic.
Yes, potentially you might be able to beat those cards if you leave out the punch first. However, if you are just playing your guy and leaving up runes. I mean, I guess the Scuttle Crab is not that impactful anyway, so maybe that's still fine. You're in a bad You're in a bad spot now. I don't know that I necessarily want to play around every single card that my opponent can have, because I'm just not beating some of them anyway.
Channel.
Yep.
That is true. Now, this is again a similar situation as we had in the first game. Do you think Alexander is going to retreat now? Leaving all of those battlefields open, giving Todd perhaps a way in, because that is a packed hand. However, it does not pack a punch first, or a punch purse, as some people call it. So
only scholars call it that.
if you do have if your opponent does have a punch first and perhaps another combat trick, and you open up those two battlefields, I think you're losing the momentum.
Potentially. I mean, you are a turn and a half of point tempo ahead. You can
6 cards in hand.
Potentially stand to not to let your opponent overcommit, spend a bunch of runes to maybe get back, and maybe you say, okay, if you have punch first, that's fine. I'm going to hold back. I'll let you win this combat, because they're going to need to commit. Tord is going to need to commit something on the front end, right?
Yeah.
Because of that Master Yi bonus. That is what makes this deck so strong. Your opponent is going to have to make the first action. If they go, I'm going to Rengar punch first, you just go, okay, let that happen. Save all of my own combat tricks, because then your opponent has overcommitted. They've spent all of these resources. Then you just attack back later. We see a Rengar on the side of Alexander as well. If you allow your opponent to overextend there, you can recapture, and then you're going to be in a way better spot, I think.
That is true, and that is also the reason why there's extremely few games of Riftbound that are super dominant when it comes to points.
Right.
There's like an 8 to 7 game can still be incredibly dominant from one side if you take into account those interactions where you think, hey, I'm going to give you points for card value or rune management to keep my economy up, and you have to ruin yours so you can get the points.
Don't have to. You have to act first.
See, exactly. We hear Alexander say, oh, you have to act first. That is such a strong, it's a deceptively strong concept in TCG, where if your opponent has to make the first move, you as the defender, the reactor, whatever you want to call it, you have the advantage to see the most amount of information before you choose what, if anything, that you want to do.
Well, also, I mean, if you give up those battlefields, the Yi becomes a 6.
I'll pass to you.
I like staying in.
I also like staying. Weirdly enough, it's a similar situation, but it's different from the last time. Last game, I was like, I kind of want to move back. Here, I'm like, very much want to stay in for those reasons, because we have a lot of pump spells where we could contest. We can go back and forth. We have an advantage on points. We are roughly the same on rune count. We're in the same ballpark, and your opponent is going to need something like punch first to go over. A unit plus an on guard or disciplined is just going to trade, and you may just say, okay, that's fine, resolves. Don't even need to fight this fight, because I've got so much on the back end that I can use.
I mean, Alexander has
discipline.
Tord is now going to try and find another card. When your opponent starts disciplining in base on a relatively low count of cards in hand, do you throw a Defy?
I consider it, and we actually saw that happen last game. However, I think Alexander says, I'm not going to defy something until it matters, right?
Yeah.
This may be digging for something like a punch first, it may be digging for something else. However, it just does not, right now, as printed, it doesn't do anything. It's basically just draw a card, and I don't necessarily want to just counter the card draw.
I find it crazy funny that there's 2 cards that you want to defy.
Punch first.
So Tord can now go for the punch first, make this Master Yi incredibly strong, conquer the Master Yi battlefield, and then challenge or charm, and one of those was probably going to get defied, and then you're going to just see the other one.
And this is what we talked about. This is Tord making the big stand here.
Yeah.
This is what we're going to see, and we may see the same sequencing happen again, where we're doing this in the open state, which means the damage will stay on. Are they going to attack first and then challenge? It's one of those weird things that, again, different games have different ways that damage stacks, resolves, is removed, and Riftbound is a weird one.
But there is a completely other reasoning for this as well. And that is, if you challenge here, your opponent cannot punch first, as Tord has learned in the first game.
Very true.
And that plays, like, if you push in here, Tord has no more crazy combo tricks he can use. So if you're his opponent in his 7-card hand, is just having another punch first. That is going to be crucial, and I think...
back.
Oh, defy the defy. We are seeing the counter war happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Master Yi is at 11. Rengar is currently at 6. We could get Rengar up to 9, which is not going to be enough.
Yeah, that resolves. Okay.
I mean, I think, yeah, that's very much fine for Alexander, because look at the runes on the side of Tord. He's just at 4 runes now. We're deep into the mid to late game. Honestly, Alexander is in the late game. Tord is still sitting in the mid game.
Yep.
Maybe early.
Early mid game.
Yeah.
And we're...
He's 11.
This is, again, this is...
Yeah.
This is trying to scratch back, claw back from being behind, which Tord certainly is. However, you need to crawl back, but also leave yourself with enough resources to still be able to win the game. And Tord taking an interesting line here, maybe just saying, hey, let's just trade it all.
No, I really like this. The Poro that was developed in base is crazy scary for Tord, because he's so far behind in points. If he trades away the Yi, he just basically gives up another point, a6. He's going to
trade.
Have issues trading this away.
11. You're 6.
Yep, he's punch first.
6 damage on it.
Yep.
And there's still the damage on it, yeah.
True. Yeah, we'll trade them.
Yeah, that happens.
All right, we have cleared the board. And again, this is Tord being left in a position we've all been in, where it's like, okay, I did all the things I wanted to, and I've cleared the board. Where did all my runes go?
Yep. And now you're left with basically no follow-up as well. He's on 2 cards in hand.
3 cards?
Yeah.
3 cards.
Alexander now has a dreamy turn for resources. For example, you could go Scuttle Crab, first mate, push into Daze, bounce it back, play Scuttle Crab.
Yep. That's pretty good.
And you can top it off with a Sabotage if you even want to possibly get rid of the last card that could come there. But I think the Emperor's Daze that Tord brought to this match might be the cherry on top of the very unfortunate cake for him.
Ready this.
Yep. Ready the Scuttle Crab.
That kind of does scream like one of those very, very funny Emperor's Days interactions where you can bounce the card back without making a token, so you don't have to pay an energy.
Yeah. Although I'm kind of on board with just making the token here.
That's true.
You don't necessarily need to play the Scuttle Crab back this turn. Having it in the back line in this scenario doesn't necessarily help you. So
that's true. I would avoid going into the Grove of the Godwiller. That would have issues with Rengar.
True.
6, I have a trigger.
Now the question is, do you make the Sand Soldier? Because that plays into a Rengar as well.
It does.
Or return the
But if your opponent is fully exhausting...
I thought those were the tokens.
Is fully exhausting to play a Rengar here. I think I'm okay. Again, you just have your resource. You have so many more resources. You got more card economy. You've got more runes. You've got more board presence. Like everything is in your favor right now. If they're tapping out to kill one guy, you're fine.
Especially if he has 1 rune up.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Rengar for 5 jumps into a 4-might Sand Soldier on guard. Is just gonna kill both.
Yep. It looks like we are going to be getting the Sand Soldier token. At some point in time. And
crab.
It is a crab. There it is.
Nice development here. But it might be too little too late. Actually, I don't really know which card for 3 energy could get Tord out of this more than sticky situation.
Next game.
And there it is. We are going to a game number 3, and it was...
That was the same thing that happened to me.
Yeah.
When I realized I couldn't take your 2-2 with the first game.
I was going to say, this is almost exactly what we saw in the last game.
Right.
Played out again. Both players even sort of learning the same thing on the fly there. as we see that game
and one
number
turn was
2
just like,
taken down.
So game winning.
That's some pretty nice shuffle techniques. But I'm a big fan. That's something that I put on as a hot take.
Yeah.
Did they forget to side? That's crazy. Because I saw the Akshan in the hand.
Right.
Toward.
Some Master Yis run Trinity. I don't know if this one does, but some do. I don't know if I would bring an Akshan for that. Maybe I would if I knew it was
Trinity. Yeah.
I probably would.
Honestly, in the Growth of the God Willow deck, I wouldn't even completely rule it out, because Trinity Force is more of a non-modern approach to the Master Yi deck, but it could find a comeback. I think Trinity Force died when Mateo Szczecinski started putting acceptable losses into his Diana main deck.
And that makes me very sad as a Lucian main, because it didn't die for me. It is still very much being played consistently.
I mean, for your deck, acceptable losses isn't that bad, right? You don't need to sacrifice your Trinity Force.
That's true. I would say it's an acceptable loss sometimes.
Or get out of here.
All right, everybody, that's my time. Make sure to tip your wait staff.
But that's something that I'm very excited to look out forward for this event, because we have said these players haven't been practicing all year for this.
Right.
They have been practicing in the last few days, and there is a lot of improvement that you can have in Riftbound. But the learning curves of these players are incredibly high. So with every single game they are playing, and they are probably watching on the TV in the green room in the back, so the room where all the players hang out together and have some games, have some chats, they're going to become stronger, and mistakes will be eradicated.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge, just knowing that the damage stays on, that's a basic thing that you make that mistake once, and hopefully you get to see one of the other players of the tournament make that mistake rather than you make it. But here we are in match number 1. That is okay, and we will see that play out here.
In this shot, the banners look like it's a graphic, and I love that.
Yeah, it does look like it's a graphic. Which is amazing. I mean, just seeing those banners, I was talking about it before, it's just such a cool thing to have.
Right, you're playing first.
Every single one of these games, every round here is like a finals of an RQ level event, a regionals event. It's just so cool.
Don't forget the point.
The arena's greatest. Yes. I think you could change the card text to "you get a point if you remember."
Yeah, pretty much.
The 21st night in September.
Okay. Well, it looks like both casters are being asked to leave in mid-match, and the rest of this game will be cast by the players themselves in a competitive silence. We see here the players have shuffled up and presented their decks to their opponents as we go into this game number 3, round 1 of the TCG Grand Slam.
And we're going to mulligan a lot, but there is, I think, a card that could break this game. Fiora Peerless going second in the opening hand for Alexander. Does he mulligan it away? I don't think so, because this card is tagged for specifically this matchup. But what I want to mention, the arena's greatest for Todd Radcliffe. In both of those games, both players were sitting on odd points for quite a while. They got an early point, and then they set on 3 and then 5. So I think this game is going to be a lot more explosive.
Yes, absolutely. It allows you to... We talked many of the turns in the opening game is, do we overextend a little bit here to get that other point? Do we take that extra battlefield? Do we have to do this? It puts us a little bit weak if they have a Rengar or a pump spell here. Now you go, okay, I only need to take 1 battlefield here, and then you can pick and choose your next, double conquer or hold and conquer. Like, you can play around that, having that extra point. And of course, this massively favors Tord, who is going to be on the play in this game. Being able to get to that second point first is going to be huge.
So one big question. We have seen very, very early Rengars from both sides, from Alexander and from Tord. What do you think is the best timing to throw your first Rengars when you're on the rune?
Well, it's obviously a case by case. However, I want to try to get as much value out of it if I can, if I can trade up or I guess trade down, if I can get a Master Yi for free, potentially, although you're not really able to get it for free, but you get what I'm saying. If you are able to get a favorable trade, kill a unit for free, and then also potentially have a spell as a backup, so that at the very least, your opponent is going to have to act first into Rengar every time. If you have something to follow up that first and make them commit another card to potentially just trade or even lose the combat, that's where I want to be. It is sometimes necessary, but sometimes a bit overly aggressive to say, oh, I'm going to slam down this Rengar. I'm going to fully exhaust out for this Rengar. Even take a favorable trade, but then leave yourself vulnerable on the back end is a place that I don't necessarily want to be in if I have the choice.
Especially during earlier point scenarios, I think you can wait out, develop a little bit in base, and most importantly, develop a little more runes.
Yes.
So that you don't get into those tap-out situations a lot. But what I found very interesting is that we saw some mulligan choices by Tor Dracliff. And in Mulligan Mania, especially where you have 3 more mulligans, you're never going to see those cards again.
Right.
In Riftbound, you don't shuffle the deck in between.
That's true, and especially in this matchup, like if they're on the bottom of your deck, they might as well be removed from the game entirely, which is interesting. So now I'm not going to have access to these cards that I've put on the bottom, and that could very much matter.
So it seems like both players have claimed their arena's greatest point.
That's good.
And we have Deus without crabs. So Todd again with the Lonely Poro. Again, those look like customized hand. It's honestly, when we're playing Mulligan Mania, it does not surprise me that the first and the second game look very similar.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show. Like the game at the beginning is going to be very consistent. Is going to be almost scripted to the point where the players are sculpting their hands like that. But then it's how do you go from that beginning game into the mid game into the late game? I've recently started playing chess again after like 20 years, and it's like, oh, I've got these openings down. And then I start to crumble after it gets past the book opening. It's like, I'm not used to this move. How do we figure that out? And that's a lot like what these players with Mulligan Mania, it's almost like, okay, the first few moves are book moves. And then, oh, your opponent played a Rengar here. Wait, I don't know the reaction to that. Let's do this on the fly. And that's where the real magic starts to happen.
You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to do that. Didn't you read the book?
Or as Philip would say, you were supposed to destroy the dark side, not join them. But we are seeing a possible, very energy-efficient turn of Pit Rookie push Poro, so it doesn't trade evenly with the Master Yi, and then develop a Fiora Peerless in base, because Fiora Peerless is a card that is a little bit charm protected. However, I think the card is worth protecting in this matchup. I think this card is so incredibly important and gives you such a big advantage, especially when you are going second, that it is worth playing it out in a turn where you leave energy open to keep a D5 for something like a challenge, because challenge is the mortal enemy of Fiora Peerless.
That is true. Challenge and a single other unit in combat. Joining the fray there. She, of course, needs to not just be attacking or defending alone, needs to be in combat 1v1 specifically. So there are ways to, of course, play around that, but you don't always have the luxury of doing that.
Draw.
We see Alexander here commits some early resources to win that Lonely Poro combat. And of course, the buff does stay on there, which, as you mentioned, does leave the Lonely Poro bigger than the Master Yi on defense.
I think I want the trigger.
See, I really dig that, because in earlier games we've seen a Rengar on turn 5 to take out just a 2-drop. Then the Rengar got taken back, and then the game snowballed from that point on, because you basically traded a Rengar for a Lonely Poro that also drew a card. And now Alexander says, okay, you know what? I'm going to use Discipline. Maybe my energy usage in this turn is a little awkward, but I'm trading Discipline for your Poro, which is basically a real one-for-one trade.
And now it looks like we may be hiding a card here. And one thing that is really good against new to Riftbound players, is hidden cards, because you don't necessarily, even at the higher levels, I mean, at the absolute highest levels, they know the range, they'll know the deck list. However, if you have any amount of unsuredness going into it, it can get very scary. And as we see in Alexander's hand, there are 2 different hidden cards here, both of which do wildly different things. And if you play around the wrong one, can really punish you.
In my first Nexus night ever, I played versus a Teemo.
Yep.
And that broke me.
Yes.
that completely broke me.
Yes.
I did not know what to play around, so I just did something and it did not work at all. But we hit, I think, the card with the coolest flavor text in all of Riftbound. That is Back Off, which is just, ew.
Yep. Yep. It is one of the cooler flavor texts, of course. And we see another hidden card in actually both players' hand here, and that is Zhonya's Hourglass, a card that we have not actually seen at all in this match leading up until this point. So we're actually seeing all the Zhonyas here in game number 3 as Tord is deciding how are they going to attack this battlefield. Are they going to attack this battlefield at all?
How many cards do you have? 3?
3 cards.
Tord is eyeing the Rengar, and given that there is a hidden card, I kind of dig that. That would be like a 2-for-1 trade. If it's Zhonya's, your opponent saves a lonely Poro.
Yeah.
Cool, I'm fine with that. If it's a back off,
Just send him in, I guess.
you put the Rengar into base, where it's arguably safer than on the battlefield.
Right.
And only 1 rune left open. So if Alexander has a punch first, you can just punch second.
You pass focus.
I pass focus, yeah.
Okay.
I'll flip this. I'll play Back Off.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So Rengar is stunned.
Done.
Yeah, this one.
He survives.
Yeah.
Just gets recalled. And this was basically
You stay, right? You
I stay.
Yeah.
I stay, yeah.
That's a 1-for-0 trade. It does not look positive for Tord, but when it comes to card quality in hand and on the battlefields, that was a +1 trade.
Yeah, it definitely was a +1 trade. It did, of course, you know, it cost them their turn effectively. Granted, the Master Yi is going to go in. We're going to get to that 3rd point here. Get a couple XP, but not a bad spot overall.
If you could play a 6 might unit for 5 and 1 into your base and then basically just kill a hidden card, would you do it? I would take that.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, if Rengar just said destroy target hidden card. Yeah, I would probably play that too. Now that actually, I would definitely play that.
Yeah.
There was a bit of risk on the front end of that potentially. Although I guess it actually, as we talked about, the Rengar actually played around both of the potential hidden cards very well there.
And pass.
And now Tord got the 3rd point back as well, and the Arena's greatest got 2 XP as well. Now both players are at 3, so we are still very far away from the danger zone. And now Alexander gets a little bit calm as well, because he is just getting his first calm rune. Noise.
Well, we saw Alexander be very choked on the body runes earlier on. So they've got a few of them now here, which is great. We're going to see, looks like a development of a Scuttle Crab. Get as much information as you can before you start making big game decisions. This feels like a development turn in general. I don't think that you're going to want to attack too much. I would probably want to get that Poro out of the base as well.
Go back.
Okay, can leave the Scuttle potentially. Nope.
I think playing the Scuttle into the battlefield, I think you just retreat. You give up that battlefield, which is something that is perhaps a little counterintuitive, but I think you can. You want to decide yourself when you want to send in the Poro, the Scuttle Crab to get the information, right? You know that your opponent is going to get a favorable trade. Why keep a unit in there? For Poro, you can argue maybe you need other cards to draw. Now Alexander is developing the Fiora Peerless.
Yep.
And that, with only 1 rune open, might get punished.
It could. Charm is not the worst, of course. Challenge is basically the worst, especially since if you have On Guard, it's only going to give +1 in the back, which we do actually see is the case.
Yeah, and, I mean, there's 2 challenges for Tord, so he does not even
Take it back from you.
have to worry about Defy.
Right. The Defy is not relevant there.
The Poro here.
He just says, Defy, oh my, I'll try it again.
Defy, oh my, I'll try.
Yeah, if he wants to do it, of course, because there is also... I mean, I think that card screams Defy, but that one actually protects us from a little bit of a Defy here. So that is rather interesting. If you challenge, you're going to get it answered by Azonia's Hourglass. But then again, your opponent also de-ramped, so
4.
I think since you have double...
How much time left?
5 minutes.
How much time left? 9?
5.
5, okay.
Okay. Keeping an eye on the time and score. Of course, these players very cognizant of how the end of match procedure happens with extra turns. Don't necessarily want to go to extra turns if you can avoid it, especially if you feel like you are in a winning position. As I would think Tord is slightly ahead here, maybe, but it's definitely very close. We're, of course, seeing Tord hit that all-important 4th point first, so they are going to be ahead on a point tempo, as we like to say.
I think after the development of the last turn and getting out this Fiora soon, that might be the point where Tord runs away with the game a little bit more. So now there is still 3 damage left on that Rengar, but so you cannot immediately challenge it again, but you still have your Yi.
Yes. You do still have the Yi. We can get a point here, should we so desire.
Go to 5.
Yeah.
Now, does the Rengar heal after a showdown or only after a combat?
After a combat.
Yeah.
Showdown. So after combat showdown.
Trigger for doubling it, so I could like respond to the trigger and then.
Yes, this triggers for doubling it.
Yes.
If, you can't hear the judge, but we can answer that. This is a when card and not a while card, so Fiora actually does get a trigger. And even if you push another unit... Oh.
I think. Is he damaged now? No, he's not damaged because he never fought, right?
They did fight.
Yeah, he's not damaged anymore.
Ah, okay. Okay, so he's clean. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I want him to fight again.
We may have been incorrect about that. The judge looks like the showdown does clear, or at least that is what the assumption we are playing under now.
Yeah. But then again, also, you could have used the Yi, and both players have an on guard, so there is still something. But now, 2 points ahead.
I'm at 4 XP now. Is that correct? Because he holds?
Yeah, 4 XP. We are almost seeing a leveled up Master Yi. That is crazy.
That is crazy. And it could very much be relevant because he is one of the few units that can score both battlefields for the Master Yi deck without the use of a first mate, which is, of course, great.
So Alexander just now needs to really get back into this game. Points matter more than ever. But he is so low on cards in hand. Tord is holding literally all the cards right now. He has runes open. The development of the last turn was basically only the Fiora Peerless, and we got rid of that no problem.
Skullcrab, great card, but not when it's crunch time and you need to be putting pressure on it. It can help sculpt your hand. It can help give you an idea if the coast is clear, but you need to also be putting up board presence. You need some of this interaction. You need something else here as there is so much might on the side of Tord.
Well, he needs to push, but he doesn't have anything to really push here. And you can't just pass again because then your opponent is going to be at 7. The good news for him is that in timeouts, you still get a few more turns.
Yes.
Oh, now he also develops a Master Yi Temper. I completely overlooked that we haven't developed this one, but that also means that Tord is going to go up to 7 points. He's so close to winning that game.
At 7, and now notably in overtime, you get 3 additional turns. So the active player is turn 0, then it will go turn 1 to the other player, turn 2, then turn 3, etc. Then the game is resolved either as a draw if the point differential is less than 2 points, or if one player has either gets to the normal 8 points to win or is up by 2 or more points, then you win the game. Right now, we see a point differential of 4, so that is certainly going to favor Tord in this scenario. Should it go to time, but also just the game is favoring Tord in general. The game is likely going to end before the time resolution happens, potentially at the very least.
Tord just has another Rengar in hand. If he just passes here, there is... Oh, are we developing a Rengar in base? I also do like that, putting up some offensive pressure. We likely have a Zhonya's hidden there. So you're going to save one of your units while your opponent doesn't have the most impressive offense. Still leaving one rune up for a potential punch first or on guard, whatever you need to do. If it's a challenge, might need the on guard if it is a combat punch first in the end game. Could also save you out of there.
I love the play here. It is one that is overlooked a lot with Rengar because you want to play him to a battlefield. You want to have that surprise factor. But hey, he's just 6 might. You can just play him in the back line. Yes, it does cost you a power, but that's fine. You want to be able to attack back if needed.
So we go there, you get a point, you trigger Zhonya's. He survives. Go there. The difference is marginal.
Love hearing the thought process here for Alexander on this very important turn. It looks like we may have gone to time here, which means Alexander's turn is going to be turn 0.
No, and we're pushing in for
We'll
7.
With both.
He's buffed, right? Yeah. Okay. So you have 4, 7.
7 to 6.
7 to 6. Okay.
Seven to 6. Now Tord, of course, has 1 rune open. Question is, you only that's a lot of might your opponent is pushing into your Master Yi battlefield.
Okay. Pause.
Do you?
We gotta rewind. Okay, now we're back in time here. We're gonna sabotage first, of course. Get as much information as possible, of course. Makes sense. Let's see. Not if the coast is clear. Let's just see what danger lurks on the coast, because there's certainly going to be something here.
Rengar.
And that is the moment where you're sighing a little bit. You see 1 rune up, and it's 2 combat tricks for 1. Of course, you're taking care of that punch first. However, punch first would have not even prevented a Rengar next turn.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
7 to 6.
Yep.
Which is Tord. You could play out the on guard now and then force your opponent to respond to that. Preferably not with an on guard, because on guard only buffs for 2 might when there is only 1 unit at the battlefield. So if Alexander wanted to respond to the on guard with the on guard, they would evenly trade.
So 6 to 7. Yeah, I'll buff, I guess.
Just use the on guard. Okay. Say, well, you've got Tord has a very good response here, right, for the next turn. So like force your opponent to have resources, or to use resources rather, and have them.
The Lonely Poro.
Okay.
That's a huge Poro.
He is a thick Poro.
So that is going to be a favorable trade. Tord will have to use the Zhonya's to not lose the Master Yi. So nice play by...
Oh, you cycled 1, right? We're good?
I've cycled 1 this turn for the sabotage,
Nice play by Alexander to force the Zhonya's onto the Master Yi and not let him save the Rengar Trophy Hunter, even though we know that there's another Trophy Hunter lurking in hand. Well, there's also 1 in base. So if you can even clear those battlefields...
Yeah.
Okay. So battle happens and Hourglass pushes me back.
Okay.
Yep.
And I want to kill...
If you kill the Poro, no, there's no draw.
That's true, but it is 1 less might.
This turn? Yeah, I'll kill this one.
Okay.
Thoughts I say, I might want to score in both battlefields next turn, so a Rengar onto that Poro sounds a lot juicier.
Yep.
So 4.
Makes sense.
How are you gonna get rid of that now? I think you need to charm over the Rengar and then possibly on guard the Poro.
This Rengar.
Yeah. Push the Poro to 7 and then take out the Rengar. That is really nice. That's a way to get rid of it. And then you can...
it's already 7, right, with the Master Yi buff?
Okay.
It has +2 from Discipline.
True, yeah.
And a buff.
You're right.
Yeah, so it is 7 here.
Rengar dies.
Yeah.
Rengar's dead.
And you're at 7, right? Yeah.
I'm 7, yeah.
Yep, from the Master Yi buff.
Yep.
So now the question is, how do you handle the Deis? You know that you can't play your Rengar. You have an on guard.
Rengar.
Is it Pit Rookie bounce? Play Pit Rookie, boost the Sand Soldier?
Ooh, it might have to be. I mean, the good news for Alexander is he's got open information, so he can, if there is a way to do it, he can try it here.
That also works. That leaves you with 1 less might on the battlefield, though. But you might find a punch first,
right?
Paying 1.
Make the Sand Soldier.
Make the token again.
If I would be a big fan of paying 0 here.
Or like an actual one.
Push the Pit Rookie in, and then perhaps you have a chance of finding a punch first with your Scuttle Crab and have punch first and on guard ready.
I don't hate that either, especially considering that you're not going to have a lot of additional turns. You just need to prevent, well, I mean, you need to prevent Tord from obviously scoring both of these battlefields here.
But there's also, it's not the most obvious thing that you can do with Emperor's Days.
I would argue it is one of the least obvious things that you can do with Emperor's Days. The number of times I've had to explain, hey, because people will immediately read the card, I go, I'm going to stop you there. Reading the card is not going to make this more clear. Just know that this is how it works.
Alexander, is he going to try to bluff another spell in hand, or is he going to drop the Scuttle Crab to hope for a punch first? No, he says, hey, this Rengar in my hand is concealed. I'm going to let you fear the possible cards I have. And now Tord, because he didn't punch first last time, because he couldn't, he has a lot of runes up.
Okay. 2, 4, 6, 7. So we do have enough to play Rengar plus Pit Rookie, which is as much might as we can get, unless we want to chance it with the Scuttle Crab here. I mean, given the amount of information you have from the Mulligan Mania, you know cards that are on the bottom of your deck, which effectively gives you information about what is likely to be on the top of your deck. So if you're paying a very close amount of attention, you can know, okay, there's likely to be a Discipline or on guard in the top card. So
True.
I don't know what the answer to that is here, but the depending on that, the Scuttle Crab may actually look a lot more appetizing here, even though it's technically random. The pool of cards that it could potentially be is actually much smaller given Mulligan Mania and the TCG Overseer rule set for this particular game.
It's funny that you say delicious, because the flavor text of Scuttle Crab is harmless but appetizing.
Yes.
But
play
now, Pit Rookie is
Sharp
being
this.
played. Buffs Yi.
Okay.
So I think pushing the Yi into either of these, I think buffing Rengar and playing into Dice would have been also a cool route to go.
Show these 2 in here.
We also need to exhaust our runes for the Pit Rookie.
2 is tapped.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's fine.
Okay.
And that's going to give us a draw, because we couldn't get the last point.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So we draw up to that. Yep.
I also just like the idea of Tord to just say, yeah, I'll hold here, dude. What are you going to do?
That is a great question.
Because there's only a Pit Rookie and a Scuttle Crab. The Scuttle Crab you couldn't care less about. Yep. That was... if you find a first mate, you could gank over at this point, because now at
Master
the very
Yi
latest...
does have ganking.
The thing is, you could play the Rengar from hand into the arena's greatest, but that loses to one combat trick, to anything basically, because it's going to be at 5. So I think just keeping that Rengar open to play it into your Emperor's Dice when your opponent tries to conquer, or just immediately deploy it there.
Why not?
That gives your opponent, of course, a little bit more wiggle room in terms of information that they have, but that is 12. 17 might a pit rookie needs to overcome for Alexander.
Scored a 6.
Oh, no though, right? 0, 1, 2. Okay, yes, so no, yes. Because Alexander was turn 0, right? Tord was turn 1. This is Alexander's turn 2. Tord is going to be turn 3, so we are going to get to the hold. Because Alexander's gotten up to 6, if it ended here, it would be a draw. However, the fact that Tord gets the additional turn is potentially going to mean that this hold is good enough.
The question is, we have Rengar, we have Charm, and we have On Guard.
Charm is huge, because that's effectively -6.
9, 10.
But does that cut it?
10 to 11.
6.
You go up to 10, right? With Pit Rookie, On Guard, and...
That's 10 versus 11, I think.
Oh, I guess I can do that, yeah.
Oh, wait.
That's never something that you want to hear your opponent say. Oh, I guess I can do that.
This.
Okay, the Master Yi goes over.
Both die.
Oh, and Alexander wants to get a draw. That is very, very nice.
I love it.
If he finds a punch first, this might be his way of winning the game. He finds a Defy. That is...
Does he have 6 ever? No.
Not doing anything, but he needed to recycle one more rune for the deflect cost.
Yep. Ah, good point.
So in this case, it can never matter.
Okay, I think we're still just diving for punch first here. Challenge? Does that change anything?
Use the floating one.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so, because he's now only at 5 runes. So
hey, there it is. And Tord Reckliffe going to take down the Master Yi Mirror and the first round of TCG Grand Slam.
Incredibly well played. Found some solutions to the problems both players had in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah.
And then in Game 3, he really adapted, decided not to throw the Rengar as fast. Both players actually didn't. Decided to build up more defenses, be more flexible in the endgame, and we immediately saw crazy adaptations from the first games here.
Yeah, that to me is the most interesting part about this entire event, is not just, oh, well, what does the Master Yi mirror look like? What does, this matchup look like? It is seeing players who are naturally so good at TCG, at strategy games, at taking a look at a board state and evaluating it and adapting on the fly. Like you said, Game 1, there was a game plan. Game 2, there was another game plan. In Game 3, we saw that culminate for both players in a different way. We saw that adaptation. It was very exciting to watch.
100%. Complex board states, and we saw interesting things. Alexander finding the way to protect the Fiora Peerless, a key card in the matchup that he only found in one of the 3 games of Mulligan Mania. And one way was not enough, because Tord actually sideboarded in a second challenge.
Yeah, challenge very good against Fiora Peerless. Of course, that's why she has no friends. She doesn't want to challenge. No friends around to challenge her. Peerless. It's all working thematically quite perfectly.
I thought she just didn't like Pierce, and then it's just an Apple person, and therefore is Peerless.
Yes. Yeah. How many more Peerless puns can we fit in this event? I don't know.
We're going to find out.
We are definitely going to find out. I'm sure that's what everyone at home is hoping for here. But again, this matchup, the evolution of this match was insane. And I'm wondering, because we are, of course, going to see more Master Yi throughout the event. Of course, 4 players have brought to this event. How are we going to see not just player by player evolving? How are we going to see all the players that were in the green room watching this match evolve and adapt to this gameplay? Are they? How much are these players learning from round to round?
Also, there's some crazy experienced players in the room where the players are currently seated as well.
Yeah.
So they are perhaps watching those games and they're discussing it with them and seeing, oh, okay, maybe that was something that can be done a little better. I did not know that we were going to be on camera. I should have fixed my posture there. But maybe that can be done a little bit better, and we are going to see immediate adaptations, because let me tell you something. We are not done with Master Yi mirrors for the moment.
No, we are going to be seeing another one in the next round, which again, like, I think under normal circumstances, you may say, okay, I don't want to see a mirror match, we're right here. But for me, in this event specifically, and right now, I am very interested to see the adaptation that these players are making on the fly.
Yeah.
Because, and I mean, we even saw very different builds here. I mean, the battlefields were quite different. The Fiora, of course, was different. The texture of the pump spells and interaction was a bit different. Of course, the core is still there for the players and the decks, but was very interesting to see the difference in this, what would be considered a mirror match.
Honestly, an absolutely phenomenal game from both players. We got to see Master Yi masterfully learnt, and on the fly, like you said, we did have those adaptations to their play. And going into another mirror match now, I think it could be entirely different to what we just saw.
I just have the hopes that the players are going to adapt for the Rengar meta that is saying meow every single time you play a Rengar.
Right. Yeah, we had to meow. And that's, I mean...
It's not our job.
Well, it is. You didn't read the contract, did you? It's in there.
As always.
Believe me, it's in there. But yeah, I think that it's not just, of course, the Master Yi. I mean, I think most players, regardless of the level that they've played, if they've talked to anyone, if they've seen any amount of Riftbound, they go, okay, what's the number one deck right now? It is likely Master Yi or Diana. And we saw, obviously, the shift be, okay, Master Yi, this is the deck I can pick up. And I think most players that didn't bring Master Yi were expecting to play against a lot of Master Yi.
Well, let's go speak to the Master Yi, current master of the event. Tord is down with Lappy.
Welcome back here on the stage with the winner of the very first match at the very first TCG Grand Slam. Tord, how did that feel?
Yo, that was pretty cool. I mean, playing a new game and being on stage, you know, I'm feeling a little bit of nerves here for sure.
Even after all of those years of being so successful at Pokemon, so talk us through, why did you bring that Master Yi deck that brought you some success in the mirror match here right away?
I mean, it's a pretty cool deck. You know, it buffs your strengths. It's very to the basic, and you know, learning a new game, I felt like I didn't want to go for something overly complicated and just trying to, you know, comprehend the basics again a little bit more, so that you know, I had more room for the actual interactions between the cards and trying to figure out what was important there, instead of you know, spending too much time learning the deck itself again.
That's fair. Speaking of the rules, you were immediately, of course, confronted with the additional rule by the TCG Overseer, the Mulligan Mania. Walk us through how that affected your Mulligan process there. Were you comfortable going for the multiple Mulligans? Did you have a plan ahead to aggressively search for some units, or what was the game plan there?
I actually had a plan going in, so played the mirror quite a bit for the past couple of days, and you know, we have a lot of Master Yi players, you know, with us, so that was not too difficult to find someone to play that much of it. And I noticed like a pattern when some cards were played that, you know, that player seemed to have a huge advantage. So I was like very aggressively mulliganing for a couple of them, and it turned out to work out pretty well for me. So, you know, the Mulligan Mania was really fun for you know, the first match now for me.
And I mean, you did, of course, in the end, take down that first match, already having a decent step into the direction of a possible top 4. What would you say was your MVP in that match? Which card really won you that first match in the end?
Ooh, has to be Rengar, I guess. We got all of them in the final game, and I was pretty happy with, say, finding the final play in the final turn as well, just saying, okay, all in on one battlefield. If you got it, you got it. I don't care. This is my best bet, and it worked out. So,
well, that was insanely impressive for your first competitive match of Riftbound. Of course, congratulations on the victory in that first match. We're going to throw it over to the casters one more time.
Practice really does make perfect, as Tord shows us that just getting a couple of extra days of practice in has made all the difference after having learnt the game properly on Wednesday. Let that sink in. How do you think Tord responded to what was being thrown at him?
Well, obviously responded quite well there, winning that match, the mirror match no less, but even embracing the Mulligan Mania, right? Saying, oh, I've been playing a bunch of mirrors. I've been watching a bunch of mirrors. I have noticed that these cards have led to the players getting ahead and eventually winning the game. Oh, I'm going to mulligan aggressively for those cards, and being able to not only learn the game, learn the deck, learn the mirror, but also say, oh, here's this rule set. I'm going to lean in and maximize that. Just really shows the championship level thought process.
And also, I just remembered back to my Riftbound learning days. After half a week, I did not play at that level, and that was in Origins. I'm not saying that playing in Origins was super easy, but there was so many less cards, such few cards that you had to play around in certain matchups, especially versus a Master Yi. There was like a Dead Bloom Predator and a Discipline. That was basically it. And On Guard maybe. But in Unleashed format, there's so many cards you have to take care of. There is Challenge, Defy, Rengar, Discipline, On Guard, Punch First, you name it, anything basically. Fiora Peerless, maybe in hand. Maybe you can't use your Challenge yet because there's more threats to come from the hand, units that haven't been developed yet, units that have been developed already. So getting to that level already after a few days is crazy impressive. And as we said many times already today, I think they're only going to get better over the few days.
I'll tell you what, let's go and chat to Alex about how he thought that one went.
Welcome back on the stage here with Alex. Alex, your first competitive match, of course, of Riftbound as well. How would you compare your main game, one of the first, to the match of Riftbound that you've just played? What's the differences, maybe?
Differences and similarities. There's a lot of that same, like, if you try and win a combat by exactly one power, it's really good. Both games have that. Differences, there's a lot more trading off. You're more playing around cards in the hand than like these large board states.
And with that small of a tournament with only 8 TCG champions and that cool match here on the stage, is there any emotions that you had before the match? Were you nervous? Were you excited to play? Or what was going through your head?
Yeah, I think I got a little nervous once I'm up here on the stage, you know, putting on the headset. It's unfamiliar. I think the next match I'll be a bit more prepared for what's ahead.
In general, talking about your preparation, you also, of course, as we saw, brought the Master Yi deck. What was the reason for that? Was there a question of bringing a different deck, or was it always going to be that deck for you?
I tried Aurelia, and it wasn't really clicking as much, and I had played against Master Yi, and then I saw it, and I was like, this is kind of nice. Like, I like the passive. It's relatively, you know, it's not a controlling deck, which I thought was a good first foray into the game, so that was my logic there.
All right, thank you so much, and of course, best of luck for the remaining 2 matches in the group stage for you, Alex. We will be continuing with the tournament very shortly, but for now, I'm going to throw it back over to Amy.
Well said, Alex. I couldn't have thought of a more interesting talking point, to be honest, than the selection of the deck for this event specifically. When you haven't played much of the game, do you go risky or do you go with something that's easier to play and you can kind of learn the rest as you go along?
I love that he considered the Aurelia deck. You know, Aurelia is one of my favorite champions of all time, so I'm very much in love with her. Now that her usage has dropped down a little, I need to ask something to the Riftbound community. Is she still the villain, or is it cool to like Aurelia now? Because I've been on board from the very first minute.
No, if you're casting Defiant Dance in your deck, you are the villain. It doesn't matter how good or bad the deck is, because you also have Defies and On Guards. And all these spells that we talked about in Master Yi, you also get your signature spell that is
cool.
Even better than Punch First. But, you know, it is interesting because Aurelia is a very powerful deck, of course, and I think would actually perform relatively decent in this field. However, it is specifically maybe not great against Master Yi, not an overwhelming favorite. And it is a deck that if you are not super proficient with the deck and how it plays out, you can definitely play yourself into a corner in a lot of cases. Where Master Yi, there's a little bit more leeway in terms of not making the absolute picture perfect play every single turn.
Yeah, very true. And, you know, we've got more of that action to come. Let's take another look at that schedule so that we can see exactly what's coming up next.
Enrico Maria Rustico versus Filip Skudlarek. That is going to be our next match, another Master Yi mirror match. And I think we can go over the decks a little bit that are to come. We have Gregor Kowalski.
Yes.
Best of Rengar at the RQ Utrecht. So I guess you know which deck is going to come then.
Oh yeah, it's the Rengar. We saw the
Meow.
shiny, yes. Oh, Meow indeed. The shiny, not just the plated metal prize wall legend, the best of Rengar, just getting casually thrown on the table in the green room in the hotel. Just like, oh yeah, here, I'm playing Rengar. You just hear this thud, and I'm like, is that what I think it is? He goes, yeah. Like just like it's nothing. Like, oh,
Quite
yeah.
a big flex there. Yeah, like,
just
whoa.
And it's even more of a flex when it's absolutely not trying to be a flex. It's like, this is just the Rengar I had on me. It's like,
this is the one I have.
this is just the one that I had. Like,
I just like to play max rarity, so I had to win a best of.
right, have to. It's
Had to.
yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious, just to be able to even fathom playing with one of those cards blows my mind.
I mean, if fingers crossed I ever get a best of, I will be full gold chain, wearing it as a gigantic
Just like
gaudy
Prismet.
medallion. No, well, no, I'm not gonna get 6 of them. That's the actual flex. Mine would be, oh yeah, I got one thing. I did one good thing once ever, and this is it. And I will embrace that fully. Whereas Prismat's like, oh yeah, this is, you know, I've got 5, 6, 7. Who knows?
And to begin every journey to become best of, the first thing you're going to need to know is how to play. So we're going to run over that real quick for you now. Welcome to the Grand Slam, where 8 ferocious players will show down to see which one of them will take the ultimate TCG Pro title. But there is a twist. These aren't any ordinary games of Riftbound. Before the start of each round, the TCG Overseer, a special unknown entity who causes trouble and mischief at the TCG Grand Slam, will announce one mystical new rule to the players. They must abide by this rule. The rules are called Mulligan Mania, Forced Redraw, and Open Secrets. So I'll leave those to your imagination. But let's run through the basics of how to play before we jump into the fray. At the start of your turn, you draw 4 cards. If you wish, you can mulligan up to 2 cards, which means to put them to the bottom of your deck and replace them with 2 fresh cards from the top of the deck. Each player chooses one of their 3 battlefields and puts it on the board. Then we're ready! To win, you need to score 8 points before your opponent across 2 battlefields. You score points in 2 ways: moving a unit to a battlefield, if uncontested, score a point, or holding a battlefield, which means to keep control of it until your next turn. If there are already units at a battlefield, a showdown begins as units fight for control. Players can play spells with action and reaction speed to help them win. To win a showdown, you have to have more might than your opponent across all of the might totals of your units in order to wipe out the opposition. Once no player wants to activate any further spells or abilities, this comparison occurs and the player with the highest might wins. Players can choose how damage is distributed between the opposing units, and any who didn't die heal fully once the skirmish is complete. The different card types for Riftbound are units, gears, and spells. To play these, you must spend the energy cost shown in the top of the card. Energy is obtained by exhausting runes. These come from the 12-card rune deck, from which the top 2 cards are played at the beginning of each turn. Exhausting your runes provides energy, but sometimes you also have to pay a power cost. This means to put one of the matching colored runes back to the bottom of the rune deck. Even an exhausted one works. The domains you play are determined by the domains listed on your legend card. Units and gear are played to the board exhausted. This means they can't move or be activated until they are readied at the beginning of your next turn. You initially play units and gears into your base unless you already have a unit at a battlefield, in which case you can play a unit directly to the battlefield you already control, but not a gear. The game ends when the player scores their 8th point. This can only be done in 2 ways. Unlike a regular point, you must hold a battlefield for that 8th point, or successfully conquer both battlefields in the same turn. So get ready to see which one of these 8 TCG Titans gets the crown of best TCG player.
Welcome back here in our Cozy Castles booth at the TCG Grand Slam. Round 2 ahead of us. And as you can already see, the Castles booth is a little busy here, as we do not only have Leo and Amy, but also Mateusz joining us here for the second round. Mateusz, how you doing?
Perfectly fine. It was absolutely splendid to watch the first series and seeing the players compete for very first few matches against each other was quite a joy.
Well, have you actively followed that first match very closely to already get as much information as possible?
Oh, absolutely, I did. I love seeing the player when the top players learn the game and start getting it, and how fast they get into the game and understand pretty much the depth of the game.
Well, Leo, what was your highlight play from that first match that we just witnessed?
I just liked how in the first 2 games, both players played it more or less the same. So it was a very, very similar style of game. And then Todd realized that something wasn't working for him, or some strategies were perhaps too risky, completely changing up the style. And both players did not just immediately slam down the Yi Tempered on the second turn, but went for a bigger setup style and also kept their Rengars a little bit longer. So it was immediately completely different from the games before.
And overall, after that display of the Master Yi deck, do we think that Master Yi is capable of maybe winning the entire thing, with also, of course, it being represented quite a bit here in the tournament, Amy? Do you think it could be the winning deck?
I don't know. I like it and I see it being strong, but especially because we're already going to be starting out the day with at least 2 of them not having won their first game. I feel like that already buckles down a little bit and brings it down a pace and maybe levels Master Yi out with some of the other decks.
Well, leveling out Master Yi. Good thing is we have more Master Yi coming as our second match. Round 2 is approaching. We have the One Piece champion Enrico Maria Rustico up against Filip Skudlarek, who is our Star Wars champion, of course. And as you can see here, bright on the screen, they are also both on the Master Yi Legend.
Quite curious to see how they have watched the first match and if they are going to approach similar styles as our players before, or maybe try to find some improvements.
I mean, I think they learned when, especially with the extra rule added, that hard mulliganing for the very specific hand with how small the whole deck is, and when you get to see 6 extra cards deeper, you can pretty much mulligan for the ideal hands based if you go first or second. Where first we've seen the clear dominance of just having the Poro into E development and then having Rengar plus Charm as a complete board wipe, being game 1, game 2 for both players, and then they try to adjust a bit. That means Alex for the game 3, but was not quite enough, giving that he was going the second for the final game.
Honestly, with that speech alone, we know you have some experience in Riftbound already, collecting a couple of titles there. But as we did for round 1 already, of course, we want to do the Booster Oracle again, as you already had the fun to do so in the first round. And we'll break it down quickly once more. First of all, you have to go as a viewer to the Joshua Schmidt Twitch channel, and participate in the poll there to see who do you like more for this match, whose chances are better. Is Enrico Maria going to win, or is it going to be Filip? You should definitely participate in that vote. But also, we will be opening some packs from their main games. And I mean, we already have them sitting here on the table, so that will be the next thing to do, One Piece and also then the Star Wars Unleashed game, but
unlimited.
Unlimited. I almost forgot about that. You're right. But first of all, I want to hear your predictions here on the couch. What are we thinking? Who is going to take down that Master Yi mirror match?
I think, from talking to Filip, from all the Master Yis in the tournament, he might have the highest amounts of reps in the game.
Okay.
And he's from Poland, and apparently Polish TCG players are crazy, so I'm going with Filip.
Okay.
Okay, given that's a very good argument. Plus, I know that he has some good text for the mirror, because he was also anticipating 1 or 2 other E's coming in the tournament, and that was even more than that. And plus the experience that he has already playing against those matchups, then yeah, I think I am gonna go with my fellow countryman, Filip.
Any other opinion, Amy, or are you
What
just on
they
both
said.
of that? Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable from what I've heard there as well. But now, of course, we need to also open some packs. So we are going to have those two packs competing against each other, basically, to see what the Booster Oracle will think. So, Leo, as your closest there, why don't we grab the One Piece pack first and see how much of a value we can pull. Okay, we have
I'm
Amy
ready.
immediately with the phone. We're gonna go on eBay and check out how much that
Should I
chase
go
card is going to be.
Full influencers like this?
Please, go ahead. Oh, yes, the ASMR with it. Okay.
Oh.
Do you feel the
You
weight?
guys.
Is it the one with the heat? How heavy is it?
It's very heavy. I
Okay.
think we're gonna. Well, there is like this in Germany. We call it Nöpsi.
Oh, you're
That has a name.
Oh,
Yeah, I messed it up, didn't I?
you're opening this way, huh?
That's a choice.
We'll coach you after how no opening.
It's more of a
I
coincidence
got
right
you.
now. Okay, Leo, come on, let's get us
So, by the
started
way,
here. What do we have there?
Is there a manga? Yeah.
you are
we
gonna
should
get
manga. Come
all
on.
of those cards on the eBay live streams in the next couple of days. So we have this guy, Tom. That's actually just Tom. Okay.
That's just Tom.
Higuma. All right.
Brooke.
Oh, that's Brooke. I know the
Okay.
guy.
I like Brooke.
From the song.
Brooks Coley.
I've just watched the live action. I'm sorry.
Yeah, outing yourself like that right here.
I'm proud of it.
Oh, Nico Robin, that's also cool.
Yeah, she's also cool in the live action. Neko
Oh,
Mamushi.
I saw something shining in the back there already.
That's Pythagoras. I know that guy from math class.
Pythagoras.
Okay,
Oh,
Divine
that's the-
Departure.
That was Divine Departure, but I think that's already...
Is that a hit?
I don't know.
We're going to find out. Amy's on it. Amy
I'm
is
on
going
it.
to check out what eBay is saying to that card.
Amy, if
It
this
looks
is,
shiny.
If this is not a hit, I'm going to cry.
I mean, Amy is on it, but I
I'm
think
on it.
as we find out the true value of that card, we're going to already go
Okay.
into Star Wars Unlimited. And LNZQ, as you're joining us here, you have the privilege to open that pack while we are finding out
It
what the
is
value...
roughly €7.
Okay, that's not too shabby.
Okay.
All right.
You've played a bit of Star Wars
Star Wars
Unlimited.
I did. All right. I'm not doing the influencer mode. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
All right. Let's see. We have the.
What do we have there? Okay.
I'm ready.
I'm already confused by you putting it upside down, to be honest.
I mean, I'm just so it's readable.
Yeah, of course.
We have the palace. All right. Wait, now we can.
Oh, yep,
Close
yep,
enough.
flip it around, flip it around.
All right. We have the pirate snub.
Fighter.
Yup.
Yep.
Leppy lookout.
Yo, that's a rabbit.
Oh, a liberated
Wookiee.
Wookiee.
All right.
How are they getting liberated?
Okay. Are pretty good at it. Azilians. Quarine.
Contractor.
Commence the festivities.
Very fitting
That's
for
a
a
cool
tournament
art.
here.
I love that art.
That's
Oh,
great.
another Wookiee.
We have
Gorilla.
All right. We have some family coming together.
Cloud
Cloud.
Rider veteran. Improvise. Okay, that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, with the, all the
Oh,
refund games.
okay.
Oh,
Val.
Val.
That's also nice foiling, huh?
I don't.
It is nice.
On camera, it looks gorgeous.
I'm
Oh,
gonna look at that Val.
Where's the tree that remembers? There is no tree. I don't
Nobody
see a
talks
tree.
about the tree anymore. 000. Okay.
okay.
That's
a name.
Droid. How many cards are in that pack?
That's great.
You keep on going.
Croissant. Another Wookiee.
Croissantan, okay.
Okay, that's the last one.
Well,
Right, Amy,
we'll
you
have
got
to
us?
find
Okay,
out.
I'm on it. Give me a moment. Give me a
Amy is on
moment.
it. But I mean,
Ambush overwhelm. I mean, looks good.
that's just with the sheer amount of cards we got there. There's got to be more, right? Because like, every single card.
Perhaps
It
Val?
looked like.
Val looks shiny.
That is actually the correct way to spell croissant.
Ooh. Leo.
But
Really?
Didn't know
It's-
your
yeah.
French is that good, honestly.
Yeah.
But we are okay.
The
we have a result.
Val is €4.
Okay.
Ah.
And what about croissant? Like it doesn't add up?
I don't know. Here, let me check this one as well.
Okay, I mean,
Let me-
all right. We
let me
are
check
still
this
on
one
this. We
too.
want to make it
We're
as
gonna do it.
correct as possible.
Yeah.
No, he was the last one to be there, so certainly he's the most valuable one, right?
How much did we have on One Piece? Was it
Also
5 or
seven.
€7.
And we also have 6. Let's bring it a bit.
I see you.
You know the feed. You know the.
€3.
All right.
Really? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. That's almost even. Then.
So that's
Yeah.
almost
you gotta-
even. It's close, but One Piece does take it
I
on
think
the
so as well,
on the
yeah. We
averages
gotta give it to One Piece.
on the eBay averages. Barney is still beating these two by roughly €1-ish, but sometimes less.
There. I think we can accept that. Okay, so that means...
Okay, at least you can be better at pack opening. You can
Okay, so we saw that the couch is agreeing that probably Philip is going to take this. The Booster Oracle not necessarily agreeing, as we saw that One Piece slightly outperformed the Star Wars Booster pack there. But Chat, of course, possibly is having a completely different opinion on that. So I think we're almost about ready to get into the action here. As we have our next graphic here. Oh, there it is. And look, oh, Chat was actually going for Enrico Maria as well. So after hearing your thoughts on it, still they decided that they like their One Piece champion better. So after the overall being wrong in the last match, as it was 2 out of 3 people voting for Alexander, or 2 out of 3 categories for Alexander, and Tortney and taking it. Maybe this is going to be another sign here. We shall find out. I'm excited for this. This is so new, so fresh. You just have all of those players from all kind of different games, and you just get thrown into another universe and game every single time.
There we have him. Philip, the Star Wars master. The Force has been with him already. Will he continue to display it? The banner, of course, carried by Vi. Oh, that is aura, dude. That is aura.
He's locked in.
Yeah.
He knows. He knows. He's got it all. He's given the viewers what they want. He's given us the vibe of a winner. But of course, the opposition comes around the corner. The One Piece aficionado himself, Bandai Game TCG Master, having actually got back-to-back fantastic results with multiple games. Both players looking down the road, knowing what's ahead, and it's Master Yi again against another, guess what? Master Yi. And honestly, I'm excited to see it. I think both players are going to have adapted and learned a lot from the previous match, as well as all of their testing. Enrico Maria and Philip are both very well decorated players, as we can see, but can they master Riftbound as well?
I mean, a good old Master Yi mirror. Mateusz, I know why you joined us here, because that is something you don't want to miss, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Just getting the mirror out of the way. So it gets better throughout the day. We have to ramp it up. However, there is a lot of nuances in this matchup. Even though it might have looked as simple as it is, we can see current list for the Enrico.
Yeah, double Peerless. That is already one more than we have seen in the last match. And that is a card that is pretty strong in the mirror match if you get to develop it, especially. So it's on the offense, it's quite strong. On the defense, it's insanely strong. So I wonder how big the impact of this card is going to get. But Mateusz, it's no secret that you are incredible at Riftbound, right? You are one of the GOATs right now. But from the players who haven't played as much Riftbound, who do you think has had like the craziest development so far? I mean, you've seen all of them play, right?
In terms of how shocking it was that I've heard from the Joshua, told me that he just started playing the game like at 2 games with the Diana, and how fast he picked up to the point where he was being able to get games of me was incredible to see, and just transforming from one game to another, picking up it so fast and understanding the tempo, understanding when to not go in, when to hold back in the various matchups is incredible. I didn't get to play against or see them play all of the players, but I was definitely impressed by the Joshua the most so far.
I mean, he's a world champion, and both of you share the passion for Legends of Runeterra.
Oh, yeah. We prepped together in the first Worlds.
Yeah, how would you compare Legends of Runeterra to Riftbound? Like, are there some similarities?
Absolutely. I think the biggest highlight is having a general game plan for a whole game, understanding what do you need to do in the certain matchup to win it, understanding if you need to be playing the aggro in this particular matchup, if you have to be holding back, if you are playing the value for this one. And just having this in mind and adopting this to the Riftbound is a great advantage, given how different can TCGs be and how different win cons can be. And I think just the scoring the points against like like killing the Nexus like it was in the Runeterra, is pretty similar because it includes developing the board and then having to decide when do you want to swing in, when it's time to apply the heat, and when it's time to just hold back, develop more before you take a big swing.
You have to see the points or your Nexus life points like a resource, right? It's something that you can give away early as a trade for something, and then later on you don't want to give everything away because then you lost the game.
Absolutely. There is a fine balance when trading the resources. Life is a resource, points is a resource, and in the Riftbound, we have also the power system, which is so incredible because if you apply pressure too early, that means you deramp too early, and then you can just lose the control if opponent has a good follow-up development, and you spend too much resources on such as like a punch first. However, we see the first hand already from Enric being Fiora with double charm.
And especially we are in Mulligan Mania, right? So I think we get to Mulligan. Do you keep this? Because I think in Mulligan Mania, Pitch Rookie is something you would like to trade away for perhaps a Poro?
If you go second, this is a full keep because you're gonna curve out where you start with the Fiora, then you follow up with the Pit Rookie, especially with the Seat of Power, and you just can start clearing with the charms. We've talked about how Charm Rengar is premium, however this was a premium go second hand as a good development, and opponent can't really do anything about it because they can't charm your Fiora to kill it, they can't really challenge with their 2-drop, they can't develop E, the most they can do is just like use the Discipline to challenge to punish that. But that means they are not developing anything, and you can just develop in the following turn, and then they are stranded with only 2-drop.
Are you at some point trying to find a Defy 2? Because basically the only real answer to a buff Fiora Peerless in a battlefield is Challenge.
As a protection, sure. However, Charm is such a premium card in the mirror that you do not want to mulligan it away when you have already good unit to charm it too. And we see the continuous... the Charm came back.
Yeah, that means 1 is at the bottom of the deck, and now we've still got 2 in hand. Was that his final mulligan? Do you think... I think it's too risky at this point then to put one of those charms to the bottom again. You really need those.
Yeah, I think you could opt to put away the punch first. However, this is very heavy hand in general. And you are looking still for Rengar, and if this Fiora gets blown out by, as you mentioned, Leo Challenge, it could be very problematic spot. But if you go second, you are already in a solid disadvantage, especially on the Seat of Power game, so you need to make sure you have a good curve.
On the other hand, we have seen, I think, in Philip's list, there was also a Fiora Peerless, right? He has not mulligan, maybe he has mulligan for it, but he hasn't found one.
And here we go. We are going ahead into our round 2, our first game between these competitors in this group, Philip and Enrico Maria, both on Master Yi. And here we go.
In this particular matchup, going first is incredibly important. It's not the case for every matchup, but because how the current mastery curves out and having option to play Poro into the having a Rengar +1 mana is so strong that going first is so much stronger. However, Fiora can deal with that pretty well. Fiora is actually able to negate this type of the power openers. So Enrico definitely has the tools to deal with it. Yeah. However, Philip, we see that he has all the premium opener and he can just opt to develop and not interact with Fiora for now.
Now the question is, are you ever allowed on the side of Philip to develop a Master Yi Tempered when you are seeing the Peerless in hand?
You can, but you have to stay with Poro in the base. You cannot afford to walk in and just give up on the Poro for free and then lose the E on top of that. So this is the similar cases when you play against Diana. If you opt to the up tap out, you have to stay base.
Philip double Poro now with 1 taking that first point. Moving on to Enrico Maria, who has only got that lone Fiora right now, but honestly had a really nice hand after the Mulligan Mania.
I think only sitting on 1 Fiora is pretty much fine in the mirror match especially. I don't think that a Lonely Poro is going to be your prime charm target, so I think we're going to hold back on those. But just pushing in the Fiora is probably still a decent play.
So you see how the speed rookie that was mulliganed early would be so good here, because when the 2-drop comes in and threatens a discipline on defense, you can pretty much play around it by playing the pit rookie and being above the threshold that Poro could go to. And you really, if your opponent tries to punch first here, they fall so behind on the runes, they really can't play the game.
That was, by the way, the missed first turn draw for Philip.
It's fine.
Yeah.
And you're right, because of the pitch rookie that was mulliganed away, Enrico Maria had to push into the other seat of power, giving away a hold point.
Given that I think Enrico didn't have a good follow-up in case there is a discipline, didn't want to lose the Fiora, opted not to go in. And you don't really want to punch first that early. So if there was like Unguard or discipline as a backup to go into that Poro, he should have taken it. However, with this particular hand, you want to play a bit slower, especially you don't have double charm to deal with anything bigger. So you can take a bit slower approach. And in the following turn, you can just charm away the Poro to the Fiora and get your seat of power draw. And he needs that hand is very lackluster in terms of value. If you go across next 3-4 turns, it's very spiky in terms of tempo, but he definitely needs to find the value.
Philip developing a Tempest here and just passes it over. Has 2 runes open. Pretty comfortable position still, even though the Peerless is looking threatening, especially considering that he has not only an Unguard, but also a Defy.
Strong comeback potential there. But Enrico has some tricks up his sleeve, starting with our first charm to move some units around forcefully. Targeting, looking like the Poro.
It's probably to the Fiora and chooses to get countered.
But I mean, if you just throw the second charm at it, good tempo play, yeah, but then we have mulliganed 1 already.
Yeah.
Then you're all out of charms.
You have to think about what's your follow-up, because if you charm here, you can't really play in anymore. And if you opt to just sit, play E, and keep 1 mana open, you threaten punch first, and you are completely safe. And the problem is now, there is no good follow-up, because you can develop first mate, you can walk in with the Fiora, ready Fiora, walk into the seat of power, put the other Poro or the first mate to the battlefield. No, you couldn't put the first mate because then you couldn't ready Fiora, but...
Speak of the devil, there's first mate, and moving straight in on that Poro to try and take down another battlefield for another point for Enrico Maria.
But the problem is there is mis-sequencing.
6-4.
Yeah, he did not push the Lonely Poro into the other seat of power, and therefore that one is not going to get a draw. That would have been huge, but we trade on guards. We still get the point. But as you're saying, Alan, he is missing some value. He's missing some power cards like Rengar, and therefore that draw could have been absolutely crucial. I mean, it's a card game, right? If you miss out on a 1 draw, that could come back to punish you.
Especially that he ended up on the battlefield regardless. And we talked about that he didn't have a good backup to push last turn into the Poro, and now that he drew the Unguard, he could have threatened, because you really don't want to punch first over that Poro.
Now the big question is, can you could push the Lonely Poro plus a Rengar into the... Oh, we are charming over there, and now completely exhausted on the side of Enrico Maria. A Rengar here, it would be crazy, no?
So there was a couple of sequencing that could have been done, this being the best one. You could have jumped on the other battlefield with the Rengar and then bring the Fiora down. That would be 6-8. And this way, the Poro would have got an extra draw. And by charming this to the Fiora, we accomplished pretty much the same, but we deny the card draw from the Enrico. So really good sequencing from Philip.
Beautiful, taking over both seats of power very seamlessly. Great sequencing, like you say, Mateusz. Absolutely a brilliant play. And now it's on Enrico Maria to bring it back into his favor, but not quite yet, as we get the 2 hold points there for Philip.
Philip is looking kind of scary, not gonna lie.
Very.
That was so fast as well. You would think from a player who's still learning the game, those perfect sequencings, they would take a little bit more time.
Philip mentioned that he has like over 100 already games or matches played on the E, so it's not. He might be past the point of learning already.
That is a very good point, especially for a card game world champion. Those 100 games, they matter. So what are we buffing here? We are buffing the Rengar, making our most valuable unit even harder to overcome. Well, Lonely Poro is on 4, and the offensive pressure of Master Yi Tempered is also only 4, so I think a trade you would gladly take.
I think as well, when you're thinking about kind of Rengar, especially when we saw how Rengar's interacted in our last match, this is really impactful.
The usual we draw last. Here a bit of obviously if you can, you try to draw first, and then you decide on the rest of the turn. Especially if there was like a top deck Rengar coming, you could decide to keep it and respond. If if the Enrico chooses to attack the Poro, you could respond to Death Knell trigger with the Rengar potentially drawn. However, there is Enrico is a bit too light on resources. Only 2 cards where one of them is punch first.
But Philip found a charm, and now, having played the pitch rookie before, pushes in the first mate. He wants to remove one of the cards, and I kinda dig that if you're playing into a punch first with charm, if you're pushing the Master Yi into the Rengar, you're putting yourself at risk. This is just a very clean kill on the first mate. However, first mate is not the most valuable unit.
Could have opted to put it to the Rengar, and even punch first was not enough punish because it would be 8 to 9. Not sure if he was trying to just try to bait out on the Poro to get a Death Knell trigger, but maybe worried about that was like punch first unguard, but then there is really nothing left in the hand to follow up with. So even if that would have happened, then the Enrico's hand would be completely dried out.
So where's Master Yi pushing now? That is...
Hey, into the Rengar. That feels risky. We'll go Primal Strength.
Defy?
Surely.
Defy would be absolutely nuts, but we've seen one already.
I'm 11. 11 to 9.
Yeah. He does have discipline to try to trade 1-1. Yep.
Yep.
I mean, that would be a prime Defy target. On the other side, Defy is being used, and the Primal Strength, a card that has been massively overlooked from the beginning of Riftbound, now found its home in Master Yi decks.
Yeah.
You can see why. It just pushes those combats to their limit.
Yeah, just another punch first type of card. However, the problem in the mirror is it's defiable, as you mentioned. However, the punch first is not only more efficient energy-wise, but also is uncounterable for this particular matchup.
Yeah, and in non-Defy matchups, it's just a 4th punch first, right? If you punch first, you're a Ruin Runner against some decks.
Speaking of punch first.
Oh boy.
There we go.
Philip opted to give up on his crab in the combat to get hand information on the last card from Enrico. Now that he knows there is punch first, he could just opt to try to hold to 8 on the other BF, and if there is no charm or first mate coming down, there is nothing that Enrico can do. And he just needs to protect himself from the Rengar top deck.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going for that plan.
The thing is, if there is Rengar top deck, he actually loses to the punch first.
Yeah, that's very much true. And he doesn't even
so
get
this
the
that
draw.
top deck.
Yeah, it's yours. Okay.
So it just matters about playing around at this point first mate and charm.
Oh, that's game 1 already going ahead and taking the game by storm. We got our first winner of this Master Yi Mirror, the Star Wars aficionado themselves. Of course, we've got our first winner, Philip, bringing it home and showing that he really has mastered Master Yi.
At the end, I think it was a bit too hasty play. Like, he's playing fast, and the tempo, that like physical tempo, is a bit carrying him. He should have done math a bit better. He played around first mate going in with the mastery going to 9. But if he gets the full clear and there is only first mate left on the battlefield, he might be actually losing here. And having Pero alone at the battlefield would be slightly better because he gets a card draw. And if he just draws like a charm as a follow-up, he had still at least 2 charms in the deck. He can just charm away the mastery and double conquer in the following turn. So a should have played a bit more to the outs than he did, but it at the end end up working out.
I mean, that's just very much a human play, right? You see, you need to hold on one battlefield, you slam everything in there, you say, hey, I can have 8 might instead of like 5, so that's a good thing, or 9. But yeah, you're right, that was playing into the one top deck. And I mean, we've been around in card games for ages. The chances are not the biggest, but those top decks, they do happen.
They spell out the whole game a lot of the time, and I think if you're gonna play risky and you're gonna be greedy, game 1 is the time to do it, but it could be punishing if he continues with that trajectory. So Enrico Maria might have the advantage if that were to continue.
Absolutely. Again, you have to be able to evaluate when those risks are worth taking.
For
because
mulligans, they're not enough for anger.
Because the...
I didn't find charm.
Okay.
Wow.
Philip could have drawn not only 1 but 2 cards if there is a charm on the Poro, or if he kills the Poro, he gets a card draw, but also he gets for conquering when he was already at 7 another card. So there is multiple avenues of getting charm, Rengar, punch first, that would be enable him of breaking through.
And also another throwback to the beginning of the game. We were talking that Enrico Maria, he was very close to finding a good top deck that gets him back into the game. In the beginning, he missed out on the 1 Seed of Power draw. That could have been it.
Yeah, the extra card draw when you're out of cards, infinite value.
Yeah, that could have been Rengar into punch first and to clear everything. And then, even though Philip was like so far ahead in points, double hold is 2 turns for 4, and then you win the game if you're at 4 already. So that is a very dangerous position. Even if you are far ahead in Riftbound, you make 1 mistake, it can come back to bite you.
I'm not seeing any charms, but still pulling forward like so ferociously with those comeback turns was really impressive from Philip.
We see that Enrico has a good understanding what he needs to keep. Mulligan's away crab, doesn't need to have multiple 2 draws when going first. Needs to be looking for that Rengar charm. Keeps the discipline, which will probably get thrown away. He does, yeah, so we see another 2 drop from Enrico.
We have 1 more, or
I don't know. 1 more?
Okay.
And then he can dig for the Rengar even farther.
I think it's very much reasonable to lose track of how many mulligans you've taken.
Absolutely.
Have you playtested with some of these extra rules from the Overseer?
Yes, sir.
Not at all. I mean, I just like the vanilla Riftbound. I don't need the extra things. However, I am pretty aware which decks and which matchups you benefit more from those rules.
Let's get into it. Game 2 between these two. Although this is not their primary game, Enrico Maria showing some real promise, and Philip took a commanding game 1. Let's see if the tide will be turned this time.
No Peerless, and now we developed a Crab going second. That's rather interesting because now I think Enrico Maria, he is very much tempted to just push the Poro into the dice.
Yeah, the absolute problem in the mirror is if your turn 1 play is actually Crab, not a Poro, because it can be bullied by the too easily, and it doesn't have really scoring power with like a Discipline plus a Pit Rookie, and it just doesn't have much value, and if opponent blocks your dice, you are a bit screwed. So really good development. Enrico doesn't have much decisions. Crab is not a real threat, and while you are going second, you cannot afford such a slow development.
Yeah, I mean, you can push into the arena's greatest, that's great, but Mastery Tempered is going to take out that Crab. It's going to put him so far ahead, especially since we're in arena's greatest, already at 2 points, going to get the hold to 3. If Crab pushes in, Mastery takes the conquer for 4, and then we're halfway through the game after 2 turns for Enrico Maria Rustico. So this looks... I like that Master Yi players are so aggressive nowadays. I think in the beginning, people thought Master Yi was an aggressive defensive late game deck because, you know, the legend ability says you profit from being a defender. But this deck is super offensive.
So here, this is a very good spot to understand that you cannot do the mistake of trying to defend Crab and trying to kill Master Yi, because if there like any discipline comes down on guard plus charm, you just insta lose the game. So you have to just keep that 1 mana to even threaten the punch first. You don't have to have it, and make sure your Yi doesn't get charmed this turn. And again, because this is Mulligan Mania, opponent is very likely to have that charm that he would keep at least 1 to 2 copies of in the opening hand.
That's something to really take into consideration, is that your opponent very likely has a strong starting hand. As the game progresses, it's likely that when you see those cards, they're not going to be replaced by equal or better than. But here we go with the first reveal. So now Philip's going to know exactly which cards Enrico Maria has, including those double charm.
Also very nice. You talked about sequencing earlier, saying you might want to draw first earlier, but of course Enrico Maria realizing he's going to do something else first, so his hand is revealed so that he can play the Scuttle Crab afterwards and perhaps find a draw if he even wants to develop it this turn. But then you conceal 1 more card that could be crucial information. However, now Philip knows there's no punch first. He can assume because maybe no Scuttle Crab, you know.
Yeah, and Philip didn't even have to think twice about not trying to protect the Crab. He had Unguard. He could have attempted to kill Lee, but has a good understanding that protecting the in the base is his main goal here.
There is a punch first, by the way. I'm just blind.
No, there's 1 punch first, 2 charm, a really ferocious hand from Enrico Maria, who also had that really strong start, like you analyzed. Going in with that first charm, his opponent knows about it now, so might as well play it, right?
Here you could consider, if you don't want to punch first, if opponent plays Unguard, you might consider playing Zonia.
Anything else?
So worst case, if opponent chooses to Unguard, you'll trade just the Zonia. There is a problem of the Poro being able to eat the Zonia, but there's something you should consider. And I think you should opt to play Crab, like you mentioned, Leo, to dig for the Discipline or Unguard. So you don't have to punch first here.
Yeah, but I also do like the Zonias.
He might just Alpha Strike here to clear it.
Both 6, right?
That's a heavier investment, I would say.
Looks like the players are just deciding whether that is going to be the end of the resolution, whether these Master Yi are just going to go head-to-head.
I think Alpha, I mean, the situation for Enrico Maria is still pretty good regardless, but Alpha Striking here, Alpha Strike is a card that when your opponent is sitting in those battlefields, you actually are able to get rid of something like Rengar that is a possible defender for 8. We know we can just get... I mean, there's also an argument to be made that now you can use a card that costs 3 energy and 1 power and you can't get defied. Getting value off of cards that can be defied easily is also something.
And especially you have another charm, you have more removal in the hand, so you won't really need that for a while. I think just going for the tempo here with this particular hand is a solid plan, and nothing else really resonates here with me. Like, you need to do a bit different sequencing. You need to be a consideration for Zonia or playing the Crab first if you want to do anything else. However, with how it proceeded, it probably the most efficient is actually Alpha Striking here and keeping 2 mana up for the protection against Rengar plus pump.
So, Alan, I'm a Master Yi rookie, right? So I have one important question that I'm asking myself every time I see the deck. If you're at 6, do you ever in the mirror match go out of those battlefields? I mean, how oftentimes does that really happen? I know it's situational, but how often do you just say, okay, I'm not caring about my +2 defense buff, I'm going out and giving you the opportunity to settle in those battlefields?
Okay. The extremely important skill in the Riftbound is knowing when it's time to tax your opponent when they are on offense, so they have less resources on defense. And you have to evaluate it based on your hand, based on the amount of the units you're going to have in the base. If you're going to have sufficient units in the base to push over after you tax up already your opponent, keeping them in the field is definitely better, and based on also what kind of units they have in base and what are the might breakpoints. If opponent will be able to walk over you without any investment, obviously you would rather back out. However, and then if you have, like, let's say Zonia in the base and first mate with, let's say, punch first, you can swing twice, let's say with E49. So it's important to adjust to the hand and adjust to the board state.
So general rule of thumb is if you can develop, you can stay in.
Yeah.
If you can't develop anything else in base, you'd rather go out and not risk it, because then
it's
otherwise...
It's important to tax your opponent on resources. That's all I'm going to say, that you should at least keep at 1 unit at the battlefield, and you could consider pulling the other one. You don't have to be holding both.
I will move him to base, and I will hold priority.
Yeah. So this is going to be classic charm into Rengar. However, if there is like a Defy coming now, I don't know if I think he knows there is no Defy in hand, so this should be pretty safe.
Yeah, just chain it.
Yeah.
Well, that is a very, very cool thing.
That's fine.
It's the opposite Faith Folk into Chain Rengar when you're pulling a Vex Apathetic. So you're pushing away, you're playing into the empty battlefield, quote-unquote empty, but you're right, the Defy could punish the Rengar after being played already.
Especially if there was like a punch first on defense, then it would be a complete blowout.
Also a blowout on the runes of Enrico Maria, then he would be at nothing, basically.
I mean, I think it would be a fair trade, given that Philip would have gone down himself pretty bad and lose all the tempo, lose the Rengar. And from this point, setting up Rengar with Zonia is very good, because there is not much that Enrico can do. He could try to punch first over, but... Oh wait, he has everything he needs. So he only lacks the hand information, because if he plays into Unguard or punch first, then he's in a big trouble. So now you have to evaluate. You can potentially full clear this. There could be also Defy for the charm, but you are okay trading here, I would say, with this hand, the punch first for the Zonia and getting to 6.
Looks like that was a Scuttle Crab into top decking another Scuttle Crab.
That is, yeah. I mean, I also can see just developing a Scuttle Crab. My first initial thought would have been just developing some cards, drawing some more, and then set up a bigger turn later, and possibly bouncing the dais. But that makes you get to 7 points in the next turn only, so you're not setting up for game.
Given Enrico is 5-4 after the Philip holds, it's okay to slow down the game, get out of the battlefield so you can trigger your crab and bounce it back and cycle farther. And also, another double crab is really nice because you can bounce one and cycle it, and then suicide the other one into the Rangar for the hand information for the optimal line.
Yeah. This Fiora Peerless has been sitting in Philip's hand for quite a while. Why haven't we seen it?
I mean, there was never a really tempo to develop it safely. I would strongly consider it playing to the battlefield at pulling Rengar, but there is one problem that occurs that it can be just like the crab can swing with Mastery, with buff, and suddenly the Sphera is not going to be enabled.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough, so really it does want to be on its own, so there's nowhere else you can play it other than base. You know, Philip choosing to re-establish this turn, still leaving that one rune up as a threat of the punch first, but ultimately knowing that he is on the back foot now, really needs to just establish a bit more on the back line in his base so that when Enrico Maria brings all of this forward and starts dancing between those battlefields to take points, he hasn't got far to go to get to that 8th point.
Now we have a good look at Enrico's hand, and this hand is a menace. All Philip has is a Defy for this primal strength, but given how much value Enrico can generate, and given that he opts not to use the crab bounce and generate a bit more value, he will opt to kill the Rengar instead with the Discipline.
And we're going to see a Zhonya's, not a back-off. A back-off would have been really terrible for Philip there, but Zhonya's back to base is, of course, rather chill. But this makes it easier for him. He does not have to spend a punch first. But in this scenario, a Discipline is just going to be enough. However, since we haven't thrown a crab and we don't know that Philip has a Defy, or we just trade.
Zhonya goes to the graveyard.
Yep. Zhonya.
But also the Zhonya's from Enrico, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. There we go. All tidy. All tidy. Saving that Master Yi, bringing it back to base, but now exhausted. We're left with just the Poro and 2 Scuttle Crab.
Did Enrico Maria lose the tempo in this game? Because it feels like next turn, Philip has 2 easy conquers with Rengar and a Fiora Peerless in this matchup.
Yeah.
Has a Defy still in hand. And, I mean, with a double conquer, Philip is also going to set up lethal.
But doesn't Enrico Maria have enough tricks in their hand? You know, he's got very, very powerful comeback potential here. Are these smaller units all he needs?
I'm not sure why we didn't, like he could have done all of that, but could have opted to bounce the crab first, replay the crab, and go from there. He tries to be playing the hold. He didn't want to do that because he wants to play, obviously, the primal on the defense here, trying to hold both to 8 to tax the opponent. But like, you're not really holding with a crab and Poro, let's be honest.
Philip just picked up a Charm. That could be a complete game changer. Charm plus
Defy.
Defy, exactly. That does heavily play into a punch first. I don't quite know. We've seen one Scuttle Crab in the beginning for Philip. How much information he really has about Enrico Maria's hand, because he drew a ton of cards in the meantime with Discipline, Scuttle Crabs, more Scuttle Crabs.
I think that's the thing. The hand at this point has changed so much that you can't predict your opponent anymore, and having all of those runes active gives Enrico Maria so much energy to work with.
Especially that Enrico had an option to fish for information by getting rid of the 1 crab into Rengar and then adjusting, playing a perfect turn, essentially, with all the hand info.
Yeah, it's quite curious how this plays out. Maybe Philip just has to go for a charm play into the Master Yi, even though that is getting punished by punch first, because at some point in TCGs, when you're a bit behind, you can't play around everything anymore. Sometimes you have to play to your weapon.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, the showdown is ahead. And
yeah.
Are we going? Is this an on guard? Yeah, okay.
It's Discipline.
Oh, Discipline. No, it's a Discipline, yeah, with the Lonely Poro.
That should be okay, because it... Ah, no, both are at 6 then. So
chooses to bait to see if there is a defy. This discipline necessarily is a bait, so the Primal can come down, and he should know that Philip is so far behind, he can no longer play around one-offs.
Yep.
So this is like probably his best target for defy at this point. That's what Philip has to be thinking right now.
Yeah. So
Well predicted move there.
You said that you're not going to hold with a Lonely Poro and a Scuttle Crab, but maybe Enrico is just trying to aura farm.
I think Enrico could do it. I think as long as he plays...
If you Primal Strength that, and there's no real answer, with a Punch First in hand,
it's over.
Then you are having issues on this.
And this is a very good example to the conversation we had earlier. It's good to be taxing your opponent on the defense, and that's what Enrico chooses to do when he didn't bounce the crab. But like, if you opted to do this, like you are going to Primal always here, based on how you played out the previous turn, and then you're gonna go for the offensive turn later with the Primal, or you can attempt a holding again due to how many points advantage you have with the punch first, with the going up to potentially 11 offense.
It was very important for Enrico Maria that he did not bounce and play out the Scuttle Crab so that he has enough runes open for Discipline, Punch First and Primal Strength in this turn. However, he could have just used the sneaky Emperor's Dice effect of just bouncing the Scuttle Crab and then not replaying it, not getting a Sand Soldier token, of course, as well. But look at this. That
hand
so
is
big.
Nasty. If you are Philip, you don't want to be seeing those cards. There comes the Primal Strength. Just amplifying this Lonely Poro. Giving him some fangs.
So we're gonna see 11 to 12 probably, followed up by a Rengar from the Philip to be able to take it over, and then the other Rengar will attack the dice. That's the only play that's really available right now. He could opt to also get rid of his own Poro to try to trade 1-1 with the Scuttle to get an extra draw for the punch first.
11.
He does not have enough runes for the punch first.
Yeah, it's always Rengar here. He just makes sure he is not missing anything. If you are already triggered, it doesn't work similar to the EU where it has to be an ongoing effect. So the 6 stays even though she's not alone anymore.
Can you explain how you realize on the cards that that is the difference?
Basically, you have to look for a word while. If there is while like on E, on Forbidden Waste, then this is an ongoing effect that can be changed throughout the combat. If there is a when type of trigger, then the effect triggers and stays until the end of the turn, the end of the combat.
And that is the charm ripped off the top in the last turn for Philip. Enrico Maria might have had a plan in the next turn with punch first and first made to possibly win with ganking. However,
Philip says, no, not today.
And this is essentially the punish for trying to tax your opponent. You try to tax opponent, that opponent taxed you.
Yeah. You lose everything that you worked so hard to build up. However, it's just Scuttle. You can double punch first and win the combat, but...
lacking on units very significantly here for Enrico Maria. This could be where the game turns around for Philip. And all he has to do now is kind of hang on in there. Getting these 2 whole points will put him up to the 7th point and equalize this game.
He knows.
Floating.
Floating 2.
I'm so impressed with how Philip played this. He was on the back foot so massively from the beginning of this game. He had no tempo. He was on 1 to 4 points while his opponent was in 2 battlefields. This one turn when Enrico Maria decided to push 2 units into those battlefields and then combat. That might have cost him the game. This is a 10 might Scuttle Crab. He's going to win.
He's got 2 big fists instead of pincers going on in there. And taking that battlefield by storm.
Use the, whatever it is.
Opts to pay to create a Sand Soldier. He could have opted not to do it and just bounce the crab to replay it.
But he had floating runes, so he actually couldn't.
Yeah, very true.
That is the one instance.
He's actually forced. You're right. He actually had to if he wants to bounce. That's a very good point, Leo.
I did never think this was going to come up in any game, but there we are.
So there is not enough resources to try to, even if you draw like Charm Crab into the first mate, try to conquer the last one.
I think what you can do is play first mate into the battlefield, ready the sand shoulder, push
Walk
out
back.
Yeah, walk up, back. So you are at least a little bit more might in that field and
holding 5-4.
Yeah, but we have on guard ready. I think we might have 2 on guard. We might have found that with the scuttle crab. That's insane. And Rico Maria Rustico is playing the game of crabs here, and he might succeed at it. He's at 7 points. Is it correct that we are at 5 points?
I'm not sure if he's not at 6.
I thought he was.
I thought he double conquered last turn, and he was starting off the 4.
I think you're right, actually, yeah. So this was kind of a play towards that winning position.
Oh, we can't sabotage. Oh, that is a huge charm as well. No, wait. Oh, pushes in.
Yeah, that's really good.
Oh, yeah, it is.
If he had the charm in hand, he should have opted to play crab to the battlefield, unless the charm was drawn of the... Because this way, you don't lose to challenge, you don't lose to the...
Yours.
Yeah. You don't lose to the charm.
Enrico Maria Rustico wins game 2 here in such an obscure way with the big scuttle crab. 10 might pushing in and then going, hey, charm your Poro into your other battlefield, playing to his win conditions. And this is what we here for at the TCG Grand Slam. Champions of different card games using their skills they have acquired over all of these years to find crazy creative ways to win at games of Riftbound.
That was a roller coaster of a game. We had Enrico Maria take that really strong start. We thought Philip was bringing it back, and then it was all over after a scuttle crab decided to grab 2 big fists and run on in there, taking down the defenses. The charm was just what we needed. It wasn't the top deck, it was in the hand the whole time, and it really goes to show how charm is the card of the moment in this matchup.
Very charming of him.
Hey.
However, we've heard that Enrico just mentioned that he couldn't get his Rengar. He had to deal with so many of the Philippe, while he didn't have a single one of himself, even though this is a mulligan mania. And he managed to pull through, maybe a bit of on the backbone of going first and having multiple punchers instead. But hey, we take this.
I think, and I think this is my hot take. There's some games in which really shuffling your deck properly is more important than in others. Given, for example, in One Piece, if you are a bit, I'm not saying that you are trying to manipulate anything, but if you don't shuffle too properly, if you give it a few shuffles, sometimes your cards stack on each other, but I think you can probably also search for cards and then shuffle your deck again. You're not forced to draw lands like in Magic or something, and then it doesn't come back to bite you so much. But in a game of Magic the Gathering or Riftbound, where you don't shuffle your deck afterwards at all, or where you don't find lands, if you don't shuffle properly, you are cooked.
I think especially with Mulligan Mania.
Yeah.
Like, because you are putting cards to the bottom, and you're very unlikely to ever see those during a game of Riftbound, especially playing in these colors. You're not really drawing as many cards as others. You're not in Chaos. You're not going to be drawing through the deck like crazy. If you put something to the bottom, you are essentially saying that card is gone. It might as well be in the discard pile. It actually might as well be in the trash. And in fact, in some decks, the trash is better than it being on the bottom of your deck because you can bounce things back, replay them. But in this instance, you are very much saying, especially during our Mulligan Mania, those cards are not useful to me, I don't need them, and they're not helping me craft the perfect hand.
And we see already a hand from Enrico. Sync the Fiora, Sync Discipline, opts to throw away the punch first. Discipline is usually a throwaway, however if you go second and you have a Fiora in hand, the Discipline becomes a lot better due to how the breakpoints work. And there is a challenge that could help after the combat with the Fiora to pick up stuff up, especially kill the in the base. That curves out pretty much perfectly. When you go second, you go down to 2 runes and your turn 2 is gonna be 4 runes, which allows you to Discipline plus challenge, clear that E, and then Rengar can't really jump over you with any other support.
And since Fiora Peerless is a when and not a while, it's a trigger, so you can react to that trigger with your own Discipline, so you double the might you get from the Discipline as well.
As early as turn 1, turn 2, I don't think we need as much as 10 might, but opts to play Poro instead, interestingly enough.
Yeah. I can.
That's fine.
I mean, you're playing around some kind of charm shenanigans, but if your opponent tries to charm your Fiora, I think you're golden, because now you are missing. out on the opportunity to play your Fiora Peerless and then charm the opposing Master Yi in.
Maybe Enrico is just too worried about deramping here, but that Fiora was pretty safe to play, and that's really your premium play when you go second, because now the Fiora, if she comes down and she just gets challenged, it's really bad. Like, it's the safest time to develop her is literally turn 1, because afterwards you have to be keeping mana open, keeping runes open to deal with stuff like exactly challenge.
So, Mateusz, we all know you as the Diana master, right? And in Diana, I think it's also very important that you play away at a point where it's safe and you can protect it. Would you say that in this matchup, the Fiora Peerless has the same importance as, for example, in the Diana matchup versus Master Yi, the Hui has?
That's an excellent comparison, because the way you develop Hui is usually just you slam it as early as you can, or you delay it throughout the turns where you have enough runes to protect it with a flash, smoke screen, depending if it gets charmed or challenged, but you need some sort of protection, or you are sometimes just behind her, you have to jam it and not worry about anything. We see that there is here 2 mana to protect it, but if there is something such as Defy comes down together with the challenge, suddenly there is a problem.
Yeah. So we are going to see if Philip has something like this. Is challenge a card you would try to mulligan for?
Sabotage.
That is something that you see. Sabotage is a card that you want to play most of the time before you go for big pushes, because deramping yourself, recycling runes, is going to cost you so many runes in the long run. So if you play it early, you want to capitalize on that afterwards.
This is a pretty good hand, even though not having Rengar. This is all the tricks in the world you need to be dealing with in the mirror from the Philip, and he'll have perfect information about the opponent's hand, and being able to get rid of the discipline. I think Enrico did a small misstep of not using discipline here to just cycle it, because he doesn't really want challenge on the current board.
But yeah, there is a
Charm.
Oh yeah, of course. You can now, of course, just push in there.
It's going to be an expensive push.
And
oh no, there is unguard. He's fine.
Yep.
I thought he has to punch first, but he actually can just unguard, and it's going to be a 6-5. However, there is a challenge from the Enrico, so wait.
Oh.
We are going in!
My word. That is now a huge opposition.
Yeah, it's okay. Philip is really throwing some cards down, but he's also taking care.
There was only challenge in the Enrico hand, right? There was no other interaction.
Yeah.
And
oh, he could have challenged the Lonely Poro into the Master Yi, and then the Fiora Peerless would have triggered as a lone defender.
Fair. Yeah.
Or does she?
But then, like, it doesn't. Okay, when she gets the +2, and she gets
the Master Yi 2.
Fair. When she gets to 8, actually, good. Yeah, that would be the case, because she become. But no, she already became defender. You are not becoming a new defender, because this is already past the initial. If she would got charmed, and then the Poro would have, like, let's say, gassed it, not in this matchup, then she would become a lone defender. So, like, it's already past the point where she became the defender. So this would not work.
Philip's really going aggressive with that early alpha strike. I was not expecting to see that at this stage, but it has pushed him to 5 points now. Of course, Enrico Maria came back a little bit with that Rengar, so at least now he is kind of stabilizing his board a little bit. But Philip has really taken a aggressive stance in this game 3 to kind of try and put himself on the map.
I think that is it Philip's turn again here? I think it was passed over with the Rengar taking out the Lonely Poro.
Yeah, it was.
He's only at 5, so he can't go for the punch first Rengar play, because that would set up game, put him to 6 points already. Puts down a Peerless into the battlefield, and the Master Yi ganks over because it is leveled up to 6 already. Punch first as an answer. He knows that Enrico Maria probably does not have a challenge.
Spending a lot of resources here to try and pull this off.
Yeah, true. And the one unknown card that he got from drawing was the Rengar Trophy Hunter.
Yeah, so he pretty much knows it's Garand. It was no, he had
that's fine.
He had Rengar, he had the challenge, he has the Defy is a known card.
Okay.
So that could be punch first potentially, but he just says time to lock the game in. My hand is bad enough, and if he does not have an answer here, if it does not have another Rengar, the game is done. We're going to wait.
You have to make that play at this point, because Philip's now so low on resources. You've kind of expended yourself. So if Enrico Maria has a comeback here, it's going to be devastating
Yeah,
for
there will
Philip.
be a challenge to deny holding to the 8 points.
Yeah.
You can take out the Fiora, Peerless here. So that is going to put Philip on a possible holding point for the next
First mate
turn.
top deck.
Oh, that would be crazy. But he has Genking, no? He's already leveled up.
He's 8.
He had to really challenge, double kill the Master Yi's here. He already saw the Genking before. Is he gonna see it again, or did he possibly forget that?
Pit Rookie and pass.
Oh!
Pit Rookie pass. We're back onto Enrico Maria's turn where he has an opportunity here to come back into this game.
Philip, no!
Why?
Okay, I forgot myself, but like he just did gank himself last turn.
Yeah.
And yeah. I mean, Enrico banked on it, and he's now cashing out.
He could have also challenged the Master Yi's against each other to guarantee that there was no ganking action.
But he's not winning the game if he does this. That's the problem.
That's true. That's the handshake. He's giving it over to Philip to take the crown. Regardless of a shaky ending there, Philip brings it forth, and our Star Wars champion has come forth and won that Master Yi Masterclass face-off.
What a series.
Right?
Wow.
I have to say that both played extremely well, but I think Philip had a slight edge with how clean his gameplay overall through the series was.
Yeah.
I thought the game 2 was almost like a call an ambulance, but not for me meme, right? It was so far behind, and then all of a sudden he had a game shot, and Enrico Maria had to play out of his mind, boost the double punch first grab to go for the
And it was a top deck punch first on top of that. And the next turn, without it, he was cooked.
Yeah.
Game 1, of course, we saw that really strong start from Philip, and he really did go aggressive early on, taking point after point. The Poros didn't quite stick in there, but of course, he used lots of tricks, including those defies on guards. And honestly, I really enjoyed the use of Primal Strength from Enrico Maria, though.
Yeah. There was getting a lot out there, knowing at some point that it won't be defied. So, but he was lacking one rune to make that turn really, really perfect. Almost cost him the game there, but finding another punch first was great. Also, channeling 2 body runes that turn was crucial.
Oh, absolutely. And that Alpha Strike providing enough XP where the E could gank over was also pivotal.
That's where he got it from.
You were curious, where did he get the extra XP from?
You know, I have Alpha Strike in my deck too, but it's Chinese, so I never knew you got XP from that.
Yeah.
XP can come from the wildest of places.
That is crazy. But Enrico Maria just by no means was out of those games. It was incredibly strong performance from both players here. But also, you can see in Riftbound, the game is almost never over because even though they were so low on resources, a single top deck could have in every single game changed the outcome.
Yeah, punch first here at the end. Rengar, Charm, there was so many outs for the Enrico to just pull back again because Philip just missed the lethal at the end.
Yeah, absolutely huge to be able to change that around.
Incredibly close in the end, but Philip was able to take it down ultimately. So yeah, I feel like the first match went rather slow and they were playing until the very last moment, even going into overtime. But this first game, it was almost over as soon as it started, really. So this got a little bit more tempo now here into our TCG Grand Slam within the end. As I said, Philip winning. What was the coolest moment of that match for you? A standout moment, maybe? Alan, do you have one?
I mean, double punch for Scrub was lit. I want more of that.
It was pretty
It was
good.
a good one. You have one as well?
Honestly, I also really
No,
liked
it's
the
mine. You
grab.
can't take it
Okay,
from me.
fine.
Can't fight your
I'll-
own.
Fine. I really liked the first Primal Strength. I think that was one, like Leo said, it was one of the cards that really felt like an underdog, but it is basically a cheaper punch first. It uses less resources, so you're not pushing yourself to your limit too quickly.
I liked when one of them played like a Poro. That was
Yeah, that one time.
That was
We
really
had,
cool.
like, that
the
was 10 great.
times.
Going first, Lonely Poro was really outstanding to me, and it exerted a lot of pressure as a 4-might unit, quote unquote. So I think that was where the players really started to play out of their minds.
Well, I think we should find out what Philip himself was thinking about those Lonely Poros and that match in general. So we give it over to the winner's interview with Blavins.
Hey guys, we are here with our winner of round 2 of the TCG Grand Slam, Philip. How are you feeling after that win?
Relieved. Like the first game is always the most stressful. I had a little bit time to prepare for the tournament, so I was like fine with my plays. But it's still like you don't know your opponents, how good they are, how trained they are. We were playing the exact mirror, so that was the scariest one because like if you lose the exact mirror, it's like feel a little bit worse. But yeah, I won the die roll, so I was lucky in this, and I felt fine with my play. I know there's definitely a lot of like small misses, but I think overall I'm really really happy of how it like turned out.
Well, tell me about your preparation for the mirror specifically. I would imagine if you were talking to players coming into the event, you assumed that there's probably going to be Master Yi. Obviously, you brought Master Yi, so you know that it was at least going to be somewhat of a popular choice. What was your preparation into the mirror looking like?
So my preparation overall was much shorter than I wanted because when we got news about this event, I was like super hyped. I thought, oh, I will have a month because there is no spoilers for my game for the Galactic Championships that are in 3 weeks. And then FFG spoiled whole set a month in advance. So my like preparation shortened to like from a month to like 4 days. So I started, my first game was Monday, like the true like game, but I had 4 full days of like only grinding Riftbound. So I played a few of the mirror matches. I didn't really train for mirror because I know every card in my deck, so I don't really like, this is not a match that I knew I need to train more. I didn't expect like, I didn't really know what will be the taken deck, so it could be anything. So there wasn't really a specific thing I was playing against. I just wanted to learn my deck the best I can, all the tricks, all the like hidden interactions, to just be like well prepared with what I can do, and then like I will try to learn what my opponent's decks do on the fly.
Absolutely, and of course. You got the win here in the very first round in the mirror match. Any last thoughts as you're going into your second match of the day later on?
Yeah, my second one should be the hardest one, but I hope I will not make it easy for Alan, and maybe snack a win or two.
Always looking to get a win there, but again, congratulations, Philip. But with that, we will send it back to the desk.
Already targeting his next opponent there, Alan. Do you have any words for that? Are you looking forward to play against Philip there?
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait. We talked a bit throughout the days. And as much as I have only 6 bet matchups with my deck, it will be fun. Yay!
Well, easy peasy. But how humble of a man he is. He only started playing this week, he said, but then grinded non-stop, said every single time, probably played for multiple hours there, and getting to that stage, like he played so quickly in those first few motions. He knew exactly what he was doing. That's a sign of a true TCG champion, right? Because you know he has that resource understanding from his own game, and therefore he's very, very able to transfer that into his new game. How impressive.
A bit too fast, perhaps, because we've seen game 1 and game 3 missing out and not thinking through possible lines and what can happen, and just driving that tempo to the possible loss. So a bit, I think, to take away definitely from the series, to cool yourself at the end of those matches, even though the rest of the game looked perfectly fine.
Well, yeah, almost that last sequence of the game where he missed to actually go into that other battlefield with the Master Yi Tempered was almost costing him, but Enrico Maria had no answer to it anyway, so he was still winning. Almost, though, that was his like throw of the match there, but he did in the end win. But as I mentioned, Enrico Maria, we of course also want to hear from him.
All right, we are here with Enrico Maria. Unfortunately, not able to win here in the mirror match. How are you feeling after that really close match?
Yeah, I'm not mad about it, to be honest. It's a very close mirror match. I knew that the die roll was quite important, so I rolled a double 1, so I was like, okay, nice.
You roll a double 1, you know how how it's going to go, but hopefully not the rest of the day. How are you looking at the rest of the day for today and the rest of this event for you?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next game. I know it's a very interesting matchup you guys are going to see, but I'm asking my coach to give me all the tips for that matchup, so I think it's going to be nice.
Well, tell me a little bit about your coaching and preparation for this event. Obviously, a lot of players. I've just been overhearing your conversations. You are very busy. Basically, every weekend you've got a regional or high-level event for One Piece. What was your preparation for this event like?
I had to ask some friends. I have really close friends from like other TCGs that play constantly Riftbound. So I decided to ask them for like some kind of like preparation. It was quite quick because I had to prepare in like a week. But I already played the game a little bit, so I knew the rules. Of course, I don't really have like regional preparation, but I think it's good enough for this event.
Absolutely. And for this event, I mean, just the atmosphere, everything, how are you feeling about this event in general?
It's great. It's great. So satisfied. I accepted the invite. Meeting so many good players. It's just a dream for a lot of people. I'm glad that I can share the same room and talk to them.
Absolutely amazing. Well, Enrico Maria, thank you for that and good luck in the rest of your event. With that, we'll send it back to the desk.
I love how the TCG Overseer stares down there onto the two people the entire time. And that TCG Overseer with the Mulligan Mania really changed how that match went down. And I am curious, how well did the players even prepare for the Mulligan Mania? Are they aggressive enough with their mulligans? Are they searching for the right cards? What is the prime card to search for in Master Yi, would you say, when you are able to mulligan for 4 times? Mateusz?
Yeah. Absolutely, just understanding the differences when you go first and second, what to look after when you go first, just having this curve out, Poro into Rengar charm is so important. While going second, the Fiora with discipline becomes very strong on top of the challenge or charm. Just being able to clear those early battlefields, and Fiora being kind of resilient to the Rengar himself, so it makes it quite a quality play while going second.
Yeah, and I talked to Todd a little bit after his match, and he was like, yeah, well, I just searched for Rengar. Like, as soon as I saw a Rengar, I was like, even I have 4 mulligans, I will be fine with that one Rengar. Maybe I can even get a second, because that card is just so incredibly strong, and I think that card is definitely going to shape up how this tournament is going to go overall, as not only the deck from Todd and Enrico Maria and Philip are including those Rengars, but also more to come in the tournament. We may even see Rengar in the Legend plays. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe even soon. But next up, we can have a quick look at the schedule as you can find out who's going to be the next players. And look at that. Who do we have there?
We have Grzegorz Kowalski versus Joshua Schmidt, 2 absolute titans that have been doing it for years. Joshua Schmidt, of course, a legend in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, but Grzegorz Kowalski, a legend of multiple card games, Grand Prix winner in Lyon 2018, Worlds finalist in Magic the Gathering, already crazy, but also winning the Flesh and Blood World Championships is crazy impressive. Plus, and that is more relevant for this tournament, the most recent European Best of Rengar in Utrecht, making 24th place, I believe, which also gives him the qualification for the regional championships.
The exact numbers. Amy, is that going to be a huge advantage over Joshua Schmidt, or do you think he's well prepared to go up against that champion?
I think that it is going to be a huge advantage. Not only has Gregor shown that he is a fantastic player, multiple TCGs, but having the practice and the reps, much like yourself, people are fearful of that in this event. And I think that it could come to show that actually not only his prowess in other TCGs, but also the practice and the reps he's had at a top competitive level against other good Riftbound players will give him a little bit of an advantage. I also feel like the Mulligan Mania is going to help a lot with his chosen deck.
So in the... Okay, we don't spoil the matchup, right?
Oh, you could do it.
You can go ahead.
We're gonna, because this is kind of cool, especially for the... We're gonna have Rengar against Diana, where the Mulligan Mania heavily favorites the Rengar, because again, the Diana deck is hurt by the most, because it has a hand filtering and drawing like no other deck. So you don't want to give your opponent option that, where they just play power cards, and if they are able to find the correct cards for the correct matchup, is a disadvantage. And we cannot cut Joshua short, even though he has less experience. We talked about the matchup until midnight yesterday. He knows what the Rengar cards does, and then we played a few games, and he understands what his loose con is and what makes the matchup a lot harder.
Don't underestimate those Yu-Gi-Oh players, right? Because every single game that Joshua was getting in, I think what I saw from Joshua also, especially when he was playing with you, Mateusz, was every single question that he was asking was so good. Like everything was so well thought through. He was asking the right questions, getting to the right conclusions. And I feel like every single game he played, he like upgraded, like he overcame 100 or 1,000 players of Riftbound even, and now almost is in the top 10 overall, it feels like.
If you give one match to every single one of those players, they get so much out of it, and that the initial learning is so much faster for those players, given all the experience that comes from the other card games. It's just such a joy to watch those players learn, and I just wish we had more players and crossing over to the Riftbound.
Yeah, we can all learn so much from all of those amazing players, but why don't we learn a little bit more about Grzegorz?
I'm Grzegorz Kowalski from Poland, mostly known for playing Magic the Gathering for a long time and winning world championships in Flesh and Blood. So my first touch with TCGs was, I think I was around 14 or 15, and a friend of mine just brought booster packs to school, showed me what it is, and we just started playing on our breaks. And then I think 2009 was my first international tournament. I liked it, so I started playing more and more. And when I finished high school, I basically had to make a decision if I want to go pro or go to college. So I decided to give myself a 1-year-long break from going to college and try my best of playing card games. So I just went full-time on playing, and after a year I had good enough results to just keep pushing and never went back to school. Right now, I can say my main game is Riftbound from like a few months. Before that, it was Flesh and Blood, and before that, it was Magic the Gathering. I was invited about a year ago when I heard from someone just asked me on Discord if I want to participate, and the idea of 8 world champions from different card games playing a new card game, which was Riftbound at the time, sounded great, so here I am. I think the idea of Grand Slam is great in terms of bringing all TCGs together, because for now we have like people playing Magic, people playing Flesh and Blood, people playing Riftbound and stuff, and the Grand Slam is basically people playing TCGs, and this is what I like to mix TCGs. I think event like this is so unpredictable, then making any changes in your mind that can make stuff better can just make it worse. So I decided to take my trusty deck from Utrecht, which was the last big tournament in Riftbound, and just try to play my best and see what people bring. I think my strong part is technical play. I usually don't make like an obvious mistakes, like missing triggers and stuff. Like I do make strategic mistakes from time to time when I overthink, try to play around too many stuff, and for no reason. That's my I guess a low side. But I think in terms of like technical play, not missing triggers, thinking about rule interactions, stuff like this, I think that's my strong part. I'm most afraid of Alan, definitely the best player in Riftbound in the world, I think, already. So there is 8 of us, and we just try to dodge him for as long as possible. I think the new rules that are specific for this tournament, like additional mulligans and stuff, are quite fun and kind of level the field in terms of like none of us know how it's gonna work exactly. So if someone is new to the card game, like Riftbound, it basically gives, I believe, them maybe not the side edge, but it levels the level of the field, because no one of us is prepared for that. And it's gonna be fun. I don't know, I never played the game with like double mulligan or other stuff, so, or like showing part of the hands, so we'll see. I've been a part of TCG community for like 20 years, so I've seen it all from the bottom of the bottom 20 years ago. And I think it's great. It's a way to take people out from playing computer games, sitting at home, scrolling phones, just go meet people and play the game face to face. I'm Grzegorz Kowalski.
Welcome back, everyone, to TCG Grand Slam. I am Blevins, joined by Amy and Lumpy, and we've got an amazing match coming up here very shortly. Gregors versus Joshua. You've talked about it a little bit already, and we're going to make some predictions, but no one really cares about our predictions. We want to hear your predictions in the chat, in Joshua's chat, but also we want to hear from the TCG Oracle. We're going to rip some booster backs and see who the TCG Oracle believes is going to win this match.
Okay, but before that, I think we actually have to decide who we think is going to win. So I gotta say I'm a little bit biased, as of course I come from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Joshua Schmidt is basically the figurine of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and therefore I would personally go with him, because also with the learning curve he showed over the last couple of days, and maybe a little bit of overconfidence on the opposing side, I could see him taking this down.
I think I can see the complexities of Yu-Gi-Oh!, especially with the interactions on your opponent's turn, definitely maybe giving him an edge. So although I personally would differ in my view, I know we have to be unanimous, so I'm willing to go with Joshua and believe in Joshua this time.
Sounds about right.
Well, there you go. My opinion in this matter does not matter, because I will, of course, be unanimous here, even though maybe I did predict Gregors to win the entire event. Doesn't need to win every match to win the entire event, so let's go with the caster prediction of Joshua. But let's hear and see these packs get cracked. The TCG Oracle will speak.
We'll do Yu-Gi-Oh! First here.
Okay, we'll have Amy on the
I'll have a
ready
look.
to
I'll have a
spot check some prices here to see which pack was better.
Monster.
Will the TCG Oracle speak? Who will they favor?
That's the Abyss of the Sacred Beast. Light and Darkness Ritual. That's like a retreat of the old cards. The Phantom Knights of Armbridge Vale. And I think this is about to be our hit. Oh, Chaos Magical Hats. Iconic, but not necessarily high rare, what I can tell you. So I don't think we're going to have too much value on this. From my personal experience, I would say this should be roughly 50 cents to €1. So
it's a euro. You're absolutely on it there. It's a euro. Oh, Melfi!
Melfi's joyful surprise.
So cute. I love Melfi.
It is a joyful surprise.
Angelachi enlisted Summer. Basic card, right?
Just Summer.
Just over 20 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then they print the card that's called Summer.
Yeah.
And then there's a Clown Crew finale.
Oh, last card of the pack was the finale. That's thematic.
Well,
there we go.
Dramatic, right?
Okay, so not maybe the best showing for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Booster in that case, but
Let's see if Flesh and Blood can do any better, I
you
suppose.
do need to do a little bit work to get over €1, I will say.
Let's see.
Let's see, indeed. Let me know what card you'd like me to check.
We'll find out together. Got the Vault-Bound Duality. And then there is the Constella. Electron Jolt Step. Ooh, going closer in. Holo Shield. Oh, we're getting into a holo direction, maybe. That's the Flow Stride.
Beautiful. Oh, that's
Nebula
nice.
Duality.
I love the art on that card.
Ebbing Arch. Oh, yeah, they're all like a little angelish.
I
right?
love it.
Angelic.
Stunning.
Flittering Force Field. Storm Shard. Okay, we're getting to it. Flittering Spike.
Lots of flittering going on.
Starflow Ropes. I don't want to wear that rope.
Why not?
That's dangerous.
Zap.
Core Reaction. Rift Breaker.
No, we're playing Riftbound.
Right?
Right, Riftbound, not Riftbreaker.
Oh, that's a foil here.
Road
Authority. Okay, so that's a foil rare. If you look in the bottom left, that will be the rarity for the card. So that's a rare. I don't know if they're...
Oh.
And that is a...
Oh!
That's a token.
That's
a token.
Ziggy token and the embodiment of lightning.
Yes.
So I think we are going to check our foil here, which was the Erode Authority. And do you have any news on that, Amy?
I'm gonna have a double check, because let's have a looky on
Well,
that
it doesn't have to
one.
beat much, right?
It doesn't.
Because the Yu-Gi-Oh!
It doesn't have to
I
beat much.
mean, the Erode Authority, it doesn't have much going for it at the moment.
Okay.
The only one that we can find right now is also a euro.
So...
And now it's just above Yu-Gi-Oh! In regards to the average price.
Yeah.
So the Flesh and Blood is taking the win there, but only by the smallest margin. So maybe the Oracle is saying this is going to be a close game.
The Oracle is saying that this is going to time and we're going to have our first draw. No, of course, it is going to be a close match. I would imagine it absolutely will be a close match, but the Booster Oracle has spoken. They're going against the caster prediction, which seems to be, well, we, as the casters, won the prediction last time over the Booster Oracle. And it looks like the community as well has gone for Joshua as well. Of course, voting on Joshua's channel as well. But enough of this. Let's jump on into the match and send it on over to you.
Delicious. I'm ready. Are you ready?
I am absolutely, and looks like there's somebody else ready.
Who can it be?
Out of the door there, Joshua Schmidt, and that's the definition of aura with that banner behind him. Whenever there is a world championship title on that banner, you know you're facing someone that knows his game, and Joshua Schmidt knows game, but does he also know Riftbound game? That question will need to be answered, but I liked his pose on the overview, like the thinking pose with the finger on the hat. Oh.
And one of the most fearsome names in trading card games, Grzegorz Kowalski, bringing that champion title in multiple games to the stage. Is it going to be Joshua or Gregor who's going to take this crown? I love this matchup personally because we have not only a feared name in both games, but also some of the games which are considered to be the most complex in nature. Flesh and Blood proving that, and even though it's one of the newer games, it's proved that it is one of the most complex games in theory, whereas Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always had these complex combos and, you know, very, very interesting wording on the cards as well, which can present some unique positions. And both players have brought decks that uniquely, I think, feed into their home game.
Absolutely. Word on the street is that maybe Flesh and Blood is one of the most complicated TCG games of them all, so that could be an advantage for Grzegorz. But the advantage of die rolling here, it looked like it was on Grzegorz, but now that we've talked about it so much, let's actually have a look at the deck list here that Grzegorz brought to this tournament. And he has not only brought this deck to this tournament, but he has been playing this deck essentially for the entirety of the season. He already considers himself, as he said in his intro, as one of the best Riftbound players around already, and this Rengar deck is what is making him so feared in the Riftbound community. You of course see the Rengar Trophy Hunter in the champion unit, but also 2 times on top of that in the regular main deck, and I'm sure he's going to find more copies of that as we still have the TCG Overseer rule of Mulligan Mania in place.
And that's something that can usually really stick that deck in the mud, is not getting those early cards that you need for each instance. And in this instance, Joshua's coming in with Diana, one of the kind of most prolific combo decks at the moment in the meta. Diana really does benefit from having those tricks up her sleeve. That actually mulliganing and siphoning through the deck is something that this specifically does kind of trump. It always is about that kind of going through the deck, using stack deck to get to the cards you need faster. Is Mulligan Mania going to give your opponent more of that feel and more of that advantage, or is it only going to feed into the whole tactic of Diana and allow them to put cards they're not going to need to the bottom of the deck?
It's rough, because Diana, probably out of the field of the decks we have here, is the one already having by nature the chance to draw so many cards, to predict cards, of course, also with your champion unit, the Diana Lunary, and therefore it's not necessarily in the need of having multiple of those mulligans, but still it can't hurt, you know? Like, having the perfect opening hand for any kind of deck is going to be a better start than struggling and just relying on those top 2 cards after the mulligan to be perfect. It looks like, though, they both are... Oh, Josh is still... Oh, that's not the first mulligan he's taking. I think we're going for 2 again. So maybe Joshua Schmidt, a master of his game, has studied the Mulligan Mania rule as well, and therefore is going to go for it aggressively here. And we also do see that there already is our battlefields coming in that we are going to be playing on. Joshua is bringing Rockfall Path, while we see Grzegorz relying on Star Spring.
In case you at home don't know what those do, Rockfall Path says that units cannot be played here.
Yeah.
And Star Spring, the first time a player plays a non-token unit here each turn, they can move another unit they control here to the base. So it's about bouncing those units back and forth.
That's absolutely true. And I mean, Rockfall Path against decks that want to be aggressive against Fury decks is definitely not too bad because, of course, you are working around that ambush mechanic and you're trying to be safe from that. And Joshua has won the Dire and therefore will be the one leading off the action, doing so here with the Traveling Merchant.
Straight off the bat, bringing in more. Okay, Apothecary down. And we now can carry on and start getting into the thick of the action. These first turns tend to be quite slow with both decks because you don't have enough energy saved up to make any big, long-lasting turns. You are just establishing a board and getting towards those combo turns. But now that both of the both of the battlefields are open, of course, Joshua can go ahead and move straight into that Rockfall Path, which is very advantageous for himself.
Yeah, you do see here right away why we said that you do not necessarily need that Mulligan Mania for the Diana deck, because immediately on the second turn, already Joshua, by triggering that Traveling Merchant, is able to draw cards. And we do see another card that's hugely important against aggressive decks, as already here, with all of those 4 runes being used, the Vex Apathetic is established in the base here for Joshua, which of course is his way of protecting even more so against units with ambush as soon as it does hit the battlefield.
Yes, stunning units can really slow things down for your opponent, especially if they're trying to be aggressive, which is the classic nature of Rengar.
That's true. Okay, so we do immediately
trigger here and draw.
I like how Gregor just says, play this guy. Like, he says,
this
not
fella,
even the name.
Here we go. Moving straight in on the Traveling Merchant. And that will generate that momentum, really keeping pace. That's what Rengar always wants to do, right? Keeping pace with the point total and not allowing Joshua to pull off these spell combo turns.
And that guy in that case was Kinku Initiate. And while we have established multiple units on the field, of course, our legend, the Rengar Pride Stalker, triggered multiple times already, boosting our units one might at a time. And therefore, we were able to overcome that Traveling Merchant. But now the Vax is trading really, really well into that free might of the Gregor's unit. And that means Joshua still gets established here. Usually the deck is quite slow, but already here on the third turn, Joshua able to establish that Vax onto a battlefield and onto a safe battlefield as well, because that is Rockfall Path. And we talked about it. Units cannot be played there. So that's a really, really solid start for Joshua.
Here comes Hui, and again, we discussed with Alan how important it is to get your Hui down early.
So important.
And this is kind of actually, I'd say, like the latest you want to be playing that. So the earlier the better, but now is absolutely fine. And with the extra protection from Vex on the Rockfall Path, you know, it should be relatively easy for Joshua to keep getting hold points here now. And that's exactly what he's going to try and do, is just not allow Gregors to push his way into battlefields.
Honestly, this sounds like the dream start for Joshua that he has had here so far, because every single turn it felt like he was able to play the exact card that you want to play in that curve scenario. He was able to get that 2-drop with the Traveling Merchant. Vex Apathetic was huge the turn after, already now sitting in the battlefield here, and now maybe the strongest card of the entire deck with the way, definitely one you are digging for in a Mulligan Mania situation, and therefore Joshua, rightfully so, can be quite happy with how this is going so far, I would imagine.
Wade just gives so much flexibility in the early game because it has those, you know, elements of, okay, what do I need right now? And being able to have flexibility is what a combo deck is all about.
It definitely is, but Gregor already having 2 units in the base, and therefore maybe the Vex not as safe as you would think, but also to be considered, Joshua still has 1 rune open. Is there something we can expect from him there? Which we could. I mean, of course, he's playing the classic Chaos and Mind cards, so there definitely is a potential for example, let's just say the one that does -1. Oh, I forgot.
Okay.
Oh, no, we're seeing the hand of Gregor.
Yeah, I was going to say, we get a sneaky peek at the hand. We've got more units, but kind of not a lot of combat tricks. So it looks like we're going to be going in quite heavy on units and trying to overwhelm Joshua's side.
Darius target himself.
That's an early Darius.
Play Fey Folk.
Darius and a Fey Folk.
That's a one-off in Gregor's deck list. So interesting to see that he already had this.
2, 3.
And as we are playing our second card this turn, the Darius gets ready as well. But Gregor, even though it is ready now, does not decide to move anywhere, not attacking any of those battlefields. And the Vex Apathetic just stays there on Rockfall Path and gets the whole point.
Just like we were saying. Now Joshua's going to be kind of trying to, I imagine, try and keep that whole point, but Gregos is making a really strong stance, saying, okay, I'm going to build up this backline with units, maybe draw more cards where I can, and then go in and battle you to try and overtake and overwhelm your defenses. Maybe if Joshua slows down on how many units he's able to play, Hui moves in and gets that next conquer point. Up to 3 for Joshua.
This is crazy.
It's absolutely wild.
Roles feel reversed here so far because
really
Joshua is storming into those battlefields, and on the other hand, the aggressive deck that Gregor's brought and that he's known for is just chilling in the base there with 4 units. Where is this all going? Is this maybe a little too aggressive from Joshua? Or is this the way how you overcome that disadvantage of pace by just being quick yourself and saying, I'm the one dictating the pace against the aggro deck here?
I think you don't want to allow Rengar to easily take the battlefields. I think that's the thing, because once Rengar units get in there, it's really hard to get them out. They just kind of stick there like glue.
Oh, yeah.
And it can be really tricky. So if Joshua takes the initiative to go into the battlefields, and then he has control then. But choosing to actually bring this Vex back now, so units no longer get stunned when they're put into play on Gregor's side. That's an interesting move.
I mean, now that the game is progressing, of course, there always is the Rengar Trophy Hunter lingering around, of course, as the champion unit there in that zone. And that one, of course, doesn't care as much about the Vex necessarily, because it can still just be played onto a battlefield, but not into the Rockfall Path on the other hand.
No,
So in the
that's what I was
combination,
thinking. Like, it doesn't...
weird, yeah. But we want to keep it safe here. Now, Gregor, with all of those runes, being very careful, being a little bit ahead here, even now at this point, in terms of energy, has a really, really huge turn ahead of him. And as we see the challenge there in the card highlight, we have seen it in his hand. Is that maybe something to take out the way here, or can we just do it in a regular way? Because the way, of course, is open for a showdown here, as it is sitting in the battlefield, and the Vex is much more protected in the base. But how well protected is it against a possible challenge is the question here.
The terrifying thing about challenge is that the units don't have to be at battlefields. You can target base.
Yeah.
So Vex might not be as well protected as Joshua might be hoping, but it is one of the few kind of really push spells that Gregor has to be able to overwhelm an opponent. We do have the punch first now, which also gives Gregor a really large impact when it comes to battles against Hui now. Darius and Hui.
I guess I pass.
And
no action. And Joshua, noteworthy, has been dictating the tempo on the battlefields, but has completely open runes here for the opponent's turn, and therefore uses one of those. Now, does not even use one of them because he can use the Diana effect for it. His legend will be used for Stupefy, changing, of course, the might in this showdown right now in favor of Joshua, being up 1 right now.
Darius getting stupefied, and now it's time to bring on Rengar, who can pounce into the Star Spring.
Of course, but Joshua still with plenty of runes open, so he must be waiting for this big showdown. He is prepared for this turn. He left so many of his resources open. He was able to check out so many cards with the Mulligan Mania, and then the additional draws as well of Wei.
So you are.
Is Joshua using up too many resources here? Too scary?
Let's see. They're comparing the might here. Looks like we have gotten to 11.
And you have in hand how many?
4. Yeah.
4 cards in hand, as Joshua is asking. Always a worthy question to ask to kind of think ahead of how much we can expect there. And 4 is a decent number to hear, right? Like,
Yeah.
4 is not overwhelming. You're like, okay, 4 cards, that's not too much that can happen here. And that is a...
wind.
Right, the wind.
Ride the wind, sorry.
And look at this. So we're just moving that way away from the danger, and we're putting it into Rockfall Path.
Ride the wind, allowing you to move a friendly unit and ready it so Hui is now out of the Hui and won't be perishing to that Rengar. And this way you avoid any of those combat tricks like Punch First, which the energy is ready for.
This is insane. Yeah, this was so well played once more from Joshua. And the cool thing is, yes, Rockfall Path makes you not play units into the battlefield, but here we just moved it over, so we didn't play it in there, but still got the option to get the way in there. And as you just saw the number go from 4 to 5 there, this does mean he
Conquer the
conquers it.
battlefield.
Yes, so
Wow.
you're up to 5 here.
Oh, this one finishes first,
That
right?
was sleek.
Oh, okay.
A beautiful play, not only protecting your own units, but also protecting them furthermore from any further Rengar plays. That now is out of the question, at least for now, and Hui is in a much stronger position and completely out of the way, not being able to be targeted, free of combat tricks, which we know these red-orange decks are really strong for.
Totally.
But they don't have a lot in the way of preventing you from concluding an action.
Joshua has always been a combo player, no, a control player in Yu-Gi-Oh! And he's controlling the pace of this play here. Even jumping from one battlefield to another without ganking. And that is Joshua just getting another turn. And Gregor,
Point.
that's 6 points. He's running away with it here. Who would have expected this Diana deck to be so aggressive here early on? And now Josh with all of those open runes and still a decent amount of cards in hand, because he didn't even he didn't even need to use too many cards that last turn. He did the Stupefy, which gave him an additional card, of course, as it's also drawing a card. And then the Ride the Wind, but also we had the Way trigger to draw another card because that moved, of course. So this is insane consistency and insane execution here from Joshua with 6 win points now overall already.
It just goes to show that if you use your resources well, you don't necessarily need the toughest units. What you need is to be able to know where they need to be and when, and make sure that you control the flow of the game in that respect. This is another way to do that, using Tide Turner.
This is hilarious. We trigger the Way again.
Way goes, moves, triggers again. Tide Turner still keeping Rockfall Path under control.
Yes.
Even though you can't play a unit in there, you can Tide Turner in there.
Well, we already got Vex Apathetic on the field, so we can just discard another one. And that means Way this time is not going to draw a card, but instead is going to be able to get 3 additional might. Are we going to use... Oh, wow. We're going into the Darius and the Rengar. So how much is that? So we have 8 on the Way, and then there is 6, 11 for the side of Gregorz. But first of all, of course, the move trigger of the Way.
Draw a card.
Are we... Oh. That is...
This looks like it could be a big play.
Yeah, we're trying to make this all a little bit bigger. Moonfall! Joshua grabbing the stars, grabbing the moon.
11.
Are we bringing another unit here into this battlefield? Yes, of course, the Irresistible Faithfolk.
Yeah, bringing that forward and
resolve?
giving -2 to the opponents.
So -2, -2.
The funny thing
Does
now...
this technically still get -2 or just -1?
Depends how it's written.
Here's just, let me read your card, I'll explain to you.
If it gets a buff later, it would still be at 0? Okay.
Yes, I'll get a trigger, gonna think if I want to use it.
Yes. That's what I was thinking, because we on purpose decided to take that card there into the battlefield that does have a move trigger. So when we are going to use it now, we can bring another unit from the base into this battlefield, but will that be enough with all of that minus?
I don't know if it will. We still have the... How much energy do we have up? We do have the 3 energy. We do have Punch First as an option to kind of multiply the might on the board, but is it worth it at this stage? I mean...
Oh, we gotta do it.
We got to. I think you have to. I'm thinking about the math here, and I think you have to make a push, especially with your opponent forcing another unit in there, kind of forcing you to play cards in a disadvantageous way.
Or maybe just another unit with ambush as well to overcome the disadvantage. It's very close right now. It's 7 to 8, so it doesn't really need a punch first, because punch first would just overdo it, really. So maybe something that just gives you 1 or 2. Of course, triggering the Rengar Pride Stalker as well gives you a +1 easily as well when you play units. So I think just a cheap unit here, maybe that can be played as a reaction, like an Inferno or something could be decent, but maybe we don't have that because it looks like punch first.
I think the punch first is being heavily considered. It feels, you're right, it just feels like overkill. Right? You don't need to be playing it right now, but to lose that many units feels bad, right?
It does.
Darius is the target of the punch first.
This is such an investment, resource-wise. Just if Joshua has another card here to change for total might, overall this could be very much the deciding sequence of this entire game here. And we know that, for example, there could be as easy as a gust here on Joshua's side, possibly just returning something back into the hand here, like the Riftbound Folk.
Correct, yep.
Yep, Joshua clarifying this would be 12 might on your end. We're on 8, so we need to overcome a difference of 4 if this does resolve.
How does this work? Is this already counting as a card being played? So if he puts another card on the stack, it would immediately ready? It creates a trigger as soon as the card is played?
Asking the technical questions, and that's what Joshua is always doing.
So they both have to resolve? Okay.
Always trying to find the nitty-gritties. He's always trying to be as knowledgeable as possible. He already, with only playing so little so far, is able to have such a big knowledge here in this game of Riftbound. And that gust that we were talking about is going to be used here immediately on the Darius.
Gus now pushing Darius back, even though Darius has the advantage because of the punch first. Although Joshua won't be taking out the unit, it is taking control of the battlefield regardless and winning this showdown, right?
This is insane. This is basically negating the punch first that we had to pay for so much, because before the punch first resolves, the Darius is going to be back into the hand of Grzegorz Kowalski, and therefore this is going to ultimately lead to this showdown going in favor of Joshua, and I think that is how we are resolving it now. Look, 8-4.
The problem here is that Grzegorz is just so behind on energy now, having committed to that punch first when it just wasn't quite its time. But it was so scary having 3 of your units going down otherwise. So in a way, punch first did have some value because Darius is back in the hand now. But we are concluding that, and wowza, that really puts Joshua in a commanding position now on 7 points. Only a millimeter away from winning this game 1 when Grzegorz is only on 2.
That's true, and I mean, that backs up a fatigue. Now that we control both battlefields right now, may as well be thrown onto a battlefield here too, as we are only 1 winning point away from the entire match, and therefore we want to make sure that next turn we just hold one of these, and then it's golden for game number 1, or do we just keep the Vax in the base to make sure it can possibly just conquer more next turn? I like the idea of just going into one of those 2 here though. But looks like we have a Fizz in hand there as well. Look, quick look at the hand. Fizz, Stupefy, another Moonfall. That's such a good defensive card. But before that, we gotta go for a more aggressive card played into the battlefield here, into that Star Spring that Grzegorz brought onto this field. What are we copying here?
What's Fizz bringing back? It's Moonfall, of course! An absolutely phenomenal spell, and one of the reasons this deck is just so strong is that you can just pick away at your opponent's defenses forcefully.
Grzegorz was building up in the base, and Joshua says, no, I will not allow you to be set up in your base, as I'm working through those units even in the base by just dragging them onto the battlefield with the Moonfall step by step. And now Grzegorz only sitting there with Kinku Initiate.
They do it in the wrong order.
Joshua's double checking. Okay, yeah. We want to make sure that the runes are recycled correctly here.
Oh, for the Fizz has...
Yeah, with the Fizz as well. There we go. Okay. Fizz is a phenomenal card. I want to talk about Fizz for a moment, especially for a deck like this, which really drives spells as your offense and defense, and sometimes the offense can be the best defense, and you're dragging your opponent forward into positions you know that they can't overcome.
Look at this. The Vex is being thrown on top of that battlefield there. So Joshua saying, I am all exhausted with my runes. I am relying on one of those battlefields to hold, and I think he has a preference of which one to hold. We have been able to outpace, to outpower, to outrun the aggro deck, and Josh on the Diana deck is winning this very first game that he is playing here at the TCG Grand Slam. And you could already tell he has been using those last 2 days to get some reps in with this deck. He is already so knowledgeable. Of course, a couple of small questions here and there. Is this already on this deck? Is this already considered to be resolved? But executing so well and now going deep into his side deck. And in his side deck, it's going to be interesting because there is definitely good side deck cards to bring into those aggro matchups. Like when you're trying, when you see, okay, my opponent is playing a Buddy Fury deck, surely we are just going to go onto a defensive route, generally speaking. But when you just saw that game one, maybe just instead want to be as quick as possible. Maybe Joshua is just reinventing the way you are playing this matchup here right now, because that game one just felt phenomenal.
I am not well versed in this matchup specifically, but I also think that our Overseer rule really does change things up. And in theory, it should have made Rengar so much more powerful into this deck. But actually, I think that all it's done is boosted Joshua into an even more advantageous position and allowed him to siphon the cards that aren't so useful in this matchup to the bottom of the deck from the beginning. And then he has just been able to be aggressive, go in quick, and take down the competition before they even kind of get rolling.
Yeah, and it really felt like even though we had the opportunity to mulligan 4 times, Gregor was not having the cards you would necessarily expect in those situations, because just a simple Inferno would have been so nice just to be thrown onto a battlefield there to also trigger the Rengar Pride Stalker. But instead, we had to invest into that punch first, which was really not that great. It was the only option that Gregor really had to somehow prevent that battlefield to be lost. But still, another answer came in from Joshua and made sure that he is going to take this first game down.
I'll double check after.
You're done after the mulligan. You know your entire deck.
Look, it's fun to see that even though this is some high-pressure matches against the best of the best in the world in terms of TCG business, still they're just having a good time. Game recognizes game, and they know that they're both really, really strong players. And we are getting our information in here on the battlefields for that second game. Gregos, as he will be going first, has decided to make the pretty obvious choice of bringing the arena's greatest as his game to battlefield. And then, on Joshua's end, Abandoned Hall. And that card can get out of hand quickly in a Diana deck, because when you just use all of those spells, as we already saw, there's plenty of spells to use. Always then giving additional +1s on your units on that battlefield. This stacks up quickly.
Huge, especially with the advantageous use of spells in game one.
Oh, yeah.
You can only think that Joshua is made up, that he's able to select that battlefield in game two. Again, it's a very important moment to know when to choose your battlefields. And I feel like Rockfall Path was a great choice for game one because it gave him the opportunity to control things a little bit more. And then game two going, okay, now I know that these spells work in the way that I want them to. I'm going to amplify that. And we saw how advantageous using Hui and Ride the Wind and Gust really made use of all of the extra effects of your cards.
Look at this. We are following the mulligan that Gregor is doing here. We gave up a Sabotage. Oh, we find another in Italy. I'm not sure whether we wanted that. I'm pretty certain almost that we are going to give that up again. Oh, now also on Joshua's end.
Oh, wowza.
That's Way already. You always want to have Way, of course. Ride the Wind there too.
That's a tough decision. You kind of want some early units at this point, and the Titan is nice, but not really right now.
Oh, we're giving up
again. I think you have to. I think, oh no, Fizz really isn't it either.
Nope.
That's actually not that great. We kind of really want a few. I mean, there are some smaller units. We can start developing the board, but again, like Fizz, just not its moment.
Oh,
Gust.
and
Stack deck.
Stack deck is good,
Stack deck's
yeah.
better. Stack deck's there because essentially you get to continue Mulligan Mania.
But also, I mean, you have to see this from the perspective of Josh. Going second, his best play usually in any matchup is going to be the Diana Lunary from the champion unit zone,
100%.
as that is just such a prime free drop to drop there, and therefore maybe he's fine to just go after more expensive cards for the later game, but we shall see, as Gregos, of course, is the one leading the action here. Does he have a powerful 2-drop right away? Inferno maybe, as we already have it there in the card highlight.
I'm seeing a lot of kind of 2-cost cards, but I can't quite pin down which ones we're looking at. I think it is the Inferno that we're considering now.
It's a Pit Rookie as
well.
well.
Pit Rookie. I like Pit Rookie. A classic set 1 card.
Yes, it is, but it's so much better, of course, when you get to play it at a moment where you already have established a unit on the field to make use of that
free
buff,
buffs.
right?
We do like free things. It always tastes better when it's free.
Oh, and look at how free that Diana Lunary comes in there from the champion unit. Not giving up a card in hand, establishing one of the best free drops in the game right away. So Joshua cannot be mad about how this went. Interestingly enough, Gregos, as we now see his hand, he did in the end to decide to keep both of these Nidalee, or maybe another Nidalee came with another Mulligan, but in the end, 2 of them ended up in his hand here. And this is now where Gregos gets to make a decision early on. Usually those first couple of turns in Riftbound are being played quite quickly because there's only a couple of runes open. You cannot even play that many cards just by the pure nature of the game. Still, Gregos seems unhappy, but is going for Inferno plus Inferno. Bringing an Inferno onto the field once more, establishing multiple units in the base here, keeping the Pit Rookie in the base too.
Okay, I like this. Again, we're building up, but with multiple units with Assault kind of on the board and in the hand, ready to go. I'm liking this kind of almost tempting Joshua into the battlefields and saying, come on to the battlefields, it's okay. I've only got a couple of units, wink, wink. And then you go in with these big assault units, hoping that then Joshua's kind of left himself a bit too thin with those points, trying to gain that early advantage.
Open invitation to the battlefields has been outspoken, but Joshua once more just uses the curve efficiently. In the first turn, we get to use all 3 of our energy to bring the Diana onto the field, and now on the second turn that we get all 5 of those energies into a way. So early on, very well established once more, but so far, none of the players actually interested in going into any of the battlefields.
No, and that's where this is already differing from game 1. We didn't see the early trounce into a battlefield for Joshua, which does indicate that his hand isn't quite as kind of special as the first game, quite as flush with fantastic cards. But moving on, still not a single unit at a battlefield. This feels like a game of chicken.
What is going on
Who's
here?
going in first?
So Josh, I mean, it's of course, it's valuable to move both of these units on the side of Joshua right now because both of them do have that extra effect when they are, like the way when it is moving, of course, gets used as effect to possibly draw more cards. And also, of course, the Diana wants to predict the top card, possibly get another spell card for free onto her hands. So it's really, it's tempting, but so far Joshua did not fall for the bait, but now...
There we go. I think this is a nice turn.
You got it.
I think it's a nice turn. You need to start activating those abilities, and you can move way back if you need to in certain scenarios. So, of course, we get the draw one. I love this effect so much, and then you discard, and whatever you discard, you get the effect of, depending on what type of card it was. Choosing to go with Star-Crossed, so, of course, discarding a spell will get the spell bonus. But there's a lot of chances here for us to potentially kind of ride the wind, move it back, keep it safe, and also re-trigger those effects again.
We could do this aggressively too, though. We can just ride the wind, just jump on over into the other battlefield,
grab a point,
ready it, grab a point, and then just go back into the base once more, having it safe and all chill, right? Oh, I heard the word pass. Once more, Joshua just decides to completely leave all of his runes open. He says, I am going to play on your turn, and you better be ready for it. but honestly, Gregor, he does seem ready with all of those units,
Whoa,
and he goes for
sabotage!
preemptive sabotage. He says, you have all those tricks, I want to see them.
Okay. So we're getting to see everything. We've got Star-Crossed, Hard Bargain, Gust, Ride the Wind.
It's all spells.
It's all spells. Oops, all spells.
I mean, it's good to now preemptively know about all of those, but let's be realistic. Like, you can only get out one of those here, and then there is still the others to be scared of. And look, Gregor is smiling while he's noting down all of those cards, because that's not an easy decision. What do you think? Yeah, look, he's saying wow. And wow, indeed, because there is no easy decision here at all.
No.
I think Moonfall maybe scariest.
I think
Ride the Wind is crazy too, though.
I think Moonfall's my pick here, specifically because it removes larger targets. The Ride the Wind is nice because obviously it not only gives you aggression, but it gives you like an advantage when it comes to moving way around to kind of control things and give yourself an advantage. But Moonfall just is that one-stop shot of getting rid of larger, scarier units. I want to know what chat thinks, though. What would you choose? Because this feels like a nigh impossible decision. Which is the correct card here? Multiple smokescreen makes that kind of null and void. I'm like, fine, whatever, you can have that. Then I think becomes the nitty-gritty.
I mean, if you have a super powerful spell, maybe it could also be the Hard Bargain. But I mean, the deck not necessarily known for that, so I think that can be sort of ruled out.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to either the Moonfall, as we were discussing, or maybe even, I mean, the Ride the Wind also decent option. Starcrossed could be good too, though, as Starcrossed can be used defensively to also save maybe our way or our Diana in the end.
So true.
I will take Ride the Wind.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Ride the Wind is out of here.
It goes to the bottom.
Oh, my bad.
Yep. And that's the best part, is that Fizz can't grab that back. So actually not being able to loop the Ride the Wind, very nice.
Totally. And I mean, that's what you will get from top-level TCG players. He took a solid 2 minutes there to already map out the entire turn that he is about to be playing. And Joshua, with all the interruptions that he has, Gregor basically already made his assessment how he's going to use them and how we are now playing into this. And the safest way to do so is to not phase or Ride the Wind this turn. But I do feel like this turn gotta be the moment. And I mean, Sabotage usually also is a sign that you're trying to go in this turn. Like when you start off with the Sabotage. Ooh.
Surely I feel like it's now or never, because Joshua's not going to suddenly not have those cards in hand. He might play some of them on his own turn, granted. But at what point does it become too much? At what point do you need to start forcing Joshua to use those cards? And I think that's where having the knowledge of which cards are available is really important, because Gregos is going to be able to say, okay, I would like him to respond with X, Y, or Z, and then force Joshua into not playing them as efficiently.
Also, one thing to consider, as we saw all spells there in the hand of Joshua, if we find a way to get both units off the field here somehow, there is no more units available to Joshua at the moment, and that just, with all the units we have established, could be a win condition too. But for the very moment, Gregor, with all of those units available, decides to go with only one. Joshua having all of those runes ready, but still also using Diana to go with one of the two available smoke screens that he has in hand, changing the overall might, giving him the lead in this showdown currently. But there's Gregos, of course. I mean, we only send in one of those units, so maybe we're fine with losing this combat. I could imagine that.
I think you are fine with losing this combat. I think that's the thing. You're just testing the water at this point. Both of them, actually, I think, are testing the water. They're seeing where each other's limits are. What is my opponent going to respond to? And what are they willing to spend on this combat? Are they willing to spend more resources, or are they willing to just let this unit go?
Look at this. That was a tasked showdown, and Gregos lost that one, but maybe that was all planned, because we have baited out one of the smoke screens and we still have all of those units available. So even though we lost that showdown, I feel like we might be fine with it, and that might have been part of the plan.
Yeah, I think that that was very well kind of executed in that you're just kind of poking the bear. You're like, where's your limit? What are you willing to spend? And when am I going to push in? And I think that was correct. I think you just very slowly let your opponent whittle away.
But that was a pass after. We put Nidalee onto the field, but now it's the turn for Joshua. And you saw it there on the big cam. There is a unit that he picked up, and that unit is so strong against any kind of aggressive deck. We saw it already dominating game 1, dominating the meta game overall for the last couple of months in the Riftbound environment. The Vex Epiphatic is quite the card to draw here.
But to play the Vex would leave Joshua on not enough energy to necessarily respond to lots of units coming into those battlefields. So is it too much right now? Do we need to wait one more turn to establish more runes, to have enough energy to play it safely?
That's a good question. I mean, how much? We have 6 in total right now. We can also, of course, get an additional energy basically by the Diana as well when we get to Showdown. But first of all, okay, get as much information as possible. Go with the Way first. And now that we left those 2 units on the field, the Way is just, it's printing advantage. There's so many spells in the hand of Joshua, so you can just always discard a spell here, draw another card, and his draw power is always outpowering the draw potential of a Rengar deck. Giving up the Star-Crossed here. And what's the next new card?
Oh, I didn't quite catch it.
I think it was another unit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a Traveling Merchant. Yeah, Traveling Merchant. Early game card, but still just having access to another unit here can't be too horrible. Oh, this Diana has been waiting. And we're using the effect as well. Oh, that looks like a stacked deck. Yeah, give it to me. Give that stacked deck to me.
4.
Goes to 4.
Gonna have, you know what? You know what I love with my card draw? A little side dish of more card draw. Delicious.
You are so right. And it really feels like this matchup is completely upside down as Joshua once again is in a 4-1 lead here against Grzegorz, even though he was the one opening this game here and having all of those units in the base. But still, points-wise, it is Joshua once more going into the direction of victory here.
How much energy is going to be expended when you need it to face up against an army over the hill? That's what it's all about here. This is such an important moment for Joshua to really use his energy well and not overextend. But if anyone's going to be able to do that well, it's going to be a Yu-Gi-Oh player.
I would definitely agree. I'll take the compliment as well.
You should.
Of course. Oh, we passed though. Once more, Joshua.
I think that's it. I think that's correct. I gotta say, you've got to keep that energy up. And I think also trying to kind of bait your opponent into a false sense of security by not playing more units yet kind of might say to your opponent, it might signal to them that you don't have more units. I like this from Joshua.
Is it too early to call this Joshua Schmidt special? Like always just passing on all the runes?
I like it.
He is just in control totally, and he wants to keep control on the opponent's turn again. And even though Grzegorz introduced himself as already one of the best Riftbound players in the world, he does not look happy right now. He looks almost defeated, and Joshua is the one being in the driving seat right now. And I mean, we said that for multiple turns now. Eventually, Grzegorz will have to go in.
He has to.
I feel like now really is the moment where this is necessarily the case. And
I mean, Grzegorz could choose to take a cheap point by going into Arena's Greatest, so that there is that. You could just go ahead, go into the empty, into
just
the
get
open,
on the board, right?
Get on the board, and maybe even then try and get some hold points. Or you go, okay, my opponent doesn't have many units, but they do have a lot of energy. Is it worthwhile? Am I just going to get countered? There are so many questions that really bear answering here that it's a troublesome quandary as to whether you go into the open battlefield or whether you try and challenge the Diana.
Oh, looks like we are going to send multiple of those units into the Arena's Greatest. I mean, at some point, we got to also consider that we need to maybe hold even.
That's what I'm saying.
Otherwise, Joshua is just too far ahead in terms of win points and he just scores the sneaky one again in Arena's Greatest. And The way Gregors was saying, you can tell that he is not necessarily happy with the overall game state right now, but he is sending some units in now finally.
Just contemplating which ones.
Bring Diana here.
Okay, there we are. So we're going actually kind of for both. We're going for, I'm going to go into the open battlefield, but also challenge that Diana. And I think that's a lovely play to attempt to bring the control element back into your own hands.
That's the Irresistible Feyfolk, of course, or Irresistible Feyfolk, bringing it over there as it moved itself. And now, Josh, how many runes are we giving up? This is 5-3 right now, so not that big of a disadvantage to overcome, really. And we saw there is multiple of those things. And the problem right now for Gregors, even though he has all of those runes open, keep in mind he has 2 cards in hand. There is not that much potential. And Joshua has at this point 7 or 8 cards right now in hand. So just a regular Moonfall, bringing both of these cards down right now. Oh, we are paying some power, so yes.
There we go. Moonfall to try and
target a unit right away.
Some of these threats.
I'll just,
You can move one energy unit, to, one enemy unit to the battlefield and give all of the enemy units at that battlefield -2 might this
I'm
turn.
targeting the Pit Rookie.
Ooh, we want to bring the Pit Rookie into the conversation. And that Pit Rookie is awfully weak after the Moonfall resolves, so 0 might on it. It's not going to immediately die because of that, but now being in this showdown all of a sudden, it may be dying as a product of it. But Gregors, is this the Rengar moment? Well, yeah, okay, we cannot forget about the Rengar still being in the champion unit. Only 2 cards in hand, but trophy hunting.
I think it's going in, maybe just considering how many resources that's going to let up. But I think you have to.
Yes.
I think you have to make the push for it here. You have to protect what you've built up. And having your opponent Moonfall and bring another unit into the fray forcibly is absolutely not what you want. Rengar has to come into play and try and fight for this battlefield.
This is the moment where Gregors needs to establish, where he needs to finally get a battlefield under control. But he knows Joshua's cards in hand. He has seen it with Sabotage. Yes, some cards were drawn afterwards, but there still is at least 1 more of those smoke screens, which could be problematic right now because it's 9-3.
Who has focus now?
Good question. Good question.
It is. You got to keep
If I pass, can he do another thing?
Lovely how that is being completely analyzed right now.
It's important. You got to know exactly what your opponent could come back with.
If this resolves, then
this resolves.
Okay, so we're also, of course, putting another might onto a unit because of our Rengar Pride Stalker legend ability. And Joshua, I think, said that he's going to pass here. So looks like we are resolving the showdown. And Gregors now will still, of course, lose 1 of his units.
Yeah, Joshua will get to assign damage.
I am killing. If I kill this, do you draw?
No, it has to survive.
Good question. We don't even need to mention it because Joshua is always asking the right questions, going after the Nidalee, because Nidalee, if it does conquer, of course, will be able to draw a card. But if it dies in the process of the showdown, where Gregors is conquering, you will not be able to draw a card anymore. And as we already mentioned, Gregors low on resources, low on cards in hand. You don't want to give him that 1 extra card.
Now Gregors is finally making a push, gaining points. We're finally stabilizing. And now it's going to be about getting hold points. That's what we want. That's what's going to push Gregors into the driver's seat, get him back in this game that Joshua so far has controlled meticulously.
You have 9 over there.
Okay. Josh analyzing 9 might to overcome. Can we do it? Of course, with 2 of those runes still open for Gregors, there still is the potential of a punch first, which already has been attempted to make some use out of in game 1, where it wasn't too successful. But we shall find out. Josh confidently, as the first action, slams the way into the arena's greatest, already having 5 might available to him and using the move trigger of the way right away. And I mean, if we discard a unit here, we have seen that he is drawing
There he
units.
goes.
There is a Vex that is +3.
That's quite a chunky way, and we know we have Smokescreen in hand, and that's coming down to reduce Rengar by 4 might this turn.
Cheap Smokescreen as well, as we are once again able to use the legend ability of Diana, Scroll of the Moon. And that is a successful showdown, one way, making this battlefield once more possession of Joshua Schmidt. And Gregor last turn worked so hard for it, even investing his Rengar from the champion unit zone, and now immediately losing it with that one simple combat.
Wei is such a strong card. Utilized well, it is just so terrifying because of the nature of the card, the flexibility it gives. It's not just draw cards, it's draw cards and give yourself more might. It's draw cards and do whatever you want. It's great. And honestly, you can see exactly why it is such a ferocious inclusion in this game and why Mulligan Mania may have helped us get that earlier to get these important units online. Vex comes back down, isn't at a battlefield yet, so won't have that stun potential yet.
All right, so Gregor at least holding now with the Inferno. That was an easy hold as well. With the small Inferno, only 1 might was enough to keep that battlefield under control. Okay. But still, 6 cards in hand for Joshua, only 3 for Gregor. We need to make something happen here, because that Wei next turn, if it does somehow survive another turn, is going to give you so much more problems.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that you get more value the more Wei gets to move around.
You do not want this unit to be established like ever. You need to clear it as soon as somehow possible. But 3 units in the hand of Gregor. How are we going to use those now? What have we drawn that could possibly bring us back into this? It's funny to see. Like, I saw some of the hand of Joshua, and he has at this point gotten to 2 hard bargains. So whatever kind of spell Gregor eventually draws could be good for Joshua. He's just waiting for Gregor to finally find a spell card, please.
Oh, punch first.
Well, you may try, but you can only... Nah, this doesn't feel like a good hard bargain, no.
No, I don't think it's worth it.
You just let it happen. That's a big Kinku initiate.
You have to put back 2, right?
Yeah. So
yep, you better pay the price for the punch first.
They're expensive for a reason.
Uh-huh. And Joshua, rightfully so, reminds Gregor. And what a storyline this could be. Joshua, on his first tournament in the Riftbound card game, taking on immediately someone that has already won best of with the very deck that they're playing here with the Rengar deck, and immediately maybe putting a 2-0 victory onto them here. That would be the first upset for sure of the weekend.
I will try to go for 8 and pass.
Okay.
I like how Gregor says, I will try, because he knows there is going to be something. Okay.
Stack deck.
Okay, what are we fighting?
Moonfall on that.
Beautiful pickups. Moonfall and also...
Stupefy.
Not too bad either.
No.
Flash as well. And I think the Flash is even the most promising one. Yeah, we go for the Flash. Let's bring that Wei into safety. And while we move it, let's trigger the Wei once more, even on the opponent's turn. There we go. Flashing it out. Just sprinting back to base.
The more we move the Wei, the better it gets. Move up to 2 friendly units to its base.
Move trigger.
Yep.
Move trigger. Confidently announced from Joshua as well. He knows he is
at how many points
controlling right now.
Before scoring.
Okay, this is already gone. I discard.
I think at this point, Joshua feels it kind of coming back and feels it slipping away a little bit, definitely asking your opponent, oh, how many points do you want to get? And so Joshua's now just considering, okay, what do I need to do to now deal with the last kind of little flurry of units?
But you got to say, we mentioned that the hard bargains aren't necessarily strong because there is not that many spell cards being used by Gregor overall, as you probably have witnessed throughout the entirety of this match already. But as a discard just simply for Wei, it still does the job. It just gives you another card. It gives you draw power, so you are happy to have them in your hand as long as you have the Wei. Are we anything else from Gregor, or is that it for now? Seems like we have a unit.
I think we don't have enough Yeah.
Maybe a challenge? A challenge? Could we challenge? Oh, it is a challenge.
Oh.
And that is still a big Kinku initiate, and finally able to get rid of the Wei. Wei was so far the bread and butter of Joshua's game. He has been winning so far entirely, pretty much completely wrapping his turns around this card, and now it is finally gone.
That's huge. That challenge is what we've been waiting for. A way to get Wei to the discard, to the bin, so that we can finally put these larger units into play and not have Joshua be able to kick back as ferociously.
And we are slamming a pike onto the base as well on Gregor's side. Overall, though, so conservative on the aggro deck from Gregor. Just always playing units into the base, never really going into the battlefield with all of those ambush cards. Just, it really feels like he is taking the dance with Joshua. Joshua is dictating the pace, and it's more of a control pace that they are playing here. And now we see another card being drawn, of course, for Josh. Has access to another Vex here, but he already has one established, so I don't really see the need to bring another one on. But we do see the need to go into another showdown, and Gregor does not even blink, immediately fires that Kinku initiate into the trash, and Joshua, as a reward, goes up to 6 winning points.
Joshua now trying to stifle that equalization that Gregor's worked so hard for. Now Joshua's coming back into this, and units might have been low on Joshua's side of the board, but that was planned, and we do have more, including Fizz.
What's
but
Fizz
what's
now?
coming back?
Maybe you Ride the Wind. Do we have a Ride the Wind in the graveyard? I think it was
Yeah.
recycled. No, yeah, it was recycled.
Yeah,
First
you're
it
right.
Sabotage recycled it.
Does
So we
nothing
go
when it's on the board already, right?
Correct.
So Moonfalling.
Then I will move this here. Sure.
Inferna goes...
to recycle another one, right?
Yep. Joshua, of course, paying the correct cost there.
My bad.
And yep, there we go. The Moonfall as well goes to the bottom of the deck. That gets recycled, and one more Inferno has been dealt with. And that's what Joshua's been really great at this entire best of 3 so far, is forcing Gregor to give up units.
That's a big commitment there, and that is another Vax being dropped onto the battlefield. It's a different one this time.
It is different art.
It is the
Cheerless.
Vex Cheerless now. And while in combat, you can get your spells even cheaper, even though you already are getting them cheaper because of Diana, technically. Vex helps with that even more. And also, it makes opponents
I think we need like
even more
20
expensive.
seconds.
Oh, Gregor says we need 20 seconds. Is that his sign of basically saying this match is over?
Does he need to think this out? Is it possible?
Joshua with all of those Vexes on the field. Gregor saying 20 seconds. Is that our sign? Is that his goodbye for the game? His overall match loss?
It's a lot to ask at this point, and having units come in stunned as well due to the other Vex, spells costing more. Not that that's particularly something that Gregor's is doing very often. He does have lots of energy, but there's so much more to go at this point. Leaving Joshua on 6, you can expect that Joshua might just take 2 hold points now.
All right, here we go. Oh, well,
Whoa,
back to the hand.
Oh my goodness.
With the Inferno, as Gust is quickly being used by Joshua there. And now, Gregor's just trying again.
Gregor's last unit in play currently, Pike.
Move here.
Can Pike go to the abandoned hall? Is that allowed, Josh?
Joshua,
Please, Josh. May
one
I?
rune open still. Well, just have a point, maybe.
Ooh.
Is it another Gust? Okay. Finally saying, well,
No,
you can
okay.
have a point.
You can have that one.
I mean,
Thank
to be
you,
fair,
Joshua.
in terms of how the board is looking like right now, of course, Joshua seems to be far ahead. In terms of win points, it is competitive though, 6-6. So maybe with a sneaky turn, Gregor is still in this, but we are first of all hiding something into that battlefield there as well, into the abandoned hall that Joshua brought into this game. Joshua
Passing.
goes up to 7. So eyeballing this abandoned hall now, because if we score on that battlefield this turn, we are the winner of the second game and also the winner of this match.
Is Joshua going to push for that point now?
Oh!
Gust?
Gusting it away once more! All
that
of those units disappearing.
Pace. If nothing could be done to save Pyke and keep them in this battlefield, that Gust will spell the end of the game as Fizz will go straight into Abandoned Hall, completely uncontested.
Cards, floating one.
Ooh, that's another Pyke. Pyke helping Pyke.
Okay.
And target this guy. So this gets +1 from Rengar, this gets +2 from his ability.
Yep. Gregor is not done with this yet. And of course, note.
Oh.
Gregor.
Yeah, I play Inferno.
Firing.
Inferno!
+2 here.
In
+1
now.
Here.
So
this is
it's gonna be 4.
And that's the important part.
That is the crucial part.
Which one? This? No, it's Gun King and Hidden only.
Because now
stupefy it.
Stupefy still makes sure that
down.
it stays on free, and free might is what we need to get it back into the hand
So you have how much?
because of the Gust.
No, on this 5.
4 or 5, yep.
Joshua got it out of range of that Gust again, being able to dip it down. But Tide Turn is coming in, so Vex and Fizz team up to give Joshua the win 2-0!
The first 2-0 of the TCG Grand Slam. Someone considered to be a favorite in this playing field with Gregor Kowalski, overcome by the Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion himself, by Joshua Schmidt. Clean 2-0, and honestly, throughout the entirety of the match, you weren't even questioning it. He was in control the entire time. Oh, scared of the challenge.
In which game?
I don't remember which game it was. The one where I slammed away without any backup.
Oh no, then I didn't have.
You didn't have it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that hand was disgusting to look at with the sabotage.
Fun to listen into that little bit of a banter after the match. Josh was scared of a challenge when he established the way, but there was no challenge to ever fight the way. Look at him. He walked onto the stage confidently, and rightfully so, as he did really power through this match here.
Let's take another look at how Game 1 unfolded, as Joshua took a really early lead, putting 2 units straight into battlefields, as Gregor was just kind of building up this backline but not really doing anything. Having to pass turn and turn again really allowed Joshua to move the way a lot and get not only points but more cards.
I'm really interested and curious also about what the players will have to say after this match in the interviews, as it seemed like an unconventional approach by Gregor to just have all of those units in the base and never really be too aggressive with them, but also with Josh always just controlling all of those runes face up and ready to be using all of those spells on the opponent's turn. You never really wanted to go into any of the battlefields, so it was really a game of chicken where nobody wanted in, but Joshua in the end being the one on top. And that's the classic Joshua phase, the focused Joshua phase, and he was locked in, able to make all the right decisions, winning him this match. And that is really, really a tough start for Gregor. Of course, if he goes 2-1, he would still be able, winning the next 2 rounds, to compete in the top 4 eventually. But now he is needed and required to win 2 matches in a row, while Joshua can be a little bit more calm and collected, as he only needs to win 1 more for the remainder of the group stages.
Joshua, although didn't win every single combat in this game too, was able to keep bringing it back and just really put the pressure on Gregor, even at that last moment, by using larger units like Vex and Fizz together just to seal that win and take the extra point. Using an aggressive stance against an aggressive deck is something I didn't expect to see today.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I am back here with Amy and Lumpy, and that was a sight to behold, to say the least. I mean, I think the first, it was obviously back and forth, but almost a dominant performance there by Joshua and Diana.
Definitely, and I mean, you could understand why that deck is being dominant right now also, of course, in the Riftbound metagame environment, and I'm still surprised that nobody else has picked it here in the tournament environment, and Joshua showing that he may be the one with the right decision for the tournament, being successful so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked to a number of the players, and we obviously saw Master Yi be a very popular pick for this. I would have, you know, if one of my pro player friends asked me, I would have said, oh, play Diana. I talked to Alan. He's like, no, it's the hardest deck in the game to play properly. And I'm like, well, and now we see it. You know, I mean, we've all seen Joshua literally every second possibly saying, hey, can I get a match? Hey, can I get a match? Hey, can you ask me about this? I'll reveal it. I did give Joshua my personal deck to look over and say, hey, you know, can I borrow your deck?
The Rengar deck?
Yeah, the Rengar deck to jam some matches versus Alan. But we're going to actually hear some more from Joshua in this winner's interview. Take it away.
I think it's safe to say that this was the first upset of the TCG Grand Slam. Joshua, in your first ever Riftbound tournament match, you have managed to defeat the best Rengar of the RQ in Utrecht 2-0. How are you feeling with this?
I am very happy about this because I was very scared. I came in with less practice than I was hoping just because the last couple of weeks have been incredibly busy for me. I was really looking forward to this, but there's just been other things. You know, we have the European Championship coming up next week for Yu-Gi-Oh! So I've been really focused on that. Came here with the intention of just enjoying the experience of trying a new game, but then when I saw everyone prepping the last couple of days, I was like, oh wow. And then I sat down with Alan, you know, got a shout out, you know, I learned from the best. So yeah, it's really fun. I like my deck a lot, so I'm really happy about that.
So you managed to play a deck really well that is considered one of the hardest in the format. How did you get the deck into your reps like so fast? You played amazing.
Thank you. I just asked, basically, a lot of people told me to play something like Master Yi for this event. They're like, oh, if you're new to Riftbound, try this deck. And I'm like, but is it the best deck? Is it the most fun deck? And they were like, no, it's just the most simple, or like, it is a simple deck with like, oh, you just learn how to do the combat and everything. And I was like, that's not really what I want. I want the deck that I would enjoy the most, and if it's a challenge, that's okay. And then I told people like, oh yeah, usually when we played Legends of Runeterra, I often liked the same kind of decks that Alan did, and people were like, oh yeah, then Diana is going to be your jam. And I was like, all right, then run it.
Now you do have defeated the group favorites so far. What's your outlook for the next matches?
I've been told that the Master Yi matchup is good for me, but I mean, it does need execution. I do need to play around the cards, so it's something that I need to keep everything in mind. It's all very new to me, so I'm hoping I can execute it well. But I mean, this was a deck that I was more scared of than the Master Yi, at least from the couple of games I played. So I'm very happy it went well.
Yes, and we are happy too. That was a hell of a show, but we are not going to stop. We are, in fact, going to continue, so we're kicking it back to the casters.
Thank you, Leo. We are back here, and really just amazing to hear the insight there from Joshua. You know, talking to Alan, talking to other players, saying, what deck should I play? Here, take Diana. It's hard to play, but yeah, you can handle it.
I also was part of that process where he asked his chat basically, explaining, hey, you know what kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks I like. Do you have a recommendation for me as well on how to transfer that into Riftbound terms? And then you could see the chat just spamming, yeah, Diana. As he said, it's your jam, bro. Just go with it. And you saw that worked quite well.
Yeah, obviously worked out really, really well. I mean, I'm the red-orange player. I'm Lucian. I'm Rengar. It hurts to see that happen. Like, it hurts to play against those decks where it's just like they leave all of their runes up and you're just like, oh, what am I going to do here? What can you do?
Yeah, right?
Wait, as the Rengar player, were you surprised by how Gregor approached that match? Because he was playing it so conservatively with all of those units straight up into the base, never really being the aggressor, or was there just never the chance to?
Well, I mean, I'm going to default to Gregor. He was playing with the best of Rengar for sure. I do tend to want to take that step back and actually develop your board and obviously pick your attacks. Now, in those games, didn't really seem like there was a good time to do it. But anyway, that was our round number 3. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the TCG Grand Slam going into round number 4.
Woo! Ani versus Mateusz. This is going to be a showdown. This is one of the matches that everyone's been looking forward to, is that first instance of Mateusz playing the game that he has been playing religiously since it began, really what he is specializing in, and Ani is the first one to take on that gauntlet.
Yeah, this is one where it's funny because I actually talked to both players in the green room and before and say, hey, how do you feel about your matchup? Just kind of wanted to chit chat, and neither of them were confident, which is always a fun place of humility. I mean, obviously both I mean, that goes without saying with this entire event. Everyone is very, very good. Both are cautiously optimistic, but not super confident in their matchup or in their game in general. So really interesting to see how this one's going to play out.
I mean, while Mateusz, of course, is the one with the biggest accomplishments so far in Riftbound, he at the same time obviously is the one with the most to lose as well, because everyone expects him to perform like he is performing at all of those regional qualifiers.
So true.
So now he in this environment against all other TCG champions, after that upset that we just saw there, maybe the next upset is just following, as Arne is a very accomplished Magic the Gathering player, and I can already spoil a little bit. He brought a very interesting deck to this.
Yeah, well, you know, I got to talk to Alan before. Why don't we take a hear from Mateusz right now?
Hey, I am Alan. I come from the TFT Runeterra, where I won the first World's Champions, and then I pivoted into the Riftbound, where I've been having consistent results. The first time I started playing Flesh and Blood, and my friend Duo Funnel got me into it. He talked me for like a bunch of months until I actually tried it, and I loved it. I loved the physical aspect of the just interacting with the opponent, and afterwards, like I just didn't like the draft being the part of the the bigger competitions. So once my favorite champion hero rotated out, I gave up on competing in the FAB, and then I had a little break doing some was mainly a caster, and then I came to the Riftbound once it got showcased in Macau, and I absolutely loved the game since then. In terms of the moments that I felt the most accomplished, that I felt the most emotional, even though I'm a very lackluster person, I am from the Eastern Europe at the end of the day. I think it was the moment when I won the Runeterra Worlds, because it was finally a summary of competing for such a long time in different games, not only TCGs, but also MOBA games. And it was finally a moment in the life that there is finally put a crown on top of something. And just finally getting a result that I've been striving for, and that was pivoting point where it clicked, and I have actually decent results at most of the things I do, which was lacking beforehand. Obviously, I have a bit bigger advantage over everybody else, so I decided to handicap myself a bit with my pet deck, more of a meme deck that I think it can be competitive, but is not as consistent as my main deck that I play the events with, which is Diana. At this time, I am bringing Pike. I believe that people absolutely love watching this deck, so I want to do some great content with it here. I mean, in terms of banter, I'm usually the person that is cheering for others competitors. I want people to be better, so I can improve myself. If you are alone at the peak, you have to be going over yourself. If you have more people there, you can become better. So I'd rather help other people and let them get better, help them get better, so I can become better. So in terms of the development of TCGs in the scene over the years, I wasn't there much for the games such as Magic, now One Piece growing up, Pokemon. I've heard about those, I've seen those. I always wanted to be a part of it, but I've never had a push to get into it. I'm happy that I finally did. And seeing how Riot handles the game, the pricing, the events, and I see how every other card game looks at the Riftbound with envy. It warms my heart, and I'm really proud to be a part of the community.
That was Mateusz Jarzynski. You have heard him from Cast already before. If you are an avid Riftbound enjoyer, I'm pretty sure you have seen his face before as well. But now we're also going to talk a little bit about his next opponent, Arne Huschenbeet. Basti, you have announced him before in our great opening ceremony. What's so special about Arne?
I mean, he has been around in the Magic the Gathering world now for plenty of years. And as you can see, has accumulated some decent results over time, has been at the World Championship just last year, making top 8 there. And of course, before that, I asked him, what's your biggest success so far? And he was unsure, because he was like, yes, the World Championship, of course, top 8 is always something you gotta mention, but winning a tournament, and he was mentioning that Magic the Gathering Call Time Championship, that may have been the hardest overall.
Yeah, well, I mean, I won my pre-release last. That's my biggest accomplishment. No, but we can't. There's a giant elephant in the room. That was the Lux. Arna brought Lux to this event. I'm pretty sure that you came on the desk just to watch this match and get a.
I'm trying to get a little sneak peek of what's about to happen to me. I mean, to be fair, he's not part of my group, which I'm very happy about.
Yeah.
But if I end up making it out of the group stages, could be one of my opponents in the semifinals or finals. So I'm a little anxious about that because I just heard like, oh, it's got some infinite combos, infinite loops going on, and if it's fast, it just wins. So I'm like, please don't be fast.
It has a lot of things going on for it, and a lot of things are happening in those turns, but also, of course, in this event, because you can vote for the winner of the next match. Is it going to be Mateusz or is it going to be Arne? And you have to go to this man's Twitch chat, to Josh, and you can vote there. But also we have our little own votum, and that is going to be, because we don't think we're competent enough to make good predictions, we want the booster oracle. We want the cards to speak for themselves.
What these are for. I see.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are going to open up one Unleashed pack and a Secrets of Strix Haven pack and see which one has the better pull. So why don't you go ahead, Josh?
Josh, you go in.
I can open my first ever Riftbound pack?
Please.
Okay, you guys have to let me know if it's something good, though.
Hold on. Hold there. Before this pack, we need to make our pack, or else we'll just copy the Booster Oracle, let's be honest. So who are we thinking is going to win this match?
Well, I traveled here together with Arne, so I have a personal connection established with him now. So I'll just say Arne, just for also the upset factor for the show, right?
Yeah. And like I said, I was talking with Alan before, and he said, I'm not as confident in this matchup. So
yeah, he said he brought a deck that he's very comfortable with, a deck that he really likes, but it's not great against the Infinite Loop. So.
Okay. All right. Okay, Josh, make sure to show the camera as well what we are finding here. And let's see what the Booster Oracle is doing.
I'm opening it.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
You're doing this.
The ripping of the plastic.
And then I do this, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Here we
and
go.
we're zooming in. There we go. Okay.
I'm just looking. Oh, this card can be played in Diana.
Yep.
It's a
There you
clip.
go. You can put it in your deck.
What do we have there?
Closer and closer.
Where's the good one? Where's the
It'll
big
It'll
hit?
be in the end.
If you pull a Nash,
Keep on going. Keep on going.
If we see an ultimate Baron, that would
Crescent Strike.
Repulse.
Okay, nice. Okay, we've got a foil here.
Ray. Oh,
Green Vex.
Not the Vex I'm playing.
No. And Nyla.
And
okay.
a bird.
I'm going to save you the time there. We're at under €1.
Okay, okay. I was about to look into eBay, see how much value is in that pack. Oh,
There's
yeah,
an
that's another
explanation
euro,
for the keywords. I'm going to keep that.
Okay,
actually,
so
that's my best pull. I'll take that.
Go in, Blevins.
I'm going to say I'm going to give that a €0.5 roughly, maybe
Okay,
0.75. Not
correcting a little bit to the top. Okay.
Yeah, well.
I'm not talented at opening packs, unfortunately.
Okay, here we go. I did this for a living for a number of years. So let's see. Not like this though. Let's see
What can we got here?
I've got sweaty hands.
You did not have to mention that. Nobody would have known.
Oh wait, did I say that out loud? Whoops. Here we go.
Okay. The Torn Fist Striker.
Okay.
The Muse Seeker. Living history.
No way.
We're making history here this weekend.
Okay, this is a rare. Okay. Potentially.
Oh!
Okay,
that's pretty.
It is. This is an uncommon, though. I would be surprised if that's a foil uncommon as well. And we got a common land. So it's going to be Erode. Is Erode over or under? We'll say 0.75.
I feel like this pack wins just because of the prettier card.
That is an alt art.
Wait. I'm going to look it up. The Erode officially is getting the number. My phone is slow and loading, but we're getting there. Yep. Erode is, drum roll, $6.
Whoa!
Hey.
Okay.
How much is that in pounds?
Oh, okay.
I think that's more than the keyword card.
I see. This is Swords to Plowshare.
Of course.
No, sorry, it's Path to Exile. There we go. For all the MTG folks out there. So there we go. The Booster Oracle has definitively spoken there. MTG Arna coming out on top.
Well, and we see how successful it has been so far, not getting a single one right so far, while the casters in the community are 2 apiece. I mean, we trusted you last round, so that went well.
Yeah, I was also on board the whole entire time. I had nothing. Nope. Yep, that was me.
The way you said that makes me think you're lying to me.
Don't show the clip. Don't run the clip. Anyway.
No, I mean, last round, we have to say it was a big upset. The next question is it going to be another big upset? Because we have one of the best players in the game of Riftbound versus Arne. And I think our players are ready, so let's have him coming in.
Who are we getting first?
Oh,
there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Mateusz, aka Alan ZQ, coming up. No, not shy to the main stage in a Riftbound event whatsoever.
Is that the Legends of Runeterra World Champion?
It
Absolutely.
is. Well caught by you. And he looks ready. The last one to enter the stage here next to Arne in our 4th match of the day. And there we have the wild card, the one with the wild deck, but still a champion of his own. Arne also coming onto the stage here.
Absolutely love it. I mean, the vibe of the event has just been so good. Everyone is so happy to be here. Like, everyone I've talked to has had a ton of fun. It's just been such a cool event. And now, you know, we get into the weeds here, the high level competition. Everyone is having fun, having a good time, but really, really wants to win.
Sitting down, and of course, as we had open deck lists since this morning, both players are aware of what the other is playing. Not that they wouldn't have known yesterday already. Like, as soon as everybody came into the hotel, you just had everyone asking, well, what are you playing? What are you playing? And nobody was shy to share.
No, I was a little pleasantly surprised by that too. Everyone was very happy to talk about it. I mean, it's just something that at the end of the day, for most of us, except for maybe Alan and Gregor, we're all new to this. So it's all of equal benefit if we just get the opportunity to prepare a little bit for what's about to happen.
And there we have the Lux list on the screen. This is what Arne has cooked up here for this weekend. This has been successful in regional qualifiers before, just at the very last one in Hartford 2. And I've gotten some inside information that Arne even got some coaching by the very person that made top 8 there in Hartford on this deck.
He is serious about this.
Yes.
And I have a question, because everything I've heard so far about this deck makes me think it has like barely no downside. Because every time I talk to someone about it, they're like, oh yeah, like turn 5, turn 6, sometimes you just win the game on the spot. Not much they can do about it. What's holding it back from being the best deck?
I think that there are some matchups. It's very polarized matchups. There's some, if you go faster than it, there's not a lot it can do. It does not really interact super well. So, ironically, a deck like mine, which is a Lucian, able to get multiple points a turn, can actually outrun.
Oh, and look at this. What a surprise. Mateusz not on his deck that he has been piloting over the last couple of events. Not on Diana, that you kind of stole from him. But instead, just brought the bike deck.
Okay, here's the thing. I have played against Alan on Thursday when I got here a lot. And it was always against this deck pretty much. And I asked him about it, and he said, oh, this deck is really good against Diana. And I had a really, really hard time. And I was happy when I got a couple of games off of him. But it's a deck that's very much his playstyle. So for this event, I feel like, because he's going in as the clear favorite and obviously the most experienced player out of all of us, I think he kind of felt like, okay, let's not just take the obvious best deck in the format that I've been winning all these events with. Let's take something that I just like. And maybe there's a little bit of sportsmanship in that too, of like, let's give these others a little bit of a chance at least.
And we do go in with the paper tree as the chosen battlefield on the side of Arne, and it is being matched on the other side from Mateusz with the Frozen Fortress.
Yeah, and Frozen Fortress is a card that pairs very well with a card that is key to Mateusz's deck, which is the list. In basically every other matchup in the game except for this one, where it is almost a completely blank card. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup to see. Are all of these tools that Mateusz has access to actually going to be relevant? We see a card here from Mateusz being mulliganed. Of course, we are in the mulligan mania, so we're getting those falling stars and all of those irrelevant cards out early.
Now the question, in the mulligan mania that we are in right now, is that favorable for a combo deck like Lux, because you can just search for your combo pieces even more consistently than regularly? Or is it something that the Pike deck really wants to do?
So I asked Alan about this, and he said he's very happy about this because essentially even though his deck is very controlly, he does need to draw like a fast hand comparably to what he would usually on average draw, because he doesn't need, it's the one matchup where he needs to hurry up. Because against most other decks in the format, as far as I understand, he is the control. In this particular one, he is the aggro, and so he wants to probably find units early, ways to discard some cards from the hand early when maybe the decision hurts, because at some point, probably like 10 cards in hand for Lux, and then, well, this card doesn't really matter that much anymore. But if you can maybe hit a key card early, that could be something.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that for that exact reason, it is going to... It's going to benefit both players for sure, but Alan, I think, is more in the point of pressure, right? If Mateusz slips up at all, the Lux deck will just win the game and will really need to, Mateusz will really need to get those early pieces.
And we just saw there that Arne was heavily considering to go for another mulligan, but decided to keep the 4 cards that he has assembled. And I think one of them, interestingly enough, that he was putting back and forth, trying to get rid of it or not, actually ended up being the Progress Day, a 6-cost card that he kept in the hand now. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, Progress Day is one of the key cards for this Lux combo deck. It is a combo deck in that it uses a combination of cards to win the game and generate infinite energy, infinite power. However, it's not something that, oh, once I get these 3 cards, I just win. You need to also get to a certain number of cards left in your deck, and you need to have a certain number of runes. So it's not just, oh, get these 2 cards, win. It is get down to the last, 8 to 12 cards left in your deck, and then you can win. So a card like Progress Day is very important.
In we go, and Mateusz, the one winning the die roll and being on the play.
And definitely probably mulligan for that Traveling Merchant, which might very well be one of the few 2-drops in his deck. Against me, when we were testing, he often also just led with one of the gears. But in this matchup, I feel like that's just not what you want to do.
You gotta. And we go in with the Traveling Merchant. We want to get points as quickly as possible. Ooh, giving up a Void Seeker there.
Oh, yeah. Traveling Merchant, very good, because you're getting rid of all this removal that you just don't care about against Arne.
From what I've heard, I assume the Lux deck is just very, very low on just units in general.
Yeah. It's a lot of draw spells. Just
okay.
Yeah. You don't care. They don't care about the units at all because they're not trying to win via points. Like they could be at 0 points and they're perfectly
Accelerate
fine.
Pike.
Yep, and there you said it, Joshua. Who is the beatdown here? It is Mateusz saying, I'm going to play my chosen champion immediately and get that second point. I mean, you played Alan all weekend. How many times did he do that against you?
Never on an open battlefield. He would use it against me. This was removal.
Oh, okay,
essentially.
exactly.
The Pike was like removal against my deck because he would just like try to get rid of my stuff with it.
Yep, and actually even using the Pike signature, or the Pike ability to bring it back to hand and hiding a random card.
What could it be?
What could it possibly be?
Sorry, I'll do this first, right? Technically speaking.
Yep. We want to get
the exact order of starting the turn is one of the hardest things to get used to.
No, it's A, B, C, D.
Right, that's what I've been told, but then you forget what each of these stands for. And
But I mean, there is now that Soaring Scout on the field. So if we just send that maybe into the Traveling Merchant, we can get that extra rune, because we don't care about scoring points or having units on the field. So maybe we just want to try to get to those exhausted runes and runes overall to set up our impressive turn. We talked about the Lux deck being present in top 8 at the regional qualifier in Hartford, but let's not disregard Pike, because that was also in top 8 actually. So both decks definitely stay in the current meta game of Riftbound.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these decks sort of new on the scene, right? Not quite.
That's what I was thinking. Just send it in.
Yeah,
we
get the rune.
Yeah.
So this is just an acceleration tool. You just send it in. You don't care if it wins. You just
pretty much.
Play Lux.
Ooh, what does that do?
That is our champion unit, of course.
Yep. So we both get a rune channel.
Will be the Lux Crown Guard, and actually you can just get
You go free.
you can exhaust it to get 2 energies, which you can only use for spells.
Yes.
So spells are even more efficient.
That's cool. I like that.
She's a soul ring for spells.
Accelerate Pike.
Yep. And here's the thing, Pike also has ganking.
And that's such a good card to have, because you want to, as we just explained so much, make sure that we get those points quick, and quicker. And Mateusz already on point number 4 now.
So we are trying to get 2 points a turn here, I would assume. Because if we ever miss one, that's going to end up taking us an additional entire turn for Arne to potentially assemble all the pieces.
We got rid of another Void Seeker. Using now our legend ability to put that pike back into our hand.
What do you get, a gold? Yeah. 5.
Discard card.
Okay, here we
Bewitching
go.
Spirit.
This card was so annoying to play.
It's so funny against a combo deck, though, because like usually they just have so many cards in hand, so they don't really mind just discarding one card of their choice.
Right, yes.
But so far we haven't seen that much card draw from Arne, to be honest. Like, he has only been setting up multiple runes, and he has established the Lux, and now he is going to just discard the Sprite Burst.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because these are 2 decks that they're very unique in their own ways, right? They're not trying to win the game in a traditional Riftbound way, like I don't know, a Master Yi deck, for example, where you just like, oh yeah, I'll play for these battlefields and hold them, or conquer and hold. But both of these, like Alan is just trying to run the opponent out of cards.
Yep.
And look at that.
And Lux just draws cards until he gets there.
Insight is going to make everything so much easier, even because as a gear, you will be able to get an additional power each turn, including the turn you're playing it, immediately basically replacing
Draw 5.
Yeah.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah, you draw 4 from the card, and then Lux herself says when you cast a spell with 5 or more energy cost, you just draw another card. So
okay.
So yeah, the get rid of your opponent's hand strategy has a very limited window of execution.
We discarded 1 and they drew 5 more, so
I'll stoop my Lux.
That's not working.
Stupefy.
Oh.
We used on our own card just as a draw 1.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, that's a different use than in my deck, for example, where for me it's mostly a little combat trick, and here we just use it as a 1 rune draw 1.
Cycle.
Basically an upstart goblin in Yu-Gi-Oh! Terms.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, yeah.
That's a
we're doing it again, huh?
Die, right? It's just
he does.
Now all I need is the equivalent to Progress Day in Yu-Gi-Oh! Tell me that.
Well, play a Forge.
Ooh,
The recruit
Forge of the
But I'm just gonna retreat my retreat token.
Sure.
So channel rune.
Okay. We are.
Okay, what is this I just
happening here?
I have 6.
So we created a token. We created a token with Forge of the Future because that's what it says.
That is a gear?
That is a gear, yes. And it's actually one of the combo pieces, essentially. So what it does is it creates a recruit when you play it, but also you can destroy it to put cards from your trash onto the bottom of your deck. And that is how the combo works. It cycles as you get to the bottom of your deck, where you are then putting specific cards on the bottom of your deck. You're redrawing them. You're using Echo to then...
that's the one that like refreshes all your runes.
Refreshes all of your runes.
Yeah. Okay.
You sacrifice to kill it, draw cards, channel a rune.
Yeah.
Lather, rinse, repeat. You're able to generate infinite energy, and then with retreat, you're then able to generate infinite power. You can put the retreat in the loop with the forge, which then allows you to generate the infinite power. You can then keep replaying units over and over again with retreat. It's kind of cool. I would say it's just a lot of moving parts to get there.
I do like when these like little bit outside of the box decks exists in card games like these. You just, of course, it's a hard thing to balance, right?
Yeah.
If it's a little too good, then well, I mean, it wins all the time. And if it's a little too weak, then it wins never. So finding that sweet spot is very, very difficult, I feel like.
But speaking of how to win with that deck, what is the earliest we can expect from a Lux deck to be able to pull off that big combo? Are you, like, we are about to head into turn 4, I believe, for Arne.
Yeah.
For his 4th turn. Is that something we can do on turn 4? I think turn 4 it would be like really, really, really perfect, but I think 5 definitely is reasonably to be expected from the deck.
Yeah. I feel like, so we've drawn 5 with Progress Day. We drew 2
with the Stupefies.
Yeah. It's going to be tough.
We got to do it soon, though, right? Alan's already at 6.
Yeah, you're going to have to do something here, right? And especially since we know that the Pike is there. Pike can be accelerated, conquer, brought back with Pike, Accelerated Conquered. So there doesn't even need to be anything in play. Ruination does not save you here. You're just dead on board with the Pike. So needs to go for it or do something here. Alan saying,
"Oh no, a discard.
Discard a card."
Oh no.
Which one are you going to discard?
Pack of Wonders.
We're probably doing this mainly just to get it out of the battlefield, right? So it can't get traded with.
Go.
That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
All right, is that the turn where Arne can make it happen? So far, when you just look at the overall score, it seems like he's not even really participating in this game, but that is the strategy of this deck. You're just waiting for that one turn where you are able, in one turn, not necessarily how the game is designed, but with the combo that he's playing to just get all of those 8 winning points in one turn. Oh, a second seal.
Now,
so we got to either do it now or we got to get rid of both of these units, right?
We need to get rid of both of the units.
Oh, another one!
We need to not only get rid of both of the units, we also need to put something that will survive a Pike attack, because we know that there's a Pike in Alan's hand. We can see it very cleverly in white here.
The Pike would only bring him to 7, though, right?
Right, but then you use the Pike ability to bounce him back to hand, and then
replay it.
Is this Echo? This is Echo. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
We're online, maybe. Echo is the one that is able to just make this turn basically endless. There is Sacrifice. Sacrifice will, as it suggests, sacrifice the Echo. And now the combo enabling is starting.
Yeah, it's all the same. True. In Magic, it's different. Get the Death Knell
I've heard that so much this weekend. Like in insert my game, it's different.
Yeah.
And whoopsies, all of those runes are back online.
And I need to recycle it. Yeah.
Yep. So
I think Bro even said untap all the lands.
It's okay. We can say that here.
Okay.
It's fine. All right.
4, 7, 10.
I can't be the only one who's a little confused by the fact that that gear was a unit in Legends of Runeterra.
Oh,
you must know that.
Oh, yes. Believe me, I tried to get people to call it War Mother's Call for a while. Dazzling Aurora took over. I mean, there's so many cards that you're like, oh, I remember him. And
yeah, I get thrown off by that sometimes because it's even sometimes the card used to be a very top end heavy card and then now it's cheap or or vice versa.
All right, Arne.
Massacred my boy.
Will he be able to make this his turn, his tournament?
I mean, at the very least, I do see a time warp to take an extra turn.
It's an expensive card to activate, though,
we
right?
can play it, though, right? It's 10, put back 4?
Correct.
It is 4, yeah.
Yeah. There's 3 time warps.
Oh, is there?
There's 3 time warps in hand. It is going to be tough to pull off, but I mean, this is the class here. We get to see, can Arne figure it out? Is there a way to do it from this spot?
It's very funny to me because these two have barely interacted with each other. It's just literally they're sitting across and they're like, who can do it faster?
Yeah.
I mean, to bring this a little bit more into perspective, Arne essentially, before the event said, I was trying to isolate myself as much from the competition as possible by picking a deck that is not really interacting with the opponent, but just relies on me doing my thing correctly and successfully. And I think that's a decently smart approach to that kind of a tournament environment. When you're like, okay, Mateusz, he has won multiple tournaments in this game. I'm not going to outskill him in showdowns, so I'm just doing my thing and hope that works.
Yep,
it's something that I've been recommended to as well. Like some people said, like, oh yeah, you can just play the Lux deck, and you're just gonna learn how to play your deck. Because that's one of the hardest things about card games in general is learning your own deck is only half of what you need to do, if not less. Because most of the decisions you need to be thinking about what can my opponent do in response to this.
Yeah, I'll just do the same play.
Time warp was expensive, but of course we get to draw another card for turn. We get 2 runes back, so it's still a decent composition.
Oh, I pay with this, right? Sure.
Okay, yep. I like how he physically puts the Lux into
Lux is a land now.
Yep.
A card.
And you also draw a card from the Lux when you cast the time warp. Does it cost more than 5?
Get 2 runes.
But this is not infinite because you do lose more.
Untap, draw again.
You do lose the time warp every time as well.
Yes, we're getting closer to the bottom of the deck. Is the
you basically just want to have 4 cards essentially in your deck left to really make use of that Forge of the Future, and then that is where you are winning. And I think we're close.
It does remind me of Slash Draw in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yes.
The danger one.
So same schematic.
Look at this.
Okay.
Oh,
the
we're using
third time.
the
Those
gears
shields, yes.
to mitigate the power cost. That's
It's
good.
basically for free because you get 2 seals,
Lose
you
two,
get
get
2
two
back
back.
anyways,
Right,
and you get a card draw as well. So essentially, Time Warp is a draw 1 in that scenario.
It's
really.
draw 2 even. Draw 2.
Oh, it's point of the box. Yeah,
we
yeah,
get
you're
one
right.
from the legend, and
Yeah.
we draw a turn card. So
No, true.
Rough count looked like maybe close, if not slightly under 20 cards left. That is a tough ask.
Okay.
From this spot.
Start by doing this.
Okay, he seems to be confident enough to actually tackle the combo now. We're
Do you have a
drawing
temporary
2
sign?
cards,
No.
making his Lux temporary there with the Shadow's Call,
Yeah.
but
you make
also
one?
drawing
Okay.
2 cards.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, don't be afraid. I don't think the temporary matters too much.
No, I'm like that's
2,
powerful.
4, 6, 8. That looked like 10 cards. Okay, so I was
And we
my rough count was
don't
off.
need all of them, right? We
Nope.
No.
Okay.
We don't need all of them. Arne
That's a stupefy.
is once again just lowering his own Lux to draw another
5,
card.
6, 7, 8.
There is another progress day, but I assume
Just-
if we
I really want to be sure. 5, 9. Okay. So I have to cast one more draw, then do this, and then I have exactly enough mana to cast Sacrifice.
Okay.
Okay, that is a
Should
level of
work.
confidence that I have not achieved in this deck. Like that line right there made me more scared of Arda as a player.
And
in
I
this
love
event
how
than
he
the-
talked us through it as well. That's so cool about having the
Yeah.
player mics as well. And draws another
Then I'll
card.
use
now it's
Promising
echo time or
Future.
what?
5, I have to pay power.
Oh, this is one of the most interesting cards in the
trigger
game.
from
Both
this
players
other
reveal the top 5
is.
cards of their deck. They
Yes,
can
so we
basically
both-
play one for free.
That is
Is there anything
Promising
that Alan
Future.
could hit here that would change?
Relevant.
Okay.
Play a card or play a unit?
Card. Any
Cards.
card.
Any card.
Yeah, so...
so Mateusz first and then
Oh, shit.
Arne next. Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
Oh!
I had these untapped. I could have
You
used it.
already paid
Yeah.
the runes. Sorry.
That is pretty bad. Holy shit.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I was wondering that. I saw the
man.
talismans or whatever they're called.
Yeah, the seals, yeah.
Hell.
Is that gonna the way he's talking about it? It sounds
Yep.
like
Yeah.
Okay.
it matters.
It probably does, because those could be runes that are going to be readied with an echo
Yeah, because
dying.
Echo
Yeah.
would not ready the
Does not
seal.
yeah, it doesn't ready the seals.
It's interesting because he moved those seals around, right? At the beginning of the
Right.
game when he started playing them, they were like right next to the Forge of the Future where you were easily remembering as they're the centerpiece of your field essentially. But then at some point he moved them down there even underneath his own runes and now forgot about.
I mean, look, if you're playing the solitaire deck, you got to do it properly, I suppose.
Oh,
you know, that's the one thing we should expect from you. Is like you need to do your things.
I'm playing first, right?
Yes, you are,
My card from
Mateusz.
Promising Future.
It is the next player that is playing his card first.
That Alan's EQ asking a ruling question.
Uh-huh.
Can I cut your Promising Future?
Well,
cards?
he just skipped the reading part because
oh,
he could have just
yeah,
read.
You can. I didn't even think about that. I mean, yeah, you don't need to.
Okay.
You don't need to. I don't want to know what your deck does. I'm perfectly fine with just knowing my own cards.
Play Israel. Is there power cost to the Promising Future?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to pay. You have to pay power. Yeah.
What is the Promising Future?
You have to pay power.
Okay.
Good question once more.
Resolve trigger. It goes on the chain.
Okay.
So
Yeah, just wanted to show
these
off
units
his
are
favorite
being
card.
played one at a time.
Yes,
Oh, die hört alles, was wir
so
sagen?
Alan's
Okay, alles klar. Ja,
card
alles klar.
is
Alles klar.
chosen and is played first, and then Arna's card will be played after.
So
My thing doesn't use. Okay, gotcha.
Okay,
Yours
so
happens first.
we're clarifying how
they,
this
they
is going
both,
to
we
resolve.
both play our card, but mine is on the chain still to resolve after. You have to play your card now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's Echo.
resolve
Echo,
mine.
yep.
I have to pay
Trigger?
energy cost.
Yeah.
The power cost.
Draw
Yep.
two.
Yeah.
All right, so it still feels
It just
possible to
enters
be
and
honest.
discard.
I mean, I'm assuming we have nothing from Alan's side that can
No.
happen. We are completely
Play
tapped out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Death Note
Absolutely.
trigger goes on the stack. I don't have any mana floating this time, so I just untap, put it to the bottom.
How did Echo? How did we lose Echo now?
So the card sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, once again.
Oh, we played sacrifice.
Yeah, played sacrifice. So now we are channeling 1 rune exhausted and drawing 2 cards. There's an Echo on the bottom. We're gonna play another seal.
This is just a Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
I've heard it. I have heard it compared, and I think with the little I know about Yu-Gi-Oh, I would tend to agree.
I mean, not every format and not every Yu-Gi-Oh deck. No, it's just like essentially maybe in its darkest times.
We don't have runes. We don't have mana. We just do it.
Right.
All right. Looking into the hand there, that's actually 3 copies of Sunworks map there.
Can I read the...
Which doesn't do anything anymore
can I
here.
Get a read of it? You can reveal it to me as well. I just want to read this champion. Yeah.
The pike. He wants to have a look at the
I can tell you what it does.
Go on then, Mateusz.
What's the question?
Essentially, okay, now we're considering what happens if we pass the turn, I assume.
Yeah, I think he wants to know, can he
Yeah, you can essentially score 2 points with it, right?
Yes, I can.
In 1 turn.
Yeah.
And if he scores 2 points, he wins the game, but he has to hold, like he has to be in the battlefield, right?
No, right?
Like he can't just jump.
No,
I have to
That
score
works.
2 battlefields to
Yeah,
win the game.
that
in
totally
1 turn.
works.
Okay, just scoring, you don't hold them. Like it doesn't have to be an active character.
Yes.
Like he could jump.
I did have that question at some point as well, to be fair, because I've been told like, oh, you can't just go from 7 to 8 by just getting 1 battlefield.
Yeah.
But if you've conquered the other one before and then the unit's gone and then it jumps into the other side, does that work? And it does.
I like how he's playing the most complex combo deck in the entire room and then asks that basic of a question about game mechanics. But that's just how the deck works. He doesn't care about
I mean,
that.
to be fair, that is probably the reason why he chose this deck, is because he didn't
think I
want to
made a
worry
crucial
about that
mistake
kind of
with
stuff.
that
Totally.
That I didn't really anticipate being a problem.
What's the problem?
Draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, did I draw from the Promising Future? I did not, I think. Or did I?
It's already...
it's already happened. It's a missed trigger.
Yeah.
Well, I announced it, and then we resolved the Promising Future. So I announced the trigger, but didn't actually.
I mean, don't you just
do
draw
it?
5 when you do Promising Future in this deck, like by habit?
That's what he did, I think, the first time.
I
honestly.
did announce
Well,
it.
you don't. Yeah, you don't draw with Promising Future. You look at the top, and then the Lux draw.
Oh wait, no, Promising Future.
we're talking
I
about
was
that.
thinking
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah.
Progress Day, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You're right.
Absolutely. Well, this is now the moment where we have to get this going. I think Mateusz also reminded Arne a little
Hydration
earlier
break.
that he wants to see him play a little bit quicker.
I mean, here's the thing, right? This is the kind of thing, the kind of deck that I know I would like. I would like this deck. Playing it myself.
Yeah.
I would hate to be playing against.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean. Mateusz is having the time of his life right now.
Yes.
The round timer?
Yeah.
But also, like, especially in the shoes of Alan ZQ right now, who's coming here as the clear favorite.
Even though I announced it.
Playing against a deck that, like, could just take you out no matter the skill gap between the two of you.
I can't confirm it. But you can confirm it?
You asked if you draw after the Promising Future, you didn't announce the trigger.
That is exactly what but I mentioned that I know.
I mean, you asked the question about the card, and I just answered that. So I don't.
I mean, I clearly notified this trigger, but
I'm not gonna be arguing. It's up to judge.
You wouldn't want to give me the draw here.
Again, it's up to the judge, not me.
Okay. That's fair, what Mateusz is saying there. That's what judges are there
the production
for.
said they didn't hear it, so I wanted to have a witness.
Oh, I know that you asked if you draw after the Promising Future. That's I acknowledge, but I didn't acknowledge the trigger. I acknowledge that you asked me the question if you draw a card after Promising Future, not before we resolve it.
This is where it becomes awkward.
Like I'm trying to be somewhat reasonably fast because this is tedious.
It is tedious for sure. That's what we can definitely be.
Yeah, but you know, that's
sure
the kind of
about.
that's the price you pay, I suppose, for picking this deck, right?
Yeah.
It's not you can't just expect your opponent to sit there and wait and let you like do some
Can we get
some
time
takesies, backsies, some you know, or this thing happened a while ago.
Okay,
and
I'll play this and draw a card.
That's good.
Yeah.
We draw. And I mean, what
Well,
do
it
you
was
really
the
have to
Echo.
say? Oh, there. Oh,
So we
Echo.
continue.
We continue,
Yeah.
he says. And what's the right card that he drew? He
Uh-oh.
said we just draw one and we still be fine. Sacrifice it away, and we keep on going.
Let's slow this down. So
Let's slow this down, he says.
Oh, Alan is not happy to hear that.
this
Just
goes here.
get all of those roots
draw
ready
something.
again.
Channel 1. Okay, now we are
I believe caught up on game state.
Okay.
Arne's saying, okay. Is it really okay,
Yes,
though?
the
4 cards remaining in deck.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Echo is we're refreshing the runes, but we're not channeling new runes.
Man, this is so close.
Because we're not starting a turn.
Yeah, you channel 1 with the sacrifice. That's sort of how the loop ends up working, is that you end up going neutral with the sacrifice. You're playing 1, you're channeling, or you're recycling 1 to play the Echo, channeling 1 to...
I messed up again.
Play the when you play the sacrifice.
I needed to put the sacrifice already back.
Ooh, the sacrifices would have needed to be on the next 4 cards, but we do not have them available as they're still in the trash. So I think
Here's the thing, every time... Sorry, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I think he might have finally messed up. Because you're right. He said that 4 times.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, he's been saying this like 4 times, and every time he said it, he just kept going.
See what happens.
Ruination. He's putting that to the front.
Well, I think Alan is just praying to see that Ruination.
Yeah, Ruination is just game over because
the Pike just scores 2.
Yeah, Alan is not going to miss that.
Do you have any interesting spells that you would like to? No. Okay. No.
But it is Ruination, right? No, sacrifice.
I mean, we've resolved like multiple Echoes since we recycled a rune instead of using the seal.
Right.
So that could have made him... I'm not... So what's the issue here? Don't we have the right cards, or do we not have enough runes?
We may be missing.
I don't think we have the right cards.
Runes.
I think we're missing sacrifice.
Yeah, the sacrifice may need to be higher up in the pile.
Yeah, they're now
to be above the
They're
Echo.
5, 6, 7, and we are only able to access the next 4 cards.
Yep.
And that's it, right? Or what's? Oh no, that's a Ruination, and we pass. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
That gotta be it.
Remember the Lux trigger though.
Yep. Okay.
Putting some salt into the wound there, Josh is.
What? We did it.
Score, pick up, accelerate, Pike.
And that's it.
So you just win. Yeah. Okay.
Long game there in the end. Arne trying his very best to execute that infinite loop, but it was very definite that Matthias in the end wins it all.
Here's the thing. It was a little... the last turn was a little all over the place.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's the one place in this game where there is some sort of skill involved for the Lux player, right?
Good to hear that, yeah, for sure.
It's an execution for sure. Now, if you ask the players who have played hundreds and hundreds of matches, they'll say, oh, it's actually not that complicated, but you need to know how to do it, right? Like, when I was trying to figure it out the first time, you could see the steam coming out of my ears as I was trying to do it. It's not an easy thing to just pick up and intuit, as we've all been talking about it. But once you know it, it's like, okay, yes, I know this complicated loop, I can do it, and executing it is not hard, it's just complicated.
As we see the players right now using their side decks, I think that process is not going to make times easier here for Arne, as I've seen that there is a very specific side deck card in the side deck of Mateusz or Alan. He is siding those invert timelines, and that card can be brutal against the Lux deck.
Yeah, I've heard about that one. It's discard your hand. Both players discard their hand and draw 4.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, so, which normally could be, oh, I've emptied my whole hand, I'm going to discard it and draw up, or make my opponent who has 12 cards in hand discard them all.
Or 20, or like, they have a lot of cards in that.
I'm assuming, like, worst case, that could just get all the necessary combo pieces out of there, maybe?
It potentially could. If the only way that it would lock them out is if it hit all of the Forge of the Futures, because
then you can't recycle anything from your trash.
Break in case of emergency, Forge of the Future can put something on the bottom of your deck, and if you can get back to the bottom of it, it can restart the loop. However, if all 3 of those are gone, then you can't. Then you can't come back from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, even if.
But I also messed up.
Even if it doesn't ruin the chances of comboing completely, you still need to spend some time and resources to get those cards back.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I mean, it certainly throws a wrench into the whole plan for sure.
Look at that, by the way. We see it there at the very, very bottom left of the screen. I think Arne actually has some notes prepared, and I think I saw at the top it said Alan Pike, and he is just following what he has written down. He has reminded himself what the game plan is for side decking and everything, and he is just executing now and possibly executing his combo perfectly for game 2 too.
Yeah, and this is depending on the games, I don't know the rules for note-taking and having notes for different games, but in Riftbound, I think this is also the same for Magic. You can't bring in outside notes during the game, right? However, in between games, you can have something like sideboard notes prepared.
Really?
And what will, high-level players will routinely do, especially when they've been practicing with their teams, they'll have their matchup spread written down on a sheet of paper, so there's no mental energy being put into, okay, I played against Rengar, what am I bringing in? It's like, okay, Rengar matchup, these 3 out, these 3 in, boom, let's get to the next match.
But where do you draw the line? Can you have like an entire folder with all different decks in the meta game and just pull it out and then you're like, well, this is rogue deck number 25. Let me see what I'm doing against that.
You probably technically could, but I think there might be diminishing returns at some point.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of those decks tend to get lumped in together with, this this red-orange deck that's not Rengar but works the same way, or this Aurora deck that is a different legend is the same sideboard anyway.
It's always interesting to me to see those kind of differences in how games are handled, not just how they work.
100%, yeah. That's what's so fun about bringing all of those different TCG players together here this weekend.
Me go first, yeah.
As different as they all are going to play the very same game here this weekend. Even though we sort of have to exclude Arne almost from that, as he's playing his very own game here this weekend with the Lux deck that he brought.
So how important was going first last game for Alan? Because I assume going first is what you want to do in this matchup in particular, because you just might be that one turn faster.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, we look at how close that match ended, right?
Second mulligan
and
for me.
just imagine that Arne had an extra turn there. It doesn't even look close at that point, right? I mean, execution error fumbles aside, like if there's an extra turn, if Arne gets to go Ruination past the turn and get back to their turn, it seems much more likely that they're definitely going to win with 4 cards or whatever.
Looking at the battlefields here, I think usually you would expect the Aspirant's Climb to be the go first option for Mateusz, but he knows that battlefield is so bad against Lux because you don't want to make the game any longer against Lux, and therefore he's sort of wasting it here right now as a going second option. Because that extra winning point,
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, because when I was testing against him, it was just like, yeah, that battlefield prolongs the game by 1 point.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, for a control deck typically is pretty good, but now here this is a disaster essentially, because it just guarantees that he's going to need an extra turn.
Yep.
Because you just can't go 2-2-2-2 and win.
Exactly. Oh, look at this. What are we seeing? We see Abandon. We see the acceptable losses immediately in the opening hand as well. That's a good spell to have. Or is that the one he's getting rid of it. Okay,
No, acceptable losses you don't want for the most part, because they're going to, like, if they get rid of a seal, it's not the end of the world. You're likely not going to be put in a position where you can acceptable losses there forge the future.
I mean, it's the kind of card where it feels like if you have it in your deck, you don't hate it, but you try to get for something better.
Yeah.
You just try to see the units and then maybe the side deck cards we were talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Especially in Mulligan Mania, where we get 3 extra mulligans. Like, we can be a little bit greedy. Let's sculpt a perfect hand. Let's not settle for just okay.
That is very fair. And as we mentioned, the battlefield that Alan ZQ brought into this second game, let's also talk about the battlefield that Arne has decided on, which is the Forgotten Monument, which is quite strong when you go first, because that basically is making it really hard for Mateusz to have that kind of tempo that he had in the first game, as on that battlefield, on the first 3 turns for both players, you cannot score a point.
Yeah.
Why does the Lux deck not use the one where the game goes to 9?
I am assuming that will be their 3rd battlefield.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
It absolutely is running that, unless something wild has changed. But Alan is trying to say, okay, this second game, like if I win this one, great, I've won 2-0, but I don't want the game to go to 10.
Yeah.
Right?
So does it? Okay. Here's my counter question, because he's probably going to score 2 each turn. Does it make a huge difference whether it's 9 or 10?
You know, before we brought this point up, I was also thinking the same thing, and I'm not sure.
Because in theory, this might have been like a little mind game situation where I actually think maybe Alan wants to snipe the moment. Like, he would rather have the battlefield twice in one game, then spread out over 2 games, because I feel like having to go to 8 once and to 10 once, because 10 technically is 5 turns, right? If your opponent isn't interacting with you, you're just scoring twice. Over 5 turns, you win. And if you have to go to 8, you do it over 4 turns. With 9 points, we have to do it over 5 turns twice.
It's basically the same clock. Yeah, no, this actually might be worse for Alan.
That's what I'm thinking.
But also, I trust Alan more than I trust myself. So
no, but like maybe he thought Arne was going to bring it this game, so that 'cause he doesn't know, right? That's why I'm thinking.
It is possible.
Maybe it's a mind game situation where he's just trying to hit the same game.
Yeah, it is possible that you just go too deep down the rabbit hole, and sometimes it's just a coin flip.
I'm pretty sure that's the reason why we're not accelerating the pike this time, because it's okay to score an uneven amount of points. In this one, because it doesn't change the amount of turns you need.
Yeah, the number of times I've been like, okay, I'm going to go 2, 4, 6, 8. Wait a second.
Well,
we're playing the 9 here. Oh, I played this entire game
No,
wrong.
plenty of times when I was testing against him, I was like, oh yeah, I win next turn. It's like, no, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
It is the classic, but we see here, we missed it last turn, but we did see the Lux actually get sniped by the spell there, able to hit it in the back line, which is not, it's not key to winning the game. However, it certainly does slow down what Arne is going for.
Attack here.
I mean, yeah, missing 2 power every turn from now
sacrifice
to play your spells seems very, very tough.
Okay, progress time. Once more, we just draw a bunch of cards, but pass to Mateos afterwards.
This is what the deck wants to do. Ramp, develop some runes, draw cards, hope opponent doesn't win. That is basically what your game plan is.
Here's the thing. I feel like Alan, at this point, might already be done with things he has to do this game.
Potentially, but we do see the Abandon in hand. That is a card that counters a spell and returns it to hand. So if, like last game, Arne is put in a position where he has to rely on a Time Warp, Alan goes, yeah, that's going to get countered, go back to your hand.
And then you're tapped out.
And then I'll take my turn now.
And then you're tapped out.
Yeah, and you're tapped out, and the game may just end. So absolutely, again, Mulligan Mania coming in, Alan knowing this is a card that is absolutely key. I need 2 drops, and I need this card to slow them down a turn. Let's do this.
Factor recall.
No, that's jury rig.
Right? I know, right? Lore, we miss you.
We do.
Absolutely, yes. That is a tempo factory recall to bring back the Seal of Insight to Arne's hand, saying, yeah, you're going to have to pay for that again.
Just to make him pay the power again?
Just to make him pay the power again. I mean, that card's not doing anything else in this case, because you can't use it to disrupt the combo unless Arne just puts out the Forge early, but there's never going to be a window where it actually makes sense. It can actually be
a question, and only you in German? Like a judge question?
It's not going to
I know a
matter
bit of German.
here.
You might want to step back. I don't understand.
So the game plan apparently
it's not that important, I guess. But
has completely
yeah,
changed,
I mean,
because now we just have all the answers and we're not pushing as hard on the side of Mateusz anymore. And is Arne asking the question, or is he saying, I don't care that much anymore, because he was trying to ask a judge a question?
I think he said, I'd prefer if step back. I think they're probably on the back end just making it so that Alan won't be able to hear.
Oh yeah, that could be the case.
That's my guess.
True,
because the players have white noise, and so they can't hear us talking about.
That's true.
So it is a little bit of a logistical thing to do there, but we are getting it all set up, and of course, Alan taking advantage of the hydration break here.
He could also just do this during the Lux combo turn, right? He could just be...
Yeah.
Which he might be about to see, but that is something that is also somewhat unique, or at least different to Yu-Gi-Oh! In Riftbound, because that's actually a thing that you're allowed to ask the question to the judge off the table. And I think in Yu-Gi-Oh! You're just not really allowed, because you're always just with the judge at the table and everything. Okay. So the whole setup is different.
I can ask the question in German.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, we're asking questions in German now. At least we will be able to understand, Josh.
Wenn eine Einheit Stärke reduziert wird und ihr dann Schaden zugefügt wird, dann stirbt sie, oder? Weil die, also quasi...
It's so fun. That's just a beginner question again. Really.
Yeah. To be fair, it's also something that when I encountered it for the first time, I was like, oh, that's how it works.
Yeah, well, let's translate it.
Of course, I understood the German, but for those at home who don't.
Yes, so the question was, if a unit gets reduced in might, like with the list,
yes.
And then it goes like back to 2, if it takes 2 damage, will it die? So like a 4 might unit, -2 from the list, 2 damage, is it done?
Yes.
Cast wages on it.
That was the question that was answered.
Yep.
We go Stupefy and make sure that this is...
Stupefy Wages of Pain.
We get a
we'll
gold.
Take it down. Get a gold.
So the combination of these 2 cards will take down the Noxus Hope.
Correct.
It has worked out. Yep.
Oh, thanks. It's exhausted, right?
Yeah.
So...
2 gold.
Okay, so we're starting to
Really
play the
different
removal game a little
yeah.
bit.
Completely different game here.
But how much does this actually matter in the sense that I feel like it's not going to stop Alan from scoring 2 next turn?
And then I'll...
But 2 is fine. He's on 3.
Yeah, he
we already have
needs 3 times
established
2.
so many here.
He needs 3 times 2.
Go ahead.
I feel like an inverted timelines here.
Yeah.
Invert timelines would be very nice here.
There's a stacked deck that has a
have
good chance of finding that.
Noxus goes in. That's 1 point for Mateusz, and I'm sure he's going to be able to get that pike onto the other battlefield as well. As
Gotta do 2 per
us.
turn now. We gotta do 2 per turn.
Pick up pike. Yeah.
Pike back into the hand as well. The combination of pikes doing the job.
Just make sure it can't get removaled somehow.
Yeah, now the invert timelines is almost a little bit scary for Alan. Because
I was about to say, maybe if you want to fish for inverted timelines with the stack deck, maybe do that before you return your pike.
Right, yeah.
But who am I to criticize Alan's EQ on sequencing?
Oh, okay. We're trying to find more. It is a second copy. Oh, and we won it. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
And also the Bewitching Spirit, once again. Not
What are we
really
looking for at this point? Is it the...
Yeah.
Is it the inverted timelines?
It might be. I think we want to line it up so that we hit the invert
before the big turn.
Right before they're about to go off. And you can tell, I mean, deck size is a key here unless they go for something quite risky.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say we're probably next turn is the big one.
Yeah, it definitely could be.
Not quite yet.
Sure.
I mean, next turn is also the turn where Alan's at 7, so you got to do something about it.
Yeah. Whether you want it to be or not, if your opponent is threatening to win next turn, you got to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, but the inverted timelines next turn probably just seals the deal if he finds it.
You know what? Hear me out. I think this might be the turn.
Is it?
Wait. Let me think about this.
Oh.
No. Actually, I'm gonna go with the Echo instead.
Okay.
Echo. That's at least a sign that we might be able to have a bigger combo here.
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, we're not accelerating it.
Immediately. Which I will, I think. You have 2 up?
Yeah.
So we're sacrificing the Echo here with 6 runes.
I'll Shadows Call it.
Shadows Call first, so we get the draw 2, if that is successfully resolving.
That's good. Okay, so temporary draw 2.
Yep.
Then sacrifice it. That's good.
That's good as well.
Okay, so with this trick on the stack, I'll float 2.
Yeah.
Oh, we're making use of this extra rune.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
We are.
Now, here's the thing. Is Arna going off a little bit early, assuming that they're going to be able to resolve a Time Warp, because we know that is not going to go well with the Abandon that is announced, and it still has the 2
He does have 2 runes up, right? I can barely see it. Yeah, okay.
Arna looking like he is trying to commit here.
Oh.
I'll cast Progress Day.
Oh, yeah, we're happy about that, right? Because that's going to exhaust a lot of runes.
I paid 2 here and 4 and put 1 under. 3, 4 under, and the 2 that I had floating.
Thinking.
Okay.
Do we want to respond here before Arne gets to see many more cards here of his deck?
Oh, and I believe that Arna, the far left card is the blue Renata, which is one of the ways to actually just
finish the combo. When you've generated infinite energy, infinite power, and you're able to move the cards back and forth, you are actually able to physically win the game with the blue Renata and just score 8 points in one turn.
Yep, Renata Glask is
the
basically
Fizzler. Is that what the card's
a
called?
loop as well then in the end,
3-mana
because you
card
just
that
keep
gets-
on scoring points with it.
You can only cast it during your turn. Yes, not in my turn as well. That's correct.
The Fizzler.
The Fizzler. That is absolutely the new name for the card. Anyone who tries to tell me otherwise, I'm saying absolutely not.
It is.
Okay, so we bounce back to Progress Day just
Yes.
to waste, quote unquote, those runes for Arne.
Yep.
I'll play map.
Ooh, the map
could
be a sign that we are trying to pass soon,
this.
because that card is only getting used when our opponent is scoring.
Oh, we're passing,
so
I think.
Yeah.
All right, we're not done yet. So this
Here's
is where
all
we
the
tried
score cards.
everything in our power to find the inverted timelines.
Timelines. We're going to have some looks. We're going to have a draw for a turn. We're going to have the Scryer's Bloom, which is going to
So you
allow
go
you
6.
to
Yeah.
look at the top two
And I
and
get the
draw a
pointer.
card.
Draw a card.
Drawing
That
cards
is
and
not yet the inverted time. And we also do need to accelerate the pike this turn to make sure we can finish the game next turn.
I do agree. So we have drawn a card with the Sunworks map, trying to draw another one.
Oh,
with
there it
the
is!
fish.
There it is!
Really? Oh.
The invert timelines and the Fizzler.
And the Fizzler.
I think the Fizzler's getting put back on the
Not the Fizzler.
Ay, not the Fizzler. Mateusz.
I mean, we've been cycling through our deck a lot, right? With the Mulligan Mania, on top of just we've been doing predicts and draws and stuff. So
Accelerate pike.
Here comes Pike.
There he is.
Conquer, go to 7.
I draw a card from the map.
Oh, and that's exactly what Alan wants. Yeah, here, draw more if you
Get
want.
another card, my friend.
There it is. Invert timelines. Both players discard their hands and then draw 4.
You want to see? Yes.
Here we go. How much?
Promising future.
Promising future. The Renata is gone. I mean, the thing is that all of these combo pieces can be brought back if you can get to the bottom. The problem is, are you able? Oh, I thought that was their. I thought that was their trash plus hand. That was just their hand.
But there is no way this stops us completely from comboing, at least theoretically, right? Because we have the Forge on the field already.
Correct.
So we can
And a
technically
garbage grabber as well.
recycle anything.
Yep.
Ooh, there's even another way to discard. And when you have to discard 1 out of 4, that could hurt a lot more.
Yeah, I don't know that we have the runes to play it, but...
No, I don't think we have. We are all exhausted once again, and we are passing over to Arne.
This goes away.
Who
Picking
now?
Up the pike to guarantee that we can score twice next turn.
We need
And
to make things happen here.
This is where it needs to happen.
Yep.
Arne Huschenbeit with that complex deck that he decided on. I mean, at least he has 2 Stupefizers, so we can draw even more cards rather quickly. Then the Garbage Grabber can also draw us more cards and also recycles some more cards from the trash.
Yeah, the problem with the Garbage Grabber is you need to make sure that putting the cards on the bottom doesn't mess up your combo.
Yeah.
So you got to put good stuff on the bottom.
Yeah, you should be able to set it up properly.
Stoop again.
But it's not necessarily nothing.
There is a Time Warp in hand.
Okay.
Time Walk.
Pretty sure Time Walk is a magic card.
It is, but that's okay. That's okay.
They can gain a point for no reason, I suppose.
Arne wants to have his first point scored here as well.
Garbage Grabber is a gear, not a unit. It does look like a guy, though, I will say.
So I draw for Time Warp. Yeah. And then I untap. Draw for turn.
And what are we finding? Another
Forge.
An
Echo, though.
Echo. Do we have card draw, though?
So then I'll sacrifice my Forge.
Okay. Setting up the bottom.
I think this is where Arne messed up in the last game, that he didn't aggressively enough use the Forge of the Future. So this time, he is doing it quite early. Also, of course, a little forced, as Mateusz just kind of brought everything into the trash there, but still is deciding to do it now.
Yeah.
Can
then
we do it, though?
I will use Echo. Cast Sacrifice, floating 6.
All right.
This is the beginning.
Echo with this, right?
All right, I'm going to ask a preemptive question. Worst case scenario,
so this goes under.
how does the timeout work out in this particular matchup? Because I've been told, like, okay, if you hit time, there is 0, 1, 2, 3, and you got to be 2 points ahead.
Yes.
So in my mind, it's like, since Arne doesn't really score points at all until he wins the game, is that something that favors Alan?
And then
the opposite, in fact,
Then
because
I can also make another mana, right?
you only
Go up
need
to
one
7
turn
because
to go
no, you
from
can't. I untap,
0 to 8.
make a
with
mana,
this deck.
make a
Oh, really?
power.
Yeah,
No,
you
because
can
then
actually
don't
get
draw
all
the
8
rule
points in
before,
one turn.
How is that?
Out of version.
What does that do?
The thing is,
That's
though,
long
like,
story
you need
short,
to get to that turn,
yeah,
though, right?
well,
Then I
it could
make
be
an
this
energy
turn.
and a power.
Right, but this would be the
likely would
equalizer. I'm
have to
talking
be-
about a potential game 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if we, like for example, if this game goes on for another 10 minutes or something, then I think the situation is super favorable for Mateusz all of a sudden because we're only going to play like 4 turns in total.
If you don't have enough turns to get to the critical mass, it definitely favors Mateusz. However, if you go to time and you have even one turn where you have the ability to go off,
then that ends up in a draw. Yeah.
Well, no, you will just win. You can win the game. I mean,
so this is like what essentially if this starts game 3 with like I don't know 5 minutes left or something, that's good for Alan.
That's good for Alan.
But if game 3 starts right now, that's bad for Alan.
I would say
that's
something
like
roughly
that.
what I would say.
I can't hear you anymore.
Right around that, but Mateusz right now is just laying back. We've stopped the timer because I think there is another judge question going on here on Arne's end. And I mean, you understand that. You feel that. Such a complicated
on
deck.
the chain, and that definitely is on the chain. To which trigger do you want to react by tapping rune?
After the death knell,
After the death knell?
That's not possible.
No.
Okay, so I can only recycle it then and get one. I can't untap and make a mana. Okay, and now I'll get it back. So I have 1 power, 6 mana, and now I draw 2.
Sure.
This is my graveyard.
1 power, 6
energy.
Okay.
Mana, yeah.
Manergy.
Oh my, it really, it feels so stressful for Arne, right? Like every turn.
I think it's stressful for, honestly, I feel it's stressful for Alan.
It is, that's the thing about this deck is that it is stressful if you don't necessarily know that you can go off. And when you're a new player with the deck, it's a bit about experimentation and getting used to it. When we saw the play in Hartford, that player had played hundreds of matches against that. They know.
Right,
like, I mean, there's a few games where they talked about, I'm at the high end of my range of where I can go off and I need to get a little bit lucky. But
And just
for the
remember
most part,
to
they
use
know.
the blue because you tapped yellow. That's okay. I know that you wanted to do that with the blue. Just go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. So 10, and then sacrifice 3 runes and pay seal
2
and 1.
1 more energy.
No, I have 8 plus 2 energy.
Oh, sorry, I thought this.
Yeah.
Yeah, all good.
So tap the seal and the power. Remove 2. There you go.
And we're warping again.
3 up left, and time warp goes away. I draw a card from this.
Yeah.
Not missing out on that.
And pass the turn to me, I guess.
Pass the turn to
Pass
me
the
is
turn.
awesome.
Yeah. Wow, what a statement.
I mean,
Yeah, well,
I will pass the turn to me.
That could end up being a meme, right? Like shaking your own hand, kind of. Yep.
Putting the medal on yourself. Yep. Classic.
Untap, get these runes into play, draw a card.
This is so many resources now, but not that many cards in hand.
They really put a card like Time Warp in set 1 for you guys, huh?
You just, you know, you got to learn early if that's going to be broken at 10 energy and 4
I could have told you before they made it.
Look, Magic got it at 2 mana in the very first set, okay?
Right. I mean, to be fair, here's the thing. This kind of effect, I feel like there's almost no cost that you can put on it to make it safe.
Time?
Yeah.
There's always going to be someone somewhere who finds a way to exploit it at some point.
Maybe maybe at 13 in this game it'd be safe because you'd have to go above and beyond to even be able to cast.
You'd have to reduce its cost somehow to even
Exactly.
Yeah. I think it would be fine if it just recycled an enormous amount of runes.
Yeah, 10 and 10. Just make it 10 and 10.
Where it's just like you can't just get right. I feel like that's what they intended by putting 4 on it.
Yeah,
totally.
But if you can like just because here's the thing, all you have to do is reduce the power requirement by 2 to the point where it's practically free because you get 2 back.
Yep.
So
Is this is also the same speed as this, right?
Yes, I cannot do this on your turn.
And
Yeah.
Arne
Okay, play another scout.
goes for another scout. Cheap unit, but not what he needs right now.
Forge. Make another recruit.
Yep. Is this good or bad
there
that
more
we're
here?
playing units right now?
I have more here. I
Doesn't
think.
seem like it's good.
Just do whatever, like to save time.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Do
another
whatever.
recruit, of course.
And then I'll have to sack this, targeting your invert.
Anything else?
Oh.
From my graveyard?
Can I see?
We're playing around Fizz now, I think, because we are getting
Yeah, that makes sense.
the opponent's
Sorry,
card out
the
of it.
Fizzler.
Yeah,
Fizzler,
excuse
So
me,
with
excuse me.
with the card that cards cast from graveyard, you have to cast it immediately when you cast it, or can
no,
you do it during
it
your turn?
recreates two chains. I selected in the trash. You can react to that,
Yeah.
and then it goes on the chain when I play the card.
I feel like
But
we're getting a
it's
lecture
like
of
you can play
Riftbound
during
whenever
turn at
Matthias
any
gets to
point.
talk in this
No,
match.
it has to go immediately. Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
There
I
you
feel like
go.
I need to be down there to translate into Magic. I'm like, it's not Snapcaster Mage. It has to happen
No, I
instantly.
think I'm good.
Okay.
No, but yeah, I mean, basically what he
put
said
back
is, and that is something noteworthy, that
Yes.
Fizz is not just copying it, but Fizz is basically reactivating it onto the
Yes.
field.
Yeah, Fizz is 2 chains in one because you activate its ability. That's a trigger, and then the trigger creates another trigger by putting the spell
Just
onto
a
the chain.
forge
Right.
and this.
Yep.
Sack
See,
it.
sorry. And what's one more? Two?
No,
oh, two only. Okay.
2 and 1.
Yeah.
Once again, using Forge of the Future.
Oh, recycle is always random order?
If there's more than one, well, yeah, if there's one, obviously it's not random. But yeah, if there's
So one
ever
of them
more
is
than one, it's always
Technically, it's
random.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
Can Arne do this?
Yeah,
We have been in this turn for
that's all
a
I got, I guess.
decently long time, but that
Okay.
sounds like we're
I mean, I
passing.
guess I could
But
score a point, but it doesn't really
Oh,
Pass
get
turn,
that point.
Pass turn is over, right?
Get that point.
I
Come
mean,
on.
I don't.
Alan has Pike.
Yeah, so
Is there
must have
removal that can prevent
something?
this?
I mean, we saw the Wages of Pain earlier in the game.
He can even use the Bewitching Sprite. Is that what it's
Yeah,
called?
Bewitching
For
Spirit,
Spirit.
yeah.
This card on some of the last cards.
Pass.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
Goes
8.
up to 8.
Yeah.
Slam that Pike
Yeah, we
onto
know
the other
that Pike is
battlefield.
there. So it looks like we have 5, so we may just have a Stupefy and Wage. I see a Wages in hand, so it may just be another.
I'll crack. Yeah.
Okay. We want to do this differently. We want to
Those
make sure that the
both
Pike
blanks.
goes
That doesn't
through.
help.
They're both blanks.
Wait, you take no?
I predict twice and I take
Oh,
the
yeah,
one
yeah,
from the
makes
top.
sense, makes sense, makes sense.
Oh!
Spirit.
It's another invert time.
Hold on. Okay, question, real quick. Is that even that big of a deal? Because Arne is on like 3 cards in
sorry.
hand.
No invert.
That, yeah, I was going to say, that would be quite, yeah, Alan
I
needs to
like
play
sell-
his guys.
You have how many cards in hand?
3.
3.
So he needs to accelerate the Pike first, then play invert and hope?
Before he moves in?
Yes, because the Wages can only target at a battlefield.
So he'd have to have the hard read, though, that there's that combination is in hand?
I mean, he
You
had it
have to
before.
have either.
So.
I'll accelerate.
Ah, even a champion of Riftbound not too sure and questioning
I guess
himself
it's,
here right
do
now.
you think that... Oh...
Remind me of the wording on Cleave again.
Cleave gives the unit
the card.
Assault 3, which means when it's attacking, it gets +3. Which
Is a unit considered attacking if it's going into an open battlefield? No.
it is not.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
Discard the card.
look at this. Bewitching
Okay.
Spirit 1 and 2.
Accelerate Pike.
All
Okay.
runes used. Is that the game?
Last two.
So I can't kill it.
No, you can't.
Okay, GG.
Oh, there it is!
Okay, and I assume that is just Alan knowing that he only loses to a 2-card combination there?
Right.
And so you just force him to discard 2 cards, 1 left, Pike gives in,
Yeah.
and
Well,
I literally had to be like.
if
Crazy.
the
I mean, at this
card
point, your whole
was
bottom
Stupefy, you could play that in response. Get the Stupefy effect
Yeah,
on
no,
the...
I knew, but
Oh, no,
like,
he
Pike
played
was
the
in the area.
afterwards. No,
Yeah.
yeah, no, that was good.
That was very well done.
I mean, yeah,
and
that's
it's
what
interesting to see how
I had a bunch of
long he
forces
was
and birds.
thinking about it, how he was
Yeah.
questioning himself, because
well, I
that's
probably should've
pretty
won.
straight up, honestly. Like, he goes for the double Bewitching
think
Spirit
so.
and then
Like,
makes
like
sure that
perfectly,
this
I
is
think.
his way to win. So the smile stays on the face of Alan ZQ as he did open the action with a win here.
Yeah, there it was. the players shuffling up, and what a really, I mean, completely different type of match than we've seen so far. Of course, Alan playing the beatdown here always goes back to the 1997 article, Who's the Beatdown? In this case, it was Alan ZQ in game
the first time in his life, potentially.
Yeah. At least in Riftbound, the first time that he knows that he's the beatdown. And we saw a tale of two players there. One thinking intently about their turn, the other waiting for the combo to go off or not.
And we do, of course, have some highlights here, and that was Arne. I mean, maybe not really just there yet in the first game, as he was messing up a little bit, as he was not using Forge of the Future early enough to recycle the required cards, and then he was out of options, and that brought the first game into Mateusz's hands. And then game 2 was a little bit different, honestly, from the first game, because Mateusz was a lot more reactive, not as aggressive as in the first game, but still we were able to overall take it all down.
And I gotta say, entertaining matchup, because I feel like even though these two decks are very unique, and I feel like it was not as entertaining for Alan specifically. From a viewing perspective, I feel like it was kind of exciting to see, like, okay, Alan's now one turn away from winning, and now Arne has got to go. He's got to go in. He's got to try and end the game here, and we just follow the journey of what's happening. Still haven't seen the deck actually win. Is what I was kind of interested in seeing on how exactly it works, but yeah.
Yeah, just know that a bunch of stuff is going to be happening, and at the end of it all, you are going to go to the next game.
Yeah, so we were mentioning the Renata already, and that one is basically by just being in the battlefield, it's scoring you points, just essentially.
Yeah, you can pay power. You can pay power and exhaust it to score points.
How many?
I mean,
it doesn't matter because you create infinite power.
So you can redo it over and over and over again.
Well, eventually you can, is the long story short. At some point, I'm sure we will get a full explainer of the combo, but I don't have 15 minutes right now to do it.
Yeah,
we have Leo back with us.
Yeah, in the end, Renata Glask, you have to bounce it, play it, ready it, bounce it, play it, ready it, bounce it, play it, ready it, bounce it, play it, ready it. Then at some point you're going to have some points. You guys looked like you had a lot of fun. How's it going?
That's great.
Yeah, more fun than Alan. I think.
He did win, though.
He did
Winning
win.
is always fun.
After his happy now. Yeah, I think he was a little worried, though, in the middle. I think he thought it might go the other way.
That is true, and I think we can hear from himself how he enjoyed this matchup.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the floor. I'm with Alan, aka Mateusz. How did you feel that match went?
I mean, better than expected. It's a very bad matchup, probably the worst out of all the decks. Game 1, I got fortunate enough, and the game 2, after that invert, Arnie just couldn't find much draw, so it ended up being in my favorite.
So how do you feel now that you've toppled over that potential biggest mountain of this event?
I mean, it's a sight of relief. Like, it's nice to get this in the bag, and the other tools are more fair, and I have way more control over. And in this matchup, I have to play aggro with a control deck, which is hideous. And against the other ones, I can just play my normal standard game plan. So that will be a lot easier for me to play.
Do you think Mulligan Mania helped or hindered you?
Oh, without the rule, I would have lost game 1. I would not have found any unit except my champion. I've mulliganed. I had to. My 2-drop was my 11th card.
Wow, so that really came in clutch in that first game. Did you anticipate losing any game and having to go to a game 3 and having to kind of trounce again with that matchup?
I mean, given how much time there was left, I was pretty confident on winning just because of the time, and not enough time for opponent to just go off because of the amount of the, like, now I knew that we're gonna go to probably like down to 5 minutes before opponent can show me the lethal, so I was pretty confident I can just aggro down last game.
And last but not least, is there any preparation specifically you did to prepare yourself against a poor matchup like this?
I mean, not much. Just have to play it out. Like, the worst thing that can happen, you can just lose. That's not a big deal. Just lose. Go next.
Honestly, I think that's really good advice. At the end of the day, we're playing a game, right? So everyone's got to have some fun. Thank you so much for chatting to me, and I'm sure we'll see you very soon. Bye for now.
Cheers, Amy. That concludes round 1 of the group stage. We have Group A and Group B. Let's take a look at the results of the first round of the first ever TCG Grand Slam. And there, of course, we have Joshua Schmidt in first position.
I know that guy.
Let's go. So Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon being on top right now, with Joshua and Todd winning their first matches. And then we have Alexander and Gregos, who are now in need of to make something happen, and therefore it's going to be hard for them. If they lose another time, it may be over for them, but there we have Group B.
I think there's a clear line of Legends of Runeterra players being on top of the
Yep.
Mateusz Jasinski here, of course. Philip Studarek, the Star Wars player, in second place there, and Enrico Maria Rustico and Arne, they will have to fight their ways back into these tournaments.
They definitely are, but the beauty is no one's out yet, right? No one has been eliminated. Every player still has the opportunity to win out and make it into that top cut. We saw a little bit of learning the deck a little bit, ironing it out, but every player has had a round to play, has seen the level, has seen what is to be expected, and is going to be able to take it from there.
I mean, I'm not a math expert, but I think technically you could even advance with 1-2 if like one of the players is 0-3 and the other one is 3-0.
There could also be, I think, a
2-2-1.
3-0, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, I think could happen.
Oh yeah, that's actually what it is.
There you go.
What I'm talking about. Yeah. So that could still be a ticket into the top 4, even with a negative record overall. Let's see. Not to rule anyone out yet.
So far after we have concluded the first stage of the group stage, were there any surprises for you guys?
Well, definitely not that Joshua beat my pick to win the entire event, Gregors. I mean, no, I mean, we've
keep
seen
calling it a surprise.
No, I said it wasn't a surprise.
I wasn't that upset about it.
Nobody saw it coming.
Neither was I.
Crazy.
Okay.
I picked you to win the entire thing, just so you feel that.
Only because Gregors obviously playing Riftbound specifically at a high level has that best of Rengar.
Of course.
Playing against
No, I get you. I was scared too.
I will say you have picked up the game and have shown a level of proficiency that I have not seen at that speed.
Thank you.
Ever.
Also very surprising. Nobody thought.
No, for real. I could have not seen that.
We should talk more about how incredibly surprising.
No, I was like, who's this Joshua Schmidt guy? And they're like, it's Game Breaker from Legends of Runeterra. I'm like, that was okay. Now you're I'm like, Yu-Gi-Oh!
It was really funny in the hotel lobby when you were convincingly saying, yeah, I played 2 games of Riftbound before this, and Ellen just kept on saying, you're lying. No,
He did say that.
He did say that.
I don't believe you.
He did say
I
that.
do not believe you.
That is, I mean, of course, already great accomplishment that you won the first round in your first tournament on stage, but let's see what's next. We have the schedule of the matches coming up next. Today we are going to finish the second stage of the group stage, or the second round. We're going to start off with Alexander versus Gregos. Both of those lost in the first round, so they can be out completely if they lose this game.
That's true. None of them really allowed to lose anymore. And also, we haven't had Master Yi in a while, right? So we will be able to finally get some Master Yi gameplay again, as Alex will be rejoining us on stage for the next match. Of course, Alex is one of the first world champions, so definitely not to be underestimated as well.
Yep, and he also he's a great teammate of Arne, by the way, in Magic the Gathering, so also has quite the histories there. Josh, is there anyone who you want to really face in this tournament? Do you want to show it to Alan?
I would kind of like to. I mean, the thing is, I do think my matchup against him is pretty hard. So from that perspective, if I'm just like, my best chance of winning is probably not facing Alan. But at the same time, I think it'd be kind of fun. And I do kind of like the storyline of having this one Riftbound player in this tournament who's really good and everyone's trying to take him down. So I'd be okay with facing Alan. If I go down, then,
you got nothing to lose there.
Exactly.
And he's in a little bit of the villain role here, but it is very nice to see all of these players from different games in this tournament trying to figure out which one is perhaps the most skillful, which one can transfer their skills to Riftbound the most. But speaking of those games, Alexander Friedrichsen, he is the world champion of Wonders of the First. That is a game that we are going to show you a little bit about right now.
I'm Brian Tinsman. I'm a game designer with over 50 shipped games. I was lead game designer on 8 Magic the Gathering sets and many other trading card games. The games I designed have sold over $800 million in total. And I'm lead designer of Wonders of the First. It's pretty easy to pick up, and I'm going to show you how to play in under 5 minutes. Let's go. You are a stone seeker, and the goal of the game is to conquer the 7 realms and seize the stones. We have 7 rounds to do this. At the end of 7 rounds, if you have the most stones, you win the game. Each round, a new realm unlocks and a new stone appears. On round 1, we can play cards and battle only in the first realm. On round 2, we can play in realm 1 or 2. Then by round 7, all the realms are unlocked and we can play anywhere. So the board is expanding throughout the game. Each player brings a deck of 50 cards. To start, we flip a coin to decide the first player. Then we draw 7. For a mulligan, we can put up to 3 cards on the bottom and redraw up to 7. Round 1 begins. We have 2 resources, actions and energy. At the start of each round, each player gets 3 actions and gains energy equal to the current round number. So, 1 energy on round 1, 5 energy on round 5, plus each stone you control gains you 1 energy. But first we have to play some attackers and win some battles to get the stones. After gaining resources, each player draws a card. Then the first player can use an action to play a card. Actions are used for 3 things. Play a card from our hand to any open realm, attack in 1 realm with all of our units there, or draw a card. We can do these in any order and multiple times each if we want. Players take turns spending actions back and forth until they run out of actions. Then the round is over and the next round begins. How do we play a card from our hand? That's when we use energy. We spend 1 action and then pay the energy cost of the card, put it in any open realm. There are 4 card types, and the most important are wonders. The wonders are the fighting units. We need these to battle and conquer the realms. So now that we have at least 1 wonder in a realm, we can attack there. We spend our action to attack and compare our total power to the enemy's total power in that realm. Ours is higher, so we win the battle and we seize the stone there. If it's a tie, the stone doesn't move. On later turns, our enemies can add to their forces and they can attack to steal our stone. So we have to think about offense and defense in each realm. Lands don't provide energy, but they can do other useful things like reduce energy costs and give us extra actions. Lands also let you play core cards. If a card says Core Patria, you can't play it from your hand unless you have a Patria land on the board. Okay, now we start round 2. Each player gets 3 actions, 2 energy, and we get an extra energy for each stone we control, so we get 3 energy total. Then we draw our free card to start the round. The last player to battle becomes the first player. We continue playing cards and battling until both players run out of actions on round 7. At the end of round...
Due to a little technical error, we're back here on the casting desk, and of course that all has now wrapped up the first round of the tournament. We have seen every player, every TCG champion in the competition now, and well, we also saw how the group stages are looking in terms of standings. Is there really something that we need to be pointing out from the standings here?
Well, the first thing to point out is that the players who have lost are now not necessarily facing elimination, but you certainly don't want to start 0-2. That it leaves your fate in the hands of tiebreakers, which none of these players want to be in the position to do. It is now the back against the wall, absolutely need to win these next matches.
Yeah, they have some sort of a Zugzwang now, so they will have to actually get a win in there at some point. I mean, that's the basic rule of card games, right? If you don't win the games, you don't win the tournaments.
Right.
Yep. That's true. And I mean, as we have already said, we already saw the schedule. We are going to have Alexander next on the Master Yi deck, as we have already seen him playing against Grzegorz Kowalski. Is Grzegorz still going to be upset about that first match against Josh, where really we had the biggest tournament upset overall so far? Or is he just enough of a champion to immediately recover and say, hey, every game is a new game. We tackle this again.
Yeah. The beauty of these players is obviously they've got so many accomplishments, but behind those accomplishments are hundreds and hundreds and thousands of losses, right? You don't just win out unless maybe there's some sort of crazy player that I don't know about, but you've lost, you know how to lose, you know how to put those losses away.
Squirtle.
Okay,
well, there is someone
that's
in
true.
Riftbound,
There is someone in Riftbound, but they're not here right now.
That's true.
So, and I'm sure they've lost before. I'm sure there's someone at locals that it's like, I beat Squirtle, and they're like, no, you
But
definitely.
Blevins, you know who is here instead? The TCG Overseer. The TCG Overseer, of course, has caused some trouble already in round 1 as they have announced the Mulligan Mania for the entirety of the first round. But as we are about to head into the second round now, of course, we will have to spin the wheel one more time to see what additional rule will be applying for the second round. Okay, what are we getting?
We are seeing...
Oh, it's a forced redraw. That's the toughest one in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. This is almost like, it's kind of like Mulligan Mania, except your opponent forces you to mulligan, which is kind of crazy.
And it's also random. It's like not even you're allowed to just mulligan regularly, but you're just saying, okay, you decided on those 4 cards, I'm taking this and this away just randomly, and that can just be completely making your hand unplayable, really.
That can be your 2-drop, and that is, I think, a hardest hit to those aggressive decks, to something like a Master Yi. A deck, if you play Arena's Greatest, right, you want to be there on the spot, have the 2-drop. If you lose the 2-drop and you only have your Rengar in hand, you still have Rengar.
Okay, now that you say that, is that something that we have to consider in our mulligan process? Does that mean that we maybe are picking additional 2-drops in our opening hand because we just want to have more consistency to keep them around while our opponent is sniping some cards out of our hands?
I was thinking even crazier, where if you see your opening hand and there's no 2-drops, you let your opponent mulligan for you, and then it's just like a regular mulligan in a game, right? That's probably awful. That
sounds crazy to me.
It
but
sounds terrible.
I can see it. Who knows?
I don't hate it. But then again, you're hitting the 50-50. What is the chances of drawing into your 2-drop in the mulligan, and what are the chances of getting it hit from your hand? I mean, that's 50-50.
50-50, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 50-50.
It's always
finding the top deck.
But here's the thing, it's a 50-50. It either works or it doesn't. Those are the 2 options.
But of course, we will find out how that is all going to go down in practice as we are just about to start our second round. But before that, we'll find out a little bit more about our next contestant, Alex Friedrichsen.
My name's Alex Friedrichsen. I go by Honest AF online, and I'm most known for being the world champion of Wonders of the First and simultaneously being a professional Magic player. I think I have 2 answers for that. Obviously, winning the Wonders World Championship was an incredible moment. This was last year in Las Vegas. It was the inaugural World Championship for the game. And it was 2 days of long competition, just incredible. I also remember cube drafting with my friend at his bachelor party, my best friend, just before he got married this past summer, and that was also a very emotional time. It was the first one of my close friends to be getting married, and we were just playing TCG. It's kind of a monument to this period of life. Yeah, so I've been playing TCGs since I was about 9 years old. So that's, 17 years? And the past 4-ish years are when I really started to lock in. I had a lucky break at a tournament in Barcelona. After taking a Europe trip for an academic conference, I decided to attend. That qualified me for the Magic Pro Tour, and then I've been training together the Magic events since then. How can a TCG be so enthralling that I spend 17 years of my life playing these card games? It's the meticulous strategic elements and discovering a new rule set. I like to think about games kind of like my job as a programmer, where you live in this constrained space. You have an abstract set of rules, and then you can explore the space within them and try to find the most exploitative solutions, whether that be the deck, the technical gameplay that's going on. So it's this love of kind of problem solving in this rules-based space that has kept me hooked on TCGs. So for me, that first love of a game was Magic, and I still love Magic, and I've now learned to transfer some of that skill into other TCGs, picking up Wonders and becoming the world champion of Wonders. And now for an event like this, learning Riftbound in the past month has been a new journey, and I think that love of learning and transferability of these skills is one of my strong points, and I think it's what keeps me hooked. I think that the idea of the Grand Slam is exceptionally unique. I remember talking to Norman of CSL about a year and a half ago, and he brought up this vision he had for putting an event like this together and bringing the best players in the world from their respective TCGs into the same space, into the same arena, and have them compete in this tournament, kind of like a circuit. And being here, it's really awesome to meet these players that I think we would otherwise only be attending our individual events and might never cross paths. And I can see into the minds of some of these guys that they work in a similar way to my own. And, you know, I'm used to being in the room, learning a new game. When we play a board game night with friends, I'll pick it up pretty quick and usually, you know, trounce them. With the guys like these, we're all learning a new game together, well, with the exception of Alan, but they're going to be competitive opponents, and I think that's pretty exciting. It's a pretty tall challenge to stand up to Alan. You know, I heard an interesting fact earlier from him where in a game like Riftbound, I think his overall win rate in the game is around 90%. And that's a large minimization of variance, I would say. It's going to be hard to overcome that if Riftbound is closer to a game like chess than, you know, something I'm familiar with like Magic. The best players in the world might have a 70% win rate. And we'll see what those additional rules can spice up. Maybe he'll be caught off guard by some of them. I think any introduction of variance into the rules is a good thing for us players who are coming in with a little bit of a disadvantage experience-wise. So I'm hoping that I can at least take a game off of him, and if not, you know, we get to learn against the best player in the world in Riftbound. So.
What a whole story that was from Alex, right? Saying, hey, we may all play different card games, but at the end of the day, we're all together spending our lifetime basically on a card game, and that's what makes us all even and equal.
I just heard that he's thrashing his friends in board games, and he's completely cooking them every single time. I found that quite funny.
That was hilarious indeed, but of course he is going to be facing another powerhouse from Poland. He's going to be playing against Grzegorz Kowalski, and he, of course, is next to Alan, the one with the most experience in the game of Riftbound, as he has already been claiming a couple of results on the Riftbound circuit, but not to be disregarding the results he also already had in Magic. So I'm sure Alex and Grzegorz, they might have even played before against each other in a Magic tournament, honestly.
Yeah, almost certainly at least cross paths in the Pro Tour at some point in time. I knew of Grzegorz yes. from Magic for many years. When I was playing Flesh and Blood in the early days, he came over and go, oh, he's going to be a great player. Obviously, we see that happen as a world champion, and when I found out that he was playing Riftbound, I'm like, I need to find out what deck he's playing so that I can play a different one and try to get a best of.
Were you surprised of his deck choice?
I was not necessarily surprised because I do think that a deck like Rengar has a deceptive amount of play to it. You're playing these reaction speed units with ambush. You're able to have a it's not just an aggro deck. You're able to play your units as combat tricks, and if your opponent is not familiar with that, it can really take you over the top. It just has raw power. I mean, you get to play Rengar in the champ zone. It can't be that bad.
Yeah, and I mean, he also was showing that already in his match against Josh, that there is definitely layers to the deck that you can play it a little bit more conservatively, even though it didn't work out for him in the end. But as we are doing here throughout the entirety of this event, we are going back to our booster Oracle. All of you watching, of course, should be making sure to go over to Joshua Schmidt's Twitch channel to get your vote in on who's going to win that very next match. And before, Leo, you get to open this pack, I want to, of course, hear from you two as well on who is going to be the winner for this next match between Alex and Gregors.
I think that the Rengar deck.
I mean, you can come up with a solution together.
Go for it.
I think Gregors is favored in this matchup. He thrives with raw power, but first of all, Rengar can match punch first, and Rengar can play the Ferris Forerunner, and that is a card that is so tough to play into as a Master Yi if you can develop it. Problems.
Yeah.
Agreeing, Blevins?
I'm agreeing. I mean, I picked Gregors to win the entire event, so I'm clearly going to pick him to win this one. I do think that just at a base level, Gregors has played more Master Yi than any of the Master Yi players have played into Rengar. So.
Probably, but now, Leo, you have been staring at those packs for a while. Let's see, as we have done before, we are going to open both, of course, the Wonders of the First and also that Flesh and Blood pack, and then we will see whether the Flesh and Blood pack is outperforming its MSRP value.
Okay, yes. Ooh.
So what do we got there?
Shield.
Yep.
That's me.
Yep.
I stole your joke. Huh?
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
I saw.
Yo!
Oh, Flamehound.
Lava Hound. Off the core.
Okay.
Yo. Has a T on the bottom. I wonder what that
means.
Oh.
Ooh.
And
Shocknado.
And the Master of the Abyss.
All right, there we go. Okay.
And as I already explained, as there is no real secondary market for Wonders of the First here, we are going to just open the Flesh and Blood pack and see whether it is outperforming its value. And if it is, the Booster Oracle is going to be deciding on Flesh and Blood.
Never held Flesh and Blood cards.
So go on then.
Okay. Make sure that they're in the glare as much as possible.
Yes. He's very good at that. He practiced that for hours. And here comes
Lightning Overload. Circular Flow Tide.
I think we had that before.
It's more of an oblate spheroid.
This one was in the other pack as well we opened.
Yep.
It's just the same pack. Yep, we had that before.
No, Cosmic Suture.
Stellar Glide.
You have to say the next one in your funniest voice.
Oh, yes.
Cosmic Flare.
Nailed that. Nailed that for sure.
Volatile Fluxer.
Okay, and then we got
Astral Assault.
So, funny name.
So, oh, that's a nice looking card.
Yeah, I know you like it.
Uh-huh. No comment. Oh, it wrote. I think that was the one we checked the value for.
That is a rare,
on the last one.
That is also a rare. So let's see if we can look at our...
Oh, this is foil.
Lightning
It is a foil common. I'm not going to check that one. We're going to go with Arcanic.
And boom, Aurora Legacy of Tempest.
Yep, that's a token.
I did the same thing, Leo. I was like, oh, what is this? Second to last card in the pack.
That's a hell of a token, though.
Arcanic.
Pretty looking token for
Cunning.
sure. Okay, so Blevins is on it. We are going to check whether this did outperform the MSRP value of the pack. And
drum roll, please. A near mint copy right now.
It is right now.
You could get for 10 cents.
Well, 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 I would say that it did not necessarily outperform its value then.
I would say that if that is above the MSRP of a Flesh and Blood pack, I will buy the rest of them that are in the building.
Well, we have a deal, Blevins. But let's see. Overall, we got the community voting for Grzegorz Kowalski. We got the casters on him as well. And then we have the Booster Oracle voting for Alexander.
Guys, you messed up the last round. We were supposed to beat Jet. But I think
we do have our players ready, and we do not want to wait any longer to get this second round of the tournament started. So let's bring it back on there.
Absolutely. As we open up the door, there he is, Grzegorz Kowalski coming in on the Rengar. Just a player, like, I remember being told very early that Gregors was playing Flesh and Blood when I was grinding Flesh and Blood in the early days of it, and going, oh boy, there's another actually good. There's a point in time where there were players who had started playing Flesh and Blood and they had gotten to a level, and then slowly but surely the other game players come in and level up. And I was in the early wave of that, so I was actually quite decent for a while. No longer.
You know, there is a moment when you meet your bracket demon, as we say. In Swiss, everyone's your bracket demon.
Yeah.
So that is an issue. And now Alex Friedrichsen leveled up the outfit game, threatening with the guns.
Yeah, I didn't know that was legal here. I didn't know that was legal technology to just show up with the gun show coming in. Love it, though. I will say I need to ask Gregors where he got those shorts because I want a pair. I absolutely want a pair of those shorts.
Oh, I didn't check, but we are going to probably see them again once or twice this weekend. Of course, this is the last match you're going to see of Gregors today, because this is round 2 of the round-robin stage of the group stage. Therefore, after 3 more games of not these players, we're going to close out the day.
Yep. Everyone plays twice today.
Yeah. That's basically what I was trying to say. Way more words.
And there is Gregor's deck, of course. That Rengar deck. Notably here, unlike my version, no Ferris Forerunners in the main.
Oh, well, that is actually hurting this matchup quite a bit. Which is in this field, not the ideal scenario,
right.
But of course you always have a side deck. I'm quite curious to see. I like that Gregors is saying, I'm going to play more Rengars.
Yes, that is the biggest difference between my version, which was the best of at Hartford.
Mom Sky, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it definitely was. So a slightly different build here, but again, of course, was good enough for the best of in Utrecht. And there is Alex Friedrichsen on the singular Fiora, which I think we've seen the deck slowly but surely add more and more copies, but even having the singular copy is very good.
Yeah, the question is how good is it really versus the Rengar deck, but I think that as soon as Fiora gets into a one-on-one combat, she triggers. Doesn't matter if you play another unit into it, it still resolves.
The same thing. So you can't actually send in a unit, trigger on the stack, ambush. I mean, you can, but
it won't help you with
Fiora will still double, I believe. Yeah. But of course, it is not just a regular game of Riftbound. We have the TCG Overseer giving the forced redraw here, forcing your opponent to a mulligan after the fact. And that has been resolved, and here we are, the Pit Rookie for turn 1 for Gregors.
Finding a turn 1 play, always very, very valuable. Let's see what Arne has to answer this with. Of course, you could go for a Scuttle in this game, but then most certainly you're going to get Emperor's Deist with a Pit Rookie in the next turn.
Yep, that is certainly going to happen. So it's still always good to get the crab down there for Alexander. And now we see, what does Gregors have?
It is interesting. You know, Scuttle Crab seemed like one of the best cards in Unleashed. And stat-wise, I think a usage stat-wise.
I was going to say stat-wise, it's one of the least efficient units you can possibly have.
Usage stat-wise, I think that speaks for itself. However, after Alan talked about it and how it is sometimes really slow, especially if you're on the room.
I will go there and pass. Yes, go to 1.
I think you just bounce here, no?
I will trigger the ability.
Going to bounce.
Getting a Sun Soldier.
And then you might as well just play the Pit Rookie back out.
Yeah, unless you have something. Unless you have something else,
but
like a Fey Folk, that is one. Gotcha. That is.
That's huge. This card dismantles, especially a Scuttle Crab.
Oh yeah. Although, not a Master Yi Scuttle Crab, because the Scuttle Crab will be 2 when you pull it in.
No, unless you push the Scuttle Crab into the Star Spring, and then the Fey Folk pushes it from the Star Spring into the Emperor's Days. Then it's an attacker again, and you are not gonna even kill the Fey Folk with it.
That is true.
And that's how you do it, everyone. So Fey Folk is a card that really messes with your opponent. I think it would be a terrible card if it cost power, because that's just not happening. But because it doesn't cost power, it's incredibly broken.
Yes, I have said it before, and I'll say it again. I am Scrooge McDuck when it comes to spending power. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I want my cards to not have power costs. And when they don't, I very much am in favor of them, especially when they're a 2-drop, and especially when they have one of the better cards in Yi just stapled onto a move to a battlefield trigger.
Yeah. It's very, very funny that this buff onto the Scuttle Crab actually does matter in this scenario. Because now if the Fey Folk pushes it into the dais, it's going to trade with the Fey Folk. But because we are in Starspring, the value of Fey Folk really like triples. That's the crazy part about it. At least. Because you can always use the Fey Folk to at least start attacking a battlefield, then ambush in and push it out. I mean, you can do that with any unit, really.
Yep.
But okay.
Looks like we're going to get a little aggressive here.
All right.
That is on guard to take out the Sand Soldier. Get a point for Alexander.
And now that is a even trade. You traded the On Guard for that Sand Soldier, given that the Sand Soldier was an artificially made token.
Yeah, it's not really trading for a card per se. It's trading resource for resource, but you end up spending the On Guard, which may be a more pertinent card later on, I suppose. We will see.
Kinda is, because you're also getting a Sand Soldier token.
True. You do also get a Sand Soldier token in this exchange. Now we get to see some potential shenanigans with the Fey Folk here and the Starspring.
So you have seen your opponent use an On Guard. You could either say this is a bait, or you say, okay, my opponent at max has a punch first open that I could match with my own. So a possible line to play this would be Fey Folk, push into the Starspring, and then either pull Pit Rookie or the Sand Soldier token. Then Nidalee.
I will go here and move Pit Rookie to the battlefield.
Okay.
Now we are disabling the Master Yi Legend
And
ability.
then
looks like we are...
I will play Nidalee.
Pride Stalker.
And with Renegade Trigger, I will target Nidalee.
Yep, so this is currently threatening to trade the Fey Folk for both units and draw a card with Nidalee.
I think that the irresistible Fey Folk, as happy and smiley as it is, will gladly take that trade.
Yes.
Things, do you...
Pass.
Oh, yeah, pass.
Go to Fey Folk.
Wow, that is a huge trade.
I will go to 2 and think about my triggers.
Yep, this is Alexander just
thinking, so I'll decline this, just draw cards.
I have the punch first that they could play, and knowing that Gregor's likely has something, right? I mean, it's unlikely that they're going to go in. I'm representing punch first. They have access to punch first in their deck. Am I fine with this punch first exchange? Probably not, because then Alexander's going into a turn with 2 fewer runes and is not any better off.
It is... The Pit Rookie now for 2 energy, of course, is in a little bit of a precarious situation.
And pass.
Because Rengar goes meow into the other cat. And that one is really threatening right now.
And we may be in the same scenario on the other end where Rengar goes in and then potentially there's a punch first backup.
But there could be a sabotage first.
There could, in fact, be a sabotage first as well.
Now, what about the rune economy of Alexander? Are we at 6 runes? Because then this is infinite times more dangerous than being at 7 runes. Because with a 7, you're still representing Rengar plus punch first if there is nothing crazy in your opponent's hand. Would you rather use sabotage and get away the punch first, or bring in the Rengar and then match the punch first with your own?
I would likely rather use the sabotage because it's effectively trading. It's trading your 1 energy card for their 1 energy card, except your 1 energy card now does cost you a power. So you're actually spending 1 more power than your opponent. However, you get to keep your punch first and theirs goes away. That's probably better.
Yeah, but the thing is, using that sabotage is a little bit of a risky one because there's not that many non-unit cards in the Rengar deck, so there is a at least decent chance that you're just throwing this away. But at least your opponent could not Shane a Thrill of the Hunt if they wanted.
Right. That's like using your key to open the door, and there's a bunch of free cookies in there, and you go, oh, wait, the door was unlocked. Oh, well, I still get all these free cookies. That's fine.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know why that metaphor went to my mind. That's definitely happened to me many times. Just, this free cookie treasure room.
That is, I have been there. I've been there, bro.
Sure.
Just, all right, Gregor says sure.
Rengar coming through. The punch first coming out, and now that is likely going to require the punch first on the side of Alexander, and it does.
And so far, it does not feel like things are going Gregor's way, because now his opponent has developed the biggest unit on the board, and he's behind on runes. He has to push into an 8-might Rengar into one open room with 5.
It's not ideal.
Wanted to say the same thing. He could clear with his own Rengar from the champ zone, push Pit Rookie in, bring out the Rengar.
Rengar.
That would trade Rengars. You leave a Pit Rookie.
You could bounce that.
You could bounce the Pit Rookie as well.
But only for free, because you are at 5 runes next turn, so you can just return it and not make a Sand Soldier, which plays around another Rengar from Alexander at least a little bit.
Right. Well, the good news is that if that all happens, no, there's not going to be a Rengar left over.
I think he's now going for the late Sabotage.
No, just keep it like that.
No.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't necessarily like using the Sabotage there for a couple of reasons. One, if you're going to use the Sabotage, you probably wanted to do it first. 2, you're throwing a rune away on this turn when you could just do the same thing next turn.
There's a cool interaction in the hand of Alexander for the next turn. He has the first mate, so he can basically retreat the Rengar next turn and then ready it with first mate, push it into the Star Spring, which also gives you a lot more flexibility if you want to start racing your opponent and you think that Gregor is not going to be able to get many more points. I think you could just go into the Star Spring, kill perhaps the Pit Rookie if it's going to conquer there, and then you play your own Scuttle Crab into the Star Spring, push back the Rengar. You face an open battlefield with just the Scuttle Crab in the battlefield. If your opponent Rengars a Scuttle Crab, that's fine.
Yeah, Gregor has a number of possibilities here. I think the cleanest is probably the Rengar, but you want to really make sure you're doing the most efficient play. You don't necessarily want to cash in your Rengar now if you don't have to. We could potentially, if we Inferna, that would be 4, 5, 6. No, I don't think there's anything we could do with Inferna.
I think the Rengar just loses to another On Guard, and that's why that could lose us the game instantly. If pushing Pit Rookie plus Rengar,
7, 8, 9. Yeah, it would lose. It would lose by 1.
Yeah, and then I think you lost the game.
Yeah,
then it's
I agree.
Really over. So I think perhaps conquering in the other battlefield, or maybe even not doing that, could be the right play, or just developing a Kaiser or Kinku Initiate plus Inferna, unless we have another 3-drop. Oh, it's
play Pike pay for his ability, so he gets +2 and is ready, and the Rengar trigger goes to.
So we
doesn't matter, I guess.
Okay, so we're planning to push into the Rengar. I like that, because we still have Inferno in hand, so if we go for a crash here, because those go to 8 together.
Yeah, goes to Pit Rookie.
It'll go to 7? Because it's 4,
that's true, yeah.
5, 6, 7, yeah. So we still need
Inferno.
The Inferno.
Go like this, so it's 7.
Yeah.
Play Inferno, target.
So that'll now be 11, so we're covering everything here, because there can't be another punch first.
Again. So it's going to be 4, 4, and 3.
And that basically means that you can...
8.
Yeah.
8, so I kill both of these, and the Inferno lives.
Okay, now
Surely you bounce this, right?
I would think so. It turns off the ability to Rengar. It just opens up the ability to Inferna again.
And
you get a point.
Yeah, I go to 3.
Yeah. Is there a reason to keep it? Is there a reason to keep it on the battlefield? I guess it gets worse. It holds. It gets you a point. It threatens a point.
The Lonely Poro top deck is actually kind of insane here because it can run over the Inferna.
Yeah.
I think actually I would go for an accelerated Lonely Poro here.
Yeah.
That is not a crazy thing to do. You're stopping your opponent from getting a point. You're taking them off the board entirely, so they are losing the ability to ambush for another turn.
Yep.
And now the Poro is just running over Inferna. This is a mid-game of 2 rather aggressive decks that have had to ruin their economy. And now Alexander is quietly but surely building up some cards again.
Yeah, this is tough. The good news is that if the scores are correct, then Alexander is at 3. So you've got some time. You know, if we can take a turn, develop. I believe we've got we have a Kaisa.
And I did not think it would come up this often for me, the Emperor's Dice ruling, but I think I would have preferred to actually not make a Sand Soldier because there is still the option to Rengar for Gregor. That would have been gone. Plus, First Mate in games like this can accelerate you so fast to get those points. So having it open and then next turn conquering with First Mate bouncing, that could be a way to get a very good, clean victory.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like we may be accelerating Kaisa, potentially. Nope, this looks like Rengar.
I play Rengar here, targets himself, go to 4. I will think about the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same.
I will decline the trigger.
Okay. We've seen this many times.
And pass.
Rengar conquers, and then the next turn it's a Rengar conquering, and then the next turn it's a Rengar conquering. And not a single one of the players is meowed. I will point that out.
Yeah, that is making me increasingly more mad, but I think we'll talk about that later, right? But so far, Alexander, he is facing a big threat now. Even if he would have a Rengar, it would be really, really hard to conquer here. But I mean, he can, I think he still has a little bit of time, no? I think you can just try and go for a Scuttle Crab, see if you can fish for something, do it again.
The issue, potentially, is that this is hard to break, so you're threatening to hold to 5. There's only one hidden card in Gregor's main deck. That is Pike. We know it's Pike. Pike has ganking, so you can effectively jump over and conquer. Sure. Oh yeah, Pike has ganking, just base. So you can jump over and get to 6. So Gregor's, without anything else, is on board threatening to go to 6, and that's obviously a very scary place.
That is a good point.
And knowing how we've seen Gregor's play previously, perfectly willing to back off, play units in the base, and then have a really crazy attack that's going to be hard to overcome.
When you're really behind against a deck like this, it's going to be tough to compete. It's really strong, but at least Alexander can use the Star Spring to get some points. I think this is where you probably play a Scuttle Crab into the Star Spring. Oh, no, we develop the Ruin Runner.
Sure. Okay, Ruin Runner in the Star Spring is going to be 5, and it will be 7 effectively. The problem is that Pike is
will go to 5.
Going to be ganking in at 5 without anything else being played. And that is not going to cost, it'll cost a power, but it's not going to cost an energy. We know that there's other things in Gregor's hand. This is a relatively precarious spot for Alexander here.
But there's also, for Gregor, the thrill of the hunt. Therefore, if he has an ambush unit, he could thrill over the Rengar, bounce it, push it with Brightstalker to match the 7, and then, of course, also react to that with the Pike and then ambush something into the Pike. Because I think when you flip over the Pike, I think in that Jane, you might be missing the point where you boost the Rengar to 8, but now I'm not sure about that anymore. I think you have to Thrill of the Hunt and then respond to that with your pike. And then the Pride Stalker buff can't go on the Rengar because you're trying to banish that and play in the other battlefield. Or we just pass.
Okay, we are passing here.
Sometimes it's just smarter to play this the easier way than just...
Sometimes it's just keep it simple, stupid.
It's just every single time I see someone being tapped out and I have offensive plays, I want to press the go button.
Same. And that's why I probably paint myself into a corner where I end up losing games that I should have won. Potentially there. But no, I was thinking the same thing. I would imagine that there wasn't necessarily an easy way to get the Pike or Rengar up to 8 to be able to cleanly beat the Ruin Runner there.
So
I'll sabotage you.
Now the sabotage is happening. The question is there a world in which you, at this point, Thrill of the Hunt? I guess you...
Oh.
No, I think you just let it go.
Sure, 4 card strikes. Yep.
Yeah, so you can Thrill of the Hunt. This is what you were talking about. You can Thrill of the Hunt Rengar over, and then you're saying, do you have to Pike? Yep. Is there a window where you can Pike and give the Rengar +1? And I don't know.
The question is, does the hidden fizzle happen before the showdown starts that is caused by the Thrill of the Hunt? We're going to find out in the next episode.
Yes, we need to ask the Fizzler, because that will decide
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
if the card fizzles or not.
Would be nice to have Alan here again. But those are some of the more difficult questions that you will have to ask yourself in Riftbound. That is a pretty neat challenge. Oh, wait.
Oh, this can backfire because now we can react with Pike, give the Kaisa +1, and that will cause a trade on the challenge here. And Gregors has to. This is the how deep down the rabbit hole do you go, because it's like this on board is just a trade. Does Gregors think that this is a bait?
I will be playing Pike, thinking about effects.
Yeah, that is the next question. If you just flip over that Pike, your opponent is going to be able to run in with the first mate or do basically whatever and just trade it off.
Yeah, I will pay for Pike, and +1 I will use on Kaisa.
Yep. That's good.
Yep.
Okay.
That was an expensive challenge.
Yeah.
That was 8 energy and 1 power to get rid of a Kaisa.
Honestly, kind of worth it. Kaisa's a good card.
Kaisa and Kinku.
That is true. I wish we would pull one of those in our packs, but we are opening Unleashed, of course.
I was going to say, it'd be really tough. There would have to be some sort of crazy factory error.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting one to pick up on the eBay live page later. The factory error opened on stream.
Yeah, you can get all of those cards that we have opened.
You can gank
on the eBay live streams in the coming couple of days.
4, 5, 6.
All right. Alex figuring out where they want to go, what they want to conquer with, how they want to do it all.
Just confirming, this isn't playing a unit, so if I play one here, I can move it out. Okay.
Okay.
Now this is just moving a unit, and now Alexander is exhausting 3. Is that another first mate? Oh no, it's...
Yeah, they exhausted 3 before.
So we just replaced our Ruin Runner with another Ruin Runner, but the thing is,
6.
He's losing the holding game.
Yeah, that's a scary place for the Rengar TB, is going to 6.
But we got rid of the Thrill of the Hunt with Sabotage, right? Did you pick up one?
We did get rid of the Thrill of the Hunt with the Sabotage, yes. I thought I saw a punch first, but I'm not 100% sure.
But that helps us relatively little here when we want to become proactive. Just because if we gank over with the Pike, punching for... Yeah, you're actually right. You're on the spot.
Yeah. Well, we play a unit
this
first.
+1 on Rengar Durkart.
On the Rengar.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, now that's a interesting decision. Do we have a Thrill of the Hunt?
Faithfolk to my base and pass.
Oh, okay. Which
Go
is
to 6.
the novelty of giving the Rengar +1. It's like petting the cat.
So we're keeping the Pike Dockside Butcher in there. Why is that?
It's got to be some sort of break point, right? We're at 6, 9, all the way up to 11. If we didn't have the Butcher, punch first would still not be enough.
But where's the point when you're looking at your opponent's base, which is just the first mate, just the Scuttle Crab? When you're at 6 points, can't you just retreat everything? I mean, you have the Faefolk, so that is also an incredible push. If you just retreat every single one of those cards, a double Conqueror can't be too crazy to achieve, right?
I was thinking the same thing, but you do get at least it's effectively you would be giving your opponent an extra +2, and you are not full of resources here as the Rengar player. You don't have an infinite amount of might at your disposal here, so you probably want to be relatively efficient with the usage there.
So the big question, is Alexander going to leave it all to the Ruin Runner? There has a punch first picked up, so that's gotta be nice. I think it's also going to be interesting to see what happens next turn with the Irresistible Faefolk. So you can push it into the Star Spring and drag a Scuttle Crab. Playing Scuttle Crab into an Irresistible Faefolk as the Master Yi is one of the riskiest things, but you gotta draw some cards. Oh, wow.
Okay, Poro moves the Ruin Runner back.
And we're going to go into some offensive trading.
Okay, we did see a punch first picked up on the side of Alex here. Is that going to matter? We're going to maybe crack open the Scuttle Crab, eat that delicious, delicious crab meat, and see your opponent's hand, see what you're dealing with. Is the coast clear?
8.
This Scuttle Crab is a card I would almost consider siding out versus Rengar, honestly, at least when you're on the draw. I mean, you need a turn 1 play, but Irresistible Faefolk abuses this card. Plus, you can't really crash it in always because sometimes there's an Italy, and then your opponent is going to get some more draws as well.
Its Subtle Crab is still pretty good, though.
I think you still have it because you need a 2-drop, but...
I'll go here.
Sure.
See your hand.
Yeah, in Mulligan Mania, I would still consider.
Ah, fair. Okay. We see the punch first. We see the Kaisa.
It's pretty good.
So we've got 11 on the side of Gregor. We can get up to 8 on the side of Alex. Punch first trades for punch first. That is still going to be Gregor's on top in this case. So what is the game plan if you are Alex? Because not only do you need to try to contest what Gregor's is doing, you can't just sit on a battlefield. You're going to lose, right? You are behind right now. If the game just continues on like this, Gregor's is going to win.
I think what you definitely need to do is take care of the Dockside Butcher. You can't have that thing ganking around at all. So throwing the first mate in there would at least make sense.
6.
However, I completely forgot that this card has ganking, so that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, it's the hidden mode. Not a lot of people use it, but as a Rengar enjoyer, I do very much like the card.
5.
As ganking.
I think Star Spring only pushes back the first time you play something.
Correct.
So
first time you play a non-token unit.
Yeah.
So.
Sure. Right. I dig that. Now the punch first in the hand of Gregor is a real deal breaker for Alexander, because otherwise he could just punch firsted and walked into that battlefield.
Go to 7.
Now there's so many units in that Star Spring. However, Star Spring, of course, offensively, when you're holding there, one of the best battlefields, because you can park your units there, play something like a Lonely Poro into it, and then push those units out It's nothing. And now, of course, the Fey Folk is going to drag something into the Emperor's Dais. However, what are you
I
dragging?
will go here, bring Mastery here.
That Mastery is trading up.
Yep.
Honestly, that is trading with 2 units.
Yeah, but that's fine. You have the Kaisa Accelerator. That's going to be 5, which is going to be threatening to kill the board. The punch first.
So this.
True.
And
yep.
Okay. We did see the ganking unit killed.
Play.
I technically, I get to kill this too because it's.
You can pick 2.
Is it defending?
Yeah. No, because I
You controlled it.
Yeah.
Sorry, okay.
Because I had it. Yeah. So you killed those 2.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Target itself.
If he has another unit,
then that
I think he wins the game.
Moving over.
Go for +5, so it goes to 10.
Okay.
Yep.
Just
And
one
go
more
for
unit.
10.
One punch first.
Draw another.
Punch third will get you there. And that is going to be game number 1 going to Gregor Skowalski.
In the game without the Ferris Forerunner, I don't know if it's in the side deck, but it might as well be. Rengar, Bright Stalker beats the Wuju Bladesman Master Yi on the side of Alex Friedrichsen, and Gregor Kowalski shows why he was best off.
Back punch first, which
Yeah,
is
I think
the matchup, I think. So.
I drew
it's
like,
a
the Lonely Poro's kind of late. I think
Rengar, similarly to Lucian, it's a deck that is very powerful, can be very powerful, but if you make any sort of missteps, you can fall super far behind, which is why it looks so good in the hands of a master like Gregor Skowalski.
But I think that's with most decks, right? So, for example, in that deck, all of your resources are in your units, and the bigger your units are, the better they are. So if you get punished for mistakes, you lose those big units, and that's most of your resources. If you play something like Diana, you have very few units that you still need to win the game with. And if they get removed because you make a mistake, you're also going to lose those games. There's very few decks like Master Yi that do not get punished for mistakes so hard, because if you lose your units, you have a decent amount of units. You're not discarding any with anything. And you can always keep on pushing those units into the battlefields, and artificially they're going to be made stronger because you don't have to invest any resources into their extra might.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to turn a card like Skull Crab that immediately replaces itself into a legitimate unit via Master Yi really sort of deceptively just pushes the deck over the top.
Yeah, and Lonely Poro for 4 might is completely insane. That is that is crazy cakes, as we say.
Yeah, I guess, you know, there was a brief point in time where I think not as many people were on board of on the board of Master Yi being that strong, and then I just describe it like that. So there's a unit. It costs 2 energy, no power, and when it defends, it is 4 might. Oh, what's the downside? The downside is when it dies, you draw a card.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll play that card.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I mean, that card is already incredibly strong in other calm decks, but in Master Yi, that's just it's just breaking through the roof of brokenness.
Now we will see Alex coming out, going going first here, but not before the TCG Overseer comes in and snags away a couple of cards from the opening draw here.
Oh, that is a hand. I'm surprised we are taking away the challenge for Mulligan.
Yep, here it is. We're seeing it come through here. The forced redraw. Those 2 are gone. Those 2 are gone. What are the players left with?
It took a 2-drop, and he had 2 in hand.
Oh, and then Gregor's drew the 1-drop and the 2-drop.
Oh, that is complete.
The 1-drop plus Pit Rookie.
Yep.
That's TCG Overseer giveth, and the TCG Overseer taketh away here.
But in this case, a Lonely Poro in a Grove of the God Willow game is going to definitely happen, and that is already huge for Alexander Friedrichsen. The thing is, Grzegorz, he has a huge turn to play if he wants to commit immediately. And it's Sentry and Pit Rookie. That makes the Sentry way bigger. But apparently, from his hand, the Irresistible Feyfolk has been snagged, and that would have been very, very useful to take care of the Lonely Poro in the Grove of the Godwillow, because especially if you're on the rune, you could have gone for the good old push into Starspring, play the Rengar, push out the Irresistible Feyfolk, which is a incredible play that, by the way, also works versus a Vex Apathetic that you're pushing into a battlefield. Because you can play your Rengar as a reaction to your Feyfolk trigger.
Yes, but
and then it doesn't get stunned because the Apathetic is not on the battlefield yet.
Oh, that is
nasty.
Nasty, to say the least.
Oh, and Alexander is deciding to go into the Starspring. Says, hey, that's kind of luxurious for a Rengar deck to just play Starstring twice. And develops a Master Yi. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Ja, doch.
This is... I mean, this is bread and butter here, right? I mean, we have the Rengar play on board. We get to eat the Master Yi.
Yeah, that is...
We'll save our whichever unit we want to save. Probably the Pit Rookie, and then the Determined Sentry can go on Grove of the Godwillow.
I mean, it just offers a trade with the Lonely Poro. That is a really, really strong position to be in. Question is, do you 100% need to push in one of your units into the Grove of the Godwillow?
Right.
Then again, you force your opponent to invest at least one combat trick in the Battle of the 2-drops. And I think that's worth it. If your opponent has to waste an On Guard to get rid of a Pit Rookie, I take that. I take this trade, especially when you have a Rengar on the Starspring.
Okay, we're... Yeah.
And it's ironic that Alex even said in his video, in his intro video that we've watched, it's incredible, or maybe it was also in an interview, that it's so important to trade like one might up, right? If you are getting those trades in super efficient with 7 versus 6, that's the best way to play a game.
Yep, and I love this move of the Pit Rookie, which says, if you have Punch First, you are at least trading evenly.
Yeah.
You're going to need more than just a Punch First to break through this. Actually, you won't even be trading evenly. You'll be needing another card entirely, as there is 8 defending on the side of Grzegorz. 7 would be Punch First plus Lonely Poro. Looks like we're just going to trade off the Poro for the Pit Rookie. I have to imagine that Grzegorz is fine with that trade.
Yep. And that is going to be a Rengar as an answer to the Rengar with 1 more rune up and an On Guard, and that is a way better use of an On Guard than trading with a 2-drop. It is taking out a full Rengar.
Hold. So I go to 3 and draw 2 cards.
The Sentry is holding in Grove of the Godwillow. I've seen everything.
Yeah, I have not had the luxury of having that happen yet.
That is bananas.
We not only get a point, we're drawing a card as well. Shields are down for the Master Yi, but I don't know if there's any accelerate or pseudo accelerate here to actually get into the battlefield.
Play a Sabotage.
That is a card that signalizes that you have quite some offensive pressure now, because usually you would not throw a Sabotage in if you have nothing to follow it up on the turn with. But there you can see double First Mate. And that is bad news for the Determined Sentry, because it can't move back to base. That's its own effect. That's the downside of being a 1-drop, my friend. But First Mate can just ready the Rengar after being pushed out of the Starspring. You could even play the First Mate into the Starspring to have a 5-Might defender there, and then chain the Starspring and the First Mate to have the Rengar ready in base after it's being pushed back by the Starspring, and then push into the Sentry.
You don't even need to do that. The Rengar is already going to be ready from the turn. You can play any unit and do that, and then move the Rengar back out if you, for some reason, wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Not really necessarily a reason to do that, but you could.
It's all of the options. And I do quite like that, especially now, since Backoff is
Take a back off.
yeah, Backoff is gone now, so that means Grzegorz knows that Alexander has very, very little defensive combat tricks.
Challenge, right, and sabotage.
So clearing everything and then moving out of the battlefields does not sound too bad.
No. But I don't know that Grzegorz has much in the way of offensive capabilities here. And if you just start playing units to the backline, yeah, we just see a pass. If you're just trying to play units to the backline, they're going to get challenged here. We're potentially going to see commitment of first mate here or another unit to try to get the Rengar over.
So you could go for a first mate play here and push into the sentry, but 5 runes open is trouble. That is actually not too much. That's not even 2 Nidalee.
1 Nidalee, 1 Inferna, I suppose.
And oh yeah, and that exactly what is in there. 1 Nidalee, 1 Inferna.
Yep, there it is.
Inferna. It's 5, 6, 7, 9 there.
So if you push into this battlefield, what would happen? You push back, you play a first mate, then you attack, and then Nidalee plus Inferna are being thrown down, or only Nidalee, I think, because that already puts him to 7.
Yep.
So that would be an issue. What you could do is challenge first, then move back. No, that's a stupid idea.
The challenge doesn't work because you can respond with the Nidalee.
Yeah.
Which will only be 5, but you still know you still need more to
and you
go
have
through this.
Damage on your Rengar then.
Right,
5
exactly.
Is 7, +2 is 9.
Yeah, that's 9. Even if you're, I think there's a pass angle here somewhere. There's a play Fiora Peerless and pass. So I think you could use this turn to not lose too much tempo, because you're both on 3 points. It's not really that important anymore.
Play that there.
Play a Peerless. Do not start a chain.
And there's no way that you allow your opponent who's technically ahead of point tempo hold a second time on Grove the Godwillow, right?
Oh, it's Grove the Godwillow. No way.
Yeah, and this actually goes all the way back to that first combat of the game where we saw Alex move into the Star Spring instead of the Grove, and all of this is sort of cascaded from that and left this Grove of the Godwillow like unchecked.
Yeah.
I will be responding to this trigger, I think.
Can I order the triggers?
Yeah.
First mate with Starspring is now being used after developing the Fiora, but that kind of forces Grzegorz to do something. That is also very interesting, because if he does not respond to this...
too. I guess, yeah. I'll have
I guess I will be responding anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't think that the timing of this really
because
matters.
he chooses this on the resolution, right? Or
he can only choose the Rengar, yeah.
Oh, but he can choose whether or not to do it.
Oh yeah, true. That is correct. But if you don't play the Nidalee here, your opponent has crazy development in this one turn. With a 2-drop and a Peerless.
That is true.
so you have to choose if you want to do this or not, and then
I will do it, yeah.
You will do it. Okay, so
this.
yeah.
Okay. I think for the most part, this is going to end up like this regardless, but always good to play, or to confirm with the judge if you're unsure, especially with these weird niche interactions with battlefields and such.
Nidalee, I guess.
Oh, I think... Okay, so there's still Inferna in hand, right? But Inferna is not going to save the Rengar, the Nidalee. So if you push the Rengar in there, you are going to trade with the Nidalee. You're not going to give your opponent a draw. Then Sentry is alone.
And
Inferna would have to be played beforehand, because
it's fine. You can
otherwise Peerless pushes into that battlefield after being readied by the first mate. It will trigger immediately before the Inferna is being played. So, oh, wait.
Oh, this is not going to work out the way you want it to.
That is... Nope. That is a card
this is 3, right?
reading issue.
Yeah.
It's
because it's not one-on-one. Yeah.
I think that's one of the situations.
Yeah.
It's a
I think that is that
I
might be an
pass.
oopsie.
I will draw from Nidalee.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that that's what we wanted.
But he's not faced.
point.
Huh? He's a good poker
No.
face.
Yeah. I mean, being phased or not does not change the situation, so you might as well be
That is true.
unfazed.
Especially if you now push in with a Rengar.
usually
You
has 1 damage.
No, it
No.
heals after we fight. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
So there's always going to be a hold, possibly on an Inferna actually, which is
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
True.
And we have drawn
Pass.
more cards.
Hold trigger, go
Hold
to
the 4. Draw a card.
That is a lucky Nidalee that draws a bunch of cards, and Gregos is finding crazy cards right here. Being the apothecary, and now we might actually see one of the coolest interactions of the decks, and that would be perhaps, just suggesting this, Thrill of the Hunt, the Nidalee into the Starspring, and then Apothecary, bounce Apothecary, but use the Pride Stalker. But we're in Starspring, you don't even need to bounce it.
That is true.
No, that is not true, because Starspring can only bounce the other unit that wasn't played. So, I think we might see some Thrill of the Hunt action here.
We may see some thrills of the hunt.
Apothecary can bounce itself, right?
Yes, it can.
Funny card.
Funny name.
It's
some say apothecary, some say apothecary. Who knows?
Yeah, I think I'm correct.
I at the very least think that that's a cooler pronunciation.
The Grim Apothecary. That card is like a 3 energy flash in Starspring that you can always use. It's so cool.
And also in Rengar, it gives +1.
That is true. It's the ultimate combo trick because it never gets used up.
Yeah, it's and notably does not cost a power.
Yeah,
it checks all my boxes.
Yeah, you can play it as a first turn play going second. I love
On
this
the rune.
card on the rune. You're right. 2 energy being exhausted.
Let's see what we got. This is potentially setting up a Thrill of the Hunt.
And I think we held to 5 in this turn.
No, we held to 4 because both players are at 3.
Hide a card.
So I lied.
Thinking about the cost.
Okay.
Hide if the red one.
Okay.
And pass.
Card. Oh, we have floated, I think, and
Just
boosted.
hiding here. So we saw the Apothecary, we saw the Thrill of the Hunt, which is what we're leaving up. We, of course, know about the Inferna. Notably not playing the Fey Folk, which Gregors knows that Alex knows about.
How do I win?
Yeah.
And that is the timely question of the event. How do I win? One that you need to answer at all times.
I have
It's
5.
always good to keep your eye on the prize.
If you start challenging here, you might be in a pickle. If you start with a challenge here, 5 runes are open, it's still Rengar Pride Stalker. Things can happen.
Yes. Well, you know that there's a hidden card. And you know that there's a Pike hidden, and you know that there's an Inferna in hand. So off the bat, challenge needs more.
Yeah. However, we have Zonia's Hourglass, and that is what challenge perhaps needs, especially all the cards in his hand. They are actually quite cool.
Here.
Okay.
When it comes to his energy management, because that's he has one more card that costs 3.
So this with this, right?
The question is, does Gregors have a way to push to... Yeah, he has Apothecary, Pike, and Inferna, so therefore he could go to 7.
Yep. Could also Thrill of the Hunt to counter. Could also... I mean, there's a lot of options here.
Could he... Oh, wow, and also another Rengar. He could... There is no Inferna, I lied.
Oh.
There is Inferna.
What? I was going to say, what happened to the Inferno? We saw one earlier. Yeah, it's at the back.
It's been a long day for us.
It has.
So you could also, as a counter, Thrill of the Hunt into the other battlefield. Before that, you use Pike. But then it
doesn't. help a ton to do that. Looks like we're going to start with...
Also, where's the Apothecary?
It is...
For 3, I will play Nidalee.
Not there.
Am I dreaming?
I swear we saw that card.
This.
Maybe we only saw it in the card highlight tool.
Play this.
Possibly.
Pump this. And
I mean, you would still...
Pump this, thinking about...
Yeah, that is...
Paying the additional cost.
Quite some defenses now, perhaps trying to defend the pike from possible attacks, but I don't think you want to really necessarily give up a power here in this Grove of the God Willow that Gregors has been holding for hours now.
So this goes to 7, this will be 2.
Yep. The thing is,
so pop.
Yep.
He still has a gigantic push, right? So he still has one damage on the Nidalee, one life left basically.
Yes.
3, 4, 8, and he can play first mate, push back, ready the Rengar, and I think he could still clear everything. Wow, he could still clear everything.
So it'll be 9. We've got 7, 8, 9,
1,
10,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
14
7, 8.
plus 9 plus 6 is 15. I think you're correct. That's quick maths. I don't know if it's correct.
Everything trades.
That is after perhaps a little bit of an oopsie before.
I guess I somehow miscounted that.
And if he used the power for the Pike Dockside, he would be at 10.
Yeah, I somehow missed it, yeah.
Don't worry, I've been missing a lot of things.
Somehow I thought I have one more than enough. But yeah, I should have paid for it. My bad.
I mean, playing into the second first mate is something that's understandable, unless we had information from somewhere.
I don't know that we had information, but at the very least, I mean, Gregor's just acknowledged,
anyway,
like, yeah,
this is the one you played to untap the other, yeah, so.
I should have played around it. I miscounted.
But I mean, Gregor is just at such a phenomenal spot with the Rengar.
And you have no cards, right?
In his hand.
Nothing.
Oh, no cards in hand. Okay, that's a good spot.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Meow.
Go to 5.
Takes out the Rengar, and that one is gonna probably at least hold for 1 turn.
And pass.
Unless... No, I can't think of anything that's Dead Bloom Predator, I suppose, would be a card.
Yeah.
2, 4, 6. We would actually have enough for Dead Bloom Predator. I haven't seen that card played in
6,
quite some time.
Go to 7.
I dig it. I still dig that card. Do you just start disciplining the Rengar to find somewhat of a unit to develop? I think so.
Opponent's going to go to 6.
Discipline.
Sure.
Yeah, I think you don't want to take too many turns off, especially when you've got draws like that to get through. You want to use your energy on a turn that you're not going to necessarily need it.
And I think now you just develop any kind of unit you have. Thrill of the Hunt.
Move this back, go here, go to 7.
Yep. That is looking mighty good.
Oh, just calling it. Yeah, I don't know that there was much that could be done there. That is going to be Gregor Kowalski taking it down in this first game of the second round.
Decisive 2-0 victory in 2 very, very close games, Alexander.
Because this is your sideboard, right?
Really pushing him to the edge.
Because I think this is your deck box.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, they're the same, so I just... Yeah, this is my guy, so.
Some unclarity who's owning which card. But I think, especially since this is the best of Rengar, I hope that Gregor just
got the one, yeah. Yeah, a little bit of extra metal in there. But there, of course, is Gregor coming through here with Alex. And, I mean, this was... potentially a tale of how Gregors has built this deck, of course, knowing almost for a fact that you're going to be seeing at least some amount of Yi coming into this event and executing the game plan as was described there, having some interesting interactions with Starspring, being able to leave up resources to, quote-unquote, counter the challenges and other cards that would normally be good against Gregors and really coming out on top after the fact.
Phenomenally played. I mean, what else would you expect from a world champion of Flesh and Blood and the best of Rengar of the Utrecht? Our Hugh. We didn't see a lot of Kai'Sa action. I mean, Kai'Sa was there very, very briefly. However, she did a decent job of trading with the Rune Runner after a challenge. I think that was one of the crucial points in those games where the big challenge play that was supposed to be gaining a lot of momentum, a lot of tempo, just ended up losing. Oh yeah, Kai'Sa was
Kai'Sa with a couple of gigantic fists.
Yeah, that's true. Double punch first on a Kai'Sa, 15 might. Rengar is really, really strong. The Pride Stalker, I want to say buff, but buff is a completely different keyword. The might bonus that you get temporarily on the Pride Stalker on all of those accelerated or ambushed units is just such a cool way to play the game, such a fast way to play the game. But also, you know, from other card games, from the history of other card games, when you play a deck like those, also when the primary color of the deck is red, you would think that the deck doesn't have a mid to late game. But that is absolutely not the case. If this deck gets to develop, you can be in such a strong position in the end games because you find those numbers, you find those might numbers in the end.
You find the might numbers and you're able to have that reach for a Gregors, but we are back here.
Gregors is on the board after losing that first round to Joshua Schmidt. He is now successful against Alexander Friedrichsen and therefore has his chances still alive for a top 4 spot here at the TCG Grand Slam. And after starting with a couple of very competitive 2-1 matches, I think we've now set the trend a little bit to see more 2-0s after already having, of course, Mateusz winning 2-0, Joshua winning 2-0, now also Gregors making a 2-0 on the reverse side now into a favorable 2-0 for himself. So that was interesting to watch. What was the main takeaway from that match? Is it just a favorable matchup overall for Rengar, or was it just perfectly executed?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it's favorable. I think that Gregor certainly has even some differences from the version that I was running, which is the best of from Hartford, maybe tailored a bit more towards Master Yi. And really, I think that there were a couple of turns where maybe there was some grasping there, going a little overextending, and Gregor's having the exact cards to be able to counter something like a challenge and overextension on a challenge.
Well, speaking of Gregors, actually, he's already ready to talk about that match himself. So why don't we throw it back over to the stage with Amy and Gregors.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much. Of course, I'm down on the floor with Gregors right now. How are we feeling now? You've got a big win under your belt.
Yeah, pretty good. I definitely needed it after my first match. Here I really badly punted game 2, like 2 turns before I somehow miscounted. I thought I had a perfect information about my opponent's hands, and I somehow thought my guys will survive, and it turns out they didn't. So I'm pretty happy it didn't punish me, but it shouldn't have happened. So.
Never punished. Come on, man. You got in there, and that's what it's all about. You know, your opponent had that low hand size, and you were able to monopolize on it. Were there any specific counters to Master Yi that you did put in the deck?
I think it was already in the deck when people playing this deck before me made. You basically need 3 punch firsts, and like this is the game of numbers when you play against Master Yi, so whoever has more pump spells and like raw numbers in general, because like stuff like Nidalee, Rengar and stuff pump. Like in my deck, they pump. In my opponent's deck, unless they defend, they don't. And I have Feyfolk that can like screw their idea of blocking us 1 unit. So yeah, I think I'm well prepared for the matchup, but it's not my deck building. I just copied the deck, so.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Have you got any matchups that you're not looking forward to in this event, or have they gone by already?
I think it was Diana, so I'm glad it's already over. And obviously, I think I have a good matchup against Spike, but obviously it's controlled by Alan, so I would rather miss him for as long as possible. So yeah, first of all, I have to beat another E to get out of the group, so that's my focus.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in the rest of the group stage. We're going to throw it back to the casters so we can get back into some more action.
Interesting to hear earlier on Gregors actually mentioning in his introduction that he's a very technically safe player. He's making the right decisions almost every time. And then here in the spotlight, having a little bit of a slip up. He admitted it himself, he miscalculated, but it in the end didn't get punished by his opponent. But of course, that was another match from round number 2. So why don't we look at the overall standings, and as they are right now with that match also being concluded in group Group A, we do see Joshua Schmidt still on top, and then we have also Grzegorz Kowalski now in 3rd place right now, still behind Tord though for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we are still waiting to see Tord's 2nd round match here, as well as Josh's as well. Of course. And yeah, it's certainly a place that you need to be as Gregors.
Pretty excited about the Tord versus Josh matchup because I was a Yu-Gi-Oh! And a Pokemon caster before I started casting Riftbound, so that's something that's very dear to me. But also, of course, in Group B, the next matchup we're going to see is Enrico Maria Rustico versus Arne Huschenbeet, and this is Master Yi versus Lux. That is also going to be something to watch out for because Master Yi does have some aggressive tools, but that also depends heavily on the list. For example, a Star Spring and Arena's Greatest, those are kind of crazy versus Lux.
And there we have the overall schedule and what to still expect from our first day here at the TCG Grand Slam. As you just mentioned, match number 6 right ahead of us with Enrico Maria and Arne, but also we still will see Tord versus Joshua, as you already said, Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus Pokemon essentially, and then closing it all out at the round 8 there, of course, is going to be our last match for the day, which is going to be equally exciting, and I can't wait to see that as well. But for the very moment, we want to learn a little bit more about our next competitor, and therefore we have a short video about Arne.
I'm Arne Huschenbeet, and I'm a pro Magic the Gathering player. My first touching point with the TCG was my brother teaching Magic to me when I was like 5 or 6 years old. He wanted a little bit of a playing buddy for himself. I mean, it was very much kitchen magic, kitchen table magic. Like we didn't really know the rules or whatever. We just played. We had some fun, you know. It wasn't very deep. There's so many amazing moments. I guess one that really hit me hard was the first like offline paper pro tour top 8 that I made. It put me to tears, and it was just a phenomenal moment for me. What I love about playing these card games is the depth that you can go, the never-ending struggle for what deck to choose, what cards to choose. There's so much you can get into, and I just love the preparation part of it. I love the competition. I love the adrenaline. I just love everything about that competition part, yeah. Me just learning the game last weekend because it was a sudden sort of invitation to the event due to Javier not being able to make it. I had to go to some unconventional routes. I was actually getting coached by Relivia, and now I'm playing his combo deck that he used at the Hartford RQ. And that combo deck pretty much ignores gameplay. So my plan is to just do my solitaire thing, hope it's good enough, have a good matchup against people like Alan ZQ, who I'm never ever going to be able to beat with 1 week of knowledge of the game in a fair way. The 3 extra rules, I did talk about them with my coach, of course, asking him sort of what he thinks, how this affects the gameplay. And I think it mostly benefits me or de-benefits the other deck. So it's kind of good for me. Oh, it's a wash. It helps them. It helps me kind of thing. So I'm not really worried about them, though. I can say that much. You might say I just learned this game, but I did definitely notice there's a lot of similarities to Magic. So I think I picked it up rather fast. And with Relivia on my back, with just having insane finishes with this Lux combo deck, I think I actually have a pretty good shot here at going for a deep run. So yeah, the competition has to look out for me. I really think this TCG Grand Slam is a great idea. I do like meeting all these amazing players from these different card games, and I do also enjoy the experience of being sort of humbled down from, you know, being at the top of the game in my area, but then having to completely learn a new game and just be put into this huge challenge against these other insane players, and then to compete against each other. It's a very fun format, and I'm really excited about it. I'm looking forward to a great show. I'm looking forward to play against some of the best players in the world, and just, you know, have some fun and have some good games of Riftbound. I'm all about it.
Welcome back, guys. As ever, my name is Amy, and I am joined by a gaggle of TCG experts. Of course, I've got Leo, Mateusz, and our lovely Lampy. How are we feeling? The day is getting on, but we have much more action to go.
We do, and Mateusz, you enjoyed that match against Arne so much, so you decided for the next Arne match.
Yeah, give me more. I want more of that.
To also see it here with us in the casting booth. Let's talk about it a little bit more. Was that a good win for you? You were happy because the matchup not necessarily favorable, but still ended up in your favor.
I mean, the Mulligan Mania couldn't land better. I had to see 13 cards to see my first 2-drop. In fact, it was my first unit I've seen in all of those. Without that, I was dead in the water. Oh my god, that saved my life. Game 1, being able actually to score twice at turn 2 and then just follow up and force opponent to go a bit faster than the regular, and then a few misplays here and there, a few trigger missed. It is what it is, ended up me winning, and then game 2 it was pretty straightforward with the invert game plan.
So what about this next matchup? What are we expecting? What are we thinking is going to go down? And let's lead that towards our prediction from you three.
I mean, the matchup is kind of usually favored for Lux a little bit because Master Yi does not always have the tools to accelerate those points too quickly. But if it doesn't, something like a Star Spring first mate combination where you can double score on the basically second turn, this is where Master Yi comes in, so...
So the few key cards for the matchup and battlefields, that is one that is Star Spring, and two, I'm not sure if Enrique is on the arena's greatest, but if he is, those are the two main ones that accelerate the game and points cadency. So basically the way Lux has to hit with their Forgotten Monument has to hit their Star Spring, so should be blinding it to prevent the double scoring early. The key cards are first mate, especially post Ruination turns, if there is no early Zonia, and there is like wide range of between 0 to 3 Zonias based on the build. So that's a actually crazy important piece for the Ruination turn, because he goes pretty fast, and Lux cannot usually combo before putting a Ruination. And there is like a bunch of things that he has to do, such as just charm Lux right away to not have those access to extra resources, or even challenge. And then on top of that, Lux can't really remove the stuff from the E, so stuff just like Crab, defying card draw, defying sacrifice to prevent the ramp, even defying retreat if you have like 2 of them is correct.
Very nice. So very quickly, who do we think really is in the advantageous position?
Well, before you started talking, I was thinking it should be Lux and it should be Arne, but you gave a lot of argument to maybe believe it would be the other way around. So how do we settle? Leo, you might be the third one to decide.
I will never vote for a Lux.
Okay.
So it is going to be
the caster's pick.
Maria for me, that is the caster's
Okay,
pick.
we're going for Lux. The gamers are ready, so let's jump down to the stage where we can see our players.
And there we have, of course, Arne Huschenbeit for the second time here, stepping onto the stage and hopefully getting a better result as in his first match against you, Mateusz.
Oh, that's so toxic. I'm sorry. Okay, you cannot put that much weight on his shoulders. He did face a well-worn competent on the scene.
Now, the self-blazing, I see.
Listen, now it's all downhill. Now it's a smooth walk, you know, he can just roll down with all the card draw, with all the ramp. I'm sure he'll have a great time now.
All right, I hope so for sure. But we have his opponent, Enrico Maria Rustico, who is the Master Yi player in this matchup and certainly has prepared for the opposing Lux deck. To chatted to him a little bit in between the rounds, and he definitely said he talked to some of his friends. He is aware of what the deck is doing and therefore confident in his ability to stop it as well.
I mean, some of the players, I think it was Philip, said he asked some players, hey, is there a good deck that wins without interacting with the opponent? And everyone said no. So it's on Arne to prove otherwise that the Lux deck is actually very potent. And I mean, we saw it from Relivia in Hartford. Top 8 with that. I still don't know how he lost there in top 8. We haven't seen it, but he looked so strong on the deck.
Look at this deck here once more. A lot of free ups, a lot of draw cards, and the ultimate goal of getting to that infinite combo and ending the game in one turn with the Renata, ultimately.
Yeah, and then we have the Enrico's version of the E, and I'm looking at only 2 first mates, 2 Fioras for the E mirror, 2 Zonias, which is good. Camel doesn't do much, it's a bit slow, and the rest only 1 challenge, but there's 3 charms, so 4 ways to interact with the looks, and only 2 charms, so that will be rather disadvantageous type of the list into looks.
And also we do have the Arena's Greatest as one of our battlefields, which of course is favorable for him in this matchup.
But no Star Spring, which also would help there. Basically, if you draw the right hand, it does the same thing as the Arena's Greatest. Just a little bit better because your opponent doesn't get a point. However, in that matchup, giving away random points to Lux is not that bad.
I do think it's not about scoring in the early turns for Lux, but you want to get all of those required winning points in just 1 turn when you are able to score. And now, look, they're laughing already. Have we discarded already? The forced redraw? Oh, look, I think it's about to happen.
That is going to be a forced redraw on that progress day. That would be huge.
So one thing to notice, it's a Seat of our Forgotten Monument. So Enrico wants to get usually on the different battlefield than the Seat of Power to get the trigger of the card draw. However, Forgotten Monument doesn't really allow you to do that. So he has to sack the card draw that comes of the Seat of Power for the points cadency, which is far more important than extra card draw.
That is true indeed. And they're lining up those 4 cards. So, okay, he's picking. This one's gone, and this one as well. Oh, I want to see. What is it?
What is it? What is it?
Oh.
Show us!
They're picking them up like poker cards, and they're hiding them. No.
Oh.
We will never know, but we get 2 fresh cards, of course, so it's all good. And I think I saw Progress Day remaining in the hand for Arne.
Arne is really embracing this villain role with also not showing us the cards there. But I mean, he also has, I think, Forge of the Future and an Echo in hand, which is basically half the combo. Now he just needs to get through the entire deck.
Yeah, well, that's the hard part, right? Don't you just want to have the draw cards first and get to the combo pieces later?
A bit unfortunate opener because you would be forced to use Forge early.
You'd rather first and then draw?
You'd rather have here some card draw early on, even like Yordle or Baird, get some retreat just to get those runes early, even some seal. You don't want to draw early into the Echo.
And
you
stoop
want
on the
to
recruit.
draw into it later.
And look at this, we were not able to establish a 2-drop for Enrico Maria, which is of course not that great in terms of news for him, as he did not get to score a point here immediately now in this upcoming turn.
For some reason now the tempo is on the side of Arne because he has 1 unit and his opponent doesn't. Now this could be a Yi turn, but I mean you kind of want to slam down 2 drops. I just don't know where they should be coming from right now.
I think there's top deck Crab for Enrico, I'm not sure, but there might be no follow-up post Crab, so it's just better. I think if there was a Crab, he should gamble on top decking another 2-drop because there is no absolutely difference between E and Crab. However, it could matter if there is like wages in the Arne's hand.
And we do go back over to Arne. And we get a good shot of his hand there. There's a time warp waiting in there. That's not optimal. That's a card you want to activate. I mean, you can only activate it later on, so having it early on doesn't help much.
Downstage dramatics here is very strong in a point where you can't be defied.
Excellent point, because normally you would consider playing Lux here, but there is few downsides. Lux can be sniped by removal, plus it's a turn where opponent is tapped below the defy. So getting pretty much his most important card, not getting defied, is very crucial here.
Now, that is very interesting to me that he conquers with the recruit, because...
I retreat my guy.
Okay, he retreats the guy, yeah, he's ramping up, because otherwise I would have said you might lose a possible Shadow's Call target.
Yeah. But getting the ramp is definitely worth it.
I agree.
So now we can score on this one, right?
Yes.
Enrico Maria making sure that now that battlefield actually is able to be tackled, the Forgotten Monument. Now with it being the 3rd turn, is being attacked here on Enrico's hand.
But I think Enrico Maria found a first mate, and even though he had a really, really slow start that you don't want to have, especially versus Lux, I think he can go for a double conquer at least now. Find another card with the Seat of Power, and then possibly still have 1 rune up for something like a Defy.
This is a turn for Sabotage. You want to get rid of this Progress Day possibly, which gets Lux dig so fast. However, you want to maximize your draws before you Sabotage to see what are your next turns, just to make sure your runes add up.
Oh, he has the Sabotage and he throws it, knows exactly what he's supposed to do in that matchup. Now Arne
have a looky.
Exhales deeply. Well, he can't be too happy about that.
Can I write it down? Do you have pen? Maybe it's better. Yeah, thank you.
I think Enrico only had like the biggest of markers to track down his winning points, and he's like, I'm not writing all of that with this big marker, no shot. Just give me a smaller pen, and I will carefully write down all the cards you have in hand there. And as we're zooming out, what do we see there? There's from Progress Day. It is going to be the Progress Day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the Echo Forge are doing nothing. Their only real card draw right now is Sump Warp maps. The Time Warp is unplayable until you have at least 1 or 2 seals going and higher curve. So if this and the Sump
So by
Warp
the way,
mark,
if your first unit dies, you have to use this. So you can't like let this die and not use it. You have to use it. Okay.
So Sump Warp map will trigger on the Enrico turn. So this is looking like more like a develop looks, Sump Warp map, and take a chill turn. And play a bird, because perfectly curve out, but the promise, if there is a removal coming down from Enrico, this looks will go down, and there is no real follow-up looking from the Arnie's hand without that progress day.
Yeah, I mean, he has to play the map now. He has a development turn now, but it is still going to be a little bit... that's very little card draw here. He has to find something with the map. Map doesn't immediately get you access to the top cards from your deck, so you can't find draw immediately. That's gonna be on the double hold.
I mean, though, we do get 2 draws with the map, so that's definitely pretty good. But also, of course, at the same time, Enrico Maria going up to 4 points here.
So draw for both.
On the even points, and therefore basically only 2 turns away from making this his game. Punch First is a great card overall. It's not that great necessarily against Velox deck, though.
Doesn't see any way of removing the looks. Doesn't have necessarily a way to cycle farther, can only follow up with another Zonia to make sure he can play around Ruination, so he can keep scoring 2 per turn. And it's quite important to have both of the Zonias up, because it guarantees you 2 points, so without having first mate or something as a charm into Rengar on the battlefield directly from opponent's unit. The problem is he needs two more round his own turns to find the lethal, so pretty much Arnie has 1 more turn to keep cycling, and if he gets a progress day off, he's pretty much guaranteed to be able to pull it off.
It does feel like that. He couldn't pull it off quite yet in his first match against you, but now he is trying to make it happen. And I think he already looks a lot more calm and collected here in this match already. I think maybe in the first match, of course, in that kind of a competition, understandable as well. There were some nerves involved, but here he does seem ready to get this big combo on the way soon.
I like how you keep rubbing it in, you know?
Well,
that looks deserves it.
Off a turn.
I would definitely agree. That deck is just... Ah, you love it. Okay, wow. He found some progress day. That is actually a huge pickup here, because this deck does not run wind walls, so you cannot just negate this. In a draw 5, of course, because of Lux Lady of Luminosity.
Yep.
If you know that you're playing in this environment and there is a Lux, as a Yi player, do you side a wind wall to negate a time warp?
You know what? Mystic Reversal even. Let's take his time warp.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
that is a crazy idea. But oh, good look at the hand. What did we draw there? There still is the time warp in there. There, I think now also is finally the first seal, which we haven't seen so far in this game.
He's missing Sacrifice still.
Oh yeah,
you're right.
We know that one Sacrifice is under the deck, because that was one of the cards in the hand, and then the redraw.
Oh, was it sniped? Oh. So it was the forced redraw that Arne was not liking, and we're scarring again. Yeah. Oh wait, no, we're not scarring. There's a Yi in there. We just want the rune.
I'm not sure why. Oh, he has another progress day mana. Yeah, that's.
Oh wow.
This game is probably over, because next turn he'll be able, if he just finds the there
was no sacrifice. No.
He doesn't need it. Wait, he might actually still need it. There's going to be 6 points. But I mean, he has double Stupefy in hand, so that is already a bunch of card draw. He has 8 runes right now. I think with something like Time Warp especially as well, he's going to be okay.
You see how important was having Charm or Challenge for this looks? Because normally this double progress day would never be able, and without that second progress day, he would never be able to get to the Sacrifice anymore, because it's too deep into the deck.
True.
So this Ruination is pretty much dead because of the double Zonia
what are you doing?
here.
Draw a card? Yeah.
And Enrico understands that he needs to find removal for this looks to just reduce the amount of the draws forthcoming.
And he also still doesn't have something like a Defy. No Charm, no Defy, no ways to defend himself against the pending doom of Lux. So that is really tough for Enrico Maria. However, for Arne, he just doesn't find the sacrifices. But I mean, spoiler alert, they are in the deck. So we know that much.
And there's not that many cards left in the deck. So I think chances of him getting to a sacrifice next turn are incredibly high. And therefore, chances of him winning and pulling off his combo are pretty good too. Is it immediately the card we're drawing for turn?
But he needs to find the sacrifice within 5 energy or 7 with the Lux.
That was, I think, another time warp that we draw for
so
turn there.
13 mana, 13.
He could time warp to draw extra, but it's suboptimal. You're saying that the sacrifices are in the deck, but there could be some sabotage action, you know, before the meh, just quick, sacrifice 1, yoink!
Alrighty, that's 1 rune exhausted, Stupefy. We're drawing, and that is another
That's a good one.
Seal. Not too shabby.
Especially for the time warp game plan. Is there anything else he can really go for besides the time warp? I don't think so.
He also doesn't have a Shadow's Call or anything.
That's true. I think at this point, actually, our hand is bigger than our deck, by the way. We just have surpassed that point.
Sure.
Oh, we are playing the Hawk.
Yeah, he can still time warp with the Hawk ready, so
10.
he can kill the Hawk to the unit to ramp up afterwards, which is pretty important to get it ready.
Yeah, it's
because he ramps down basically for
Take
1
extra
now,
turn.
takes the extra turn, finds a Shadow's Call, so that is also pretty strong.
And the runes.
And we are into a new turn, and we are, of course, just following the general rules of the game to get 2 extra runes once more, as it is the start of a regular turn, basically.
And that map is useless.
Both of them.
Yeah. I like how Arne earlier on in the first match said, yeah, I'm passing it over to myself, to quote him. That's just such a fun meme saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of the reasons he likes the deck so much is because he likes playing with himself. So that is, that is, I think, also part of the reason why.
I thought I was firing the shots at Arne, but now you're coming in like that.
You guys are on fire right now, huh?
Okay. Oh, that's another time warp, huh?
Yep.
It's essentially free. It's just a draw.
10 again.
Draw 2.
Yep.
10 again. We want to have another turn. Please say it. Pass over to myself.
I always want to say you can also float the rest of your energy, but you really can't with Time Warp because
it resets. Could get another Hawk out to just make sure he can ramp up once he gets that sacrifice.
Yeah, I think you should kill your own Hawk now, because then the rune that you're getting channeled is ready in the next turn.
This is such a unique way of playing Riftbound. It's so different from everything else you see. You just, oh yeah, another turn for myself. Let's go.
Is it a way of playing Riftbound? Or
it is. Of course it is. Definitely. And we are fully loaded here again, getting all of our runes
11,
back up
again.
online. 13, he's saying it out loud. That's a good.
That is still no sacrifice. That is completely
There's no way.
That's actually hilarious.
Yeah, but I mean, he has, I think, at this point, 11 runes. No, 10 only.
I'll start.
No, I think he said 13, right? So
with Luke, so he's at 11 plus 11 plus 2, essentially.
And he found another Rally the Troops. No, that's downstage dramatics. That does help a little bit, but we have a Shadow's Call at least.
Look how much, without this Lux, if this Lux have died.
1, 2, there was a sacrifice. Was it? There was, right?
There is sacrifice.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, everyone, we can start it!
Let's get this party started.
Woo! I like how excited you are.
Yeah.
We are. We haven't gotten to see it in the first match, so now we want to see it, of course.
Yeah. Like nothing else in the world, I would love to see it.
Arno was so excited the entire time, and now he finally got the sacrifice. He almost seems sad. Now I have to end this turn, really? I finally got my combo? No way.
The problem is, like, we are like 10 to 15 minutes from the presenting the lethal, and we're already at 47 minutes. Usually, when you start the combo, you should be around at 52, 53 minutes. So we are 5 minutes behind the clock, and it's only game 1.
Before definite trigger happens,
I will love to see it.
Sack to make a power.
Arno walking us through here.
Yep. And then
what is going on?
Goes under. I untap all my lands.
In Magic terms, as we know it from him, explaining what is going on there as a true Magic player.
Then a seal. Actually, I'll use this one.
That is what I love about the player mics as well, because there's nobody better to explain the infinite loop than the player themselves.
How many cards in deck?
7 left.
I mean, to be fair, we are not that
6.
far. He just needs to get to the bottom of those cards and present the.
Okay.
I mean, he cannot
I'll
present
use
lethal
4.
because he used 2 time warps already.
2.
So technically, he can just
Cast.
present infinite units
Where
instead
is it?
that
Dramatics
are
for
unbeatable.
4? So draw 2.
We're drawing
Yeah,
once
you don't
more.
know those punch first, right? They're going to take away some of those units.
I'll sack my Forge to put Sacrifice.
Shadow Call.
Actually,
Ah.
no, I shouldn't do that. Before I do that,
Well, let's wait a second.
Okay, okay.
Is that going to be another echo, or what are we doing?
Yeah, you
tap this
echo,
for,
sacrifice, and
rune,
then you
cast another Echo again.
and then you do the forge.
I love how Enrico just goes.
He wants to see it, right? He's like, I want to definitely see you executing that.
Shadows Call the Echo.
Yep.
Draw 2.
2 more. Here we go. Another Shadows Call, another Time Warp.
Sacrifice. Triggering Echo, float 3.
Welcome everyone to the
This goes
Infinite
to the
Loop
bottom,
waiting room.
And before that, I also make a power.
We're very
use
much
blue
in the
for
circle
power
of
and
it.
3 for the normal mana. And this goes to the bottom.
So basically, then
6,
normally
11.
what happens when you have
Draw
all the
2.
time warps, you are able to just time
this.
warp from 0 to 8.
Then I sack the
However,
Forge.
Arnie had to use those to card draw. So when was
This
the
and
alternate
this
plan, is
into
you're
my
just gonna
deck.
create infinite units, essentially either tokens,
matter.
sprites, and then you can put the put them in the
does make
base,
sense.
block the battlefields
should
with
make
those
sense. I don't
sprites,
have a Forge
and
left, yeah.
then from there,
Um,
opponent can no longer win because you can just repeat that, repeat that, repeat that. So
is
at this point, he
gone.
just needs to explain it, and then within the rules of the Riftbound, you
And
don't
now,
have to play it out actually.
Tap 5.
Really?
6.
Is that written down in the rules?
Yes,
or is
you
it-
have to
I
be
get
able to
use this
present
energy
the
and free of
infinite
this,
loop.
so
Okay,
just
cool.
tap 2.
As soon as a judge
for another
at
Echo.
the latest acknowledges
Where
that
is
you have
it?
the Infinite
Here.
Loop, you can just go, okay, cut. We
Um,
put down 10 million tokens.
I
we
see.
put
4
down
left.
10 million energy and power.
Okay. Good to know.
2 more.
And Arne is on his way to do that.
Go Shadows Call.
2 more
Draw
cards. The deck now
Gets
so
temporary.
incredibly small. All the cards
Then I go
accessible to
sacrifice,
Arne.
Wait.
Float an energy again.
He has 1 card in deck, no?
and
Yeah,
float
he
6.
messed up.
But that's only
float
1
a power
point.
and float 6 energy.
Oh no, okay, he's gonna go to
Um,
0. That's fine because he recycles
Yeah.
Echo. He's
Death
gonna
Note
go at
trigger
exact 0.
goes
It's
under.
fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I untap all my lands. 6, 11. Sacrifice resolves. Draw 2.
Oh, he had 3. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
oh
even-
yeah, oh yeah. We were just
Then
miscounting there. Enrico Maria, when you look at the scoreboard, he's so close actually, like 6 points already. He would only need 1 more turn, but I don't think he's going to get that turn as Arne is working his way
basically
through his combo.
I cast 5 and 1 of this.
I like
cast
the
another
Enrico's
Echo,
face expression. Like,
then I'll
He
what-
loves it.
What are we doing here, brother?
I mean, honestly, yours wasn't too much more entertaining in the first match.
essentially I can proceed to show you the loop.
I
here.
remember what we were talking
way it
about
works
on Friday, actually, on
is-
Arrival Day.
And we're going to use Sacrifice to draw the last card of my library. And then with the Forge, I can keep back putting 2 Sacrifice. And I can, let me just draw my library and then I do it, I guess. So I've cast the Echo, so I'll spend the last energy to cast the Sacrifice. I'll float the energy again, so I get the power, and just the power, it was tapped. Sacking the Echo. Echo goes here. I float 6, 7, 10, so I go up to 10.
Getting the 6, 7 in there as well. Love it.
Important.
Then untap again, all my lands, and then the Sacrifice resolves. Boom. Draw my last 2 cards.
Boom.
So now what I can do with all this mana, I can play the Forge, put back Sacrifice, Sacrifice, call Forge, and then with this, essentially I create a loop where I can draw my, keep drawing these cards to generate infinite mana, and then at that point, with infinite mana in play, I can create a loop where I just exchange 2 draw spells, a Forge, and any spell, like a Retreat, a Ruination, whatever, or something like Sprite Burst. And then with Sprite Burst, I can infinitely cast that through that loop, because I can infinitely redraw, put it back, redraw. I have infinite energy. And destroy, put them all on the battlefields, 1,000,000 tokens. Then make a bunch of recruits, and then then I have 1 last Time Warp, which I can cast. and then move all the recruits onto the battlefields. So Renga has no chance of getting a point in.
Okay.
And then I have 1 million recruits on each battlefield, and that's how I'm gonna win.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if the...
What a speech, bro, right?
Yeah, it's okay.
Walking us
I know the
through
loop,
all
so
of it.
yeah, it's okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I just concede.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, and there he is, Arne with the first win on board, presenting the infinite loop with the microphone in front of the crowd.
Yeah. I'm sorry to make you go through this.
Okay, it's okay.
This was impressive, and finally we got to witness it.
All it took is just Master E missing a 2-drop.
Yeah.
Then he can play the game.
The words of Arne Huschenwith, they are echoing through the halls of the Experion in Hamburg, and they are telling us how he gets infinite tokens.
I mean, plus missing all the removal for the Lux getting so much value. Without that Lux, it was looking pretty grim given how of a low roll of the draws was it in terms of sacrifice, because the draws, finding another progress day was absolutely pivotal to get to the point he got, but those sacrifices, oof.
Ooh, and
plus sabotage.
We're back on our little side decking cheat there. You saw already against you as well, Mateusz, pulling that out there. Arne is, and making sure that he's making the perfect decisions in the side decking process, which I learned that apparently in Riftbound that's allowed, right? In between games it is allowed, but in the game you don't get to take any outside notes for you.
Yeah, the little tech, like if you want to conceal at the high level gameplay how many cards you sideboard in, sideboard out, it's worth to shuffle your whole sideboard in deck to the deck, and then you take out 8 cards and opponent cannot know if you sideboarded 0, 8, 1, 10, 20, and they just can't tell.
I love that you say that, because I've been preaching that at Yu-Gi-Oh! For years now, and everybody's like, it's 15 cards, I'm not going to make the hassle to put all of them in and then all of them back out, but it's such a good disguise. You don't get to show your opponent how many cards you are side decking.
How's that going for you, Basti?
Wonderful. Thanks for asking. That's why I'm here with you, Leo, casting this.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't get to compete more. It's so much fun. We've just been at a big tournament again recently, and it was just an absolute blast. It's this casting things comes at a price, and the price is less fun in competing.
I mean, to be fair, casting card games is so much fun, especially when you get more in-depth and you understand the thought process of the players, and being able to explain it to the viewers is absolutely joy. Like, I started it back in the Runeterra times, so after winning the first one, and at the second one, Worlds, that was my first, like, pretty much casting type of gig, and I fall in love into doing that. And, like, the feedback that having from the players, that, like, top player gets to cast and actually explain something that they never, and, like, experience, like understanding the full thought process and exactly decision making coming from the player. Like a quick highlight that I always keep in my heart, that I remember, that like in the one of the high level matches we had like Teddy pretty much soft play into the specific card, and once he got to fetch for information, and once he had information in the following turns, it was something like looked like a misplay that he would auto lose to certain card. He knows that the opponent needed to pretty much top deck it, and there was like no way to search for those cards, and he just established a full dominance of the game once he knew that after soft checking for the certain cards. And having those little insights comes together to have a great viewing experience.
And also, not as exciting as your point, but you're always in the finals when you're casting, right? You don't have to actually win to get into the finals, but you get to be there anyways. But looks like we have 2 players ready for a second game here, going into the mulligan first, and then a forced pseudo mulligan after, with our forced redraw rule applying here by the TCG Overseer. Let's see what we're sniping out this time here, and let's also see what the battlefields are here for the second game.
Those battlefields are very much more favored for Enrico.
So this is basically, there is a strategy when you play Lux. I believe Ernie applies the same as Aurora. So basically, if you win game 1, when you pull up the either Papetry or Forgotten Monument, then for the game you keep the aspirant climb when you go first to maximize the odds of just winning one game, and then you give up pretty much on the go second game by using your worst battlefield. So here Enrico actually pulling the Arena's Greatest is a misplay. You should be keeping it for your go second game after losing the first one. You'd change up if you would have won the first game. You would actually pull it when you go first. When you go first, yeah.
Ooh, and I think the forced redraw there worked out well for Enrico Maria, as the last card he got to draw there was a Lonely Poro, so we got a 2-drop instead of being 2-drop less in the first game.
So now he's really favored in this matchup, but of course this is a best of 3, as Mateusz just said. This might come back to bite him. And I don't know why the battlefields are so close together, but it bothers me.
They just like it cozy. And progress tray again for Arne.
So the problem is with the arena here, when the Enrico goes first, essentially he gets to finish the game at turn 4, turn 5 before Lux can even think about winning out. And here Lux passing, this signals pretty much wages. So Enrico should have some trick or think about it to not allow wages.
Oh, and he does. There's going to be discipline pushing the Poro onto this 4-might breakpoint. And getting another draw. Having 2 runes open means you need to find another. That's not quite a 2-drop. Because if he now misses out on finding another 2-drop, that's also not the best situation. But it's a Scuttle Crab!
Scuttle Crab, yep. That works. That works perfectly fine, actually.
And it's important not to walk on the paper tree on the initial holding just to deny Lux resources.
Absolutely.
And the defy.
This hand is absolutely disgusting. I think you shouldn't be wasting all that RNG for one game, when you, especially when you go first, when Lux is folding their game.
All right, we hide another card into the arena's greatest. That gotta be Zonya's, I would imagine.
Certainly not back off.
It could be back off.
I mean, well,
you don't know his plans. See, that's the insights that you need. But Lux is being developed. Now the question is, can we find a challenge, or can we find at least something like a charm?
Charm is very much needed. Arnie decided to tap 1 extra for the Lux, so can't even find the Stupefy here.
I think he started with a Stupefy, no?
Oh, he did play Stupefy. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Scuttle Crab, we're crabbing.
And there is no removal, I think.
Yeah.
He could try to dig with the discipline.
So, Mateusz, if you had a challenge here, would you play something into the arena's greatest and then challenge the retreat the Poro and then challenge the Poro with the Lux so you get a draw and find something like a sabotage?
That's a very clever play.
Oh, Leo.
Yeah.
He's blushing. Yeah, look at this.
That is very, that would be very good play. Oh, you also, this is, you rake this gold here. No question asked.
Because Rake takes out the Swamp Warp map at some point, sometimes, but I think if you want to play around the Rake in that matchup, you need to deny like holding points to yourself, right?
I mean, you either discipline, dig for charm challenge, or you rake. I don't think there is much merit into doing anything else. And denying gold, denying ramp is very important from the Lux player. It pretty much can shut down them by 1 whole turn. And honestly, Swamp Warp map deny would be nice, but when you hold both battlefields, you already gave them the value before you can even rake.
Yeah.
So there's just no point doing so unless you are pulling back from the both BFs.
He doesn't rake. He sees a different vision, but this plays into the Swamp Warp map. You know, he is going to push towards 6 in the next turn, so Arne needs to get cracking. Otherwise, there is going to be infinite losses in this game. Actually, just 1.
And we get a close-up shot of the hand.
Oh, and he throws it down immediately.
Holding. This is a really good hand from the Arnie.
Yeah, whatever. To cast a progress day with the seal.
Let's do it again. We did that already game 1 very successfully, and here we try to dig into our deck once more, and are we finding...
Did he recycle a rune for the seal?
No, he paid gold for seal.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I hope he did at least.
No,
there was gold, yeah. There was gold.
But that's a good rake target, at least.
As good as gold.
That is true.
To be fair, long term, it is slightly better, but this is not going to be long-term game. Arnie is on 2-turn clock.
Yeah, that is true.
He is.
And that is one of the 2 turns, so he better get going fast. Hawk is going to be played. This might be one of the faster games we're going to see this entire weekend.
Yeah.
Goes to 6. That paper tree helps
ramp
ramping.
first for turn, or
we just get it similar.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the rune you're getting from Paper Tree is not going to be readied because in the beginning you awaken and then you channel to ready runes, of course, as the C, but in B, in the holding, you get an exhausted rune.
So this is a rather bigger mistake from Enrico, not pulling back Crab and allowing Lux to ramp. You want to deny as much Paper Tree value as you can from Lux. And he would, in fact, if he went for discipline play, he would be able to snipe her off.
Yeah.
That was a charm. Hindsight, Andy, but worth noting.
Arne is giving us the explosion there while his Lux is losing that showdown. Arne doesn't have to, he doesn't enjoy many showdowns, so he's getting every single second out of that one there.
The thing is, you use so few. Okay, I mean, at this point you can hold. Right? If you hold to 8, that's, I think you're fine with this. But he gets to play with such few of the interactions in Riftbound that actually do happen. I think the most complicated part of Riftbound is how the combat works.
That's why he was asking questions about that in his first match, because he fully went in on that Lux game plan, trying to master the combo, trying to isolate himself from the field and from the regular Riftbound rules, and therefore those combat things, those showdowns are the hard part for him.
He decided it's easier to learn just what his own deck can do than bothering what everybody else can do.
Which
is a way to approach the game.
And a decent approach maybe in this environment as well, because I mean, you could say, hey, well, I'm going to outperform the best Riftbound players in the world in showdowns. Or you say, well, I'm just playing a deck where they don't really get to play with me if I do my thing. And I think that's very, very smart, honestly, to be honest.
And you can see the consistency because we have 4 E players and a Lux player. So you either pick something that's very strong at fighting, or you pick something that doesn't fight at all.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that was a defy on Shadow's Call.
Is that the correct target to defy?
It's as good as Downstage Dramatic, just less taxing on resources, so definitely a good one. Yeah. Sacrifice is also another one, but the problem is once Sacrifice starts coming down, you are probably behind already. And preventing getting to the Sacrifice echo point is just a bit better.
And now Enrico is taking his sweet time in this showdown, because frankly also to him this doesn't happen a lot, and he just lets it go. Would have been a cool way for him to like flash something out of there, just give the point over to the Hawk so it doesn't die. But now we are going to start the longer turn with the Echo Sacrifice combination.
Can we do it again?
I think
this goes to the bottom.
This one would have been better to defy.
No.
It's cost though. It's already like
he might not have had it. That's the thing. Like he might have needed to draw into it. So you have like you'd rather prevent drawing into it.
Yeah, I think so as well. Arne taking a deep breath now with all of those runes ready to be used again after Echo resetting them all. Is there a way we can make this happen this turn?
Problem is you need to draw within 4 cards another combo 2 combo piece.
Yeah.
There is Universe War Urination, but that opens up himself into losing to First Mate.
He still has so many cards in deck, right? Yeah, usually you're trying to get to the point where your deck is really, really, really small and you are having a high chance of pulling off the combo. And here you're kind of putting yourself into a situation where the RNG matters a lot more.
Gets a seal.
Gets a seal. That was one of the cards drawn there.
I mean, he needs to combo now. Like, I'm not sure if he has... oh, he does have Echo Sacrifice, okay.
Yeah. Cast the Sacrifice.
So we can't float any energy in this turn, though, so... He is going to have to
He might get there. He has another progress day.
Draw 2, make a rune.
It's just a matter if he had to recycle or not Sacrifice or Echo. If he didn't recycle and Sacrifice or Echo, he can get there.
This deck is kind of crazy.
So you had 6 points.
Yeah.
Asking the real questions now. You're in 6 points? Yeah. How did I miss that? I was only paying attention to my own combo. We need to win here and now, or at least get rid of those units on the battlefield.
You're talking a lot about taxing your opponents, but how about taxing your own head when you're playing a full tournament of this? Imagine you're playing an RQ with this, so you're playing 13 rounds of Swiss. How do you survive that even?
I mean, Lux is not that taxing. You still play solitaire game. You just see the plays as they go. This is actually one of the least taxing decks because you know like how many cards all you have to do is just keep counting how many cards you have in the deck and keep track what you recycled in your mulligan. You don't have to track much else. It's way more taxing when you have to track all your stack decks. Before bans, it was also tracking your cold shots recycles while remembering deck and digging through your whole deck and knowing when you're gonna draw specific cards is way more taxing. This is chill gameplay.
I agree. I mean, especially when you got all the repetitions in beforehand.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
Arne, of course, was only playing for a week here, really. But if you have like hundreds of games on Lux, it kind of becomes second nature. Well, that's ruination there, though. We are going to get those units off the field, but there is a Zhonya's protecting at least one of them.
You have to pay an energy for this?
No.
Oh, to hide it. Yeah.
So he should be opting to let the Poro die to make sure he draws more and to tries to dig for the first mate.
Okay.
Yeah, results.
You choose a creature to save?
I'll just save.
Oh, and draw a card. I draw a card.
Yeah.
Remembers not to do the same mistake again.
I'll save this guy.
Yeah. And he saves the Rake, has the highest amount of might, and Poro is going to get another draw.
Yeah.
I see your hand as well.
Yeah.
And you get 1 XP.
Don't forget about that. We want to see it on the overlay too.
That is the most
I can
important
leave it
part.
open.
Okay. I skipped like multiple amount of the XP when I played from the Scryer's Room.
Yeah.
Okay, you save this? Yeah.
Yeah, I saved this guy.
Sure. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Let's see if there is
we're passing. Do we have a
first
way
mate.
to make it happen here to get both points?
Because if he doesn't find a game shot now, this could become rather difficult. Because if we give Arne another turn with this, with only 1 unit that is threatening something and 1 unit in base, you might be in a little bit of a pickle, Enrico Maria, in the going first Arena's greatest game. How much impact can this Sabotage plus Defy combo have?
And I think his hand does not look like he has any way to get the second. I mean, we can dig a little deeper with the Scuttle Crab, and I think that's what we're trying here.
Yeah.
Let's see, is there maybe a first mate or something like that?
Nope.
Nope.
That is just a very, very big camel that is unaffected by, or can't be targeted. It is not unaffected because it also dies to Ruination.
It's very interesting, Sabotage. So basically, next turn he has to anticipate the Time Warp. There are 2 Time Warps.
Them,
Yeah. Promising Future looks like an okay pick as well because it draws you a card and it fetches for Echo. Depends. I think the Promising Future looks pretty good. The problem is if he top decks another seal. I think Time Warp might be the best pick because it gets him the most runes. Time Warp is essentially recycle 1, draw 2.
Well, this one, I guess.
Takes out the Promising Future. This card, if this is the lowest card in your deck, it's not the most useful card.
I think it was Time Warp. Time Warp looked the best here. Because he can double Time Warp this turn. 3, 10... No, he can only Time Warp once.
Okay, this is the turn where Arne now has to make it happen again. And he does have plenty of resources to do so.
Yep, I have to do this.
And
we're time warping.
3 under.
Yeah.
Fires it off.
Draw 4. Banish. Untap. 2 back. Draw for turn.
Also gets the seal draw. What does he need to find? Does he not have an Echo? Because that would be quite the crucial card to lack.
He needs both Sacrifice and Echo, which is a lot. And at this point, I think it's fair to assume that he had to recycle 1.
Yeah.
It is for sure.
It's also, you have to be mindful when to scope, especially when you are so advantageous to win last game, to make sure you don't run out of the time. There is 23 minutes, but we know that Arne needs a bit more time to execute everything well, because not so much reps, so you should respect the timer.
Yeah.
And he was in German language to our German judge asking in between how much time do we have left, so he is definitely aware of that factor here in this match. And I mean, you were kind of chill in your match against him in the second game because it was going lower and lower on time. What's going on here?
You can just wages, that buys him a turn.
If it survives.
If I score a point next turn, do I win or do I need to...
Both.
Look, Arne knows now. He says both. You got to score on both if you want to win next turn.
Isn't there some buff? Oh, he used actually Discipline the turn before to dig. He might not have a way to actually... Oh, no, there is a Defy.
Yeah, he kind of needs to do.
Oh, yeah, you just... Yeah, you definitely just reap it.
What is this? Defy?
Oh, that could win him the game then.
Yeah.
Arne.
Because getting through your entire deck on 6 runes if you don't have the Echo is incredibly tough. Look at the big stack that is still over there. I don't even think you can start.
Yeah, this is you just scoop go next. I don't think you want to be using more of the timer here. Yeah.
Oh,
Nice
game 2 goes to Enrico Maria Rustico. Just that one defy was enough to stop Arne's tracks here. And
yeah, probably.
Now game 3 though, we will see Arne going first, and also which battlefield are we lacking? I think Aspirant's Climb is still available to him, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have Aspirant Climb into the last one being, I don't remember, what was Enrico bringing as the last one?
Emperor's Dice.
Emperor's Dice.
The 2-drop again.
That's quite okay, especially good with the rake.
Yes,
He can bounce the rake, replay, deal with the multiple gears.
True.
But in general, this is a problem because Luke's going first to 9 points. This pretty much make sure that Lux has 6 turns to pull off the combo, even 7. And like 7 turns is almost guaranteed to win if he manages to slow down somehow Enrique, or he misses perhaps a 2-drop. If he misses a 2-drop, this game is over.
And if he has to play a first mate, that's also very unideal because that card is quite useful in accelerating your points.
There is one good way of accelerating scoring when you go second on like turn 3 if you miss the 2-drop by catching up with like a charm into Rengar, but that's unideal.
But I was going to say, dropping the first mate is basically useless, but you're playing an Emperor's Dice, so
you bring it back, so you actually want to use it.
Yeah.
As much as you can for double scoring. So like, definitely a card you want to hard mulligan for, a part of the 2-drops. You want multiple 2-drops because of the custom rule where you can actually discard 1 or even 2. You keep every 2-drop just to make sure you don't discard. And unless you literally see like Defy, Sabotage, one of the premium cards, maybe even 1 charm, then you are digging hard for it.
And I think Enrico Maria was just complaining about how well Arne was sniping in those first 2 games. He said, every single time you hit a Sabotage or Defy, I'm getting mad over here, please don't do it again to me. And Arne was just, as a response, smiling into his opponent's face, being like, yep, that's just how I roll.
So the question is, and Blevin said this before, and at this point I don't even think it's a bad idea anymore, do you just keep a bad hand? Because you know that 2 of those cards you're gonna lose, and then you might
because you keep 2 bad cards. What if you keep 2 bad cards?
Yeah, then...
Why not have 4 good cards and keep 2 good cards instead? That's such a flawed logic.
Yeah.
It is.
You can't keep 4 bad cards, there's no way.
I mean...
Yeah. But then you lose your good cards.
So you might
still be better than the bad cards you open with.
Let's agree it's a 50-50.
No, it's not. I will not sign under this false statement. I'm so sorry.
Nah. There is no way. So Enrico Maria is ready, and Arne is now also getting into the final stretches here of his shuffling process. Alan, what's your favorite way of shuffling? Are you shuffling the way Arne is, or is there...
Yeah, I do always start with the pile shuffle to make sure none of the cards are just stuck together. Like, especially if I was playing multiple cards the previous turn, like together, like stack decks, multiple units of the same kind, and I just want to speed it up. And especially if I see that my opponent's still taking time to side, I'll do the pile shuffle.
That's fair. We're all playing different card games, but still some things are all the same in every single one of them. That's for sure. You can't get away without it.
You know what? I don't understand that in the beginning of Riftbound there was a lot of just OG League fans watching this. They were so crazy angry on people flicking the cards in there. That is a custom hand.
Whew. That will do.
Except for the on guard, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but this card is going to be decimated.
Oh my god! Enrico Maria going second, but having a hand of a lifetime.
Enrico says, get rid of my 2-drop now, buddy. Have fun. I mean, to be fair, now he really wants to keep the first mate. His first mate is so crucial because it's the way of him to double score turn 2. If he loses the first mate,
he
it's
lost
really
it
bad.
though. He has 2 Poros remaining.
But he found a charm and another 2-drop.
Yeah.
It's not as good. For losing first mate is so bad.
Alrighty, let's get this on the way. Let's find out who is getting their first win here, who's getting on the board in Group B.
Caw-caw!
Another bird. Beautiful impression by Leo, as we know it.
Bro, you haven't seen me cast Ivan. That's where I go
That
crazy.
must be a full range of zoo going on the couch.
Oh, I wonder why nobody brought Ivan to this.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah.
That's a sad Aspirant's Climb there. It's climbing out of the picture almost. Okay, thank you, Arne. You heard me, you heard me.
I hope not. I really hope he didn't hear you.
Surely
But just checking out the Master Yi Wuju Bladesman legend.
Wait, I think also Enrico lost the crab. He actually lost 2 best units here.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He got to keep 2 Lonely Poro, which are 2 drops.
The worst 2 cards in the hand again.
They are not too lonely anymore, though. That's a
At
upside.
Looks. Go.
Ooh, there is a charm, so there will be immediate punish for that. I wish there was this bird would have walked up front and forced a trade to just get the rune extra next turn. I don't like a bird staying base. I understand the reason for the Shadow Call, but forcing out I think would be pretty good here.
There is gonna be this charm. This looks is not gonna cause any more trouble at all. I mean, anymore, it's not gonna cause any trouble at all. And I think this is already a good turn to develop a Zonias, because Wages of Pain would... Actually, if you develop 2 2-drops in base, then Wages of Pain doesn't...
Yeah, I like the 2 2-drops. You don't ramp, then you can follow up with the Zonia later.
Agree.
There is no reason to do the Zonia now, because you have 3 units, so you are not scared of removal. Developing Zonia here is incorrect. You want the unit to die, you want to cycle. Like, if by some miracle opponent decides to play Sprite Burst, trade, like, you are fine anyway. This is very... No, you always double develop here.
I love having you on the cast with us, because you can get away with just saying this is incorrect, and everyone will be sure that it's actually the way how you say, because you are one of, if not the best Riftbound player on the planet right now.
So you go into a fight with this Poro, and then the Zona triggers, but you actually win the fight. Like, what happens then? Like, it just goes back to base, and I win the showdown. It just gets saved. It just gets recalled. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like, the creature gets recalled, and I win the showdown if I have more power than the Zona creature. It just gets recalled. Gotcha.
You can, of course, react to the Death Knell trigger to make sure that you get the draw. But again, you want to make sure you double score next turn. So protecting the Sporo is actually forced to keep the buff units for the next turn.
Because
you could just have you could just have 2 more units in the base instead.
Yeah. Because we didn't develop. You could have Zonias plus the pitch rookie in base. But I like that Anna is now just again discovering something about combats in Riftbound.
I think at the end of the tournament we're going to have him on full knowledge regarding the rule set of the game.
And there is Sprite Burst we talked about.
Sprite Burst. Draw a card. I get 2 sprites.
It is cool that everything draws you a card in Lux. That is kind of cool. I like the control Lux lists. I think in the Spirit Forged format in Bologna, there was one player actually almost going XO with the control Lux list on day 1. That was really cool. I like that.
Both go here.
I mean, if at the end of the day you get good matchmaking, like you can make anything work. Because we have seen the card game, day 1 is a full jungle of the best of decks. If you get the right matchmaking, you can go to 6-0 when the real deck starts.
Yeah.
That's true. And now Arne, after clarifying how those showdowns really work, actually is excited to get into another showdown here.
I think he really needs to on-guard here to get rid of the sprites and then save the Poro with the Zonia, so you can actually go double counter again.
Yeah.
Well,
this is the right.
Oh my goodness, Stupefy Arne with the 1 combat. That is one insane thing in a Lux matchup.
I get a point.
Yeah.
Arne gets a point the regular way. He is actually playing the game here with us. Those sprites are not going to stay, or that 1 sprite is not going to stay on the field very long, as it is temporary, but still we have dealt with the Poro for now, sending it back into the base, making sure that Enrico Maria doesn't score points as quick as he would like.
There is 1 card for Enrico hand, and it's not easy to go over the Poro now, because like he needs to double conquer, and the sprite blocking off the battlefield is kind of scary. If there is no Rengar, if there is no discipline, this is looking pretty free. And also he should be blocking here with the Hawk, the other BF, unless he has a Shadow Call in hand. To get the ramp for the next one. But I think we've seen Shadow Call.
There is a Shadow Call in his
Are we going to see a Rengar? Rengar from the top. Ripper Rengar. Meow.
Did he? I think he did.
I think he might have ripped a Rengar.
2.
Poro. He did! Actually, that was a card. Leo, you manifested it.
My guy.
Did draw a Rengar off the top, making sure that both battlefields are in Italian hands here again.
And he's still on a good point cadency. We are going through the 3-5-7-9. We don't mind not being at even.
And Arne found a Fiora worthy, and that is not really helping your case. Like, he has been very slow on card draw. He just developed a Lux, has Sprite Bursted for one draw and Stupefied. And maybe now he finds a way to draw a little bit because he still has 6 open. So if he found a Progress Day, he can get the train running. If he can't, then, oh, this is such a slow turn again.
It's a ramping turn probably. You're looking for retreat, replay double hawk probably, and just start and then ramp up later. You could actually, you want to suicide this one and then you want to play another one and ramp with another one.
Stupefy.
Oh, and find sacrifice.
That was another sacrifice.
That is very helpful for future turns because, as you were saying, if you ramp up here, you get to start playing Echo with sacrifices to start drawing through your deck.
Yeah, retreat into again.
Yep.
And he has so much more time. But however, he does need to find that progress day. Without progress days, it's extremely hard to get through the whole deck. One is usually enough, especially at Aspirant Climb Go first game, but we haven't seen a single one yet.
Oh, but now if he plays the Hawk, he's going to be fully exhausted on the runes, so Enrico Maria Rustico can now do everything he wants in his own turn, which is going to be...
Yeah, but the important part is, like next turn, you're looking at 12+1 runes because you can get rid of the bird. So pretty much if there is just like a progress day drawn from the Arnie, then he can just start the whole full combo.
And now we have even developed the Master Yi into base, so if a Ruination is found in the process, that's actually a full wipe.
This is incorrect. You just hold on to it and you just keep on your Rengar in the base.
But why did we move the Rengar into the base and not just keep it around in the battlefield?
To have a potential card draw, because if the Porota is in the base from the Ruination, you lose the card draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
And there is no downside in having it on the battlefield over Rengar.
Yeah. Fair enough.
You already flew one Sprite Burst.
Energy, 1 power.
Oh, we start floating.
We're floating around.
The blue one. Yeah. But it doesn't matter. Like the power, you mean the power, the blue power.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'll always do blue power. And then I'll attack here.
Send that Soaring Scout into the Lonely Poro and get another
And then I'll use the... So 4 more. 4. Yeah. And then
Echo.
I think it's too early. Here's map.
And before I do that, I make another power.
Yeah.
This goes here. I float 6.
Yeah.
Untap all.
But I mean, he's going to be able to time warp. He's going to be able to probably find something at some point. How many maps does he have?
I guess one map.
Yeah, there's one map.
But I mean, only passing on one map is going to give you like 2.
He needs to find the seal or progress day here. That's a bad draw. Yeah, he has to reap it.
I mean, you can play this one for free, no? That's
you still...
Yep.
That's
sacrifice
and a Shadows Call.
But he doesn't have Echo anymore.
Play Forge, get a recruit.
Oh, there we go.
Call.
Look at the recruit go.
Shadows Call and the recruit.
2 more. We keep on drawing. That's the whole concept of the deck. That was a Ruination and
Progress Day.
Progress Day.
All right, that's should be the game.
The card we were looking for, as you explained, you need that to resolve at least once in your turn to get the combo together.
But we can't start with an Echo now because we just, quite frankly, don't have it. So I think
it doesn't matter anymore. It's just a matter of the drawing the maximum of the cards this turn, so you can find, you can even Ruination next turn. Like this game, you can win on so many different avenues that honestly it doesn't matter because you are so ahead that you have another turn after being at 12, and you can get to the bottom of the deck next turn. Especially if you can find one more progress day, you just need to find one more Echo unless they are legit at the bottom.
There is another progress day already being picked up with the first one resolving.
That's a double seal, so I don't know how many runes we have, but recycling runes is also an option right now.
Yeah, he should definitely, he's gonna be channeling extra 2 runes next turn, so he can just pay extra to seals here.
Seal.
Yep.
Cast a seal.
We should pay for that.
Pass it to you.
I think we did the one orange card on the bottom side. I think that's the
7.
sleeve.
Yeah. He was at 11 runes before playing seals, wasn't he?
Oh, but, well, in the end, it doesn't matter, right? Because
it won't matter, but
so
just,
So 7 points, feels insanely close to already having victory in his hands. But Arne is well set up.
Sabotage into sacrifice would be nice.
There is no sabotage here for Enrico Maria. He just passes it straight back, sitting on those battlefields. Plays one of the weirdest games of Riftbound that you could imagine, and now Arne is back on it.
Thank you. That stressed me out so much that there was this the 2 seals on the left side and the 1 seal on the right side. Could not handle that.
He keeps on reorganizing the seals. Like every single time he finds a new position for the seals. That kind of also was a misery for him in his first match against you, Ellen, because he like forgot about the seals once because he just changed places of them in between, and then it was somewhere else.
Okay, so I have 12 mana.
He has to start with the time warps to just make sure he digs to the combo. He doesn't need us to win. And also, at this point, time shouldn't be an issue unless he wastes too many time warps.
Definitely go for the time warp.
But he'll be turn 0, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. He has to keep at least 2 time warps.
Draw a card from the looks.
To not lose to the time.
But he, I think he has a Fiora, right? So I think he plays Renata.
Oh, yeah, he has the Renata for the final game because of the timer. Yeah, so he has pretty much, he cannot lose to time anymore.
He could have only used one of the no, it doesn't matter. Because it's just a new turn, it doesn't echo recycle anything. So now the big question is, can he actually find his big plays? Because Progress Day right now is kind of risky.
I mean, you just keep time warming, Pink. You have, if he has the Renata all the combo, you don't need time warps to win the game.
Yeah, but I mean, if you Progress Day now and then you try to echo and sacrifice, a Defy would blow you out.
I'll do it again.
No, because you still untap, because it's a cost. The sacrifice is a cost, not a... He still untaps the runes from the Death Knell. You only Defy the channel and the 2-card draw.
It's broken.
It is.
Oh, tell me about it.
It is.
We'll play dramatics for 1.
But what I also just learned, like beforehand I was thinking about, yeah, well, there is a one big turn in which Arne is just winning, and therefore as long as he gets to that turn before timeout, he's fine. But then I realized what you were saying. Yeah, well, if we're time warping, that is actually a couple more turns that we are able to use or required to use, and therefore it's not as easy as I thought until this moment, as we need to make sure to get those extra turns in.
And now we are presenting an Echo plus a Sacrifice with a very low amount of cards in deck.
Energy and a power, like a power and 6. Put this back.
Yeah.
This goes under. Untap everything.
Basti, you and I have been casting games together for now over 8 years, and I'm very happy our first Riftbound game together is this.
I agree. I mean, we got some good fun banter in at least, and I mean, it's also still entertaining and fun to watch because I'm happy for Arne that actually this time around he gets to show the combo twice and possibly even win here because of course he was a little upset after his first match where it felt like in the first game he could have gotten it going and then didn't because of a couple of missteps, but here he looks very, very confident. And therefore, I am happy for him, and I'm happy for us to witness that as well.
So he used Forge to recycle 4. He has 8 cards in deck, so if he Progress Days now, he knows the last 4 cards in his deck. He has 6 energy floating, 1 power floating. So, oh no, that's 9.
It's guaranteed already.
Yeah.
You cannot mess this up.
Here?
Oh, is it here or here, he says, Mo? Uh-oh. Well, I forgot.
I don't think you even need to track at this point.
Yeah, with 18 energy, I think
you're guaranteed to draw whole deck at this point.
I guess I'll just play it safe.
Sounds about right to me. Generally a good approach.
No, never mind.
Or not.
We don't play it safe.
I know, don't even have to tap this. Yeah, this is deterministic, I'm sorry. I was just confused for a moment.
Exactly.
5.
I think he forgot about his floating.
4 cards, 2 echoes and 2 sacrifices, yeah.
Where's Renata?
I can again just draw them. I have sacrifice, Shadow's Call, and just draw my whole deck. I have the Fortress to do the loop.
Okay.
And then,
you had the Forge. So
okay, all right.
We got it! Arne Huizenbeet officially on the board, making his overall score a 1-1 with that win over Enrico Maria Rustico.
What a series. Finding out the last one, even before being... Like, he could have pulled off the combo even turn earlier if he needed, but because, again, it's playing to 9, there was no arena to counter the climb, and also first mate being discarded from the extra custom rule was so hurtful for him.
And I think he didn't even need the Esperance climb because Enrico was constantly on odd numbers, so he would have gone from 5 to 7. Yeah. And not from 6 to 8. So he had that extra turn regardless of the outcome of the last turn, which was just hold pass. Enrico, I mean, the matchup is already not the greatest, but he did not find any of those crucial answers. Got the first mate sniped away. I don't even think it would have mattered too much. But actually, could have put him on quite.
Game 1 was rough, to be honest, because we were so slow in establishing units onto our battlefield, so that it was almost destined to go into the Arne's direction because he just had so much time available to himself.
Missing 2-drop, not having removal for the looks, the all things that came together actually cost him the game. One of the pieces, if they would have came together, either removal for looks or a 2-drop, could have sealed the series towards Enrico.
I think forced redraw is crazy for Lux, right? Because you're gonna see your entire deck anyways, but if your opponent gets rid of that 2-drop that they mulligan for, then that can actually just give you one more turn, and that's all you need sometimes in Lux.
Yeah, absolutely. The rules can reward you, can hunt you down, depending which one you hit.
Honestly, Arne Huschmidt, with a few days of practice in with the Lux deck, he is piloting this perfectly, and that just also... I know I like to make some jokes, but that just shows what a player he is, right? That is a very complicated deck to play with very little reps to get to the loop and present it properly in a decent matter of time. That's already quite something.
And I think even he got to win a showdown in that match,
that
so
was
he
crazy.
actually is now on the real Riftbound game as well, getting to enjoy some of that too. But of course, in the end, that wasn't necessary for him to be the winner of this match, as it was all about him pulling that combo off twice.
Enrico Maria Rustico already with the Prismaticism signature move almost. But in that
Same
scenario,
hairstyle as well, right?
Yeah, very close, just not falling into the face as much.
Yeah.
But I mean, in this scenario, it's so funny to see people do like big thinking gestures versus the Lux deck, because in very few scenarios you actually have an agenda in those games, right? You have some decision-making points where you are deciding to try to get some points, or you look into the hand with a sabotage. Sometimes you need to find something there, or you check whether you want to develop a Zonias or not. But rarely you have a say in the outcome of those games.
Yeah, absolutely. In this series, we had like pretty much just decision-making on the sabotage. I think that was that game, and taking Promising Future in time instead of a Time Warp, I believe, which could, and it was too early for the Promising Future to come down because of the just deck being too thick. You cast it when you are like within 10 cards to the bottom of the deck.
Wow, what a best of 3. I mean, that was phenomenal play. Given a real Lux masterclass, I'm really joyed to see that it was very different from when we saw Lux earlier today. We actually got to see some riveting action. Do we have any highlights from that game?
Confidence was rebuilt for Arne, so I think the match overall is going to be a highlight for him, as he was able to execute those combos so nicely. And I like how Leo once just called that Rengar off the top when Enrico Maria, a Rengar here would be nice. Boom, there's Rengar off the top. That was cool.
Did it help him?
It to be.
In that game, I think it actually won him the game, right? That was game 2?
He did
that
win the game.
No, it was game 3 that got him stay in the game. Without the Rengar, he was dead in the water.
It gave him half a stay.
Well, close.
The game was playable, at least from that point.
That's true. That's true. I think my favorite moment was when he pulled off the infinite loop. I loved that. That was so cool. I was just excited.
While talking us through it as well, though, with the player mic, that was kind of cool. Like explaining it to us and the audience what is going on, using every single magic term possible for it as well. The Arne Huschmidt special.
Can we do a retrospective booster oracle? Because we haven't opened boosters so far, and we of course still need to check if we can get it right. But I don't.
You get one next round, actually.
Okay, yeah, all right.
I was going to say, fortunately, we do have the winner of our match standing by. So let's jump to interview, and maybe in a moment.
Thank you, Amy. Here I am with the winner here, Arna. I saw you when you came up, that huge sigh of relief. How are you feeling after that match?
Yeah, I mean, first match of Riftbound down, I say. Feeling obviously elated to get a match win here. Played a little bit bad against Matej, and so now I'm happy that I've got one down, yeah.
It was like night and day watching you in terms of confidence, in terms of just having the deck down after that first match. What was your mindset going into the second one versus the first?
Yeah, maybe it was a little bit of a relief to just have played the game now under the spotlight, have done that, you know. I've learned a lot from the first match, I think, and then just taking that little bit of more confidence into the Yi matchup, which I felt good going into as well. And yeah, I suppose it worked out, and I don't think I made that many mistakes, so yeah.
Yeah, well, obviously you have put yourself in a position here, one more match into the group stage. How are you feeling about your overall chances to advance?
Well, I'm pretty excited. I've got to play Philip, who's also on Master Yi, so that can't be too bad after I just beat it here. So I think I'm feeling good. I'm excited to play another match for something and to have a shot at top 4.
All right, well, a great match there. I'm excited to see how you progress in the event. Good luck in the rest of the event, but with that, we'll pass it back to the desk.
Thank you, Blevins, for giving us a snapshot of how that went from a player perspective. So, friends, we've got a lot more yet to come today. Let's boogie on and chat about our next matchup quickly. What do you think we are going to expect from this next one? We've got Tord versus Joshua.
I think, Amy, that's a you versus us thing, right?
Yeah, I think it is actually. All right, I'm on this. This is my couch. Right, I'm ready. Go
well,
on.
It is a match of winners, though, right? Both of them winning their first match overall, and therefore proving already that they have some saying here in this competition. But then, of course, the Pokemon versus Yu-Gi-Oh debate. Joshua, he looked good in his first match, also getting some reps in here on the casting couch as well. And there we have them with the poses as well. Diana versus Master Yi, it will be.
And you are, of course, Matej, the Diana expert in the world. What are we saying about this matchup?
Oh, it's heavily favored for Diana, if you know what you're doing.
Aha.
But
so, does he?
Okay, Josh, I can predict that he might fumble game 1, but he learns. No, listen.
What a random thing to predict.
Hold. But he learns so quickly that he'll take away from the game 1 and he'll reverse sweep game 2, game 3.
If that actually becomes reality, I would be very impressed by that prediction.
And with that, thank you so much for joining us, Matej, for this fantastic matchup. But we're going to let you get some rest, and we're going to learn a little bit about one of our competitors we're about to see.
I think the Grand Slam is just in general a great idea, and I think it's just awesome to have all these people, legends from other card games, come together, which I've seen these guys online sometimes because I hear about them from other card games. You know, the space is somewhat connected, but I've never been able to play or compete with them. And I think that's awesome, and I'm really excited to see who's going to learn the new game the best. My first ever experience with trading card games was basically in primary school, and I started with the ones that were like from TV shows, right? Like the Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon mainly were the ones that I played when I was a child. And it took a while for me to get into the competitive side of things because I was very young back then, didn't even know that that was a thing, right? Just played the games in my school and with my friends. But eventually figured out, you know, there's more to it. And that's something that really, I don't know, spoke to me. I mean, I didn't know it at the time, but turns out I am a pretty competitive person when it comes to card games. And it's something I learned once I got into the more local scenes. And then, I mean, I just went up the ladder of like bigger and bigger tournaments. That's all mainly for Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is my main game. I followed other card games over the course of time. I really like checking in with other card games, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is my main game. So that's where I got my love for competition and everything. My greatest achievement is definitely winning the World Championship in 2023 with my 2 teammates, Emre and Quantal. And of course, after even having played the game for, at this point, over 25 years almost, this is still something that's very special to me. I think the additional rules for this are interesting. They definitely add another layer of complexity to it. I personally was more worried about just learning the game in the first place, and I didn't feel comfortable to immediately build. Like it's like 2 steps ahead. You know, first I want to like understand how this game works, then I want to build a deck that's just good, and then there's additional rules on top of it. And I also think the ones that are chosen for this event, they don't change fundamentally how the game works. They just give you like a little bit more information or some extra little bit of spice in the mulligan. And I think that doesn't change the game too much, so I'm not too worried about. For future Grand Slams, I mean, one of my favorite ones would be Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, because that is my main game. I wouldn't really have any trouble with that. Most of the other card games that have existed for a little bit longer than Riftbound, I've tried at some point. Because like Yu-Gi-Oh is my main game, it's what I make content for, it's what I attend all the tournaments for, but I'm very interested in card games in general. So I've played a lot of other, like I've played Pokemon before, so I'd have an easier time starting with that. Or Magic as well, I have some experience in, not on a large competitive scale, but I've played all those games, I'm familiar with how they work, so with those I would definitely have an easier time. I think I'll do fine. I'm hoping to not get in the same group as Alan, because I think that's the one who's a real threat to me. I think all the other ones I have a pretty fair chance against, because I mean I did start late with my preparation, but I feel like I have a good understanding of how card games work in general, and I'm comfortable with my deck. I think it's very good, so I'm only really scared of Alan, that's it. I mean, I said I'm scared of Alan, but I still would want to face him. I think it's a fun part of this tournament, especially that like there is an expert in the room with us, and everyone is trying to. I mean, everyone is on the one side trying to avoid Alan, but at the same time, if you're trying to win, you have to face him eventually, probably. So it's something that I'm still excited to see if anyone is able to beat Alan. And for everyone at home, I just hope you have a fun time watching the event. I sure am enjoying it so far with all the learning process and meeting all the amazing people so far. So I'm having a great time, and I'm hoping to do well, and I'm hoping you all have a good time too.
Welcome back, everyone, to the penultimate round of day 1 of the TCG Grand Slam. I am Blevins, joined with Amy and Lumpy, and we just heard from Joshua Schmidt there, of course, TCG Yu-Gi-Oh! Grand Champion, World Champion, going up against Tord this round. Very exciting.
Yeah, only fitting that the two of us are sitting here on the couch. Of course, Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus Pokemon. Who is it going to be? Are you predicting Tord to take this? You surely got it.
I've got to back my guy Tord. Come on, like one of the greatest Pokemon players of all time.
Yes.
Highly decorated, even brought his mum to a regionals this season, and we got to meet Mama Reklev. So honestly, what a fantastic
Where is she today? Yeah.
I know, right? Come on, Mama. Anyway, no, Tord is an absolutely phenomenal player. He plays a lot of different styles of decks. He's proved he is not a one-trick pony. He's even brought binder drop style decks to events before and absolutely aced it. This man can put together a deck and he can win. He is one of the only people in the Pokemon community who can genuinely play practically anything and be a winner.
And he has proven that here as well, because he can even play a different game. He's playing Riftbound successfully, winning in the first match that he ever played competitively there too. Basically, just he was asking some solid questions just a couple of days ago about the basic mechanics of the game, and still he was able to get to a super good understanding of his own deck, at least, piloting it to a victory on his first match. But now, of course, the next opponent is going to be someone with not the easiest of matchups, because Diana is the deck he will be facing now, and also someone who has won his first match, so that's going to be a task.
And guess what? He is ready to join that fight against Diana. Let's send it on down as the players are ready to play.
Wowee, look at these two. Here they come. Once again, Joshua joins us on the stage, looking miraculous and confident, and I'm sure he deserves it because his accolades speak for themselves. I only met Joshua a couple of days ago, and I already know I'm never going to mess with him when it comes to trading card games. I'm not money matching this guy.
Don't let that humble smile fool you. He knows what he's doing, and also, as we just learned in his introduction video, he follows all the card games. So it's no surprise that he was able to transfer his skill into Riftbound now. But someone that you have introduced quite well, Mr. Pokemon himself, champion of many international championships, are ready to rumble here in this Pokemon vs. Yu-Gi-Oh! Showdown, where Riftbound is the game that they will be playing.
Both players very well known for their adaptive play styles. They've both played Control. They've both played against Control, but in a very different environment than what we're forcing them into.
Yeah, Josh, truly one of the Control players in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Space. Whenever there is a Control deck in the format, usually it's going to be the deck for him. And yeah, that was applied for the Riftbound logic as well. Well, the biggest Control deck in the room is Diana, so that is my pick. Oh, I think with a D20, they both rolled a 3 there.
Hey!
Okay, Todd is trying to beat a 12 now, and he did not get to do so, I feel like. So Josh will even get to go first here. That's huge for him.
Yeah, that is pretty big, being able to begin that flow of the game and begin kind of putting together the pieces that he needs to. We've seen it already earlier today. Joshua was able to get those essential cards like Hui out at the perfect moment just to build up this idyllic hand. And actually, his hand already, we've had a sneak peek back here, is already looking quite tasty. So unfortunately, not all of those cards are going to get kept, are they?
That's true. We will have the forced redraw, Overseer rule applying here once more. So there is one way in his hand. So yeah, I think he's definitely going to keep it. But will he keep it eventually when Todd gets to snipe 2 extra cards out of his hand? On the other hand, we have Todd deeply into the thinking tank, considering what to do with his hand, and he got some good cards in there as well, because I think I'm seeing a Renga, which is his favorite card, he already told me, and then there also is some very valuable 2-drops with the Lonely Poro and the Scuttle Crab, perfectly. Ooh, are we giving up a Sabotage against the super spell-heavy deck that Josh is playing? Interesting decision from Tort.
I kind of like it. Josh draws a lot of cards. You think if the guy, you know, is going to be drawing so many cards that you no longer have that hand knowledge that you once had, actually, is it that valuable? Being able to take the card is definitely the stronger of the kind of 2 abilities of Sabotage in this specific scenario.
For sure. And I mean, when they always generate card advantage, how well is trading 1-for-1, right? You activate the Sabotage, they lose a card.
But you spent a card, so I'm doing the math and it ain't mathin'.
Let's see, what are we sniping out here? Josh has decided what to hit on Tord's side.
But Tord's
we're not even looking at it. We're like, okay, these are gone.
I love it.
Okay. 1 and 3.
I wonder what they're going to be.
Force redraw.
Oh, come on. Please pick them up before you pick 2 new ones. No, I want to...
They both did not care.
Okay. All right.
Crazy.
Let's see if the Hui survived or whether they're at the bottom. He doesn't even want to pick up the hand.
Todd was so happy. He got to keep the Renga that he's so happy with, his favorite card of the deck. And wow, he also got to pick up a Defy there as far as I can see.
And he still has the Poro. And let's see. Oh, I think the Hui went. I can't see it in the hand.
No way anymore.
There's no way.
Truly not. Stack deck, maybe we can replace it immediately. That is not a way.
That is not it. No, we've got Stupefy, which could help us draw more cards, which I think Joshua has analyzed and is just going to keep trying to cipher through the deck to get closer to the puzzle pieces he needs to have a really strong start. And you know what? A great way to do that is more stacked deck.
He's stacking his deck truly. Tord was trying to ruin his plans by sniping that way out, but Josh does everything in his power to find it again, but so far having no success.
No, not there yet.
Using all, of course, of
Oh, wait, is that one? I see it.
Wait, is it there?
Yes!
Oh, it was way. Wow. We got it on the first turn already, but now back over to Tord for the first time. And that is a second Defy. Is that so good? I'm not sure.
No, I don't love it at this stage. Realistically, you want a
He's still here.
You want a few different kind of methods of generating units, really, at this point of the game. And Tord's a little bit strapped for being able to get those early units down. It really is just a Poro pass, I think.
I think in this match it's also going to be a question of how well Tord kept his focus throughout this day, because he was one of the very first to step onto the stage here for our TCG Grand Slam in the morning. And now he had to wait for quite a while to get back onto the stage here.
He's
to
having to
face
read a
Joshua.
Vex.
You should better read that card, because that card can be very problematic. Not necessarily for the Master Yi deck, as it is more so targeting decks that are a bit more aggro overall, but still, you definitely want to make sure to know what's going on with that Vex. What do we see there as well? There is, which now is being called the Fizzler. That's how Arne called Fizz earlier when he was asking Mateusz about it. What's that Fizzler doing? And yeah, it does quite a bit, because it could, for example, next turn, go ahead and copy that stack deck that's now in the trash for Joshua right now.
But right now we are all out of energy, so we're looking at Tord to now start to advance the game, considering pushing that Lonely Poro into a battlefield to score the first point of round 2 here with Tord versus Joshua in game 1.
We're on the board. Rockfall Path has successfully been conquered by Tord. So I think that's always a power move, right? You brought that battlefield onto the field, but I'm the one being in it first. And I mean, just also gameplay-wise, it does make sense, because of course, in Seed of Power, you want to be only if you already control the other battlefield.
True, true. Here comes Master Yi himself. And that's just a pass over. Will the Poro survive? Probably not, but a whole point nevertheless is wagered on that Rockfall Path.
I think there was a smoke screen picked up there. Yep, it was. So plenty of possibilities here for Joshua. And the thing is, if he gets rid of the Poro, I don't think Tord is necessarily mad about it, as of course there still is the good Death Knell trigger that they could be using, but
and they don't want the Death Knell to trigger, so on to Seat of Power with Vex, playing Hui, who we have seen time and time again just push Joshua into the driver's seat. It is a good card.
Tord recognizes it.
It's a good card, that one.
It is. Truly is, and we are hiding something on top of that into the battlefield, into the Seat of Power next to the Vex.
Yes.
I think that probably is the Tide Turner, because I don't think I saw anything else that was really able to hide. So if Tord knows the Diana deck well enough, I think he probably should also know that this will be a Tide Turner. But of course, Tord also didn't have that much time to prepare, so I'm not sure how well he is aware of that.
Indeedy. So it depends whether that hidden card is truly going to be a surprise or not. Now, I have a funny feeling Tord will know roughly what it is, but also definitely that Vex is quite vexing and really does put a bit of a thorn in Tord's side in regards to keeping the pace of this game with 2-1 points in play right now. Tord does have the advantage, but Joshua, we have seen it before, we'll see it again, I'm certain, can just really push himself into the limelight on top of these aggressive style decks. And Master Yi has become more and more aggressive as time has gone by.
It definitely did. And Tord is taking his sweet time for this turn. Asking about cards in hand.
Important.
I will say it's not going to stay like that for long if we keep the way around, because that is going to make a party and just keep on adding cards like that, like it's nothing. But for now, maybe Tord does have some removal for it.
It depends how much maneuverability Joshua has in his hand right now to maneuver away, going into the Vex.
That is a sign of power, and that is a sign of, yes, I have more in my hand. Are we passing focus here?
Yes.
Oh, he's passing focus. So he won a trade here, but Josh, of course, still has that hidden card there in the battlefield. Probably a Tide Turner. Will that Tide Turner turn around here to also make this a profitable showdown, a favorable showdown for Joshua Schmidt? Or maybe something from the hand first? You never know.
And will Tord then have something to back up this Master Yi and continue to triumph over a troublesome foe like Vex?
I mean, you're saying back off. He could also literally have back off in his hand.
Could have back off.
To go after the Vex in the opposing battlefield. But I'm not sure whether we really want to do that. First of all, it is on Joshua. Focus was passed, as clearly announced by Tord. He said, I'm good here. How about you, my friend? Do you want to be on the action, or do we just resolve this showdown? Oh!
Just a yep? It was just a yep. Yep, Tide Turner
Wait.
goes as well. We're just taking the trade.
There must be some
That was the thing that
insane
moves, right?
metagaming from Joshua. What is the reason we do not want that Tide Turner to get involved here? Maybe I'm lost for words. Why did we just give up on the Tide Turner there?
I wonder if Joshua doesn't have the means in his hand if Tord were to be able to continue that combat, and Joshua prefers to keep his resources for the long game rather than waste them now.
I mean, the only explanation really that I can find is Tord was signalizing that he has a way to make this a very profitable showdown
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
And therefore, Joshua kind of smelling that out and now saying,
it's going to cost me too much.
I will just accept this. I will accept my fate. And honestly, only establishing the Rune Runner afterwards for Tord is not that scary. And not Joshua could have a really, really good setup turn here, honestly.
Exactly. I think that actually taking the loss there was clever in that Joshua currently has a little bit of limited card draw on the board right now. Like, he doesn't have a lot of ways of maneuvering Hui, which really is a way that we've seen him draw lots of cards, but actually at the moment only has Hui and Stupefy as a way to do that. And other than that, the cards in his hand, especially the units, are quite high cost in raw energy. So it's not looking great in regards to kind of establishing a stronger board. And Joshua, in an earlier game, did say that when he had the lone way against Master Yi, he wasn't feeling good about that situation. And we're in that same situation now where he doesn't have a backup for Hui.
That is very true, but we're still sending the way into the Rockfall path. Right now, this would be a 5-4 might showdown, as of course the Lonely Poro, as the only unit defending, will be buffed by the Master Yi legend. So Tord would be the one required to do something about this.
I always love to imagine that when the Lonely Poro is buffed, he just becomes twice as fluffy.
He's not lonely anymore, right? He's got a second version of himself is growing out of it.
Right? But if Tord is going to try and take this away, that he doesn't.
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has a lot to come back with. He's only got one energy standing. So, was there a response? Probably not. So Joshua really just kind of took the risk there and was like, I don't think you actually can come back with anything. I'm gonna take this point now.
Also, getting the draw off of the Poro, not the worst thing in the world.
No, exactly. You take the Death Knell ability, and then hopefully that will help to reestablish his hand for future turns, especially now that Joshua has got some card draw kind of loop on the board. Tor can see it, and this is where the card draw starts to go a bit crazy. Stack deck coming into effect, really looking for those maneuverability cards. We got a Gust there that might be taken because at the moment I think it's the only thing that Joshua's lacking, but no, choosing to...
Or is it before the other ones?
Choosing to keep
the
Fizz?
Yeah, I think we got another Fizz.
Keeping another Fizz.
And I think there is 2 stack deck in trash as we led into that first game here by activating both of them immediately on our first turn. So we could just do that same thing again, trying to fish for more of those premium spells that our deck has to offer. And I mean, stack deck already is very... Oh, is there another Fizz? I don't see the Fizz anymore. Oh, wait, there it is. Yeah, he definitely took the Fizz. And stack deck alone already is very, very cheap with only an energy cost of 1. But when you get to activate it for completely free, it's even better. This card, the Ravenbloom student, he was completely missing in his match against Gregor
We just
Kowalski.
didn't see it at all.
Not at all, which was crazy to me because this card is so good. If you get it going with all of those spells that you are using in this deck, you can get it into incredible heights in terms of might.
Bonkers when you've only paid 2 to play it. and then it can really scale. And you don't have to use a pump spell directly on it. You could be doing other things. You could be even reducing your opponent with Stupefy, drawing a card, and their Ravenbloom student's just like, oh yeah, hey, I'll have some might as well, please.
It's only getting worse if it is combined with Abandoned Hall. Like a student in Abandoned Hall, like just getting all the buffs in the world from every spell activated, it just gets out of hand, really. And Joshua, good. That's.
Oh my lord!
I mean, Tord likes Rengar, but maybe that's a little much Rengar there. He has 3 of them overall here.
Is there such a thing as too much Rengar? I don't think there
Probably
is.
not, no. Probably not. But for now, we are just going to get a Pit Rookie, right? Oh, no. That's a buff for our Rune Runner here.
Yeah, so Pit Rookie played to give the Rune Runner the buff, and they're moving that Rune Runner into Hui in the Rockfall path. See if we can remove that obstacle, especially now that Joshua has started to build that board
You have the first action.
in the base.
Pass action over to you, I guess.
So 6 to 5. We cannot do anything about the Rune Runner, but we could have maybe done something with our Wei, but no! Oh, nay, says the Wei as it goes into the trash, losing that showdown there. And Rune Runner stays strong and makes sure to score a point here for Tord.
Rune Runner has always been one of the building blocks that orange decks actually have against spell-heavy decks. One of those cards that we saw in earlier formats, we saw it really being a bit of a thorn in Kaiser's side, and this is exactly where it's coming in useful again.
That's true, but also now dropping the Rengar into the base, which does make sense. It's not as flexible as it would be in other games because there is Rockfall Path kind of blocking its ability to jump into that battlefield, helping the Rune Runner. So establishing it in the base, especially when you have 3 of them, certainly a smart thing to do here for Tord. And this game looking very competitive right now. I can't quite tell who's actually ahead in this.
I mean, I think the secret knowledge of us knowing what else is in Tord's hand is definitely helping. I think that if you're looking at board state alone, you would say that Joshua's got that a bit of an advantage right now. But knowing that Tord has quite a spectacular hand with a lot of flexibility actually gives us that knowledge that Tord is actually doing a lot better in this game than we can currently see on the board state.
One thing that constantly was done by Josh in his first match, but so far also is completely lagged, is the effect of his legend. I don't think we got to actually use any additional energy by the Diana legend here in any showdown so far, so that is really not optimal for him. This game going completely different from the first match he played against Grzegorz Kowalski, and that's another scored point there for Tord with his Rune Runner, who is really maybe the key to this matchup here.
Exactly, you know, putting pressure on those spell-heavy decks and going, you can't target this fella. He doesn't care. He just shakes it off. It's fine. But actually, especially in Rockfall Path, that can be a better building block for Tord because it's one of the tougher battlefields for himself to get into. He can't muscle his way in using those Rengar and actually having the flexibility of having Rengars in hand for later on top of fantastic spells like Defy to prevent Joshua from doing what he needs to do. And Tord has been leaving that energy available at the end of every turn, meticulously leaving at least one rune standing.
That's a good mix of cards that he has there, right? Multiple combat tricks, also very strong units with additional copies of that Rengar. So Josh might be in trouble here.
Tord also has a lot of energy standing, hasn't recycled a lot, so has been building that up turn by turn and just slowly been really building up not only units, but also just flexibility and maneuverability for the rest of the game, knowing that he'll be able to take some bigger turns.
And we do get not only point number 5, but also the trigger of Seed of Power. We're controlling both battlefields, and therefore we're drawing that card. And you said it, that's a second
punch first. 2 Defy, multiple Rengar. I think this really puts Joshua in a really sticky situation.
It does, because yeah, maybe he does still have a lot of cards to possibly do stuff, but those cards are so cost efficient. Like that punch first only using 1 energy, those defies also only requiring 1 energy. while you're already on 5 points, that can be the cheeky way into victory to that final winning point required. And we're firing in another Rengar. We're going in on our own battlefield here. Seat of Power is now Rengar land.
Kitty's got claws. Tord says seat of power, more like seat of Tord. I'm sitting here and I'm sitting pretty. Good luck taking this off me, Joshua.
That is massive. Still having those 5 runes open. So technically, we could fire another Rengar in there next turn.
Oh, come on now. Don't get ridiculous. It could happen. It could absolutely happen. What a phenomenally different game from the Master Yi versus Diana we saw earlier. I wonder whether that is deck building. I wonder whether that's the luck that we had earlier with the Overseer ruling. Who knows? Pit Rookie's also going on in to sit down with Rengar. And now we're on to Joshua to see if he can respond to this flurry.
Ooh, Traveling Merchant. There's 3 Traveling Merchants in his hand, I believe, which is really not the card you... Oh, no, it's 2 only, but still not the card you need in this game state, as that is a card to already, in early game, as a 2-drop, establish and get value out of it. But now that we are in that mid to almost late game, it's not necessarily what we want to see there as your top deck, but we may be able to draw more cards here, as of course the Wei is still sitting there in base, and it will not be sitting there for long. Which battlefield are we going to run into though? Because both of them don't necessarily look promising, because there's a lot of might represented right now.
But a showdown is imminent. It's whether Joshua decides to use some of the cards in his hand to draw more first, whether we activate a Stupefy now to be able to reduce some might on Tord's side, but also draw himself a card to give himself possibly those extra units or cards that he needs, some spells maybe. No, we're going in.
All of them in.
We're full sending into Seat of Power.
A showdown of a lifetime. There is 6, 12, 14 might represented by Tord, and Joshua is himself firing an 8, 10 for now, but there is a Ravenbloom student among those. So we are certainly trying to get this up, and Wei has discarded the unit, so this will be buffed by 3, 2.
So that's up to 13.
Oh, no, that's not a spell.
That, yeah.
I'm gonna play
A spell's on its way.
Oh, and now we're using Diana to stupefy.
Reducing some power by 1, so that'll be Tord down to 13, and now boosting Joshua's hand up by 1 card also.
-1 here. This gets +1, and I draw a card.
Beautifully done. So now Tord on 13, Joshua himself on 14, and you get a card. That's a win-win. But Tord still has lots of energy left in response and could well still bring forth victory.
Come on, slam in another Rengar. It gotta be just for...
I don't know.
Probably gameplay-wise, no.
No.
But just for the storyline?
Just for the bit.
Please.
I think
it's scary. You probably cannot afford to just put that in there.
I think at this point, maybe just a punch first or something would be enough to swing this, because 5 might is...
totally.
It's a lot, and that could really topple the scales.
Passes action as we are ahead in might. Tord doing the math himself.
You're at 8, 11.
14.
14.
Yeah, so you're 13.
Correct. Yes, Joshua is well aware what's going on. And now Tord.
It's a big game of maths here. It's how and
so
not just
now,
on here.
You could, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's what, I mean.
You're not doing anything?
You could just leave the Fizz up, and you're actually getting rid of both the Wei and the Ravenbloom student here, which is not horrible, as you're already ahead in terms of winning points. So
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. Can you help me? Just show Josh your hand and be like, can you make the decision for me?
Come on, Tord, punch it.
I mean, maybe Tord is trying to imitate also what Joshua was doing earlier, right? Just not doing anything because you're too scared of what additionally might happen on Joshua's end, and therefore just accepting your fate and letting the showdown happen, but no!
Yeah, discipline! That's going to be a +2 might and draw 1 for Tord. I think that trying at least to use low-cost cards like this to try and make a comeback isn't too detrimental.
100% agree. This is such a card that is just actually enough to swing around the totals here and get toward the lead in terms of might. 15 to 14 this would be, and this may as well be the most important showdown of the entire game here, deciding who is going to win the match.
Smoke screen.
Okay, smoke screen coming back. That's going to alter things back again in Joshua's favor.
Target is this, which is your target?
Do we either of us has to say? I was about to say, like, do we have to pick target?
Yes,
before
we have to pick targets before.
You do have to, yep. That is how Riftbound works. So, for everyone not aware of what Smokescreen does, Smokescreen will be able to lower the might by 4 of one of Tort's cards to a minimum of 1. So that will, in the end, turn out to be very, very favorable again for the overall might status.
I will then target...
you can pick something else now, yeah.
Wait, yeah, you did it first, technically.
Yeah.
It's a very efficient spell. 2 cost, but also you're going to buff your Ravenbloom student at the same time. So you're lowering Tord by 4, increasing your own by 1.
Yeah, okay.
True. I almost forgot about the Ravenbloom student. It keeps on getting bigger.
You silly thing.
So Tord sort of forced.
I'll,
Defy!
That works, sure.
And I think that's a double up, right? Because the Ravenbloom student won't get the additional might as well. So that is really that is some good that's some good value there from Defy.
Those might numbers bouncing up and down there. Oh.
Okay.
I think the answer from the judge was quick and easy and correct. No, it will not get the buff, as we also just explained.
The spell never happened in the first place. Defy was like, no, you're not going near that student.
This is actually something Josh might have guessed by being a Yu-Gi-Oh player, because that's like if you activate, if you negate the activation of a card in Yu-Gi-Oh, that would also be considered to never have activated the card. Same thing here in Riftbound.
Yeah.
This one?
Yes.
Countering a spell.
Stupefy, targeting Rengar to once again reduce and increase on both sides.
Towards.
You get +1 as well.
Yes.
From it.
Walking us through how this is going to develop.
Right now it's 5. It would be 4.
4, 10, 12, 14, and you're at 8, 11, 13, 14. So you would match me.
This will grow to 4.
Yeah.
So I'll be at 15.
Oh yeah, you'll be 1 over.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have understood. Oh, it's okay.
Yep. And we get the draw card. Ravenbloom student.
I put 1 on this.
So we resolve this.
Okay.
Okay, so comfortably ahead again is Joshua Schmidt, but not
we can resolve the Defy.
Confident as but still punch first range maybe.
And then I will think, well, this is 2 now.
Or will Tord just choose to...
Do we resolve the discipline?
I'm thinking about that.
Okay.
Take some units, choose to end this unfavorably, but actually take out some key units when he chooses where to assign the damage.
We're thinking on that discipline. Another thing drastically different from Yu-Gi-Oh! To Riftbound is that you are able to actually, into a resolving stack of cards, still get in there again and try to think about cards that are about to resolve before they do so. But we are resolving the discipline here, drawing another card as well after getting those extra mites in. Charm is nice, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could, Charm is nice here. I don't know whether Tord particularly wants to expend more resources than he already has on this combat, or whether it is a losing battle, knowing how much energy Joshua still has standing.
That's true. Passing focus. I feel like I've forgotten everything before this showdown here in this match, because this showdown
everything.
is just my life now. I'm living the Joshua Schmidt versus Tord Reckless showdown in Seed of Power, and I cannot wait to find out who is going to ultimately win it, because Tord, as we saw, has multiple punch firsts, and he has still 2 of those runes open Therefore, he cannot resolve both punch first, so as he
over.
only has 2. Wait, no, he has 4 body runes. He does. He could.
Oh
he
yeah,
could.
yeah. Sorry, yeah.
He was just weirdly organizing them. Yeah.
It's going for it. He's going for a punch first. Okay. Now this does use up a lot of energy, being a lot of power, having to put that to the bottom of the rune deck now, but an additional 5 might to that Rengar will make a huge difference.
Oh, is that hard? That's a hard bargain! And we cannot pay 2 extra, so that was such an investment on Tord's end. So punch first will not resolve, but...
I mean, I only have 1, so...
Well, we know...
Yep, that's fair.
Is fair, but we know there is another one maybe coming.
Does he really want to commit that? But it would take out Joshua's entire board.
I mean, at this point, you're committed to it, right?
I say commit to the bit, but I'm greedy. I'm a greedy TCG player.
Same.
Tord is not. Tord is not generally, but will things change? This is Riftbound. You can come back from that. You do gain 2 extra runes per turn. It is possible that he could just commit everything to this. He would still have the Rune Runner, so even if he commits more to this, he wouldn't be completely out of units, unlike Joshua.
That is very true, and it's really not an easy decision, but it just feels like you've invested so much into this, so there is no going back anymore. Of course, though, Josh still with 3 open runes, and therefore the possibility to just match the punch first once more, and then it may be rough. We see the hand. Let's battle, he says.
Let's go!
The longest showdown so far of the TCG Grand Slam finally is getting resolved here, and it will be...
Yeah, that's fair.
It will be Joshua getting the conquer in the end, but we're still resolving which units will be destroyed here.
Can you play me?
Surely the Fizz is allowed to stay, right?
I would say so. I think the other 2 are much more devious in nature because they have effects that stay. They have passive effects and also effects that happen whenever Joshua moves or plays spells, whereas Fizz, once Fizz has done their thing, they fizzle. That's all they do. They're just a body at that point. Tord realizes this, boots the other 2 into the trash, and Fizz is left alone on the seat of power after the most impactful showdown we have seen so far today.
That is true. And yes, Joshua comes out on top here, but his overall situation in this match, I don't know, he's tapping out here, getting that Diana Lunary from the champion unit zone. And you heard Tord say it, score up to 6. We're in game range now officially, only having to score twice. Getting extra resources here, and please remember, everyone, there is still another Rengar waiting in hand. Ooh. Interesting. I talked to Tord about the Akshan in his main deck because he's really unhappy about that. Like he thought it's he thought it's a good idea before the tournament, but the more games he got in here the last couple of days, he said, I honestly, with the decks that are around here this weekend, I really dislike the Akshan in my deck, and almost every game will probably side it out, but here we have drawn it. Rengar time, though. This is Rengar territory. See the power back into... Wow, quick scoop at Joshua. Super long showdown, but Tord still, after losing that showdown, able to win game number 1. And you can't see it, but Amy is having it. She's celebrating it right now.
I think, a lot of people would have thought that Diana had a really, really strong matchup into this deck, and honestly it's just my man Tord to show that actually he's got what it takes, even admitting himself, I don't know, man, still pulls together a win against the odds when Joshua was looking like he had it all under control with so many stacked decks, with so many adaptations of his own units, being able to stupefy so many times. But the thing that he was really lacking in that game was that maneuverability. We didn't see a single gust card or a ride the wind. We didn't see any of that, and that really is what brought him so much success in the match that we saw earlier.
That's true. He even won the dice roll, so it was looking perfect for him.
It was.
And I am almost afraid now because LNZQ gave us the prediction that Josh is going to fumble in game 1 and then come back with 2 wins in a row. So that would be insane if that prediction actually becomes reality. I couldn't believe it. But I mean, at the end of the day, he's the best Riftbound player around, so he knows all the stuff, I guess.
I mean, we don't
I would take it.
we don't need Oracle cards, clearly. We just needed Mateusz.
We have Oracle Mateusz in the house, that's true. And of course, if you're a fan of him, that will be our last match of the day coming after this match here, where we will have Mateusz go up against Philip as well.
Yeah, you want to stick around because we've got action packed to the brim. Not just Tord Reklev, well known for Pokemon. Not just Joshua Schmidt, well known for Yu-Gi-Oh! But we have players from almost every single major TCG here right now with us. And I'm honestly very honored to be in all their presences.
For sure, yeah. We're just soaking it up, right?
Oh,
like
I
the
am.
atmosphere. Also, just the total shot there with all the champion titles.
It was beautiful.
Just both sides, championship after championship won. On the one end, in the Pokemon TCG. On the other end, in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game and the digital version, the Master Duel World Champion of 2023. That Josh is. And they are about to go into a second game here, deciding on their battlefield right there, right now. And it will be interesting to see. So we know that Josh also has Abandoned Hall as one of his battlefields. Usually you're trying to use that as a going second battlefield here. So maybe you're instead just going with the Targon's Peak. But look at the overall deck list here again that Tord brought to this tournament. As we just mentioned, there is double Akshan in there, which is a possible side out here for Tord, as he has been admitting already. And besides that, I think it is going to be very important once more for him to find those defies, 3 of in his deck, of course. And also that Rune Runner was doing some work there as well in the first game.
And that's because, well, Joshua's deck is full of spells. And what do spells generally do? Target creatures. So, unfortunately, Joshua will be unable to target them specifically. But Joshua does have a deck that also relies heavily on targeting his own units. So, actually, might not be too bad off if we get the play on early. But, again, he needs the backup. Can't really be a lone soldier. So, really does need a bit more going alongside. Ravenbloom Student would be great, you know, bringing Diana in herself even. We didn't really see any of that in game 1. Game 2, I'm sure that Joshua will be bringing his all. Now he knows what kind of tricks Tord has up his sleeve. Maybe he will have learned lots from game 1 and bring it into game 2 and give us a very different experience.
All right. Ooh, Rune Runner is being kept by Tord in his opening hand, but the mulligan may be over. The forced redraw is only about to begin, though. Will Tord be able to keep it around? He's smiling. I think the first forced redraw was really successful for him, as he got to keep the cards he wanted. Josh quickly deciding what he wants to get rid of here. Do we get to keep the Rune Runner?
Here we go.
We're about to find out.
Still, smoke screen. I didn't quite catch that last card. Might have been
Tord got to keep the Rune Runner and the Scuttle Crab. He is living this forced redraw overseer rule. That is massive.
In Britain, we'd call that jammy.
Oh, yeah. He's jamming for sure.
He's jammy. Okay, let's jump into this game 2.
Oh, I think Joshua didn't necessarily jump in because he did not do anything on his first turn, just passing things over. Maybe Tord sniped better than Josh did because there was no play available for Josh.
Oh, okay, starting with the Scuttle Crab, it's not ideal, but it's certainly not nothing. Joshua now slightly on the back foot of tempo, but if there's any deck that can really kind of overtake, it really is Diana. So I wouldn't be too worried, personally.
Well, we shall see. But that Scuttle Crab, first of all, is going to get us a draw, and that is all it needs to do here on this very first turn that Tord has. And now it's back on over to Joshua, who is just going to play a Vex, which, quite frankly, doesn't feel necessarily amazing here right away. So Not sure whether Joshua is really feeling that start. Not able to activate any spell cards in the first few turns here.
Oh, and the sabotage as well, just to kind of
Massive.
add insult to injury, knowing Todd knows at this point that Joshua doesn't have an idyllic hand for this stage of the game. Will he choose to actually have a glance and then know what could be coming in the future? Or is he happy knowing that actually right now it's not great?
Yeah, I mean, there could be the argument to be made that you're just saying, well, he's not playing any good cards, so I don't need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
I know it's not good, so
Right?
I will take it. So there's no need. Let him draw his good cards, and then I will later on just check him out with Sabotage.
Yeah, just kind of hold on to that for when Joshua really starts to get on a roll and then go, actually, okay, now I need this. But at the moment, Todd's there with a lone Scuttle Crab, and we saw earlier today how tough Scuttle Crabs can
Oh,
get.
yeah. For sure. I love the first sentence on Scuttle Crab saying, units with 0 might can conquer and hold, and we are conquering with it here right now, embracing the power of that little crab. And Emperor's Dice is a battlefield where you like to conquer with a Scuttle Crab, because you could just get that little thing back into your hand, replace it with a Sand Soldier, and then we get the on-summon effect of Scuttle Crab again.
You know what? I think I look a bit like a Scuttle Crab. If I got some pincers, I think I could do a good cosplay.
Same hair color, honestly.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm thinking. I like it. I like it.
You should go for it.
I'm gonna.
Yeah. I want to see that. So Scuttle Crab back into the hand. Point scored for Tord. Is it just going to be Scuttle Crab back onto the field? I could see it. Just get all those
Why
extra
not?
draws. And I mean, eventually Scuttle Crab can also be our way to look into Joshua's hand to see all of those cards that he was not able to play on the opening turns.
So true. Save that sabotage for late game when you need it. Use Scuttle Crab now. That's, I think, really a promising play, actually. I really like the idea of just making this ginormous hand. And again, in Pokemon, that's what Tord's very well known for, is just using these sorts of hand draw tricks to have this giant hand of cards and then get to assess all of the possibilities.
This is very smart as well, though, because the Pit Rookie now makes the Sand Soldier free might. And we, of course, see that there is the Vax Apathetic waiting in the base from Joshua. So now with the legend that Tord brought into this tournament with the Master Yi Wuju Bladesman, getting the extra +2 possibly in a defending situation, we are safe from that Vax. So that was certainly a good decision here on Tord's end.
I like that. That was very smart, making sure to remember the legend ability. The amount of times that I've forgotten my own legend ability, not activated it when it was promising to do so, but Tord is absolutely not falling into that rookie pitfall.
There was a quick glance at the hand of Joshua, and I think I saw multiple Moonfall. There's a flash in there as well.
Okay, we've got some comeback mechanics here.
And I think finally a way as well. We have 5 runes open, so wait time, maybe.
And, you know, Wade does have the backup of Vex, and now Vex is at a battlefield. We do have that stun mechanic coming in.
That is 5 possible runes being exhausted. Also, note that we have just scored on Targon's Peak, meaning we are very, very happy to spend some runes here, as we will be able to just ready 2 of them again at the end of our turn here due to conquering on that battlefield.
Diana comes into play. We didn't see it in game 1, but game 2 is a different kettle of fish.
Hold on, we did not ready our runes though. Joshua forgot, I believe.
Scored. Yep.
Vex. Apathetic goes into the battlefield, scores the point, but we're missing out on the free rune.
And I ready too, right? Yes.
Ah, no, there we go.
Okay,
There
we
we
still
go,
got
we
it.
got
All
it.
right, we remembered. Good for Josh, as we did see that he has multiple spell cards that he possibly wants and needs to use on Tord's turn here. And in the meantime, Tord just scored up to a total of 2 points. In the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, taking an early lead, but Joshua really does have a lot more force behind him at this stage than we saw last game. So it's whether Tord could use those tricky scenarios to kind of force Joshua into unfavorable situations. And this is the sort of thing that's going to push Tord into that driving seat further, is knowing exactly what's in Joshua's hand and plucking one of those cards out.
Sabotage time, and we are resolving double Moonfall, Wave, Flash, Fizz, and there also is a smoke screen in there. And Tord wants to have a read here, but he also wants to write it all down, of course. And it's not, I mean, what are we even going to get out of the hand here? There's double Moonfall. Whenever I see duplicates of a card, it just feels so...
It feels bad taking the one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It just feels bad. But I think in this instance, with the lack of units on Tord's board right now, maybe you just kind of need to soften the blow.
Maybe. I mean, the other option would be Smokescreen, which is a little cheaper than the Moonfall.
That's
so
true.
It's also less impactful, though, overall.
That's it.
Right? So I like Moonfall more, also with the flexibility of moving units around. And therefore, I think, as you said, you just bite into the sour. I mean, Flash is good as well, though. Like, Flash is a flexible card. I could see either the Flash or one of the Moonfalls, I think.
That's a pretty good hand, no matter what.
well.
Yeah, it is a pretty good hand.
It's all right, says Joshua. Reasonable. I think if Tord could, he would gladly take the way, but that is not how Sabotage works. Of course, you can only take non-units here.
Yeah, it's good to have the knowledge that Fizz and Wei are there, but in this instance, you have to take a spell. I think I would have to bite into Sour Appling personally and go for the Moonfall. It feels really bad, but I think two of them is just too scary. And look at the amount of runes that kind of Joshua's working with right now. Back-to-back Moonfall is a possibility. But then again, yes.
I like Flash, though. It's such a flexible
card.
card.
I think Tord's going to go for the Flash. It is looking that way.
He cannot make his mind up.
I don't blame him.
Smokescreen?
Smokescreen?
That's the option I like the least.
Let's do...
All right, everyone at home, quick, votes in. Okay, you had like a second, but I'm sure you all told us what you thought was the right choice there. I think no matter what, all of them were good choices in one sense, because they're all very good cards.
Certainly are, and now after resolving that Sabotage, still with 6 runes ready to be used, is this going to be a big turn? Is this the turn where we establish the Rune Runner, which we had since the very beginning of that game, now having enough resources available to drop it onto the field, possibly even dropping it onto the battlefield there, which we are currently holding with the Sand Soldier. And I mean, a battlefield with a Sand Soldier that is buffed plus a Rune Runner sounds not too bad. When you're playing Master Yi, though, of course, you usually want to make sure there only is one unit at a certain battlefield while you are trying to defend. So maybe you... Is there any way how our pitch rookie gets over the Vex? Like conquering in that way and then getting the Rune Runner onto that battlefield additionally could be really well. Or like if you just trade pitch rookie with Vex, that could be decent. Ooh, moving it out of the battlefield is a way to do it as well with the charm here.
This is what I was thinking.
Yep.
Oh,
scrap that. We're moving something into the battlefield.
Yeah. We're going aggressive. We're going to pull a unit that we don't really want to stick around into Joshua's next turn, into the fray, and a showdown begins.
And this is where the Yi deck is shining, because the scenario we're creating here is technically Joshua being the attacker, and therefore the Master Yi Legend is giving that Sand Soldier an extra +2 with that charm moving it here into the battlefield, and therefore Joshua is forced to do something about it.
That is a delightful play, forcing yourself to beat the defender on your turn.
And take it.
Ooh, good find there with the Diana, which was basically used for free by using the legend effect of Diana there. As we are now officially in a showdown once again, and this match had some good showdowns already. Oh, that's...
Pay 3, recycle 1.
That's Moonfall.
Moonfall! Wowza.
So we are trying to...
also to pull in the pit rookie.
Oh, kind of a taste of his own medicine there.
Yep, we are moving units into that Emperor's Dice no matter what. And there is going to be another big... It seems like all the big showdowns are happening in towards battlefields as well, right? That was the case in the first game already, and now again. Okay, yep, it is a forced move, and therefore we will bring that page rookie into the battlefield ready. But the question is, will it survive here even this showdown, as
pass
now...
New pass parity, or?
If I have it?
Who currently... Yeah, I think Tord needs to decide right now whether he wants to do something, and then it will be Joshua.
One?
I think realistically Tord has to respond here, because not only is his Master Yi ability now not effective, but also both of his units are reduced by 2. So, yep, Discipline's going to help out. Bring that Sand Soldier back up. Pit Rookie?
This one?
Pit Rookie.
The Pit Rookie shall stay around. Pay, says Joshua. Please, pay.
Okay.
Pay the price. The discipline required to resolve discipline. Draws a card, resolves. We drew into a Lonely Poro there.
I focus now?
Not quite as helpful as we'd like.
Passing focus back and forth. I like how Josh always checks in with the judge, who is currently in decision land.
Yep.
3-3.
Yep, he's going to let it go through. That is it. 3-3. That is a clean trade. Tord now has 0 units currently on the board. Needs to reestablish and strengthen that baseline to carry on being ahead. But actually, it's still very early in the game, even though that felt like a really big combat.
And also, overall, like, when we look at the round timer, we're deep into the overall match here, as we only have a little over 10 minutes remaining overall. So if Joshua somehow ends up winning this game, this may very well go into a timeout scenario. We even, like, in this particular game right here, right now, may go into time, and then we will have to go for the 3 extra turns to find out who is going to be our winner here. But this turn for Todd is over now after dropping the Scuttle Crab onto the field as well. Joshua holding onto Targon's Peak with the Vax Apathetic.
Honestly, I kind of wish this was untimed, because I could watch these two play TCGs forever.
Yep. We should just make a whole movie out of it, right?
We should.
Go to the cinema, just watch Joshua Schmidt versus Tord Radcliffe all day long.
Okay, Hui is back in play, and Joshua can now start to string together those clever turns where he uses that fantastic ability on Hui to tie together all of his combos. That really is the puzzle piece he was missing after all of those big showdown moments, to reestablish his own board state and stay in a very strong position.
But this is a refreshing match after the match we saw from Enrico Maria against Arne, right? Because there was basically no showdowns happening at all.
I love
and
the
here
showdown.
we have those showdowns which just go hard. Like, we probably, as you said, had the biggest showdown overall of the entire tournament so far there in game 1.
It was delicious.
It was yummy. And now we are going in with 0 might to have another showdown, successfully conquering Emperor's Dice here for Tord. And we may again just use Emperor's Dice here to get the Scuttle Crab back into the hands.
And that's the thing, like, Tord doesn't necessarily need to make any big actions this turn. Yeah, okay, he lost a lot of units, but he's still on 3 points. He's still proving that he can continue to gain in this match. And yeah, absolutely, Sand Soldier is here now again. Reestablish that on Tord's side, and the Scuttle Crab is back in hand. Those Scuttle Crabs have really been a force to be reckoned with, and we've got the Ruin Runner back. That really proved to be problematic for Joshua in game 1.
Rune Runner time, and with the matches that Joshua has played so far in this tournament, it feels like roles are always a little reversed, because in his first match against Gregor and their Rengar deck, it really looked like Joshua all of a sudden was playing the more aggressive deck, even though it is considered to be a control deck. And now here in this matchup, where you really would also consider Tord's deck, the Master Yi deck, the one to be a little more aggressive in general, as it's also having those body cards available to it. But no, it looks like Tord is more so on the control end here, just drawing cards, getting cards back into the hand, keeping the overall card advantage, while though also being ahead in game points. So,
and even showing that he can do what Josh does and was charming things into a battlefield.
I think the picture get a buff.
So
no, this had the
honestly,
buff from the pit rookie.
Oh yeah, that was +1 and this +2, and they were both -1, right? Yeah.
but just checking on some math there. There was a lot going on during that last showdown.
Oh,
We
hold
got
on.
it under control.
So, yeah, no, I think that's how it was, exactly.
Yeah.
We were just clarifying and everything as we thought it would be. And the Rune Runner still in the card highlight and still something that Joshua needs to worry about, as most of his cards are just not really able to deal with it.
No, and that's really where the trouble comes, is if Joshua can't overcome, quite a hefty unit as well. It's not just the effect on the card. It's a beefy guy.
It is riding that camel into eternity, maybe into a tournament victory here at the TCG Grand Slam. Also, only a one-off in his deck, but still both games. Even sniping 2 cards out of his hand here in the second game, still surviving in the opening hand. Only Tord could do it. Okay,
Camels survive in the driest of wastelands, and
Yes.
the driest of decks, so they're going to be A-okay. Hui coming in with that Sand Soldier now. We get the movement trigger, and whatever card is discarded, whatever card type, it's going to be a spell, so you get to draw another card. Did choose to discard Moonfall.
Showdown starts, 5 to your 4.
Love how we're announcing that. See ya, he says, Sand Soldier. Basically a promise that we're going to get it back again, saying see ya, but for now it's gone off the table. But Joshua, I think, picked up a ride the wind
If I leave this battlefield and move back in, is it a conquer?
Ooh, and we saw that to great strength when he was playing it earlier against a previous Master Yi matchup. So maybe that really is the turning point here for Joshua, being able to maneuver his units more freely and get those Hui triggers more consistently.
Oh, that is going to be 4 runes exhausted. Is that just another Vax hitting the field? Yes, it is. Usually you're very well off by just having 1 Vex established. So I'm not sure whether Joshua... I mean, yes, it's a unit. Yes, it will be able to eventually, hopefully, get some might onto a battlefield. But what we've seen from Joshua in the other match usually was that he was just leaving all of his runes open, just always able to control on the opposing turn with all of those spells. So him now taking the initiative to establish a bigger unit does not necessarily seem like it is fitting into his game plan. But Tord is now the one being in the driving seat again, as he has drawn, I believe, into another Lonely Poro there.
And we finally have the Defy to kind of start to push back at the tricks that Joshua is pressing upon Tord. Not only having that, but also the Ruin Runner we've got on guard. A lot of these little spells that actually Tord used to great advantage in the first game are now present once again, and we have the energy structure to be able to actually string those together.
Challenge also is a nice one, right? Because Challenge maybe... we just go in with the Rune Runner. That's 5 might to 5 might, but not long.
Guard.
On guard, says Tord.
+2 for your unit?
Yeah, if it's alone.
If it is alone, and Tord, as we also
Times
see
7, you 5.
with the nice animation, we are about to see another big showdown here. 7 to 5. And the flash, which we allow Joshua to keep around, is now going to be used to save that way. And not only that, but also get its move trigger going once again.
The only thing that could change that is maybe a challenge to force a kind of combat.
Or a Defy to not even let that flash resolve.
That happens.
Wowza.
That happens, says Joshua, but he has something else. Throwing down another spell, which possibly may be that Ride the Wind, to still get it out of there. Basically doing the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, on guard resolved. We've got that extra might, but Hui might be able to escape. Moving to a different battlefield entirely, still remaining to try and keep a whole point, but also getting that draw trigger if Tord allows it.
Is there anything he can do about it? We shall see. Well, Tord is riding a camel there with his Rune Runner, but Joshua is riding the wind, so what's better, honestly? I don't even know, Amy. Is riding the wind better or is riding a camel better? Both is nice.
I mean, they're both pretty good, but I think the only thing that would actually help in this instance would be to allow it and just kind of take that whole point
Hui does get the trigger, but they don't get an additional kind of combat. They don't get the potential of... Yeah, they do get the extra scoring.
Well, yeah, because I just conquered it.
On my turn? Tord just learned. And to quote Tord as well, with all of those practice matches that he was getting in the last couple of days, every single game I learned about a new mechanic in the game of Riftbound, and that is still continuing here in this second round match between him and Joshua. As yes, if you are moving into a battlefield, even on the opposing turn, which you have not scored in on that turn, you are able to conquer and score there. But there is now a charm. That is charming. As wait,
he gets the trigger. He gets the Hui trigger. It moved, so he gets to draw a card.
Wait, and it's big as well because we discarded Wei for Wei, so it's on 8 right now.
Yeah.
But also, of course, the Yi is going to give 2 extra might to the Rune Runner. But still, I believe that Wei is way healthier as we discard another unit for the trigger there, and that's 11 to 7.
I messed that up so bad.
Admitting.
I think that the better play there, from my perspective, was to play the challenge as the very first thing. Even maybe instead of a defy, like I think just challenging the way to immediately take it out using the Ruin Runner, and rather than kind of messing about.
Okay, we threw that one. That's okay. That's okay.
We threw
that one.
I hold to 7 and I move in here next turn.
I'll see if I can draw something. No.
Only 4 minutes remaining.
That's
Game 2 goes to Joshua Schmidt.
It's fair, it's fair.
It's all tied up, but only 4 minutes remaining. Will be interesting to see.
Going for me anyway, but that was pretty bad for sure.
That was pretty bad.
This might go to tiebreakers.
Yeah, man. Whenever he moves,
it gotta.
Even when
I don't think that we're going to be able to resolve a game 3.
That makes sense.
Even with the 3 extra turns.
Yeah, and I mean, then to get the viewers informed on how that is going to be going down, of course, we have 3 extra turns the moment timeout is announced. The moment we go to 0, it's the current turn plus 3 extra turns. And then when those 3 turns are passed and we still don't have a winner with 8 winning points, the one that is ahead, but he needs to be ahead by 2 winning points, will be the winner. And otherwise, if that is not the case, we are going to have a draw between these 2, which honestly, how bad is a draw here? It doesn't even feel that bad. You already won the first round. A draw might actually be good for both of them, as they might be locking things up for them.
A draw could be bad in the grand scheme of things because it could make tiebreakers a bit confusing and complex.
That's for sure.
If there are more ties to come.
Yeah.
I think if these 2 are the only ones who tie, it's not too bad. I think when you get others into the mix, that's when it gets a bit more complicated.
For sure.
I'd rather take a tie than a loss, but only if you're the only 2 in this format that are going to have that tie situation. Otherwise, we are going to be going into kind of tiebreakers within ties to be able to decide the footing of the competitors. So that then gets quite over complex, really.
It does.
So realistically, we're not wanting to tie too much. One set of players tying is okay. But honestly, I also think that would be fitting considering the pedestal that we put these 2 on as being very decorated players in their own right, in their own games. And maybe it really does prove that these 2, at least for the time being, are of equal skill in this current moment.
Yep. I do agree. So we do go on. We do flip our battlefields. The 2 that are remaining are, of course, the Arena's Greatest on Tord's end, and then the Abandoned Hall, which we already mentioned earlier on Joshua's end. But now, of course, we are doing our mulligan, and then the 4th redraw may turn things completely upside down here once more. And I think Tord has found the Rune Runner once more, decides to keep it. But I don't know whether it's too good in that short of a match. Like, you're not going to play this out matched entirely, so do you want to have that expensive of a unit in your opening hand? I do not think so, but we are resolving the 4th redraw. Once again, we got to keep the card we wanted as Rune Runner remains in the hands of Tord, and we are going into that 3rd game. How much time? 1 minute remaining.
Madness.
Oh my goodness gracious, so that is absurd. 1 minute and then we're going to be into turns. And if we don't have a resolution, this
No
could get crazy.
play for Tord. Where's the Scuttle Crab? There's the Lonely Poro. We have a Rune Runner on hand instead. Why did we want to keep that so bad?
Play Diana pass. Okay.
And that's such a powerful play to do going second. And Tord, no use at all out of those 2 open runes. Now we gotta go in.
Oh, it's not looking too hot. This looks like Joshua could take those 2 points necessary ahead at this stage. First mate played for costly energy. No, it changed our mind. We're going to go on in with Master Yi.
And the pass just before we hit 0 on the timer, meaning turn 0 is now, and we will have 3 extra turns, meaning that Joshua will be the last one to play, as that is the last turn, the technical turn 3 then. So we have a good situation here for Joshua, who is scoring the first point next to the points again from the arena's greatest here, but only a Vex to follow it up here on his end.
Okay.
I think they're being informed of time there. Just going over the rules.
Okay. Does this count as drawing card? I didn't look at it yet, but it's okay. It's fair, it's fair.
Oh, maybe...
I mean, technically, you're supposed to put the runes before you draw, anyways. You're right. It's all part of your turn. It's true, it's true.
We might get
getting a little listen in there.
Yeah.
It's different like timing in this game, I think.
So...
And in Pokemon.
Might be good to get clarification from the judge. We might be able to get that for you viewers at home on who was turn 0 exactly.
1 man up. Yep.
So, I mean, it currently says 3 turns left, which would indicate that maybe this is turn 0 right now, but we will certainly find out along the way.
It could make a big difference.
For sure.
Getting that 2 points ahead is now the aim of the game. We just want to be 2 points ahead of our opponent when that timer ticks down to 0. A very different type of timer, though.
I assume you don't do anything.
No, not yet.
Not yet, he says, but Josh wants to do something about it.
Fire guy. -1, draw 1.
-1, draw 1, and don't forget about the abandoned hall that we have established there as our game 3 battlefield. We will be able to boost that up a little bit, so we would even be ahead in the end in that
I can let that resolve and still play a card, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's let that resolve.
Here we go. Yep, this now means it is a 4-3 advantage for Team Yu-Gi-Oh! For Master Joshua Schmidt, but On Guard is turning things around once again here as Tord wants to score and needs to score to stay in this third game. But there is another possible energy open with the Diana. As we are currently in Showdown, we get to use that Gust here on the Master Yi, and Joshua is staring at Tord, knowing that this is something that maybe he does not expect that.
So I never get this.
Not yet.
Yeah. I see, I see.
I see. That's what Joshua has planned here. We're basically countering the On Guard by using the Gust here. And not only that, but also getting a unit off of the field, which is so good when the game is only so short. And now, actually, we got the update on the turns left. We see there is only 2 turns remaining, which does indicate that our first assumption was right. And when it was Joshua's turn, we got the timeout, and therefore it is going to be this turn here for Tord, and then it's 2 additional turns after that.
It's a tricky situation. Tord is
the more you know.
Considering what could be a potential out. I don't think there is particularly anything he could do with the cards that he has in hand.
Right? No target. If it's a rose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Joshua confidently wants to resolve that Gust Bear, says, get it out of here. That Master Yi did not come from the hand as it was played from the champion unit
I'm pretty sure
zone.
I know it's no, but I can I play this? No. Yeah. Right. Fair enough. Okay.
Fair enough, he says. And that means we are getting Master Yi tempered into the hand, and we will lose that showdown.
Should I use this as the turn counter or something?
Yeah. Joshua is now that 2 points up that
0.
he needs to be. So if he can keep this tempo just for the next couple of turns, and he's going to come out of this a winner. We have still a few turns left to be able to resolve that. Whoa, okay. Yeah. Master Yi coming back down, and now over to Joshua's turn.
Yes, sir.
We're in the first turn of time. We've had another update. Apologies, viewers.
Yes.
This is now the first turn of time, and we'll be going from here.
Okay, so that now changes things up. And how many? That's 3 ways in hand for Joshua. Having a way is crucial for this deck. Having 3 of them overdoes it completely here in this game 3, as we will never have enough time to play all of them. But that's a concession from Todd Radcliffe. We do have Joshua Schmidt in the end.
Game went so hard, man.
Winning here.
So hard.
Wow, Todd made him work for it, and even through some major misplays of his own calling, Todd wasn't able to overcome Joshua in this instance. Right down to the wire, Joshua triumphs over Todd Radcliffe.
Amy, the Mateusz Oracle actually was right. He
did
fumble game 1, and then he came back and won 2 in a row. I cannot believe that he actually got away with that.
We don't need cards. We've got Mateusz.
All right, let's recap the action here again, as we had plenty of good showdowns to go through here. There is a way getting involved with a Lonely Portal. That was not the most exciting showdown what we saw, but as soon as that Rune Runner was established for Chort, things got interesting on that other battlefield on the Seed of Power, as we do see that Ravenbloom student just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But ultimately, even though Joshua won that showdown there, which he fought for so hard, the very next turn he actually gave up because there was still too much of an advantage for Tort.
Yeah, it didn't quite have the advantage needed to get into the driver's seat and really take the remaining points necessary. In game 2, we had a totally different story. Joshua just actually had some really strong units, even though it looked like he was going to struggle after not getting a 2-drop, but actually the stronger units stayed in play for longer and their ferocity really showed. Hui then was jumping around everywhere, getting pulled back and forth, and became much too powerful. Tord admitted he misplayed, and that led us into game 3 with very little time remaining.
Yep, and then in that game 3, that on guard was perfectly dodged by Joshua with the gust, sending the Master Yi Tempered into the hand of Tort.
Well, welcome back. I guess welcome me back. I am here, I'm Blevins, with Amy and Lumpy, and that was a match to behold. I mean, I think that one showdown was like almost 10 minutes long, just back and forth and seeing how this works and trying this, and then, oh, there's a punch first. That was insane.
It felt like seconds to me. I don't know about you, but like it was so dynamic that the time flew.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also you still forgot everything that happened before.
Completely.
We were part of the showdown. Like everyone in the arena was all of a sudden in showdown. Then we all engaged and we were all feeling the intensity of it. And then eventually we got to resolve it. Eventually Joshua won the showdown, which lost him the game, which was really weird to see.
He won the showdown, but let's ask Joshua about that showdown and send it down for an interview.
Indeed, the penultimate round of day 1 has concluded, and Joshua came out victorious. There was a prediction from Mateusz before. He said Josh is going to fumble game 1 and then he's going to come back. What about that tie turner play? Dude, okay. First of all, he was completely right, I suppose. I'll walk you through my thought process a little bit. So initially, the reason I played the tie turner was because I can move into Hui and he gets big and you protect it that way. And I reached a conclusion that I didn't want to bring it in because I don't want to make it vulnerable to like punch first, right? Because at the moment it's 4 versus 4. If I bring in the Hui, he's up to 8 because I can discard a unit. But then if there's a punch first, and the 5 for whatever interaction I have, then I lose my Hui anyways. I keep the battlefield, but I lose my Hui. I didn't want to do that. And once I reached that conclusion, I was like, okay, I'll just let it happen. But I forgot that I can just flip the tide turner and just decide not to use the ability. And I realized that as I put it in the graveyard, I looked at the word May, and I was like, oh, dude, that was just free. I could have just gotten 2 power for free, said I'm not going to use it, and then he has to spend cards to not just lose the fight. And that let him develop the Ruin Runner without, like, because if he had to play some combat tricks to win the combat, like, he doesn't have the runes for the Ruin Runner, and it all went downhill from there. Was able to put a buff on it to, let's just not talk about it. Yeah.
I mean, that's a bit of a sigh moment, right? But those things happen. You have to carry on with. You are a seasoned player, a world champion of a TCG. What goes through your mind after this and after a game 1 like that?
It was tilting in the moment because I realized it right away. Like, I'm like 2 seconds later, I'm like, what did I just do? But then I kept fighting game 1, which was probably the reason why we ended up that close to overtime, or we ended up in overtime. But I felt like at some point there was a chance, and then there wasn't. I don't know, there was just a lot of combat tricks involved in that one huge showdown where I'm not even sure if I was supposed to go in there, but I had a lot of combat tricks ready, and I didn't want him to hold another turn. It was getting pretty close to 8, I don't know. But it all really went downhill after the tide turner, I think. Yeah.
So the forced redraw kind of got to you both. We saw a lot of 2-drops missed. What do you think of it?
I actually didn't even have a 2-drop to begin with in the first 2 games, so it didn't really affect me. I drew my first 4, I mulliganed, I drew the extra 2. I was like, okay, actually I have another chance at a 2-drop. So I was happy in both games, still didn't find it. Didn't have one in game 3 either, but when I'm going second, Diana's got my back, so that was fine. And then luckily enough, there was no 2-drop in game 3, which I feel like if there is, it's basically a guaranteed tie, I think, because we just can't make up the 2-point difference. And yeah, there wasn't.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to get there if both players have perfect cards to get a big point advantage. But thank you so much. It has been a long day for you too, so you are fine to rest up. You're 2-0 now, so that basically gets you out of the groups. Congratulations for that, and we're kicking it right back to the casters.
Well, it absolutely has been a long day, but we are here going into the final round. But let's take a look at the standings as they sit right now. Here we go, of course, seeing Joshua at that 2-0 toward taking their first loss here. Tied right now with Grzegorz Kowalski at 1-1 with Alexander, unfortunately, at the 0-2.
But let's analyze that. Joshua is through, and I think the 2 1-1s are still left to play against each other, so that match is actually going to decide who is going to be the second player joining Joshua, and this is our Group B. And of course, you will notice there's 2 players only having 1 game so far, and that is Mateusz and Philip, who are of course going to be our last 2 participants remaining, trying to also secure what Josh just secured, a successful day 1 with basically a guarantee to advance into top 4.
It's going to be an exciting match. Both of these players have shown how tough they really are already today, and they've got one of the hardest jobs, and that's to close out the day.
They will. But I mean, Mateusz already doing really well on the Oracle job, so I'm sure he can get the playing done himself as well, because that is usually his specialty. Usually that's where he shines. That is, I mean, he already has 2 regional qualifier titles. I lost track of how many top 8s it is at this point, because it's just so many. It's his game. Of course, with all of that Legend of Runeterra background as well, he masters those League of Legends games, apparently. It's just in his DNA, really.
Absolutely, and Alan, of course, did very good. Mateusz doing fantastic there, but he has to go up against Philip, and let's find out a little bit more about him in this video.
My name is Filip Szkudlarek. I'm best known from Star Wars Unlimited. I'm the Galactic Champion winner and consistent top performer from the game. Okay, so my first game of Star Wars TCG was actually during the pre-release, so just when the game launched. So a lot of people started before with spoilers, but my friend just said, oh, let's come play, there's a new fun game. So I was hooked from the first game, and here we are. My connection to Star Wars is actually not that big. I was a fan of the movies, I was the fan of the genre, but I wasn't a hardcore fan. I started the game because I really like the rules. I felt like it's a game that I can express competitively, and I don't really need to rely on luck that much. So I mostly play because I love the game as the rules of the game, not really the universe. But I am also a fan of the universe. I saw all the movies, I saw all the series, but this is not the reason why I play the game. Star Wars Unlimited for me is really unique because there is not really like a system like in many games that there are turns. There are turns in the game, but the actions you make is like you make an action, your opponent make an action. So you can always respond with something what they are doing. So there is a lot of bluffing, there is a lot of playing for value or playing for like waiting for your opponent to make a mistake. And since in every single turn of the game, there's like 10 to 20 different actions to make, there is a lot of reasons for you to show that you have better experience in the game or know the matchup better. And this is something that like really speaks to me because I like to spend a lot of hours mastering the game, mastering every aspect of the game. And in Star Wars, I could just like immerse myself really heavily into just, oh, in this matchup, I can sneak win by doing this. And this is something that not many people will spot. So this is why I love the game. Yeah, Riftbound is actually kind of similar to Star Wars in many ways. There is a little bit more of like poker mechanics in Star Wars, in the sense, not in a randomness, but in the sense that you kind of need to guess what your opponent have and play around it. There are similarities in like certain aspects of the game, but at the same time, many rules and playing for value especially is completely different in Riftbound, so I don't know how well I will adapt, but I hope I will do well with it. I've known about the event for a long time, so when I had the time, I tried to learn the rules, play a few games, but I didn't really have an insane amount of time because Star Wars takes almost all of my free time. But I did prepare for like multiple games and at least trying to understand the meta, trying to understand the deck that I'm going to play. And like the thing I've spent the most time is trying to understand like lesser known mechanics and lesser known like combos of my deck so I can surprise my opponents. This event is actually really fun because like every single player is like highly competitive, highly known and like really good card game player. So I think it will be really hard to expect to perform extremely well. But I took the most meta deck that is easy to play because I thought I don't really have enough time to like build my own deck or find niche cards that I want to add. But that's why I also, when I trained with my friends, trained people that help me, ask about like a niche interactions of the deck I'm playing, so I can surprise my opponent in this way, not in the, oh, I'm playing a niche card. My deck is really, really standard. I don't think I'm afraid of anyone. I think there are definitely players that are better at Riftbound than me in this event, but I just hope to get a decent draw against them, and I think I can win versus anybody. But I will not be like scared of playing anybody. I may go into a matchup and think this is the one I will probably lose, but I will always try my best and try to find a like an approach to win.
Welcome to the last round of day one of the TCG Grand Slam here in Experion in Hamburg. We are going to go out with a big bang, a Polish mirror match of two world champions with Filip versus Mateusz, and it is a banger matchup because of course you would think Mateusz is favored in this entire tournament because he's one of the GOATs of Riftbound, but that is a tough nut to crack to beat Master Yi as Pike.
Yeah, absolutely. It is not the standard deck for Mateusz, of course, playing a different one here. And yes, everyone was expecting Master Yi, but also everyone was expecting to play against Mateusz and wanting to. We said earlier in the event, the villain of this event wanting to take them down.
And honestly, kind of looking at that matchup, Pike being an unconventional deck, it's kind of like he gave himself a handicap.
A little bit. And now, if we're looking at the time, I think it's time to duel because our players are already ready. So let's send them in. Let's finalize day one of the TCG Grand Slam with Master Yi versus Pike.
Here he comes. You know him as Alan ZQ, but I know him as Mateusz, and we've had him not only in the studio with us, joining us on our little couch, but also a very well-decorated champion of Runeterra.
Yes, one of the best, if not, I think, arguably the best player in Riftbound right now. Going to defend the honor there, but not without a bit of a fight as Philip is coming in here. And I just got to, I mean, I obviously met Philip this weekend, got to talk with him a bit in the green room just a few minutes before this match, and they are very excited to play this match. They are rearing to get into it as we have the players shuffle up and, of course, have to face against the TCG Overseer.
TCG Overseer, given those eyes, he knows, and he's going to pluck the best cards out of those hands to make it tricky for our competitors. Now, of course, giving a good shuffle is very essential that we get our cards sufficiently randomized for this matchup.
Yeah, and we just saw a really big back and forth in the last round. We saw that massive showdown that really determined the game. These players are determined to get this match done quickly, and that is going to be done largely on the back of what Master Yi can do, as we see here. Philip's deck being very aggressive, running the full complement, the full 9 2-drops, running the 2 Fiora Peerless as well, and of course, Big Cat Daddy Rengar with the triple as well.
And that's exactly what they've got to go up against when we're looking at Mateusz Pike build. An aggressive stance, but also many, many combat tricks, card draw galore. Really a toolbox, a treasure chest, I might say, of tactical advantage that Mateusz can get himself into any situation. I love the flexibility that this deck really kind of shows off with so many different ways of manipulating situations into your advantage, and no better player to test that out on this big stage than Mateusz.
Yeah, absolutely. I also love this as the sort of reintroduction of Falling Star back into events. We really didn't see it for an extended period of time. I mean, no one was asking for it. Anyone that played set one, anyone that played set 1 did not want that.
I mean, it was in my deck.
Oh, you're that guy.
Yeah, I'm that guy. Sorry. Okay. I know. I'll just leave, I guess.
No, I'll see myself out. Don't worry.
For me, it was a can't beat 'em, join 'em. But then as the meta developed and we got more cards, Falling Star came out of favor because it was too costly versus what you were gaining out of it. And there were cards that were kind of doing that a little bit more efficiently. But in Mateusz's build, actually, it's still a really viable card. And it has shown its seat in that deck already today, and I'm sure that we will see some more.
Well, we also see, you know, you're not getting the power cost reduction like you are with Kai'Sa, but you're able to generate that gold and other resources there with the treasure troves. But we're seeing the TCG Overseer here, the forced redraw. They have resolved their mulligans, and now the TCG Overseer is taking away 2 more cards to force them to be redrawn, going on the bottom, and we're getting a blind mulligan here. And well, speak of the falling star devil, and they shall appear in Alan's hand here.
Wish upon a falling star, and if I'm Alan ZQ, I'm pretty happy about that wish coming true.
Yeah, especially if there's an aggressive start from Philip, going to be able to potentially 2 for 1. Of course, Zhonya's does stop that a little bit, but that also means there's no 2-drop on the side of Philip here, which is exactly what Alan wants to see. It actually even plays the Pike down, just says, I want a dude, here he is.
Yep, I want some aggression. I need to get this started, and this is exactly how I'm going to do it. Here we go. We're right into the action. We got a Zhonya's, we got Master Yi, we got Pike. Couldn't really ask for more in the first couple of turns from these players.
Yep, we're starting with a stack deck.
It's like cheating, but you're allowed to do it.
Yeah, I love that. Here's one flavor fail I have with stack deck, though, right?
Go on.
You get to take the 1 card, right? That's great. And you put the 2 on the bottom. But you have to randomize them, which means, by definition, you're not stacking your deck. It's randomized. Anyway, still a fantastic card here. We're going to see the Pike take that first point and do his best Lucian impression by just retreating it back to the hand, creating that gold, which again can be used to play the Falling Stars in the future.
You just love to get a Lucian reference in, don't you?
Always. I can't
You can't help yourself.
He's not in this event. I've got to keep his memory alive.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll give over. Okay, there we go. We got a little bit more power there from Mateusz, but still not really advancing the game forward yet, knowing that he needs to kind of build this board as, of course, Philip has so many power tricks to be able to manipulate what Mateusz pushes forward. Really, he's safest in base right now.
Yeah, he is generally safest in base, of course. Falling Star cares not where your units lie.
No.
And that the list is really a key card to be able to break those might points. Normally, you'd have to point both pieces of the Falling Star at the Master Yi to kill it. Well, the list is naming Ionia, which, of course, everyone knows Master Yi is an Ionian unit, and therefore will be taken down from the list. And there's the charm into Rengar.
Meow.
Yeah, I didn't hear Mateusz meow, which is a bit disappointing. We briefed the players and everything.
I got you. I got your back. Don't worry. But Rengar and Master Yi now taking a battlefield each, really kind of putting themselves on the map. And Mateusz now is going to have to find a way to move those right out of there so that he can continue to rebuild his runes and just kind of stay on top of things, really. He wants to be able to gain points, but not like this. Combat, necessarily not his forte with this deck.
Yeah, especially when we see the Zhonya's.
Okay.
We see the Zhonya's in play, so whatever unit dies first is going to just be Zhonya's back. We're seeing the
Cleave. That's a classic as well.
A classic here for the Pike.
Now Pike's ready to rumble. Now they're a bit more combat heavy. Taking down Rengar, but of course saved by Zhonya's.
Zhonya's, and now
Falling Star Rengar.
Falling Star Rengar. Goodbye. And we're bringing back the Pike.
You're right. Falling Star cares not for where Rengar is, and Rengar does, of course, then fall. Master Yi sticking on in there, though, does get that whole point, so Philip's still taking an early lead. Mateusz only able to absorb some of that impact from Philip's previous turn.
Yeah, and Falling Star cares not for where your units lie. It also cares not for your defies, which we see 2 in the hand of Philip, which is going to be looking at these Falling Stars and just asking them why. Why can't that card be defied?
Not to defy the nature that is raining down upon you. That is just too powerful. And now Philip is continuing to storm with Fiora into Wowza and another Zhonya's Hourglass to once again protect those units. Very much trying to say, okay, I'm going to make it really difficult for you, Mateusz, to take these away. And this is where the kind of Star Wars player in him kind of comes in. He's very used to bases and battlefields.
Yep. And lasers falling from the sky.
Yeah, right? It's all familiar territory.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we are going to see the list come into play here. Going to be able to list the Master Yi, bring it down to 2. Falling Star, both units. Of course, going to be able to save 1 with the Zhonya's, which will be the Fiora here.
I like that. She works so beautifully with the legend ability, you just can't deny it.
Yeah, and I love this play from Mateusz here, sequencing it so that the Fiora dies first.
Stuck deck.
Mateusz makes that choice. If they both died at the same time, Philip would then get to choose which unit do they want to save. With Zhonya's, Mateusz saying, no. The Fiora is going to stick around here. I want
I'm
this
the one
Master
who
Yi.
decides.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Falling Star.
Looks like we've got a judge.
Falling Star targeting the Rengar twice in the base. Yeah, now I played second one. Yeah, there was 2 Zhonya's.
Yep, 2 Zhonya's, 2 Falling Stars, and now we're getting a little bit of deja vu. I can understand that for sure. Game state to my eye looks like it is correct, and we are resolving the stack deck right now. Mateusz deciding which card they would like to see.
With 2 Zhonyas and 2 Falling Star gone this early, it really does make me kind of concerned about the way that Philip is going to stick in this game in future combats.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so many resources being taken away, and there's another resource being taken away. Of course, instantaneously throws that Defy away, which has had no legal targets yet.
Moving on to Philip's turn, really in a kind of a sticky situation now on the back foot after having that early lead. Now needs a little bit of time to reestablish. Can still score a point this turn if he chooses, but is that putting too many eggs in one basket?
Yeah, it really just depends how many units does Philip have. I mean, also might not have a choice, right? You have to keep the pressure on. You have to be progressing the game. You can't just let the control deck do the control thing, or else you're just gonna lose against that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it really does feel bad at this point to just play a Lonely Poro in base and pass, although leaving energy up ready for Philip so that he might be able to kind of clap back at what Mateusz brings forward. Wow, might be enough. That's 1 point for Mateusz. Now getting on in there, finally getting to that second point.
This makes me, of course, think no Rengar, and also, at worst, you are playing that Spirit back, making Philip discard a card here. Going to respond to the trigger with a Discipline.
Ooh, okey-dokey.
Might as well cycle that through, see if there's a card that you would like to discard. At this point, at least, the Might has not really
Charm being discarded.
Certainly a
Holding
bit telling.
Defy. Have we only got 1 card in hand?
Looks like that may be the case. 1 final card in hand.
I don't like it.
I'm sure Philip doesn't like it either.
Oh, it's such a bad feeling, especially. It's a very Magic the Gathering thing to even if you want to play the final card in your hand, don't play it just to leave the air of mystery of what it could be and let your opponent wonder what if.
Right.
Whereas playing out everything, if your opponent knows you don't have any cards in hand, you're like, well, even if you got any runes, you got the energy, but you ain't got no cards. Can't do nothing to me.
Absolutely. And we're seeing a pass here, and no, not quite as straightforward. Of course, Mateusz is going to need to do something to break these battlefields. Not, of course, Pike does say that you can only return units at a battlefield, so you cannot return them from base and just immediately play this Spirit. That would be
crazy.
A little bit broken. But we potentially are going to be able to contest one of these battlefields with Pike.
-1. Okay.
Okay, here it goes. The beginning. The list is in play.
Accelerate Pike.
Double list. That's a lot of lists. That's more than Santa Claus.
That is more lists than Santa Claus, though. Did Mateusz check them twice is the question.
Let's find out.
Potentially here. Has to decide if you attack with both, it does negate Fiora's doubling ability, which certainly makes her a lot less useful. But that does mean 1 fewer unit that you're going to actually be able to attack with.
I think at this point, if I'm Philip, I'm not too worried. I'm on 6 points to 2. Maybe you just kind of let the Fiora fall, carry on building back up your hand.
So she goes to 6. The trigger. Yes, and I'll respond to the trigger with Kha'Zix.
Oh.
Okay, so we have a Kha'Zix coming in, who is also going to be 6.
Basically like this.
That's really adding some beef to that battlefield for Mateusz, going up to 8. But there is a response.
Oh, Primal Strength. That is going to make the Fiora absolutely gigantic here. Going to take down that combat, going to effectively 2 for 1, if not 3 for, well, I guess the list is still around, but that is a 2 for 1 that Philip is happy to take.
That must have been the top deck from last turn as well. So to then kind of bank that and just go, nope, I'm just playing Protect the Princess. I'm not playing Aurelia though. Here's Fiora.
Yeah, absolutely a massive play here from Philip, and low on resources, but you know what? The only units that matter are the last ones, it seems here. The only point that matters is getting that last one, and Philip is now 1 point away from doing just that.
Just have to hold, technically. You could go for the whole point. But for now, rescuing Fiora, leaving the lonely Poro in there. So getting that Master Yi champion effect, but also has the Death Knell. So actually, and that's really what Philip's struggling with right now is card draw. So almost you don't really mind. Ooh.
Falling Star number 3 to potentially take out both units.
Ooh, I don't like.
Wait, did he not take it?
Surely he did. Maybe not. Maybe that's not what Mateusz is planning. He didn't take it.
Oh, okay. See, this is why he's the champion, because this is playing around more things, right? If you play the Falling Star there, you just lose to the card that is now being shown, the discipline here. Mateusz looking ever so smart instantaneously.
Yeah, you know, forcing your opponent to discard a card when they don't have many left in hand is pretty good. But if you're going to have to discard something, you might as well defy it, right?
Right.
No.
Yep, has to use the second star-crossed here to bring back the Poro, bring back the Spirit, and now we need to dodge a first mate here.
Let's see. Philip's living kind of in top deck city, and it's not very kind to me, but it seems kind to him. We've got a Scuttle Crab, draw another card. Plenty of energy.
Yep.
But can we utilize it? Poro back down.
It's a Poro.
Draw another card.
Yep, draw. Is it a first mate to potentially end the game right here, right now? Open information.
Pit Rookie, we're going to get a buff.
Yep, Pit Rookie is going to make probably the Fiora bigger, if I had to guess.
Yep.
Puts it out of Falling Star range, even though
again,
we know it won't be there.
We're on 7 points. If you were to try and score that 8th point, but can't, you draw a card. But actually, one of the ways to score that 8th point is if Philip holds this battlefield.
Yep. Let's see.
And I'll concede.
All right.
Oh, the concession! Philip takes game 1 against the odds.
Wow. And that was back and forth. I thought, if I thought that 2 Falling Stars were going to be cast in this game, certainly that player is going to win the game. We took out so many of the units, just scraping by the skin of their teeth, able to survive there and take the win.
To be on 1 card in hand, not only top deck that Primal Strength for a phenomenal change of pace in the game, bringing that showdown into a winning position, but then managing to keep that Fiora around for so long, even after Mateusz decided that was going to be the one that stayed, ended up being his own downfall.
Yeah, that Fiora just really...
She dug her heels in.
Absolutely. I mean, certainly the Primal Strength was an absolutely massive blowout, but I mean, there was a lot of cards that got there. Fiora able to really take that game into their control, because if that Fiora goes in top deck mode and there's so many dead draws, if you draw a pump spell, if you draw another Zonya's, it's just dead and you just lose the game or just fall really far behind. But being able to protect that princess, protect the Fiora, allowed Philip to drag their way back into this game and go up a game in the final round here of day number 1.
It's an unconventional way of using Master Yi's typical tactics, but it worked. And that's all that really matters, is being able to adapt to what your opponent is pushing upon you. And actually, in the end, Mateusz just didn't have the responses needed to just some raw power coming from Philip's side.
Yeah, the Falling Stars, when Falling Star 2-for-1s your opponent, that's really, it makes it very hard to come back from that. But when it just 1-for-1s, or it takes out his Zhonya's and maybe it kills one other unit, all of a sudden it feels way more like a fair card. And, you know, Master Yi can survive. If it's just getting 1-for-1, that's okay, because your legend ability effectively makes it so that your opponent has to 2-for-1 themselves to try to take out even your most basic units. And a lot of times they just draw you a card on the front or the back end anyway.
Truth, truth. I wonder if this game 2 will have any slippery surprises from either player, or whether we'll see a similar time. I enjoyed seeing how Philip kind of didn't really mind being on a low hand size there, like managed to kind of pull their way back out of that. I always find whenever I'm playing, if I end up on a low hand size, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, there's no way out of this. I'm so cooked. But Philip stuck in there, used every kind of mechanic, but also used a little bit of kind of mind games to lull Alan ZQ into a false sense of security.
Yeah. There's nothing more intimidating than when you feel like you've had a back-breaking play against your opponent and they just go, okay.
You're like, what? No, you're supposed to be like, no!
Yeah, why didn't you get banished to the Shadow Realm when I said this?
Where's my treat of you kind of melting into the chair?
Right, yeah, I needed you to slump back and basically concede without conceding.
Yeah.
You just said okay, and I'm like, was my play even good?
What did I do good? You're supposed to sigh defeatedly.
Right, I needed that to happen, but what needed to happen here was the TCG Overseer forcing the redraw here. We are seeing these forced mulligans happen, and now the players are getting their opening hands here as we go into game number 2. Philip up a game, Mateusz back against the wall. The first game that they've lost in this event.
Maybe the tiredness is getting to them. Maybe the length and the strength that he has had to stay up for this long and endure this day. Maybe it's putting a chink in the armor.
Yeah, it very well may be doing that, but it looks like the TCG Overseer said no turn one play for either player. But Mateusz comes up with a pretty solid turn 2, getting that Scryer's Bloom and the Noxus Hopeful.
Indeed. Noxus Hopeful, a fantastic early cheap unit. Cost less if you've already played a card, so it ends up being costing 2 but having 4 might. It's a beautiful early game advantage for Mateusz, who may be able to make it a very different occasion from our first game today, and we might be able to see that Noxus Hopeful score a nice early point and keep on in there.
Yeah, the Noxus Hopeful does contest quite well. It against Master Yi specifically is going to force Philip to have something to get overboard, to get over the Hopeful here, which is of course exactly what Yi does to their opponents on a consistent basis. Forces you to play something first, and that allows you, allows the opponent to react here. It looks like Mateusz taking another Noxus Hopeful here, perhaps going for the more aggressive line rather than the control plan here with the double Hopeful. Not even looking to conquer.
No, holding back, creating units, getting ready for what Philip is going to start to put the pressure on with the Master Yi and, of course, Fioras that we saw. And Mateusz not having the list yet, probably also helping make those decisions, kind of holding back until he's in a more advantageous position to win combat.
Yeah, and this is one that we saw sort of absent from last game. That's the Treasure Trove. That is really the engine that makes Mateusz's deck go round here, able to use the Treasure Trove and Pack of Wonders to be able to effectively draw a card and channel a rune multiple times over and over. We're seeing an exchange here, the Cleave and the Discipline here after the Charm. Master Yi ends up on top.
wasn't quite enough. Mateusz has lost that Noxus Hopeful. Could have pushed one of them forward to take the initiative and get advantage by scoring a point with it before it fell. But Philip forced the matter and took one of them down. And now it's time for a sabotage with only 3 cards in hand for Mateusz, taking one of those spells and ditching it to the bottom of the deck. Mateusz probably not going to see that, but now Philip has the knowledge that that Mind Splitter is a potential very soon, especially since Mateusz now has the opportunity of accelerating runes with that treasure trove.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we saw a Pack of Wonders here. Now, I'm interested to see what direction Mateusz goes. You could set up, spin the wheels a bit with the treasure trove and Pack of Wonders. Looks like they may be considering that. I mean, at the end of the day, Philip is on 1 point here. You've got time. You don't necessarily need to do too much with the Mind Splitter quite yet. We're going to develop here, draw some cards, and potentially strip the hand here. Pack of Wonders and Spirit is devastating as well.
I like this. I like this loop of cards that allows Mateusz to have consistent card draw.
Go.
Yep.
There it is again, putting it, putting the treasure trove back down. Again, giving himself flexibility going into the future turns. And that's what this is all about. It's creating the impossible scenario for your opponent.
Yep. Making it as difficult as possible, taxing the resources in one form or fashion. And
woo, that's a familiar face.
Yeah, that's old Ruin Runner, the camel himself, not caring of the potential spells or abilities or anything. Just doesn't care about anything. Just meh.
Is this that new Banvangle technology?
Yes. Speaking of spells, we see one there, of course, the Piercing Light, able to potentially target the Master Yi. The problem is that it does nothing against the Ruin Runner.
Nope, it just bounces straight off. Ruin Runner didn't even feel it. That is like, was that a bug?
Yeah, it might have been.
Might have been. Mind Splitter coming on in hot. Philip knew this was probably on the way. Mateusz now gets to give him a taste of his own medicine. Having a cheeky look at that hand, getting that knowledge. Delicious. Sees the Defy and is like, no.
No, thank you very much.
Put that right in the trash.
Put it right in the trash, and I'm wondering, are we going to see, okay, just the treasure trove.
Boing, back to the hand.
Again.
Draw another card.
Piercing Light, 1/2, 1/2.
Okay.
Bouncing that light back and forth, refracting against Master Yi and the Lonely Poro, taking them both down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But you get the Death Knell, which is a little bit nice.
You do, and notably here, a little bit of a sequencing decision made by Alan.
Okay.
And
Trigger.
it's for a specific reason, of course. You want to make sure that your opponent doesn't have On Guard there, which would save the Master. You don't want to commit the Piercing Light. If there's an On Guard, of course, sees that there isn't one. With the and Defy, which they ended up taking, of course, sees that the coast is clear and it kills both of the units.
Oh, just a little too late. There's an On Guard.
Yeah. If we saw On Guard and Defy, it would not be as great for Mateusz here.
No, Piercing Light probably wouldn't have come to be and wouldn't have bounced between those battlefields, taking quite the hit for Philip. But Philip is just going to go in with our Ruin Runner, score another point. Scuttle Crab, we're going to grab another card. Got Punch first, which is nice in this situation. Just building that hand full of pump spells, full of On Guard, and just hiding as well to really start to put the mystery into Mateusz of how he could possibly take that battlefield back into his control eventually.
Yeah, and we see so much interaction. Not even just that there's a lot of interaction on the side of Philip, a lot of interaction drawn after Mateusz saw the hand, so not necessarily being able to have enough information to give the hand read of what you can't guess random cards, right? I mean, you can get potential list of things that it could be, but not a lot of information to make an informed decision. There goes the On Guard instantaneously. I'm loving this play. I mean, Philip knew exactly what they wanted to play or discard as soon as they were given the choice.
Mateus is thinking, dang, he got that recently.
The second card, not quite as quick, but still a decision made there. That is the punch first thrown in the bin.
Mateus now wanting to go and conquer a battlefield of their
Cards in
own.
hand.
Philip is considering playing the final card in his hand.
Yeah, that is.
It's going in.
Be the Rengar. We know it's there. That is going to be
results.
8 might Rengar.
I will do this, or can I resolve it, or
You can flip it.
yeah, I flip it.
Okay, bit of sequencing here. Has to have the Zhonya's resolve, then acceptable losses forces both players to sacrifice a gear, which of course does mean the poor Pack of Wonders is gone, but that's okay because Mateus got rid of a Rengar and a Zhonya's.
Pretty big, and left his opponent with a 0-card hand, which is so important in Riftbound.
Absolutely.
Now Philip's going to be kind of on the back foot now, living in Top Deck City. It's not a pleasant place to be. He made it out of this situation last game, but can he do it again? Or are we just going to be sitting on our laurels for a minute and trying to reestablish a hand before going aggressive again? Just taking our whole point while we can with our Ruin Runner. Looks like Pit Rookie might be joining the fray, probably beefing up that Ruin Runner just a little bit more, but it does once again leave Philip with no cards in hand, meaning Mateus knows that there are no comeback mechanics whatsoever.
Okay,
Hold.
and right
You're at
now,
5,
of
I'm
course,
at 3. Yeah.
Philip is that full turn ahead in terms of point tempo here, so it is going to be on Mateus to break the parity here, and Falling Star is a card that can potentially deal with the rest of the board, but of course not.
Crack this, float one.
And I reckon that Falling Star might be coming down soon, raining down upon Philip's board state to really cause a mess. But first off, Mateus is going to draw some cards to make sure that he is going into this turn with full knowledge of everything that he can possibly do to make this turn as perfectly sequenced as it needs to be. Because Philip's top deck power is at this point legendary as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, very much so. That looks like 2 units going down here. Of course, Mateus is going to have to show the hand.
Now Philip is left with a lone unit, 0 cards in hand, and no way to defend against Mateus.
Conquer, trigger, make soldier, bounce it to the hand.
Yeah.
Sand Soldier now in place, but still under the control of Mateus, so still can go towards a hold point there if he so desires. And 4 to 5 points here. It's looking like Mateus is really in the driver's seat here, looking to take this game 2 by storm, unless Philip can pull something out of the bag.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, we still need to deal with this Ruin Runner. It has not gone away. It moved away for now, but we're going to be able to take one of these battlefields back. We're going to go up to 6 points, and we are still solidly ahead. And well,
hello.
Where there is one, there may be another. That is another Ruin Runner coming down in the, I'm guessing, in the back line here to...
Yeah, that could change things a lot, actually. That really could be quite big. 2 units now that can't be targeted by spells.
Crook.
Yeah.
That's pretty big. That was a good top deck.
Yeah, not too shabby. It looks like we are going to take the Cleave, which is a very good spell to be able to potentially contest the Ruin Runner, which is going to be 8 on defense right now.
Because, of course, you can cast spells on your own units, just not those pesky camels.
No, and even the list, you can't write camel on the list, apparently. It doesn't work.
Ah, dang it.
He just comes up and licks the ink off the list and says, No, doesn't work.
Okay, there we go. Mateusz now got all of his runes out, so that is a feat to behold, with a deck that really thrives off of continuously stringing together spells to make a mockery of your opponent's board state. But in this instance, it's going to be a little bit tricky for Mateusz to kind of advance the play. And I think getting that final 8th point, that's going to be tough in this instance. You can get to 7 quite easily, but the 8th point is really what we need to, and you don't get that by normal circumstance.
Kragetis, float power, get the power back.
Yep, here.
5 cards?
Yeah.
We go, we see another Falling Star drawn, which is hilariously bad against Rune Runners. And to be honest, this hand for Mateusz does what I would call stone cold nothing against 2 Rune Runners.
It is a harsh world to be in.
Yeah, it is not great. And yes, technically, Mateusz does kind of have another turn. The hold point is not going to win next turn for Philip, but Mateusz also just needs to do something against this other battlefield, and that's not even factoring in the other Rune Runner that is potentially going to take its place.
Mateusz needs a unit, but a unit, you know what I'm saying? Like a chonky one to come in and deal with these Rune Runners would be delicious right now. But it's just not happening. And even with meticulous card draw, even with this loop that he's been doing, still hasn't been able to draw into that out yet to push for that 8th point. And that's the thing. You don't want to spend too many resources. You don't want to use everything up before it's time to push for that 8th point at this stage.
Yep. And now we are at 7. If Philip is able to get through, Defy does not help with combat. The good news is that Philip can still just press pass.
And just carry on.
Yeah.
Keep calm and camel on.
We reinforce here. We make
Just
this bigger.
Try and stick in there for the whole point. The whole point wins this.
Hold point will win this, but now we have the Pike potentially. Okay, we drew a Fizz, so we can go Pike. We have Cleave, and we can potentially Fizz the Cleave. Now, of course, we know that there's a Defy. Does that stop the math? Does that change the math at all?
Mateusz is going to need to potentially...
Can I see Trush?
Yeah, sure.
Potentially kind of sequence this in a strange way.
Yeah.
To avoid the 1 card in Philip's hand. Is he afraid?
Well,
or not?
The good and bad news is that you can't play around things that beat you because you're going to lose next turn if you don't do anything about this. So you've got to
push for it, right? But then again, if it was a unit, Philip possibly would have played it. So I think at this point, you know, possibly that this is some sort of reaction to something that you're doing. It's which reaction is it?
Right.
What am I predicting if I'm Mateusz? What cards has Philip already gone through?
Yep.
What have I seen? What have I not seen? And what are the potentials? And that's what Mateusz is going to be working out right now.
Right.
How would a punch first affect this? How would a defy affect this? How would a charm affect what I'm about to do?
Yep. Looks like we're going to start with Fizz. Fizz is going to target.
Big sigh, and that is what this moment is all about. This is the tricky decision that needs to be made. Mateusz needs to decide what threat he thinks Philip could have, if anything, in that 1 card hand.
Yeah. Are we able to beat punch first? If not, we just need to hope that they don't have it. Can we beat Defy? If not, we just need to hope that they don't have it.
Accelerate Pike.
Okay.
Okay, we're going
Then
back.
Piece.
Okay.
That's what I mean about that sequencing. It's
I'll
maybe
leave
not
Pike.
what you would... Oh, okay, Defy on the
Okay.
cleave.
Defy on the cleave. Now we do have a cleave in hand as well. Is it going to be
Cleave pike?
Gonna play again.
Oh,
Gonna
because
keep going.
we can pack the fizz.
Delicious.
Cleave pike.
Yeah.
So that is now
That's
4,
10 right
7.
now.
That is 10 plus.
Over he
12
goes.
to 11.
Yeah.
That is
And that's
12
it.
to 11.
That is the 12 to 11 that mops up those two Ruin Runners that was so incrementally impactful to Philip's play. Philip needed those to stick on in this, and that is likely Mateusz taking the win, getting to that 8th point, because they just stick in there.
Yeah.
Philip would need the top deck of the millennia. I don't think there's any card that can get him out of this situation, but let's see what it is. Sabotage. Mateusz takes game 2.
Wow. I definitely did not think that we were going to have a game 3 in this game. That was one where I thought that Philip was ahead in so much of that game. I mean, Ruin Runner is the definitive, I don't care about your removal. Mateusz's hand was nothing but removal for so much. And then a cleave, a fizz, it just put it together.
It came together. The plan worked. The plan came together, and that's what matters.
Yeah, and just little things at a high level. We saw that stack deck where I go, oh, there's a falling star. The third falling star is going to blow them out. Takes a different card instead because they're playing around discipline, which of course opponent had. Like, it's just high level play like that. Little things like that are what end up making the difference. Every single decision in that game needed to be the correct one, or else Mateusz is done and loses 2-0.
So very true, and henceforth we are going towards a game 3 between our Runeterra Riftbound champion and our Star Wars Unlimited champion. Which of the two will take the final game of the day? We're going down to the wire in this best of 3. Both players have shown what they've got, and for so long, Philip was able just to really stick in there, really, really stuck in that sand and really making sure that he made it known that it was going to be hard to shift. And then just the correct mix of spells that only affect his own units allowed Mateusz to finally push himself into that battlefield, take down those 2 camels, and literally just take the game by storm.
Yeah, you really, when you think of grindy control deck, you don't necessarily think of the card cleave.
I will start.
No.
A lot of times you'd think of that as a more aggressive card, but really, I mean, is certainly a way to deal with the camels. I'm not targeting your units. I'm going to make mine even bigger. And of course, that works when you need to take down even a whole pair of camels.
Absolutely. Wild plays, more wild than our camels, are jumping into this fray. Now let's see how our TCG Overseer's ruling is going to mix up this game.
Yeah, we have seen 2 games so far, and neither game has there been a turn or has there been a play on turn 1 for either player. Let's see if that continues on into game number 3 as we go into our final battlefields. This is the great equalizer, the way to counter each other out. We've got Aspirant's Climb and Arena's Greatest. So we're playing to 9, but also we start with an extra point. So I guess it equals out.
I guess so, but here we go for the force redraw. After the mulligan phase, recycle 2 random cards and draw 2 new ones. It can shake things up. The players have their fresh hands set, and it's going to be Philip to start out this game 3, and they do get the 2-drop. Lonely Poro enters the fray.
Yeah, we have a turn 1 play. Looks like for both players here, of course, Mateusz does have the possibility to play a turn 1 play if they want to play their pike, which they did in game number 1, but
that didn't end up so well, but I think that wasn't Pike's fault. That was a series of unfortunate events.
Right. It looks like stack deck looking potentially for Noxus Hopeful, but maybe settling for a Pack of Wonders.
Yep.
No, it was Noxus.
Noxus
Hopeful was there the whole time. Okay.
We had hope, and indeed it was rewarded. Lonely Poro may not be lonely for too long, although lonely in a battlefield is where he does best. Henceforth, into, is it Aspirin's Climb? Is that where we've headed?
That is where we have headed, although for the sake of the rest of this game, both of those battlefields are blank. They have done their effects, and doesn't necessarily matter which one you go into in terms of the battlefield's effects. It just matters where units already are.
And they kind of equalize in effect, right?
Yeah, we're going to be playing to 9, but we're also going to start with an extra point, so we need to score 8 more points, which is basically how Riftbound works.
It's kind of just neutralized both battlefields, so now it's about pure skill and raw determination of these two players of who's going to win this.
Yeah, and there we have the cleave coming in handy again, you know, allowing you to trade for a Lonely Poro, which is kind of crazy to think that the Lonely Poro just gets to contest the Noxus Hopeful, but here we are.
And, you know, if I'm Philip, I don't mind too much his early card draw given by the Death Knell and the Lonely Poro. Honestly, don't mind it. Philip has struggled with card draw in both games so far, so getting a bit of early draw on board's probably not that undisputed.
Yep, and we are seeing the Pike retreat the Noxus Hopeful back to hand, get a gold gear token, and what are we going to see as the follow-up here?
Might see some treasure chests or some packs.
Yeah, I guess it's really deciding if he wants to get that developed or if he wants to get the Hopeful developed. Of course, decides to go with the Pack of Wonders here, which is going to set up potentially for the Spirit next turn to start trying to dismantle the hand of Philip.
Okay, Philip going in with the Wuju Master. Going Master Yi into Aspirant's Climb, scoring another point. Very indicative of the first game where Philip was able to just very slyly take points with open battlefields, with not too much contesting, and then able to mop up at the end. A big Rengar play this early on.
Yeah, I think Philip understands that they just need to be aggressive. We need to be scoring 2 points a turn. Of course, now we're on odd point tempo, so going to 3 is effectively the same as going to 2 in a regular game. So you want to keep on that point cadence and score 2 points a turn for the rest of the game here. And you know, Rengar is pretty good at surviving most things, and of course, when there's a Zhonya's to back it up, does even better.
Rengar is a tough kitty.
That's one tough kitty for sure.
And a hidden card to boot. Philip's having a much, much better start this game.
Yeah, and the acceptable losses is, of course, quite good against Zhonya's. The problem is you need to time it in a way that you can actually get it to work. The Zhonya's can be played from hidden at reaction speed, so in response to a spell, perhaps. The acceptable losses is an action, so you don't have the ability to play a spell, have your opponent react with Zhonya's, and then you react with the acceptable losses. Doesn't work like that, unfortunately, for Mateusz here.
So the nice thing for Philip is that hidden card feels safe.
It feels
safe, and you get to essentially play Zhonya's for cheap.
Yeah, you get to play it for cheap and keep it hidden behind the veil of secrecy here, even though we know what it is.
Oh, okay, there we
now
go. Discarding the Primal Strength from the Bewitching Spirit.
Okay, came in clutch in game 1, but it's done its work. Don't need to do it again.
Nope, don't need that now. That's I mean, I think if you're Mateusz, if you see your opponent discard Primal Strength, you're thinking, oh my gosh, what's the rest of the hand look like? Blimmin' heck!
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, I don't have to deal with Primal Strength, but I have to deal with cards that my opponent thinks are better
than Primal Strength.
Which is, yeah, that's horrifying. Horrifying.
Noxus Hopeful coming down again for cheap. We've already played a card this turn, so you get that one for 2 cost rather than the 4. And passing over, getting a whole point there with Master Yi, putting Philip really ahead on the trajectory of this game. Now, Rengar looking to potentially take another point and stay on that nice curve you were talking about.
Yep, going to go up to 5 here, which is appropriate timed point tempo here, and we could potentially play a Roadrunner. But yes, I got a lot of reactions.
I'm good.
If you do nothing, I'm good. If you do stuff, I've got stuff to react. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Pass it over to Mateusz. Let him decide what the next move is going to be. Kind of give your opponent the steering wheel and be like, go on, you go ahead, man.
Yeah, this is the one potential downside is that your hand is going to start getting stripped. Responds with the discipline.
Yeah, that's good.
On the Master Yi, which we've seen Philip do over and over.
Is that a pit rookie?
It's either pit rookie or challenge. I couldn't quite see.
Oh, same.
It was challenge in this case, which makes sense. Not necessarily what your game plan is right now.
Discard.
We're going to bring the spirit back, play it again, force your opponent to discard another card.
And as we have noted, Philip has struggled with card draw in the first 2 games, so what better method of kind of fizzling out his defenses than forcing again and again him to discard cards from his hand. And again, the more cards we get down the line, the more you become fearful, because what do you mean the cards in your hand are better than Charm? And, what is going on in there?
There's a pit rookie. Now Philip needs to think, do I want to develop in case Mateusz is able to push through here, but I also want to keep cards in my hand to be able to discard, because he's going to be able to make me discard potentially all 3 cards in my hand. No, I guess probably only 2 at most, unless there's another spirit.
In Pokemon, this is essentially, this feels like an item lock. And what you do is before you get item locked, you just play all of the cards.
Right.
Because you know that you're not going to be able to do it later. And that kind of feels like the situation that Philip's being forced into is you got to play all the good ones before Mateusz siphons them slowly out of your hand.
Yeah. Potentially going to make Philip's hand go away, but that does not change the fact that Alan still needs to get through these battlefields.
Cards in hand. 3.
Philip is now at 7 points, which is striking distance for Aspirant's Climb. If you get both of these battlefields on the next turn, that is the game, and that will be day number 1 wrapped up here for the TCG Grand Slam.
Philip can see the top of Aspirant's Climb, whereas Mateusz is still kind of down the bottom, and he can just about see the rope that Philip's already the most of the way up. And he's just kind of like, how do I get him down, or how do I get me up?
Yeah, and you just keep sending up spirits to the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Just tickle Philip a little bit. Maybe he'll fall down. Yeah, exactly. What's more terrifying than that? Being near the summit of the mountain, and then just this little spirit just comes out of nowhere. Oh, that's cute. And then it just starts tickling you climbing this rope.
And then you just drop all your cards. Why on earth are you climbing a mountain while playing card games?
Hey, gamers are going to game, okay? It does not matter the time or the place, and that's what we're seeing here, of course, at the TCG Grand Slam. We are seeing Mateusz line up their hand. We see the Void Seeker. We see the Falling Star. We see the 10 might of units in the back line. How are we going to approach this? What are we able to, and what are we able and willing to play around here?
I think the problem really that Mateusz is facing right now is that his own units are not quite tough enough on their own. So resources are going to need to be spent, but Philip still has cards remaining in hand. He hasn't really been able to thin that out too much, so responses are likely.
Yeah, still has a few cards in hand. That
Pike's
is
coming in.
Pike accelerated. That is 4, 8, 12 into the 6 of Master Yi. Looks like this may be a punch first, which will get it up to 11.
We got a chin on the runes there. That's always a good sign. A lucky beard swipe.
Yep, that's going to put Yi to 11.
And that'll be the Zhonya's, of course, revealed there. Again, we love it because it's cheap. When you get to hide instead of play, you don't have to pay that cheeky cost.
The acceptable losses does come out, but there's a defy on the side of Philip.
No, he's passing. And it's just going to be the trade there. Noxus Hopeful hangs on in there. Zonya's, of course, yep. Oh, no, he did defy it,
Yeah.
so it does save the Master Yi.
Yep, it was a bit off camera there, but it did end up happening. The defy happens on the acceptable losses with the Falling Star coming through, taking down the kitty. Goodbye. And all of a sudden, this board looks actually still very menacing now that I'm looking
Still
at it.
incredibly menacing, but Mateusz has made an absolute mess of the previous board state, leaving Philip a lot weaker in numbers, but still very strong overall. We've just got to get to that 9th point. 2 more points would need to be scored. Philip would either need to take both battlefields on his next turn or take a hold point. Is whether he wants to put all of his eggs in one basket or try and go for that whole point. Try and hang on in there against Mateusz. I don't think Mateusz has a lot of cards left in hand. I think at the moment we're seeing a bit of a role reversal.
Yeah, we're seeing only a few cards left in hand. The question is how many can actually deal with a Ruin Runner and a Master Yi. I suppose we shall see here.
Go to 4.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Discard.
Bouncing the Spirit, forcing the last card out of Philip's hand, moving effectively the Spirit over, and now 1 rune left up on the side of Mateusz.
Yeah.
It does.
A draw here.
Here we go. What is it going to be? It's a
Pit
pit
rookie.
rookie. That's
Wait,
big.
4/6. It's not enough. It's enough to trade the Ruin Runner for both units, which was already an option.
I think that could potentially really come into play, especially if Philip is able to do an advantageous trade there. But first off, just going to score that 8th point.
Draw?
No, you go to 8 points.
Oh, yeah, 8. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then, now.
Can I see your discard?
Oh, checking the discard. Pro move. See what could come down, what's already been played. Mateusz only has 1 energy standing, so if we play this pit rookie, we buff our Rune Runner, and then send it in and see.
2 cards in hand.
Yes.
Yeah, we could send in and just say, hey, you've got no units left. Let's do that.
Gonna actually kind of double up and go for that whole point
Okay,
instead.
yeah.
Going right in.
Massive hold.
Mateusz doesn't have any units right now that could contest that. We'd have to accelerate something in or gank something in. Or use spells, but spells can't affect the Ruin Runner minimum.
No. We have an acceptable losses is not the card you want.
Void Seeker.
Deflect.
Yeah.
Void Seeker having to pay the deflect because Master Yi was level 6. That's fine.
XP coming into fruition here.
Yep. Super relevant at this point in the game. And
No, he's alive.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought it was a different card.
Yeah.
Okay. We see the Void Seeker there. We could clear off the 2 other
I thought
units,
it was
but
the deal free twice.
Problem is there's nothing that's going to be able to contest.
That's the handshake! Philip takes the first clean win against Mateusz, our Riftbound champion.
Wow. We see... I mean, I guess technically an upset coming into this. We did not expect to see Mateusz lose really at all. No one's predicting that, but the way that Philip played that with just such precision, with such confidence, really made me, I would not, if you would have just showed me this is their first game, I'd be like, oh yeah, this player's been playing for quite some time. This is not a new player to Riftbound, which is absolutely crazy. They may be a new player to Riftbound, not a new player to TCGs, as they're able to take down the one and only Mateusz.
I didn't think we would see it today, and it took us to the final echelon of this event, but we got there, and let's have a look at how this really went down with our game one that was looking really even for the most part on board state, but Philip took such an early lead with genuine points that Mateusz just wasn't really able to back it up.
Yeah, and we saw that absolutely massive primal strength come through and take that first game for Philip, and then there was game two was a bit of the opposite, where it seemed like Mateusz was behind the entire game, then finds a way to claw back resources low for both players. Ruin Runner being the thorn in the back of Mateusz the whole time in that game number two, but was able to somehow, some way get through not one, but two Ruin Runners.
And that was the backside of Philip not having any cards in hand. In game one, he managed to get out of that situation. Game two, it didn't happen. But then in game three, no matter how hard Mateusz tried, using Bewitching Spirit galore to force Philip to discard great cards from his hand. No matter what Mateusz threw at him, he was able to respond. And eventually, Philip was able to take that point lead to the max, leaving Mateusz completely unable to respond.
Yeah, absolutely an instant classic, to be honest.
I think this is what the TCG Grand Slam is all about. You know Mateusz Jerzynski from Riftbound as well, because he is just absolutely one of the gods of the game. But Philip, he came in from Star Wars. He had a few days of training, found himself in a favorable matchup, and was able to capitalize on it. What was your highlight?
The whole thing. The whole dang thing. No, I think the Primal Strength for me. That top deck with the Primal Strength made the whole difference in that game one, and that's what really started to show that Philip can have this.
This is a lesson that many card game players across multiple games learn at one point or another, is that discard can be good. Getting cards out of your opponent's hand is great. Does nothing against the top of your opponent's deck.
You can, in some games, get rid of the top deck card, but your opponent is going to draw another one. So
something is going to be at the top of the
Something
deck.
else becomes the top deck.
There is going to be a draw, and discard can be a risky bit of a strategy. But now Philip has managed to make the second major upset of the tournament, so I want to hear it from him. Let's go over to Basti and Philip.
What a way that was to end day one here at the TCG Grand Slam. Philip, congratulations, of course, on winning that match. That was incredible. You beat maybe the favorite to win it all in a Poland-on-Poland match. How does it feel?
It feels really good. I'm really glad that Mateusz decided to lower his chances with his deck choice, because I think if he took Diana, it would just be a sweep. It was a favorable matchup for me. I had a really good cards from all three games, I think. But as always, I win with top decks, so discard decks doesn't work on me. So I think that was the biggest thing.
Well, explain to us, why is the matchup favorable for you and your Master Yi deck? What does it make? Why is it so favorable? Is it just those big sticky units with the Rune Runner and also, of course, with the Euro Appealers, which kind of won you game one?
Yeah, I think Rune Runner is one thing that is definitely the biggest part of it, but also Yi has a little bit of a draw, so it's not hit as hard by this card, and also he's not as hit hard by having low resources, so I can go greedy, because then I can punch it even if my opponent spends a lot of resources to try to hold back, and single cards are really powerful in the deck. So for example, Primal Might basically decided the game one. And then double Ruiners decided to get the other game. So yeah,
Definitely just spinning those rune runners back and forth. Now with that wrapping up day one and you still being undefeated, that means basically that you are going to be one of our top 4 players, already having this in the back now. So what's the approach for tomorrow now? Are you going to take the last group match just a little casual and then lock in for top 4?
No. I never go casual. I always go full competitive. I'm going to try to win 3-0 and then go with that.
Well, that's definitely a statement of a champ and something to maybe also learn from home. You take every match at a time, you try to win every single one of them, but we are going to give it over to the caster's desk one last time.
Philipp Skudlarek, spoken like he has never done anything except for playing Riftbound. You could see how he analyzes the game state and the way decks even played without even mentioning a single card in the beginning. That was rather impressive. But day one is over. Our standings are finalized. Going into day 2, we have completed 2 rounds of the group rounds. Looking at Group B here.
Looking with my eyeballs, I'm seeing a clear victor there. We've got Philipp on a strong 2-0, even taking down Mateusz. Now on 101, Arnie following suit, and sadly Enrico Maria not quite so lucky. The one piece will not be found today as we are 0-2.
Yeah, notably, though, the 2 players at 1-on-1 have already played, so the results of other matches, you need to win, but you also need other results to happen. Of course, we see here Josh Schmidt at 2-0 here, taking it down, and we're going to see the winning in here, Tord versus Gregors tomorrow.
Yep, speaking of tomorrow, look at those matches. This is what you can expect. We, of course, have the double semi-final action and finals, of course, but those are the last games before that are going to complete the group stages. The entire thing is starting at the same time tomorrow. It is going to be 12 p.m. local time, which is in Hamburg, so if you are not from Hamburg, you have to look it up yourself, but it starts at the exact same time as today. Today, it was an absolute blast. This is the first TCG Grand Slam to ever happen, and it is absolutely amazing. We are seeing so many talented players, not only talented players, they're colossuses. They are titans of their respective games. And with that, we want to say goodbye, good night, and we will see you tomorrow to see who is going to become the first TCG Grand Slam champion.